Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1. The otaku Yue Yang saw a figure flying across the sky. He raised his head and shouted, "Wifey, quickly come out and look at God." The figure flying on the sword swayed as if he was about to fall. Yue Yang shouted again, "Bro, don't fly too fast, your pants are not zipped properly." The person above fell head first. Yue Yang didn't even look at the person's condition and ran to pick up the shining golden flying sword. At the same time, he shouted, "Master, the flying sword is a treasure. If you throw it around, it will pollute the environment. What if it hits a child? Even if it doesn't, it won't be good if it hits any flowers or plants. Your disciple will take care of it for you." What is this? A universal pouch. How can a wise and mighty immortal like Master hang a tattered pouch on your waist? Your disciple will take care of it for you. The old Taoist priest who fell from the sky almost vomited blood. He had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time he met such a shameless disciple who randomly recognized others as his master. "Master, your disciple is already of marriageable age, but I don't have a partner yet. I wonder if you have a granddaughter. It doesn't matter if it's a big sister or a lowly, I'm not too picky." Yue Yang laughed lewdly. Finally, the enraged old Taoist priest flew up and kicked him in the butt. He roared, "Scram, scram you bastard." Just like that, Yue Yang was transported to another world. Ah, his eyes are moving. He's awake, he's awake. Brother Shao San is awake. Before Yue Yang could open his eyes, he heard a child's voice that sounded like a silver bell ring in his ears. "Shuang don't be rude to your brother." Following that, he heard a gentle, virtuous, motherly voice reprimanding him dotingly. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he found that the old Taoist priest had disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a lively and cute little girl. This little girl was about 6 or 7 years old. She was a pink and tender little lowly. She wore a light green short robe, revealing her 2 lotus root white arms. Both sides of her hair were tied up in tiny braids with red threads, and they hung down. On her white and smooth little wrist, there was a silver ring with 3 silver bells the size of fingertips hanging from it. The little girl mischievously stretched out her hand, wanting to pinch Yue Yang's nose. She stretched out her small hand, which was as soft as a white orchid, and the tinkling of bells rang out, setting off her clear and melodious laughter. Yue Yang was curious. Could this little girl be the precious granddaughter of the old Taoist? A top-grade lowly. Just as he was about to make a move to tease her, he suddenly saw a pair of white arms stretched out from behind and gently caught the naughty little lass. He angrily slapped her chubby little hands away as a punishment for being naughty, and then he dotingly pulled her into his embrace. The little girl was not afraid at all, and even thought it was fun. She giggled non-stop, and at the same time, she cutely made funny faces at Yue Yang, looking very proud. Yue Yang looked over and took a closer look. When he saw the woman behind the little girl, he sighed in his heart. Oh my God, a top-grade wife. Sitting in front of Yue Yang was a beautiful woman around 30 years old. She had delicate features, and her face was as bright as the moon. She had a pair of watery eyes that were as clear as a spring, and the corners of her lips were slightly arched. There was a hint of happiness in her smile, and her demure demeanor carried a hint of gentleness. Her jet black hair was combed from the back, and there was only a light purple and black wooden cloud-patterned phoenix hairpin in it. It was simple and elegant, but it didn't lose its elegance. As a whole, her face looked even more clean and her spirit was hidden within. Coupled with her sky-blue dress with a hint of white, as well as her jade-like arms that were hugging the little girl, Yue Yang's heart was filled with emotion. If anyone could marry this kind of woman, what else could he ask for? When the beautiful woman saw that Yue Yang had woken up, she stopped smiling, and her jade-like face revealed a pained and self-reproachful expression. "San don't mess around like this in the future. Who gave you the guts to jump into the river? Luckily, I was able to save you in time, or else, tell me, how would I have the face to answer to my sister? That year, my sister entrusted you to me to take care of you, so fourth mother is your mother. San in all these years, fourth mother has never been willing to hit you. This time, you made a mistake, and if I don't let you remember today's lesson, fourth mother will have let down my sister. Next month, when your fourth uncle comes back, you can go and ask him for a beating." The little girl wrinkled her cute nose and said, "Go and ask for a beating, pa, I'll beat your butt until it blossoms." Ah, when Yue Yang heard this, he sweated profusely. When did I jump into the river? Where is this? Where did the old Taoist priest kick me to? Did she recognize the wrong person? A strange thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that there was a person who looked like him who fell into the river at the same time as him, and then this beautiful woman fished him out, while that unlucky person was fed to the fishes and prawns? When he thought of this, his forehead immediately dripped with sweat. This misunderstanding was really big. Yue Yang was afraid that he would expose himself if he opened his mouth, so he didn't dare to say that it was a misunderstanding. He didn't even dare to ask where this place was. If the other party found out that he wasn't her precious San, she might immediately turn against him and throw him back into the river. That would be the end of him. When the beautiful woman saw Yue Yang's nervous face with beads of sweat on his forehead and a red face, as if he was ashamed, she immediately became happy. She thought that this child had repented, and her tone softened. San, it's good that you know your mistake. Young people aren't afraid of making mistakes, but they are afraid of not changing. Xianxia has watched you grow up, and I know that you are not the kind of person who doesn't know what is important. It's just that the matter of Miss Shui breaking off the engagement had caused you to be so anxious and angry that you did such a stupid thing. San, although Miss Shui is good, her heart is no longer with you. Breaking off the engagement is fine. If a husband and wife can't share weal and woe together, then it's better not to get married. Our Yu clan is one of the 4 great clans. There are so many girls in the world, how could we not find a good girl? Yes, Yue Yang decided to pretend to be the unlucky person who drowned in the river. He would try to find an opportunity to slip away. San, it's good that you think like this. Xianxia can be at ease now. The beautiful woman originally wanted to persuade him, but she didn't think that this child would think it through after dying once. She felt that his ancestors really had a spirit. After comforting him a few more times, the beautiful woman told Yue Yang to rest well. She let go of the little girl and stood up, as if preparing to leave the room. Yue Yang secretly thought that it was a close shave. Luckily he managed to hide it from her. Now he had to quickly think of a way to slip away. Otherwise, if the person who drowned didn't drown and came back, then everything would be exposed. The beautiful woman held the little girl's hand and walked to the door. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked, San, give me a definite answer. Will you really not do stupid things again? You are soft on the outside but hard on the inside. I know that you are easygoing on the outside but stubborn on the inside. Don't wait for me to leave and think about stupid things again. Will you really not do stupid things again? No, I won't. Yue Yang shook his head like a rattle drum. How could he commit suicide? He still had to find the old Taoist priest for revenge. When the beautiful woman saw the serious expression on Yue Yang's face, she immediately felt a bit more comforted. Fourth mother believes in you. San, don't do stupid things again. Your parents are no longer here, your fourth uncle has no children, and I am not blessed. Bing life is hard, and Shuang is still young. Your father and your fourth uncle's family can only rely on you now. You must remember this. Yue Yang sweated profusely. He thought to himself, I can't rely on you. I'm not your San. Your San has probably been fed to the fishes and prawns long ago. I'm afraid the problem of the family line will be difficult. Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only nod his head in agreement. The little girl seemed to feel that the room was boring. She let go of the beautiful woman's hand and jumped out of the door, running far away. The beautiful woman called out twice, but seeing that the little girl didn't listen, she decided to chase after her. Before she left the room, she said to Yue Yang worriedly, San, don't be discouraged. Your fourth uncle's talent is slow. He only managed to contract a grimoire in the last month before he turned 20. Don't you still have 3 months? After so many years, you have gritted your teeth and endured it. It's not the end yet. Are you going to give up now? There is no one in the Yu clan who can't contract a grimoire. I believe that fourth mother, you are no exception. I think it's possible that your father and mother worked together to seal this grimoire. They didn't want you to contract a grimoire too early. They didn't want you to be arrogant and complacent, so they used this chance to train your will. Otherwise, with the talent you showed when you were young, why couldn't you contract a grimoire? Believe in fourth mother, you have inherited the blood of your father and mother. You will definitely be the most outstanding person. You will definitely succeed. Don't be discouraged, don't be impatient, contract a grimoire. What is a grimoire? Maybe that pitiful guy's blood was very good, but he wasn't him. He was just a normal otaku. If he had to say that he was good at something, it would be that he was especially good at playing games, especially those Japanese games. Yue Yang didn't know what grimoire he wanted to contract, but after hearing the beautiful woman's words, he could guess a bit. He guessed that the reason why that pitiful guy, who looked like him, jumped into the river to commit suicide was because his heart had given up all hope. First of all, the pitiful guy didn't have any parents. Then, he couldn't even contract a grimoire successfully. His engagement was even broken off. He felt that his life was a tragedy, so he jumped into the river to commit suicide. What was even more tragic was that when he jumped into the river to commit suicide, the one who was fished out was not him, but Yue Yang, who looked like him. In the end, Yue Yang brought him back to this room. As for that pitiful guy, who had gone through 18 lifetimes of bad luck, he was probably on a free trip to the bottom of the sea. The only thing that Yue Yang couldn't understand was why he fell into the river. Could it be that he was kicked into the river by the old Taoist priest? Why did he kick him into the river? Could it be that the old Taoist priest wanted him to replace the pitiful guy and be reborn? When Yue Yang thought of this, his forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. This joke was too big. San, you should rest well first. Fourth mother thinks that even if you can't contract a grimoire, you are still my San. I will treat you like my own son. Even if I have to use up all my family's assets, I will think of a way to help you have a bright future. Your fourth uncle doesn't like to talk, but he also thinks the same way. San, you should rest well. Maybe one day you will be enlightened and successfully contract a grimoire. The beautiful woman urged Yue Yang to rest well, then turned around and left. When Yue Yang heard what she said, he was moved. Although she didn't care about him, she was really good to that pitiful guy. He suddenly felt that the pitiful guy was an idiot to jump into the river to commit suicide. How many stepmothers could there be in this world? He didn't cherish that pitiful guy, and instead jumped into the river to commit suicide because of a bored fiancé. He deserved to be drowned. Yue Yang's heart felt unbalanced. He wanted someone to care for him, but he didn't have one. He watched the beautiful woman leave and sighed in his heart. If only he was that San. What a good fourth mother. It was a pity that he wasn't the pitiful guy. After lying on the bed, his gaze inadvertently swept across the study table. He was immediately attracted by a huge book made of metal. This book seemed to be made of bronze. It had an ancient luster and was strangely thick. It was 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal book, and its whole body was covered with mysterious ancient runes. When Yue Yang saw it, he had a strange feeling that he was being attracted by it. It was as if there was something soundless calling out to him. That feeling was as if he had just installed a long-awaited game, and couldn't wait to click on it with his mouse. Yue Yang subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to touch this strange metal book. Unexpectedly, when his finger touched it, the book shone with a dazzling golden light. The whole room was filled with the golden light, and it was plated with a golden color. Yue Yang couldn't help but use his other hand to block the light. He almost couldn't open his eyes. In an instant, it was as if there was an uncountable amount of knowledge crazily surging into his brain. Moreover, it was a kind of unreasonable forceful stuffing. Before Yue Yang could react, he discovered that his brain was already filled with uncountable amounts of knowledge. And from the other side of the glowing bronze book, there was still more knowledge flowing in. It was as if he understood countless things in an instant, but he didn't seem to understand. He couldn't grasp the central point, and was unable to confirm what he had truly understood. Right now, Yue Yang's entire being was in a state where he seemed to understand yet not understand, understand yet not understand, and understand yet not understand. In his body, because of this change, something seemed to have been awakened. There was a mysterious energy that was sleeping in his body, as if it had a life of its own. It even let out a heavenly cry, causing Yue Yang's soul to tremble. His ears couldn't hear it, but Yue Yang could clearly hear it in his heart. There was indeed a mysterious energy calling out to him in his body, but he couldn't understand what it meant at all. He could barely feel that the mysterious energy was calling out to him. It was incomparably wonderful. It was even more beautiful and captivating than the heavenly songs he had heard before. That kind of calling was so wonderful that it could make one's soul tremble. It was like hearing his mother call him when he was sick when he was young. Thousands of words couldn't describe it. At the same time, in the world of his consciousness, Yue Yang discovered that there was a shining flying sword that was automatically rotating. It was so mysterious that it was hard to describe. The flying sword seemed to be held by the hands of a fairy from the 9 heavens. She seemed to be singing and dancing, freely roaming in the void. What was going on? The golden light that filled the room slowly subsided under the shock of Yue Yang's mind. In the end, it turned into a dot of light that flickered between Yue Yang's finger and the metal book. After the mysterious energy called out, it returned to silence. The shining flying sword also gradually disappeared without a trace. Yue Yang's mind withdrew from his consciousness and returned to reality. He was surprised to find that his finger was shining. Yue Yang was stunned. He retracted his finger and the golden light disappeared. That incomparably heavy bronze book actually magically floated in the air and automatically floated in front of him. Now, the feeling it gave Yue Yang was no longer that of a heavy metal book, but more like a part of his body that was connected to his blood vessels. It was as if it was an extension of his arm. At the door stood a beautiful woman with tears streaming down her face. She leaned against the door and used her hands to support her trembling body. At this moment, her body was so weak that she almost fell to the ground. Even though she saw everything in front of her, her face was still filled with disbelief and joy. Her tears flowed down like a spring, dripping onto her clothes. San you successfully contracted a summoning grimoire. Is this real? Is Fourth Mother dreaming? The spirits of the ancestors, this was really the blessing of the ancestors. Sister, San contracted a grimoire, did you see it from the sky? I've said it before, San is not trash, he's not. Thank you Yu clan ancestors for your blessing. Granddaughter-in-law will thank you on behalf of San Thank you for not abandoning my San The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, unable to suppress her excitement. She kowtowed heavily, thanking the ancestors for their kindness. Her clean forehead immediately turned red from the kowtowing and was even stained with the black mud on the ground. However, the beautiful woman did not feel any pain and continued to kowtow in ecstasy. Yue Yang hurriedly jumped up like a tiger and rushed forward to help this fourth mother up. Although he was an imposter, the beautiful woman was still a little touched by his actions. At the door, the little girl had returned with a big red pinwheel in her hands. She tilted her head and asked, "Mother, why are you crying?" Chapter 2 The little girl's question immediately brought the beautiful woman back to her senses. She hurriedly wiped her tears, smearing her entire face. Yue Yang looked at her face that was covered in mud and tears. His eyes felt a little hot. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement and reached out to help her wipe her tears. The beautiful woman did not allow him to wipe her tears. She blocked Yue Yang's hand and hurriedly left. Yue Yang looked at her disappearing figure and stood there for a long time. Brother Xiao-san, why is mommy crying too? The little girl asked curiously, but she did not pursue this question. Instead, she raised the big windmill in her hands high up. Look, does my windmill look good? I bought this on the street. There are also delicious candied haws on the street, but mommy didn't buy it. Brother Xiao-san, I want to ride a wildebeest. A tall windmill can spin faster. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Wasn't this little girl too mischievous? Ride a wildebeest. Could it be that the unlucky guy who jumped into the river usually coaxed her like this? He must not let this little thing see through him. It was impossible for him to ride a wildebeest on her neck. What if she fell? However, he did not reject the little loli's request. He just had to transform into Uncle Strange Uncle. Yue Yang carried the little girl up and quickly lifted her up into the air and put her down again. She laughed happily. After lifting her up 4 to 5 times, the little girl had already collapsed into Yue Yang's embrace. If Uncle Strange Uncle wanted to deal with a little loli, it would be easy. Outside the door, the beautiful woman who had hurriedly washed away her tears came back. Yue Yang hurriedly put the little girl down. However, the little girl did not comply and wanted to be hugged by him. The beautiful woman bent down and hugged the little thing, her face full of joy as she said, San quick, let Fourth Mother see what your inherent skill in guardian beast are. San I've said it before, you will definitely succeed. Sigh, this is great, after waiting bitterly for so many years, you have finally succeeded. San you have finally made it. Quickly open your summoning grimoire and let Fourth Mother see, let me be happy too. Inherent skill, with a guardian beast. As soon as Yue Yang had this question, knowledge surged into his mind like a flash of inspiration. First of all, he discovered a problem, and that was that he had crossed over. This was no longer Earth, but another world. On this land called the Soaring Dragon Continent, there were countless rankers living there. Among them, the 3 kingdoms' royal families, the 4 great clans and the 4 great sects were the leaders. Apart from the royal families of the 3 great nations, there were also the Feng, Shui, Yu, and Yan clans, which had countless experts. In this world, there were 4 more mysterious sects. The 4 great sects gathered many rankers in the soaring dragon continent who wholeheartedly pursued the way of heaven. They rarely interfered with worldly affairs, but every 3 years, they would send their disciples out to guide the most outstanding juniors into the 4 great sects to train. Among all the rankers, other than the descendants of the royal family and the 4 great clans, only a very small number of geniuses were able to contract a very special treasure, the summoning grimoire. The advantage of a summoning grimoire lay in the fact that any one of its possessors could grow to become a peak ranker. If not, then the chances of becoming a pinnacle powerhouse were minuscule. Yue Yang discovered that this soaring dragon continent was almost purely a summoner's world. There was no magic or do qi, only summoning. Summoning techniques were all-encompassing in this world. There were elemental summoning techniques that were similar to magic, strengthening summoning techniques that were similar to do qi, and even beast summoning techniques that were similar to summoning techniques. In short, summoning techniques in this world were as common as studying in China. There were also academies that specialized in teaching summoning techniques everywhere. Although almost everyone knew summoning techniques, not everyone could have a summoning grimoire. On the contrary, it could be said that the possessors were extremely rare. For example, the possessors of a summoning grimoire were like the top students among the billions of students who could enter Harvard and Cambridge. Everyone yearned to have a summoning grimoire, but that was only the privilege of a small number of geniuses. After successfully contracting a summoning grimoire, every possessor of the summoning grimoire would automatically awaken an inherent skill in their body. At the same time, they would also obtain a guardian beast that was most suitable for the possessor to level up. Ah, okay, but I don't know what my inherent skill is. Yue Yang was also very curious because of the information that appeared in his mind. What kind of inherent skill did the summoning grimoire awaken? He prayed in his heart that it was not an inherent skill related to cooking instant noodles, or an inherent skill related to Oedipus. Otherwise, if the beautiful woman saw it, he would be finished. Yue Yang opened the summoning grimoire's homepage and found his own portrait at the top. He looked quite handsome and cool. Below, his level was written, Level 1, Apprentice Beginner. Behind this apprentice there was also a very simple explanation of the level evaluation. Apprentice, you are the weakest existence in the world, but fortunately, as a possessor of a summoning grimoire, you still have the hope of becoming strong. Yue Yang immediately rolled his eyes when he saw this. The weakest was an ant. No matter how weak he was still stronger than an ant. It was too uncomfortable to hurt someone's self-esteem like this. Skipping this level evaluation, the next half page was about everyone's inherent skill. According to the knowledge that the summoning grimoire had passed to Yue Yang, everyone had one type of inherent skill. Other than a few people who had the same inherent skill, most people's inherent skills were completely different. Of course, this could be related to the fact that not many people had summoning grimoires. Looking at his own inherent skill, Yue Yang was dumbfounded. His inherent skill was not cooking instant noodles, nor was it downloading porn or playing arrow games. It was an inherent skill that made Yue Yang sweat profusely. Accurately speaking, this was a very special, very rare, very mysterious, and very enviable Gemini star inherent skill. Originally, everyone's innate skill would show a related innate skill pattern under their profile picture. However, Yue Yang's innate skill pattern was a combination of 2 patterns. On the left, there was a mysterious back view, but one could vaguely recognize that it was Yue Yang's back view. On the right, there was a front view hiding in the darkness. If it wasn't for the back view, it would be even harder to recognize that it was Yue Yang. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Other than a pair of glistening wolf-like eyes, he couldn't recognize any other specific facial features. In the whole picture, most of it was dark and blurry. Other than the 2 star-like eyes, there was no other light. What made Yue Yang sweat profusely and go crazy was precisely this Gemini star inherent skill evaluation. Counterfeit inherent skill. You are as sly as a fox, as sinister as a poisonous snake, and as good as a chameleon at disguising yourself. Your entire image is filled with illusions, and no one can see through your heart. Your inherent skill will strengthen as your level increases. Currently, your inherent skill is level 1. Divine Eyes inherent skill. You have eyes like an eagle. You have prophetic senses. You are like the Grim Reaper who can see through a living creature's soul. You have divine eyes that can see through everything in the world. You will never be confused by any illusions or illusions. Your inherent skill will strengthen as your level increases. Currently, your inherent skill is level 1. Damn, Yue Yang almost fell to the ground. He thought to himself, was he really that sly and sinister? Although people would try to use their eyes to see through a thin film when watching cavalry porn, this was a trick that every wolf knew. When it came to eyesight, Yue Yang felt that he wasn't that good at it. This was because when the actresses put on their clothes, other than the Pirate King's sister Wu, Sora Aoi, Yoshizawa and the rest of the New World's 4 kings, he couldn't recognize any of them. Could this even be considered divine eyes? As for disguising, that was even more out of the question. He didn't know how to disguise himself at all. At most, he could only lie to deceive people. Moreover, who hadn't lied before? Even if it was a child, if his parents asked him who had watched an erotic movie before, who would be so stupid as to admit it? This kind of Gemini star inherent skill, Yue Yang was so embarrassed that he wanted to squat at the corner of the wall and draw circles. San it doesn't matter even if you don't have the inherent skill. As long as you work hard, Fourth Mother believes that you will definitely become a strong warrior like your father. The beautiful woman's eyes were red as she consoled Yue Yang with a choked voice. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. He was obviously a Gemini star inherent skill. Why did she say that he didn't have it? Could it be that she couldn't see his inherent skill? Could it be that the counterfeit inherent skill was a passive skill? It would be effective even if he didn't use it. It can't be. Yue Yang jumped up and pointed at the pattern on the grimoire. He nervously swallowed his saliva, calmed his heartbeat, and asked, You can't see this pattern. You really can't see the words on it. Chapter 3. When the beautiful woman heard Yue Yang's question, she was stunned. From her point of view, other than the portrait on the top of the grimoire, the bottom part was blank. There were no pictures or words at all, and San-Er's expression did not look like he was lying to her. Could it be that he really had an inherent skill? An inherent skill that she could not see? San-Er, don't lie to me. Really have an inherent skill? I can't see it. What kind of inherent skill is that? The beautiful woman felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat as she nervously grabbed onto Yue Yang's hands. It's concealment. My inherent skill is concealment. Yue Yang scratched his head and lied. He realized that he was really as cunning as a fox. It's good that you have an inherent skill. You scared me to death. The beautiful woman was relieved. She patted her chest with her lily-white hands, closed her eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Every grimoire owner in the world would awaken an inherent skill. If San-Er did not have it, he would definitely be slandered as trash. No matter what the inherent skill was, it was fine as long as he had it. The strongest rankers had already proven that there were no trash inherent skills in this world, only trash people. San-Er's invisible concealment inherent skill might be a very good inherent skill. The beautiful woman happily reached out and caressed Yue Yang's head. San-Er, I'm really happy for you. With this concealment inherent skill, you will definitely have great achievements in the future. When the little girl saw her mother stretching out her hand to stroke Yue Yang's head, she also stretched out her white and tender little hands and moved closer to grab his hair. Seeing that she was messing around, the beautiful woman hurriedly put her down. The beautiful woman suppressed the excitement in her heart and gestured to Yue Yang to flip the grimoire. Flip to the next page. San-Er, look at your guardian beast. Shuang-Er, don't move, let brother flip the page. Be good, just stand here and look. This is fog. It's a vast expanse of white. Is your guardian beast an elemental fog? That's right, although elemental fog grows slowly, it is very powerful. In the early stages, it might be weaker than strengthening type and beast type fog, but in the later stages, it would not be weaker, it might even be stronger. As long as it is not a special type, it's fine. San-Er, your guardian beast is not bad. The beautiful woman happily clapped her hands and beamed with joy. Yue Yang was dumbfounded, because what he saw wasn't a white fog at all, but a black shadow. It was a shadow that looked exactly like him. Under the shadow, there was a very simple line of words. It was an introduction to the guardian beast's abilities. Phantom. Special type, level 1. You can control your shadows. Each shadow has half of your abilities. Shadows can be stacked to strengthen the main body. Yue Yang gently placed his hand on the phantom pattern, and a golden light flickered between his fingers. So that's how it is. At the same time, knowledge about summoning beasts flashed through his mind. As long as the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent trained hard, even a normal warrior could learn 1 or 2 summoning skills and contract beasts. However, because they did not have a summoning grimoire, the number of beasts they could summon was greatly limited. Normal warriors could only contract with 1 beast, a small number of outstanding warriors could contract with 2 beasts. There was no limit to the number of contracts that a ranker who possessed a summoning grimoire could contract. Every page of the grimoire could be used to contract a summoned beast until there were no more blank pages. However, the biggest advantage of the summoning grimoire was not that there was no limit to the number of contracts, but that each holder could obtain a unique guardian beast. This kind of guardian beast was different from normal beasts. It would never truly die, and would never betray its master. The guardian beast would grow with its master without any additional conditions. As long as its master's ability increased, or the summoning grimoire leveled up, its ability would also increase. Yue Yang wanted to summon a shadow to see what was going on. However, he was surprised that he could not summon it. The knowledge in his mind showed that he did not have enough spiritual energy to summon a shadow. Furthermore, Yue Yang could faintly feel that summoning this kind of shadow actually required 10 times the amount of spiritual energy compared to other summoned beasts. What's wrong? The beautiful woman saw that Yue Yang's expression was strange and asked with concern, "What happened?" "It's nothing, I don't have enough spiritual energy to summon a guardian beast." Yue Yang shook his head and a thought flashed through his mind. It was better to keep this shadow that could increase his strength a secret. Even if he could summon it in the future, he would not easily show it in front of others. It should be his secret weapon. "Ah, San don't worry, element-type beasts require a lot of spiritual energy. It's normal if you can't summon it in the beginning. A guardian beast is definitely the most helpful beast in your growth, that's for sure." The beautiful woman quickly comforted him. "Yes, I will definitely train hard and try to summon it as soon as possible." Yue Yang said this on the surface, but he had a different thought in his heart. Through the knowledge transmitted to him by the summoning grimoire, he knew the standard for summoning spiritual energy. If it was a normal element-type beast, Yue Yang felt that he could definitely summon it. It was just that his phantom shadow's spiritual energy requirement was more than 10 times that of other beasts. It was really too high. It was only level 1 now. If it leveled up, it would probably require more spiritual energy. However, this was not a bad thing, because the more spiritual energy required, the stronger the summoned beast would be. For example, Yue Yang's guardian beast Phantom Shadow required more than 10 times the spiritual energy. Compared to other beasts, it was like a sniper rifle and a bow. Although both of them were long-range weapons, their power was completely different. Through the knowledge that flashed through his mind, Yue Yang also discovered that the biggest difference between his Phantom Shadow and other beasts was not its strength. It was the time. A normal warrior's beast would disappear after an hour every time they summoned it. An elite warrior could summon it for 2 to 3 hours. There were a few super geniuses who could summon it for 5 hours, but these people were extremely rare. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and placed it on the image of the shadow. Although he could not summon it, he could still sense the shadow's ability, and it resonated with his heart. After carefully sensing it, he was shocked to discover that once this shadow was summoned, it could exist for up to 10 days. Damn, Yue Yang sweated in his heart. This secret must not be known by others, otherwise he would be captured and dissected like a monster. "Brother Xiao-san, what is damn?" The little girl blinked her big curious eyes and asked innocently and cutely. "Ah, it's an extremely powerful special skill that summons the grass mud horse. It's extremely powerful. When used, it can increase the enemy's anger by 100, and there's even a chance to cause the enemy to go crazy, beat their chest, stomp their feet, pull their hair, jump anxiously, hit their head on the wall and so on. This skill increases the damage to their anus, but it's completely ineffective against shameless people with high mental defense or people with pure hearts. You know, the grass mud horse, this kind of divine beast usually lives in the Mala Desert. It usually likes to bask in the sun and eat grass, especially by the side of a trough. How can you say that the grass mud horse is extremely powerful? It's quite powerful. Other than the invincible divine beast like the celestial river crab, no one is its opponent. Although the Jacques lizard and the Jacques butterfly are all divine beasts, they are not on the same level as it. Alright, let's stop talking about divine beasts here. We can't go into too much detail about this question. Yue Yang really didn't know how to deal with the studious little loli. At first, the beautiful woman thought that this brat was too excited and accidentally cursed. But after seeing him being so serious and speaking so logically, she really thought that there was such a strange name for a divine beast in this world. Of course, she also knew that divine beasts were not that easy to summon. Not to mention a level 1 apprentice, even the strongest human warriors didn't have a divine beast. Therefore, it's not good to bite off more than you can chew. She hurriedly advised Yue Yang, "San these divine beasts are all powerful creatures. It's impossible for them to sign a contract with a weak warrior. Don't think about it now. Hurry up and train your summoning skills. Try to increase your summoning aura as much as possible. I'm afraid it's too late this year. After the new year, your fourth uncle and I will send you to school. You must work hard, and you will definitely have a bright future." Yes. Yue Yang secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Fortunately, she didn't hear his words, otherwise he would have given himself a slap. After sending off the beautiful woman who was in a good mood and the reluctant little girl, Yue Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, he managed to fool her. She didn't recognize him as an imposter. However, what should he do next? Chapter 4. Yue Yang lay on the bed for 2 minutes before jumping up. He could still pretend to be ignorant now, but in the future, if he met that fourth uncle or any of his relatives and friends, he would definitely be exposed. Yue Yang quickly rummaged through the pitiful guy's belongings to see if he could find anything that could help him understand his identity. It would be best if he could find something like a diary. After rummaging for a long time, the desk, bookshelf and boxes were all turned upside down. There was a diary, but it was not of much help. The pitiful guy's diary was mainly about his experiences with summoning techniques, as well as his understanding of the Yu clan's spear technique. Only now did Yue Yang realize that the pitiful guy was actually quite hardworking. Other than being unable to contract a grimoire, the Yu clan's spear technique was quite good. However, from the diary, the pitiful guy did not reveal this to outsiders, as he was preparing to contract a grimoire in the future. It was also because of his silent closed-door cultivation that the outside world thought of him as a good-for-nothing. The pitiful guy mentioned that the Yu clan's spear technique was passed down in the Yu clan. If it was used with a strengthening-type beast, it would be extremely powerful. He had written more than once in his diary that if it was not for the fact that a Yu clan's ancestor, who was killed by a scoundrel 1,000 years ago, had most of the spear technique manuals been lost, the Yu clan would not only be ranked third among the 4 great clans, but would have become the strongest clan among the 4 great clans. Even so, the Yu clan's spear technique was still famous in the world. Although there were no more peak warriors, there were still many strong warriors. For example, the pitiful guy's father was the most outstanding warrior in the Yu clan in 100 years. It was a pity that he died young, causing the rise of the Yu clan to be severely affected. Spear technique. Yue Yang looked at it and felt a headache coming on. Although he was an otaku and had never trained in martial arts, he still knew a lot about martial arts. There was a saying in the martial arts circle: a month's stick, a year's knife, a lifetime spear, and a treasured sword. In terms of mastery of weapons, the spear was the most difficult to master. If one did not put in a lot of hard work and practice, it would be very difficult to have any achievements. The number of spear techniques was also far greater than that of ordinary weapons. The spear techniques of various sects also had many different profoundness. It could be said that even if one spent a lifetime studying it, it would not be enough, if what he found was not a spear technique, but a blade, a sword, or a staff technique. Yue Yang might even try to learn it. But this was a spear technique. The pitiful guy had practiced for more than 10 years, but he was still at the beginner level. Yue Yang decided to put aside this spear technique for now. What he needed now was not this kind of battle technique that he had to spend his entire life honing. Furthermore, the most important thing was that combat skills had completely declined in the Soaring Dragon continent. Normal combat skills, no matter how hard one trained, would not be able to surpass level 3. They had already fallen to the point of becoming mercenaries, livelihood skills. Some of the more famous combat skills, such as the Yu clan's spear arts, were also far from what they used to be. Furthermore, they still needed to be paired with strengthening-type summon beasts in order to display their true power. Combat techniques were similar to China's ancient martial arts, which could strengthen one's combat power. But summoning was like a handgun. No matter how good one's skills were, one shot would be enough to knock them down. Summoning did not require hard training, its combat power was completely dependent on the summoned beast. For example, a person who had trained in combat skills for more than 10 years might not be able to train anything. In a battle, a warrior who had trained in combat skills for more than 10 years might be defeated by an apprentice who had just successfully contracted a contract. This was because a poisonous snake or a wind wolf could easily bite a warrior who had trained in combat skills to death. Under such circumstances, no one would be willing to spend a lot of time training in combat skills that were strenuous and unrewarding. Everyone would switch to training in summoning techniques. Furthermore, the most outstanding combat skills had long been lost in the destructive war 3,000 years ago. The combat skills that could be passed down to this day were those that were only good for show, or those crude mercenary combat skills. For example, a combat skill like the Yu clan's spear arts, which had been lost for more than half of its time, was already one of the top 5 combat skills in the Soaring Dragon continent. From this, it could be seen how much combat skills had declined. Among the 3 great countries in the Soaring Dragon continent, the strongest was originally the Jun royal family who focused on combat skills. Due to the decline of combat skills, the strongest Jun family had now become the weakest among the 3 great countries. There were even signs that some small countries would catch up to them, There are actually 2 big rivals in love. Yue Yang read the diary for a long time, but he still could not understand the situation of his family. However, he finally knew who the pitiful guy's archenemy was. One of them was his cousin, Yue Yang. He was the 4th in the family and was born a few days later than the pitiful guy. However, in just a few days, he missed his engagement with the Shui clan's miss, and the pitiful guy, who was engaged 3 days after his birth, beat him to it. This Yue Yang had always harbored hatred in his heart, and often mocked and ridiculed the pitiful guy. The other archenemy was the son of Blade Peak City's lord, Xianxia Ren. This Xianxia Ren was said to be a genius. He had displayed extraordinary talent when he was 6 years old, and contracted a grimoire when he was 10 years old. However, he had proposed marriage to the Shui clan many times, but was always mercilessly rejected by the Shui clan, one of the 4 great clans. Even when the Shui clan's miss broke off her engagement with the pitiful guy, she did not agree to his proposal. Hence, this Xianxia Ren hated the pitiful guy to the core. After Yue Yang finished reading the diary, he felt that the pitiful guy's life was really pitiful. Not only did he fail to marry his wife, he had also provoked 2 big rivals in love. Beauties are only beauties when they have strength. If a man is not capable, then he is a disaster. Yue Yang did not think about the Shui clan's miss. Even if she was as beautiful as a fairy, he would still ignore her. There were so many beauties in the world, why did he have to hang on to one tree? Could it be that he had to give up the whole forest for one tree? If he was really capable, which beauty wouldn't throw herself into his arms? Wasn't the Shui clan's miss breaking off the engagement because the pitiful guy looked like trash? The Shui clan's miss had already broken off the engagement, and the pitiful guy had already become Zhonghe's food. However, there was still one thing that could be proven. That was, power, status, wealth and other things would directly determine a person's sexual life. Yue Yang's imagination ran wild, and in the end, he fell asleep in a daze. In a daze, he realized that he seemed to have entered the mysterious space of consciousness that appeared in his mind when he contracted the grimoire. Just as he was thinking about whether he could bring the flying sword out, the shining flying sword suddenly turned into a fairy in white whose face could not be seen clearly. She was wearing a heavenly robe, with a long white silk ribbon fluttering in the wind. Her exquisite feet were standing void, her white wrist lightly lifted, her jade-like fingers brushing against the orchid, and her slender waist like a willow. She then started to dance in front of Yue Yang. Seeing such a magical scene, Yue Yang's saliva almost turned into a waterfall. His jaw dropped, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Heavenly Sword Goddess. The flying sword that he had stolen from the old Taoist priest was actually a heavenly sword goddess. The fairy in white started to dance lightly and gracefully. Her waist was graceful, and her jade-like feet were like lotuses. Her hands were moving in a myriad of different ways, and her movements were extremely beautiful and wonderful. There were rainbows that flowed around her body like a waterfall. There were also strange flowers that Yue Yang couldn't even recognize. They fluttered and fluttered like butterflies. Just as Yue Yang thought that this was a dance performance and was about to clap his hands, he suddenly saw an invisible sword chi shot out from the fairy's jade-like fingers. It cut through the heavens and the earth, and even void was pierced through like a piece of paper. At the end, the fairy in white's jade-like hands and jade-like feet had the power to overturn rivers and seas. It was as if she could lift the sky with one hand, and shake the earth with one stomp. Yue Yang was completely dumbfounded. Was this still martial arts? It was too terrifying. What was even more terrifying was yet to come. Suddenly, the fairy in white turned around, and in a flash, she had already appeared in front of the dumbstruck Yue Yang. The jade-like hands that could destroy the heavens and the earth condensed millions of sword chi into a single point. It pierced right in between Yue Yang's eyebrows. Wah! Yue Yang was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He cried out in fear and woke up from his stupor. It was only after a long time that he realized that it was just a dream. The fairy in white's finger didn't explode his head. However, when he touched the space between his eyebrows and recalled the fairy in his dream, he realized that there was a mysterious skill that was quietly hidden in the depths of his mind. When Yue Yang's mind came into contact with it, an unfamiliar name appeared in his mind. Innate invisible sword chi. Chapter 5. Even if Yue Yang was an idiot, he would know that he had picked up a treasure. Just by looking at the word innate, he knew the value of this sword technique. It was also a battle technique. Before the Yu clan lost their secret manual, it was said that if one could reach its peak, they would be able to enter the innate realm. Now, forget about the fact that no one in the Yu clan had reached the innate realm. Even in the past 1,000 years, no one had reached the innate realm. Originally, the pitiful guy's father had the highest chance of breaking through the innate realm. However, he died early in battle, and the Yu clan lost their most talented warrior. Currently, it was said that other than the heavenly imperial guardians of the three kingdoms, only the Feng and Shui clans of the four great clans had innate rankers. Furthermore, according to rumors, the Feng and Shui clans only had one innate ranker. They were all old monsters that had lived for 400 to 500 years. As for the truth, no one knew. To Yue Yang, the most important thing was that all the current innate rankers did not reach the innate realm by themselves. The reason why innate rankers could reach the innate realm was because they had holy beasts or mythical beasts. Strong holy beasts or mythical beasts could assimilate, strengthen and stimulate the potential in their bodies, and then slowly enter the innate realm. This process was very slow. Usually, it would take hundreds of years. Some people even needed 200 to 300 years to completely cross the threshold of innate and become a real innate ranker. However, all the warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent needed hundreds of years to reach the peak of their physical body. Then, with the help of holy beasts, they had to break through the innate realm and re-enter the innate realm. Yue Yang realized that he had already started to train innate. The innate invisible sword chi that the heavenly sword goddess taught him in his dreams did not have any low-level training methods. The first step was to reach the innate realm. He could directly sense the heaven and earth, absorb the energy from the heaven and earth, and use the energy to cleanse his body and improve his soul. On one hand, he could use his inner energy to strengthen his body, allowing his body to be reborn. On the other hand, he could use his sword technique to break through to the next realm, using the sword to understand the way and become a saint. Old man, no, master, this heavenly sword goddess is your granddaughter, right? Please betroth her to me. Don't worry, I will treat her well and let her live a happy life. Master, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. I'll count to 3, okay, you agree. Thank you, master. The shameless guy from another world clasped his hands together and muttered to himself. If the old Taoist had heard this, he might have thrown this shameless fellow into the frying pan of hell to become a human meatball. Yue Yang originally wanted to sleep for a while more before meeting the sword spirit in his dream. But he was too excited to sleep. He forcefully suppressed the thumping of his heart and began to practice the first level of the innate invisible sword chi. Originally, Yue Yang was not a hard-working person, but this concerned his future sexual happiness. He felt that he had to practice it well no matter what, and he had to make the best use of his time. He practiced during the day and even in his dreams at night. After the heavenly sword goddess had taught him the technique, she disappeared. Yue Yang guessed that she had hidden herself to observe her fiancé's performance. Hence, he was even more diligent in his dreams. He started to absorb spiritual energy very slowly. After a long time, he could not even gather a trace of spiritual energy. However, Yue Yang discovered that in that wonderful space of his dreams, his mind was even more in sync with the heavens and the earth. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was also several times faster than the outside world. Therefore, there were many times when he was sleeping soundly and cultivating in his dreams. Unless he slept too much and had a headache, he would get up and move around before continuing to cultivate in his room. For the sake of his future sexual happiness, Yue Yang shut himself in his room. All day, training hard. The beautiful woman came to visit him a few times. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, she thought that he had drowned himself in the river. His body had become weak and his spirit was not good, so he needed to sleep. Occasionally, she would see Yue Yang meditating with his legs crossed. He was extremely serious, and she thought that he was working hard to improve his summoning skills. Her heart was filled with joy. Every day, she would bring the little girl to visit Yue Yang. One day, the beautiful woman even brought him a piece of good news. San, your fourth uncle heard that you have successfully contracted a grimoire and was very happy. He went to the main family castle to report the good news to Master. Maybe he will be back in a few days. With the 1,000 gold that we had saved up previously, we have successfully bought a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill from the floating mist sect. If you take it, I believe that it will be very beneficial. You might even be able to break through to level 2 and become a beginner warrior. Spirit beast awakening knowledge pill. When Yue Yang heard this, the knowledge in his mind blossomed again, making him understand something. In many big clans, when some outstanding genius warriors were unable to contract a grimoire, they would seek help from the 4 great sects. Every year, the 4 great sects would sell a small amount of spirit pills, which were extremely expensive. After taking these spirit pills, those who were unable to contract a grimoire would have a much higher chance of successfully contracting a grimoire. Although it was not an absolute success rate, it was still close to 30%. As a result, countless people would naturally go crazy. However, the spirit pills sold by the 4 great sects were not a luxury that ordinary people could desire. Firstly, there were very few of them. Secondly, they were very expensive. Yue Yang was extremely shocked by the beautiful woman and her husband's behavior of using all their savings to buy a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for the pitiful guy. According to the currency exchange rate, 1 gold was equivalent to 100 silver or 10,000 copper. 1,000 gold was equivalent to 10 million copper. In order to buy this spirit beast awakening knowledge pill, the beautiful woman had already used up all her assets. She had even pawned all her dowry ornaments. Now, Yue Yang saw that she was only wearing a wooden hairpin that she had made herself. From this, it could be seen that 1,000 gold was a huge number. If one did not come from a wealthy family, who would be able to buy such an expensive spirit pill? For her adopted son, the pitiful guy, the beautiful woman was actually able to support him to this extent. Give it to xianxia, I have already contracted it successfully. Yue Yang could not help but feel touched. The beautiful woman was really too great. What are you saying? How old is xianxia? How do you know that she won't be able to contract it in the future? Maybe that little girl will be able to contract it successfully next year. This spirit beast awakening knowledge pill is for you. Although you have successfully contracted it, it is still a little late. You can only catch up after taking this spirit pill. You won't disappoint me and your 4th uncle. Your parents are also hoping that you can become outstanding and bring glory to the Yue clan. How can you be so stubborn? Seeing that Yue Yang had rejected her, the beautiful woman immediately became unhappy. Her face darkened as she lectured him earnestly. San, although your 4th uncle is a small official and we are also a well-to-do family, it is not easy to accumulate 1,000 gold. You must not waste your 4th uncle's and my efforts. Yes, I was wrong. Yue Yang hurriedly agreed. Although this spirit pill was not bought for him, he was still touched by the beautiful woman's intentions. I have already written a letter to ask Bing to take a leave of absence from school to teach you the basics of summoning. She will probably be home tomorrow. You should see if there is anything you need to prepare. 4th mother knows that you are hardworking, but you cannot overdo it. You must know that haste makes waste. Have a good rest tonight and don't meditate. The beautiful woman did not know that Yue Yang had been eating and sleeping well these past few days. Moreover, the innate invisible sword chi was cultivated using the innate sword arts, which allowed him to absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth. The more Yue Yang trained, the better his body would become. It was impossible for him to be exhausted. In order to make the beautiful woman feel at ease, Yue Yang had no choice but to sleep early again. Maybe it was because he was moved by the beautiful woman's act of selling her family's fortune to buy pills, but his state of mind had changed. Yue Yang suddenly had an epiphany that he had never experienced before when he was cultivating in his dreams. The spiritual chi in his body turned into a thin stream. It surged up from his dantian and reached the lung channel of Han Taiyan. It then flowed along his meridians from the cloud gate on his shoulder to Tian Fu, Kai Zi and Kong Zui on his arm to Lai Kei and Tai Yuan on his wrist. Finally, it flowed to Xiao Sheng on his thumb. After surging back and forth a few times, a thin sword chi actually shot out from the tip of his thumb. Seeing such a surprising change, Yue Yang's spirit was greatly shaken and he woke up from his dream. In the real world, Yue Yang exerted quite a bit of effort to use it again. Until he saw the sword chi easily pierce through the bricks on the wall, only then did Yue Yang completely believe that he had successfully broken through the first meridian of the innate invisible sword chi, Han Taiyan. Although the sword chi that broke out of his body was only 1 to 2 inches long, it was nothing compared to the sword chi that the heavenly sword goddess had casually brandished. However, it was enough to make Yue Yang's heart burst with ecstasy. He wished he could transform into a wolf and howl at the moon. Chapter 6. At noon the next day, the middle-aged maid who always left silently after putting down the food came in and said softly, "Third young master, madam invites you out." Yue Yang followed her out of the hall and saw that the beautiful woman was hugging a girl in black and wiping her tears. The usually mischievous little girl pretended to be very obedient and sat in front of the table to eat. Her little hand grabbed the chopsticks and ate from time to time. The rice was spilled everywhere, and her little mouth was also dirty. Yue Yang looked at the girl in black again and found that she was actually not that old, about 14 or 15 years old. She looked similar to the beautiful woman, but her face was more childish and tender. Her eyes were slightly red and there were traces of tears on her face. When she saw Yue Yang walking out, she immediately wiped it off and covered her face with the black veil that she had pulled down around her neck. Yue Yang sighed in his heart. In the Soaring Dragon continent, if a girl covered her face with a black veil, other than the rare female thief, there was only one kind of person, the widow. This girl in black should be the beautiful woman's eldest daughter, Yu Bing. She was ranked 7th among the Yu clan's 9 juniors, only ranked higher than her younger sister, Shuang and the second branch's 9th son, Yu Feng. She was a genius among the Yu clan's juniors, successfully contracting a grimoire at the age of 8.5. Unfortunately, the Soaring Dragon continent valued males more than females. They felt that females were mainly used for family marriages or royal concubines, and would be married off to someone else sooner or later. Although they carefully nurtured her, she was far less important than the eldest son, Yu Tian, or even the other males in the family. Moreover, there were indeed more geniuses in this generation of the Yu clan. The first branch's eldest son, Yu Tian, successfully contracted a grimoire at the age of 10. Fourth son, Yue Yang, successfully contracted a grimoire at the age of 11. Sixth son, Yu Bao, also successfully contracted a grimoire at the age of 12. The slightly weaker ones were the second daughter, Yu Yu, and the fifth son, Yu Ting. Both of them successfully contracted a grimoire at the age of 15. Hence, in comparison, Yu Bing of the fourth branch wasn't that outstanding. Furthermore, her inherent skill and beast were all plant-type beasts that people didn't think highly of. Other than the Immortal Spirit Pavilion, which only accepted female disciples, who had sent people over to take a look and observe her, the other 3 sects didn't have any reaction. It was precisely because there were countless geniuses in the younger generation of the Yu clan that the third branch's parents had died, and the pitiful guy who had been adopted by the fourth branch as a son was still unable to contract a grimoire at the age of 19. It was impossible for him not to become trash, Yue Yang thought to himself. It was no wonder that Miss Shui would propose to cancel the engagement. If she were to marry into a family filled with geniuses, how could she bear to marry such a trash husband? Comparisons are odious. The pitiful guy, who had suffered a huge blow, had his marriage annulled and committed suicide by jumping into the river. Yu Bing, who was equally unfortunate, did not. Of course, her engagement was not broken off, but her fiancé, the genius youth of the Feng clan, the head of the 4 great clans, had unfortunately been killed by a wandering golden king beast when he was participating in a trial 3 years ago. This made her become a widow before she could marry into the family. The people of the Soaring Dragon continent were very superstitious. Most of them thought that this little girl's fate was not good, and that she would bring bad luck to her husband. Hence, even though it was the Yu clan of the 4 great clans, no one was willing to propose marriage. After all, everyone's sons were precious, and no one was willing to sacrifice their son for nothing just because they wanted to marry into a big clan. Third brother, congratulations, the black-clothed Yu Bing said in a low voice. She lightly struggled out of her mother's embrace and prepared to return to her room. Your third brother is not an outsider. Bing you don't have to return to your room to eat. It's not a big deal to eat as a family. The beautiful woman pressed the black-clothed Yue Bing down. Yes. The black-clothed Yue Bing hesitated for a while, but in the end, she pulled down her black veil and picked up her bowl and chopsticks. She counted the rice in her mouth and suddenly asked Yue Yang, "Third brother, what kind of guardian beast did you get?" Elemental type fog. Yue Yang realized that he had never told the truth since he had been transported to this world. Elemental type, I'm not good at it. I'm an unorthodox student in the academy, and I'm only good at beast type plant type. I don't know anything about elemental types at all. The black-clothed Yue Bing held her bowl in silence for a while, then said softly, "How about I give you the easiest and lowest level spitting thorny flower? But that would waste a tenth of third brother's summoning grimoire." No problem. Yue Yang knew his background. He had the phantom shadow that could last for 10 days, and also the innate invisible sword chi. The number of pages in his copper grimoire and the number of beasts he had wasn't important. But since the little girl wanted to teach him, he would learn a little from her. Firstly, he could deal with the beautiful woman. Secondly, he could familiarize himself with the various basic summoning techniques. Maybe he could use them in battles in the future. The black-clothed Yue Bing wasn't a talkative person. She nodded her head lightly and went to finish the rice in her bowl in silence. The little girl stood up from her chair and used her chopsticks to grab the smoked fish that was furthest away from her. Seeing that she was supporting herself with one hand on the table and the other in front of her, Yue Yang was worried for the little girl. He hoped that she wouldn't fall. The beautiful woman lightly hit her, scolding her for not being well behaved and eating without table manners. The little girl trembled in fear, but she still managed to grab a large piece of smoked fish. When she straightened her back, her face was full of pride as she made a face at Yue Yang to show off. But who would have thought that she would be so pleased with herself? The chair swayed, and her legs couldn't stand firm. She fell to the ground with an "ah" sound. Yue Yang threw the bowl away, and before the little girl could fall to the ground, he used a movement similar to when playing basketball to save the ball. He used both his hands to support her little head and her little butt. The force of the impact was too strong, and his body slid 2 meters away. Luckily his hands were still steady, and the little girl didn't fall to the ground. Brother Xiao-san is so powerful. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale, but after she recovered, she immediately forgot everything and jumped down. She lay on top of Yue Yang, hugged him, and laughed happily. When the beautiful woman came back to her senses, she angrily stood up, wanting to teach the little thing a lesson. The little girl didn't want to be bullied, so she immediately ran away. "San, you didn't hurt yourself, right?" The beautiful woman stretched out her hand, wanting to pull Yue Yang up. "No, I'm fine." Yue Yang couldn't show weakness in front of her, so he immediately bounced up from the ground. In fact, he didn't fall at all. He was stunned for a few seconds because he was shocked by his own skills. Since when did his little otaku body become so nimble? Could it be that this was the effect of practicing the innate invisible sword chi? How many days had he been practicing it? This innate invisible sword chi was really awesome. Yue Yang was extremely excited, but on the surface, he pretended that nothing had happened. He sat back at the table and continued eating. The black-clothed Yue Bing, holding a small bowl, looked at Yue Yang in surprise. After a long time, she finally said, "San, you usually practice your combat skills, right?" "I also practice my combat skills occasionally, but I couldn't react in time just now." If San can think of a way to contract a strengthening type beast in the future, and use it with the element type, mist, then his combat skills would definitely improve greatly. Looks like the mist that doesn't have any attack abilities is the most suitable for San-er's growth. When the beautiful woman heard this, she was a little happy for her San-er's diligence and self-improvement, but she was more worried. Because in her heart, combat skills were only a mercenary's skills, the real future was still in summoning. She picked up a piece of delicious and juicy pork ribs for Yue Yang. "San, you hid it from us for a long time. It's good to practice combat skills secretly, but it couldn't be helped before we didn't have a grimoire. Now that we have a summoning grimoire, we should focus on developing our summoning skills. Just practice combat skills as a supplement, but don't ruin your future because you mainly practice combat skills." Actually, the one who secretly practiced combat skills in the past was the pitiful guy, not me." Yue Yang didn't say this out loud, but nodded in agreement with the beautiful woman's words. He also knew that in the hearts of the people of the Soaring Dragon continent, practicing combat skills and training in summoning skills could not be compared. People who practiced combat skills were like migrant workers who hadn't graduated from junior high school and went to the city to work, while people who practiced summoning skills were like university students who had graduated from famous schools. Even if two people entered the same company and did the same thing, the treatment they received would be completely different. After lunch, the black-clothed Yu Bing followed Yue Yang back to his courtyard. She was preparing to pass on the knowledge she had learned in the academy to Yue Yang, the fake San-er. Chapter 7. The little girl stuck her head out and looked around for a while. Just as she was about to come in and cause trouble, she was caught by the beautiful woman and even spanked a few times. Black-clothed Yu Bing reached out her hand and summoned her grimoire. Her grimoire was also a bronze grimoire like Yue Yang's grimoire. However, after many years of training in battles, her grimoire had already surpassed intermediate and leveled up to advanced bronze grimoire. Compared to Yue Yang's beginner bronze grimoire, her grimoire was even brighter and had a more metallic feel to it. On the surface of Yu Bing's advanced bronze grimoire, the mysterious patterns were vivid and lifelike. Just by looking at it, one could see that it was very different from Yue Yang's grimoire. Of course, no matter if it was beginner, intermediate or advanced, a bronze grimoire was still the lowest level of grimoire. Above bronze, there were silver, gold, platinum and diamond grimoires. Gift of Spitting Thorny Flower, third brother, recite it in your heart. Her advanced bronze grimoire touched Yue Yang's beginner bronze grimoire, and a golden light flashed like a rainbow. After Yue Yang recited it in his heart, he found that his grimoire had automatically flipped to another page. On the originally blank third page, there was an additional picture of a strange flower. The words on it were, "Spitting Thorny Flower, Beast, Level 1, Uncontracted." When Yue Yang saw it, he found that there was a strange connection between their souls. Indistinctly, it was a kind of silent summoning. He couldn't help but put his hand on the picture of the spitting thorny flower. Immediately, a golden light flashed, and rays of golden light seeped out from his fingers, silently merging into his palm, the back of his hand and his arm. In Yue Yang's mind, information about the spitting thorny flower, this strange creature, appeared. Black-clothed Yu Bing's eyes widened. She hadn't even told him how to contract a plant-type beast. How did he succeed? What was even weirder was that he didn't even open his mouth to chant the contract. Could it be that this third brother, who was called Trash, had already reached the realm where he could contract with just a recitation? Black-clothed Yu Bing decided to observe secretly. She felt that perhaps this third brother was not the trash that others ridiculed. On the contrary, he was extremely likely to be a true genius. Summon the spitting thorny flower. Black-clothed Yu Bing purposely didn't say how to summon the thorny flower. Although summoning a thorny flower was the easiest and easiest to grasp, if one didn't know the summoning technique, it would still be a headache. This was because summoning a plant type was completely different from bug type, bird type, beast type and so on. Even if there was a student who was proficient in other elements, if he had never learned about plant-type summoning, it would be very difficult for him to summon a plant-type beast, even if it was the easiest to summon a spitting thorny flower. Alright, how could Yue Yang know what this little girl in front of him was thinking? He thought that this was something that everyone in the Soaring Dragon continent knew. He placed his hand on the spitting thorny flower's pattern and closed his eyes. His mind connected with the contracted spitting thorny flower. A golden light flickered slightly. About a meter in front of Yue Yang, a plant with green stems, huge leaves and purple flowers slowly emerged from the ground. It extended to a height of about 1.5 meters before stopping. Yue Yang discovered that this spitting thorny flower looked extremely ugly. It looked a little like the man-eating flowers in games. There were only 2 petals, and it opened and closed like a strange animal's mouth. The inside of the petals was filled with dense, sharp teeth. It looked very terrifying. Below the flower's lower jaw, there was a green liquid that smelled slightly fishy. It seemed to be a kind of acid poison. Other than the petals that looked like a big mouth, this spitting thorny flower's body was covered with thorns. Yue Yang originally wanted to pluck up his courage and reach out to touch it. In the end, seeing that this thorny flower's appearance was really unlikable, he retracted his hand. On the other side, black-clothed Yu Bing, this little girl, opened her eyes wide. She thought that her third brother was really a genius. He had never gone to school before and had never learned any plant summoning skills, but he was able to summon the spitting thorny flower just by relying on his telepathy. When Yue Yang raised his head to look at her, the little girl's expression recovered quite quickly. She had already pretended that nothing had happened. She did not open her mouth to praise Yue Yang, nor did she cry out in surprise. The expression on her face made it seem as if everything was normal. Yu Bing even said, "Your summoning speed is a bit slow, but it's your first time, so it's okay." Yue Yang felt ashamed when he heard this. He thought that he really wasn't a genius. It seemed that his achievements in summoning were limited. He would still have to rely on his innate invisible sword qi in the future. He scratched the back of his head and said to the little girl, "Actually, it's already not bad that I could summon it. Then what should I do next?" Black-clothed Yu Bing saw his actions and secretly laughed. On the surface, she pretended to be "I'm a teacher," and quickly summoned a spitting thorny flower. When Yue Yang saw that her summoning speed was 10 times faster than his, he immediately admired her. He felt that she was indeed worthy of being called a genius among the younger generation of the Yu clan. Black-clothed Yu Bing made a hand gesture and pointed to the wall in the distance. "Try to let the spitting thorny flower attack a target." The spitting thorny flower can spray poison at the enemy. In order to test Yue Yang, this little girl purposely didn't tell him the technique to control the spitting thorny flower's attack. If it was someone else, if they didn't know the spitting thorny flower's attack technique, once they ordered the spitting thorny flower to attack, the spitting thorny flower would not spray poison. Instead, the spitting thorny flower would slowly crawl towards the target, using its mouth full of sharp teeth to attack. Ordering the spitting thorny flower to attack with poison was a control technique. This was also one of the questions in the school's exams. If a plant-type student couldn't control the spitting thorny flower to spray poison within 10 minutes, or make the spitting thorny flower crawl more than 3 meters, then they would fail. Therefore, this technique of controlling the spitting thorny flower to attack with poison was also one of the most basic control techniques that plant-type students usually practiced. Black-clothed Yu Bing no longer treated Yue Yang as a newbie who had just contracted a grimoire. She completely treated him as if he was an academy student taking the exam. "Attack the wall, poison spray," Yue Yang commanded, but the spitting thorny flower didn't have any reaction at all. This made Yue Yang feel very embarrassed. He couldn't even do a small poison spray. It seemed that even if he had talent, it was still extremely limited. Looking at black-clothed Yu Bing's face and her serious expression, Yue Yang really felt like he had returned to school for lessons. He hurriedly raised his spirit by 120%. Why couldn't he do it? As Yue Yang thought about it this way, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He slapped his thigh. Sigh, he was really an idiot. Even if it was a military dog's attack training, it still needed a target. Moreover, the spitting thorny flower was a plant. It would be strange if it could understand his words. Yue Yang rushed to the wall and grabbed the yellow mud. He drew a circle on the wall that wasn't too round, and then drew a big cross in the middle. He then quickly returned, ignoring the thorns all over the spitting thorny flower's body. He lightly placed his hand on the top of its corolla and used his mind to communicate with the spitting thorny flower. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the target on the wall. Using his own vision, he transformed it into the spitting thorny flower's reaction and made it spray towards the target. He only heard a "see" sound. The spitting thorny flower opened its mouth, and a light green liquid shot out. It formed a parabola in the air and finally splashed onto the wall. Yue Yang was greatly disappointed when he saw this, because the poison had deviated at least 2 meters from the target. The circle of mud was completely undamaged, and there wasn't even a single drop of acid. Damn, this kind of sight is too trash. Yue Yang was very ashamed, and felt that he didn't have the face to see anyone. Black-clothed Yu Bing pretended to be calm on the surface, but her heart was extremely shocked. Chapter 8. In Yu Bing's eyes, this third brother, who had never been to school before, had a much better control ability than the second-year students in the school. Without learning any control skills, he had self-taught the thorny flower to determine its target. He had also become one with the thorny flower, transforming his own senses into the thorny flower's sense of attack. This level of difficulty was a huge hurdle in the growth of all plant-type students. Plant-type summoned beasts were different from other types of beasts. They didn't have intelligence, they only had instincts. In order to teach them to attack, there was no other way. The person and the beast had to become one, otherwise they wouldn't be able to control the plant-type beast. Third brother, he had done it easily. Moreover, he had self-taught it. In just a few seconds, he was able to make the newly contracted and summoned spitting thorny flower spit poison at its target. With this kind of comprehension and talent, if he entered the school, he would probably be seen as a rare genius by the teachers. Black-clothed Yu Bing looked at the dejected Yue Yang. The biggest shock in her heart wasn't his comprehension, but this third brother who was called trash by others. He simply didn't know how terrifying his talent was. Yue Yang was about to hide in the corner of the wall and draw circles when he suddenly realized that the spitting thorny flower in front of him was rapidly withering. A memory flashed through his mind, making him slap his thigh again. He was really an idiot. The spitting thorny flower that could spit poison had advantages that other creatures didn't have. For example, it didn't need to be fed, it didn't need to be taken care of, and it didn't need any special living conditions. Compared to the bird-type and beast-type beasts that needed to be fed and consumed magic crystals to evolve, and compared to the insect-type and fish-type beasts that needed to meet certain conditions to survive, plant-type and puppet-type beasts were the easiest to manage. If a puppet-type beast was broken, it could be taken to the puppet palace to be repaired. But if it was destroyed, it would be destroyed forever. There was no way to revive it. Furthermore, the biggest weakness of puppet-type beasts was that they couldn't evolve. Plant-type beasts could evolve, but the biggest weakness of the plant-type beasts was their slow movement speed. At the same time, it didn't have any intelligence. Rather than training a spitting thorny flower to spit out poison, it would be better to train a winged wolf or a shadow leopard, letting them rely on their instincts to attack their enemies. However, the spitting thorny flower also had its advantages. Its biggest advantage was that it could devour corpses to evolve. Other than puppet-type corpses, as long as it was a living creature, it could continuously devour them and slowly digest them. Afterwards, it could use the energy of the other party's corpse to evolve and level up. However, in the early stages of the thorny flower, it was extremely weak. Spitting out the poison once would exhaust all of its energy, and it would quickly wither. Of course, this was not a true death. If one was completely annihilated, then there would be no resurrection. Among all the summoned beasts, no matter if they were holy beasts or mythical beasts, there was only one type that could never die, and that was the guardian beast in the summoning grimoire. Guardian beasts were the only summoned beasts that would never die or betray the grimoire. Other summoned beasts had a certain level of loyalty. Once their loyalty was over the limit, the summoned beast would run away in battle. In serious cases, they might even disappear from the grimoire. Looks like you've noticed it. Yes, plant-type beasts are different from other types. They have a special ability, and that is take root. Black-clothed Yu Bing controlled her spitting thorny flower to spit out the poison. She quickly and accurately hit the center of the mud circle on the wall, hitting the bull's eye. This move made Yue Yang blush with shame. As expected of the clan's genius girl, she's really powerful. Black-clothed Yu Bing's spitting thorny flower also slowly withered, but it didn't disappear like Yue Yang's thorny flower did. That thorny flower fell to the ground, and slowly, extremely slowly, it grew back. Black-clothed Yu Bing was like a little teacher as she explained to Yue Yang, "Just now, I let the thorny flower take root in the mud. With the replenishment of the earth's energy, the thorny flower will completely recover in about 10 minutes, and it won't wither." Yue Yang was as serious as a primary school student listening to a lesson. He nodded happily, "All right, I'll try again." Black-clothed Yu Bing was stunned when she heard this. Try again? Didn't he just make a contract with a grimoire? He just made a contract with a novice apprentice, and a novice apprentice could only summon one beast a day. That spitting thorny flower had already withered. What else could he try? Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, telling him to pay attention to protect his summoned beast and not let it die easily. This was because everyone's summoning times were very limited, so no matter if it was in a battle or during normal times, he had to treasure it. He could still summon. Yue Yang didn't know what the little girl was thinking, but he excitedly summoned another spitting thorny flower and used all his strength to control it to take root in the mud. Success! I finally succeeded. Yue Yang clapped his hands in joy, rejoicing that although he wasn't a genius, he wasn't mediocre either. Black-clothed Yu Bing almost fell to the ground when she saw this. And so, the younger sister and the fake brother had this conversation. "Third brother, didn't you just make a contract with a grimoire? I mean, you only made a successful summon a few days ago, right?" The astonished black-clothed Yu Bing asked. "Yes, that's right." Yue Yang nodded and replied. "Then what level are you now?" Are you a level 1 apprentice or a level 2 braveman? Black-clothed Yu Bing asked again. Level 1 apprentice. Yue Yang answered honestly. What level are you? A level 1 apprentice? Beginner, intermediate or advanced? How far are you from level 2? What I mean is, could you have accidentally leveled up to level 2 and become a beginner braveman? Black-clothed Yu Bing asked suspiciously. Nope, how could it be that fast? Look, I'm definitely a beginner level 1 apprentice. Leveling up to level 2 is very difficult, I know that. Although Yue Yang had only been here for a few days, he still knew a little because of the Bronze Grimoire's knowledge. He opened the Bronze Grimoire's front page and let black-clothed Yu Bing see his own level and evaluation. Looking at it, the little girl felt even more dizzy. She asked, Third brother, can't a level 1 apprentice only summon one beast? How can you summon two? Ah, Yue Yang scratched his head. Actually I didn't summon two. You didn't? What is this? Black-clothed Yu Bing pointed at the spitting thorny flower that Yue Yang had just summoned. Could it be that she was hallucinating? It's still the spitting thorny flower from before. Yue Yang was puzzled. What was wrong with it? Even if it was the spitting thorny flower from before, it had already withered. You can't summon it again today. How could you summon it again? Black-clothed Yu Bing almost fainted. Could it be that her third brother was a legendary genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years? It was said that there was a kind of abnormal genius who could make an exception and summon a beast that was especially compatible with him twice. But this kind of abnormal genius, not to mention 100 years, even in 1,000 years, there weren't many of them. Her own third brother was this kind of abnormal genius. Black-clothed Yu Bing looked at Yue Yang again. Her eyes had a different expression, as if she had seen a super abnormal genius. Yue Yang didn't know that he was different from others. He even tried to explain himself muddle-headedly. Actually, it didn't die. When I summoned the spitting thorny flower just now, I used the method of clone division. I left its main body behind and summoned the sub-body that it had split off from. Anyway, the abilities of the clone division are the same. It's just that after the clone division has died, the main body will still be preserved and will not be affected. Of course, this kind of summoning is quite strenuous. What did you say? You know, clone division summoning. Black-clothed Yu Bing felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the sky. Chapter 9 inches. Doesn't the thorny flower have the ability to spit poison, take root, split branches, eat corpses and spore? Now that the corpses don't have corpses, spores can only be used at a higher level, so I used split branches. Aya, what are you doing? Yue Yang realized that his collar was being grabbed by the little girl. You know, split branches. Did I hear wrongly? The black-clothed Yu Bing was so excited that her face was flushed red. Her little hands grabbed Yue Yang's collar tightly as she stared at him and interrogated him. Most of the plant-type beasts had the ability to split branches. Especially the flower, vine and fungus beasts, almost all of them could split branches. A few plant-type beasts like trees and bamboos might not be able to do it. The teachers in the academy would teach their students take root and spit poison, but split branches was not easily taught to them. Normally, they would never even mention it. Yu Bing only knew that plant-type beasts had the split branches ability from reading books. Previously, she had asked her teacher to teach her, but that greedy fellow hinted that she would need at least 50 gold in order to teach her this secret skill. Unfortunately, all the money at home had been used to buy that Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill for third brother in the Floating Mist sect. Yu Bing, who had no money, could only bitterly reject this kind of disguised bribery. Hence, she had never been able to learn that split branches ability of plant-type beasts. Now, she never thought that her third brother, who was regarded as trash by the world, would also know this kind of secret skill that the teacher did not teach. This, how could she not be excited? Third brother, teach me that split branches technique of plant-type beasts. The black-clothed Yu Bing was extremely excited. Her hands that were grabbing onto Yue Yang's collar were trembling. Let go of me first, don't be too excited. Yue Yang was speechless. In his heart, he thought that this little girl was really too eager to learn. Seventh sister, this is actually very simple. It's the same as a normal summoning. First, you have telepathy with your beast, and you will feel as if you have complete control over your beast. Then, you can make it use its instinct to split. There's one thing you have to take note of. At this time, you must have enough spiritual energy in your body. Then, it will reflect an image to you, just like having two thorny flowers in your mind. You have to leave the main body behind, and summon the secondary body that has split out. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, and the main body doesn't change, then you can split out many secondary bodies and summon them again. But it's very strenuous, and your mind will be very confused and uncomfortable. Yue Yang told the black-clothed Yu Bing everything about the thorny flowers that the bronze grimoire had imparted to him, as well as his own experiences. He knew that even if it was the plant element, there would definitely be more profound knowledge. But right now, his level was too low. He was only a novice apprentice, so he couldn't sort it all out. Even this knowledge was most likely because he had that divine vision, inherent skill, which allowed him to see through the thorny flower's hidden skills. Otherwise, why hadn't this little girl, who had been studying in the academy for so long, and was a true genius, learned split branches? Yes, okay, I'll try it immediately. This time, it was the black-clothed Yu Bing's turn to listen to him seriously like a primary school student. She nodded her head frequently, and the excitement on her face didn't fade away for a long time. Take it slowly, don't rush. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the little girl had already stretched out her hand to touch the image. She closed her eyes and meditated, trying it out. After a long time, there was still no reaction. Yue Yang even suspected that he was wrong. Suddenly, he saw the black-clothed Yu Bing. Her face was filled with pain, and became deathly white. Her small hands trembled. After about a minute, a golden light flowed out from between her fingers. 2 spitting thorny flowers had been summoned. The one on the left was obviously taller, and its stem was also bigger. But other than that, the 2 on the left and right were exactly the same. No matter if it was color, shape or movement, they were exactly the same. The only difference was the size. At this time, the black-clothed Yu Bing's forehead was full of sweat, as if she had fought a big battle. She opened her eyes, and wiped her sweat with her small hands, while suppressing her breathing. Although she looked very tired, her eyes were filled with the excitement and joy of success. I succeeded. Thank you, third brother. I've always wanted to learn split branches, but the teacher refused to teach me. Thank you, third brother. The black-clothed Yu Bing's eyes were a little red, perhaps because she remembered the many grievances she had suffered in the academy. But the little girl was very strong, and didn't cry. Instead, she bowed deeply towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. You're welcome, 7th sister. If you hadn't given me the spitting thorny flower, I wouldn't have known it had such an ability. As soon as he said this, the black-clothed Yu Bing came back to her senses. That's right, didn't third brother just get the spitting thorny flower? How did he know about split branches? Yue Yang realized that the little girl was looking at him as if he was a monster. His heart felt dizzy, and he hurriedly lied. 7th sister, it's like this. My inherent skill is concealment. In other words, I can discover some hidden skills or attributes. However, my inherent skill is only level 1, so the secrets that I can discover are probably the most basic. Indeed, I couldn't see your inherent skill. I didn't notice it just now. I didn't think that third brother's inherent skill was actually such a mysterious concealment inherent skill. No matter how much of a genius black-clothed Yu Bing was, she was still a little girl. She believed Yue Yang's lies immediately. Yes, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Otherwise, people will be jealous of you. Yue Yang was a low-key person. His biggest wish was to become rich quietly. Third brother, you said that other than poison spray, root division, and split branches, the plant-type thorny flower also has corpse-eating and spores. What are these 2? The black-clothed Yu Bing had now completely become Yue Yang's student. After she solved the split branches skill that she desired the most, she eagerly asked about the other 2 skills. Only now did Yue Yang realize that the knowledge he had grasped was actually more than a top student who had studied for 4 years. Yue Yang really wanted to raise his head to the sky, put his hands behind his back, and walk like an old man. Then, he would listen to the little girl Yu Bing sweetly call him Teacher Yu. After the guy from another world felt pleased with himself, his evil intentions surfaced again. Although Yu Bing, this little girl, was definitely harmless to him, he still felt that it was a little wrong to tell her everything he knew. He was obviously a shameless bastard. How could he treat this little girl so well? Thus, Yue Yang decided to hide a part of the thorny flower's secret. The thorny flower's corpse-eating skill is to devour the corpses of animals. This way, it can slowly evolve. When you order the thorny flower to eat corpses, you need to control it with your mind. For example, if you want the thorny flower to swallow a bristled mouse, you must also think of swallowing that bristled mouse in your heart. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the black-clothed Yu Bing's face turned a little pale. It was fine to order the thorny flower, but she also needed to think about eating a rat. When the little girl thought about it, she almost vomited. Actually, the guy from another world had purposely used a rat as an example. Moreover, the thorny flower's corpse-eating skill was not that simple. He had hidden the real secret. Chapter 10 inches haha. Yue Yang laughed mischievously in his heart. He had only used the example of swallowing a live rat, but he did not reveal the thorny flower's true secret. When the thorny flower swallowed a different type of creature, it would not evolve at all. However, it could recover a large amount of energy. Especially after a long period of swallowing, it could store a large amount of energy and form a fruit-like, thorny flower fruit bottle, hanging on the thorny flower, replenishing the thorny flower's energy consumption at any time. If the thorny flower wanted to evolve after swallowing a creature, it had to be a creature of the same type, the higher the level the better. In the process of swallowing a creature of the same type, there was a taboo that no one knew about. If it swallowed a large amount of creatures of the same type from the start, then the thorny flower would not evolve, and would only level up. On the contrary, if the thorny flower swallowed a human corpse instead of a creature of the same type, then the thorny flower would not level up and would only evolve and evolve. Most of the creatures in the soaring dragon continent were normal ranked. Only a small number of creatures would mutate due to various conditions. Mutated creatures were much stronger than normal creatures. This kind of mutated creature could easily evolve into an elite ranked creature. When it evolved into an elite ranked creature, its strength would increase by a terrifying amount. Just like summoning grimoires, elite ranked creatures were divided into 5 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond. Every time an elite ranked creature advanced a rank, its strength would increase by more than 10 times. Forget about platinum ranked or diamond ranked beasts, even owning a bronze ranked beast was something that ordinary people could only dream of. Forget about eating corpses. My guardian beast is not a thorny flower, it's a Treeman warrior. I usually use the thorny flower to practice my plant-type control techniques, not to use it for battle. Black-clothed Yu Bing hurriedly waved her hands to reject. She couldn't bear to swallow a rat, she couldn't even think about it. What a pity. Yue Yang laughed secretly in his heart. He knew that this little girl had no interest in eating corpses. Sanji, tell me more about the sport skill. Black-clothed Yu Bing was definitely a smart and studious girl. She didn't have any bad intentions like Yue Yang. This is a special skill that only appears when the thorny flower evolves to level 4, Thorny Flower Overlord. When the spitting thorny flower evolved into a level 2 carnivorous thorny flower or a level 3 giant thorny flower, none of them had the ability to release spores. Only, when it reached level 4 would it become a thorny overlord flower. It could release its spores as a parasite, turning its dead host into a spitting thorny flower. If the target is a living person, then the spores will directly burrow into the living person's internal organs and suck their blood before breaking out of the body and evolving into a carnivorous thorny flower. Hearing Yue Yang's words, Yu Bing couldn't take it anymore. As long as she thought about it, a spore would float over, burrow into a person's mouth, and then quickly devour the internal organs before bursting out of the body. An ugly, flesh-eating thorny flower quickly grew out of the man's body, and he died on the spot. That was too scary. Although the black-clothed Yu Bing was a genius girl, her mind was only that of a 15-year-old girl. Her pure heart was very resistant to such bloody things. Of course, this was because Yue Yang had purposely made it so bloody. The real use of the spores was not to kill a living person. Who would be so stupid as to let the spores parasitize their own body? The spores' main use was to destroy the corpses of beasts. Some special beasts could turn into zombies after death, and they could also revive under certain conditions. For example, water-type beasts or fire-type beasts could be revived under the summoning of their master's special skill if they were bathed in water or raging flames that were filled with energy. When the thorny flower's master couldn't take care of these things in battle, the thorny flower's spores could be used in a big way. It could parasitize the corpses of animals and turn them into spitting thorny flowers, destroying the opponent's beast's revival. This would imperceptibly weaken the opponent's battle strength. As for parasitizing a living person, that was actually a very difficult thing to do. Furthermore, rather than parasitizing with its spores, it would be better to let the thorny flower overlord swallow that unlucky fellow. That way, it might be able to evolve again. Thank you, third brother. The thorny flower is a very weak plant-type beast. Plant-type beasts are originally weak, and the thorny flower is the weakest kind. It would be very difficult to train a level 4 thorny flower overlord, so it's best not to have this kind of idea. You should mainly train your guardian beast, because that is the most suitable for your growth. What? You can't summon your own guardian beast? Ah, maybe you are the same as me, the most unorthodox kind of summoner. What a pity. If third brother had the inherent skill of summoning other beasts, then your future would be limitless. What a pity. When the black-clothed Yue Bing heard Yue Yang say that he couldn't summon his guardian beast, she immediately felt sad for him. She immediately comforted him, saying that a guardian beast would definitely be the most suitable for its master to grow. The reason why he couldn't summon it now was probably because his spiritual energy and level were not high enough. If he could level it up in the future, then it would definitely not be a problem. In the end, Yue Bing consoled him, saying that the requirements for element-type summoning were very high. She had also heard that some element-type students couldn't summon their own guardian beast in the beginning. She wanted to let Yue Yang throw away the burden in his heart, but who would have known that his summoned guardian beast was not an element-type fog, but a special-type phantom shadow. Furthermore, with the spiritual energy in Yue Yang's body, it wasn't like he couldn't summon a phantom shadow. He could summon it 2 days ago, but he didn't say it out loud. It's a pity that third brother's inherent skill is as unorthodox as mine. Both of us have no future in the plant type, and it's even a thorny flower. Yue Bing shook her head and sighed. In her mind, the thorny flower was the weakest beast. It was a beast used as a teaching tool in the academy, and was destined to not have much development. It's okay, as long as you work hard, no matter what kind of beast, even if it's a thorny flower, after reaching level 10, it will also become very strong. Seeing that the little girl was feeling sad for him, Yue Yang couldn't help but comfort her instead. Actually, according to the knowledge transmitted to him by the bronze grimoire, he understood a very important point. That was, although plant-type beasts looked weak on the surface, they were actually not weak at all. They were not inferior to the most sought-after beast-type and bird-type beasts. Although the thorny flower seemed to be the weakest among the plant-type beasts, it was actually the opposite. It had a huge growth potential that other plant-type beasts didn't have. If one were to choose an emperor among all the plant-type beasts, it would be the thorny flower that everyone looked down upon. 3,000 years ago, there was a ranker known as the Thorny Flower Fairy, who evolved a thorny flower to its peak, turning it into a human-like, golden-crowned thorny flower queen. During the battle against the demon abyss, invasion of the soaring dragon continent, this thorny flower fairy and her thorny flower queen joined hands and killed 3 blood prison demon kings. Furthermore, they devoured more than 5,000 demons from the demon legion. The endless sea of flowers that she created became the nightmare of all the creatures in the demon abyss. Even the hell-black dragon king, who was known to be invincible on the battlefield, quickly retreated when he saw her, avoiding battle. This thorny flower fairy was the only ranker among the humans who could single-handedly resist and slaughter an entire army of the demon abyss invasion. Regrettably, her lover died in battle, and the thorny flower fairy committed suicide in her loneliness. In the future, no one knew the true secret of the thorny flower. Countless rankers had tried, but no one was able to make the thorny flower evolve into a mythical beast in human form. In the end, people had no choice but to give up on researching the thorny flower. Beast-type and bird-type beasts, these 2 types of beasts that had a huge advantage in the beginning, quickly rose to power and were welcomed by people. 3,000 years later, the plant-type thorny flower had long been forgotten by people as the most terrifying, mythical beast in human form. It had become the weakest beast, and had even become a teaching tool in the academy. That's right, a warrior should always strive to become stronger and persevere. Third brother, thank you. Yue Bing nodded and bowed slightly towards Yue Yang like a polite primary school student. Third brother, I'll go back first today. I'll come back to practice tomorrow. Looking at the little girl's back, Yue Yang muttered to himself, since the world doesn't care about the thorny flower, then I'll cultivate a golden-crowned thorny flower queen. Chapter 11. Another week passed. The beautiful woman's husband Yu Ling still did not return. He only sent a servant back. According to this servant, the Yu clan castle was very lively. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The reason was that the second branch Yu Ling's youngest son Yu Feng had already contracted a grimoire at the age of 6. Now, the four great sects had sent 3 disciples to receive him. The Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, the Southern Floating Mist Sect, the Western Lion Pagoda and the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. Other than the Fairy Pavilion that only accepted female disciples, the rest had all sent people. The Emperor and Empress had also sent people to congratulate him. All the ministers and generals in the court had gathered. The entire Yu clan was busy socializing. Even Yu Ling had to stay behind to help. As for the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill, the Yu clan elder took it and gave it to Yu Feng as a gift. Since Xiao Ju was chosen by the Eastern, Southern and Western sects, why didn't grandfather and second uncle send someone to inform us? The black-clothed Yu Bing's face turned pale after hearing this. Although she was young, she could already understand some of the ways of the world. It's okay, it's just a banquet. It's fine if we don't go, as long as our San has a bright future. The beautiful woman's eyes were slightly red. Now, the clan was obviously looking down on the 4th branch, but she was not discouraged. Even when the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill that she had spent all her family's assets to buy was snatched away by the 2nd branch, she did not feel depressed. Because she felt that she had already obtained what she wanted the most. That was her San successfully contracting a grimoire. As long as the contract was successful, there would be hope in the future. As for whether the master would invite her to the banquet, she did not care at all. Although this contempt made her feel wronged and sad, she, who was used to being submissive, could accept it and see through it. Yu Yang was quite surprised. He was very clear what it meant to contract a grimoire at the age of 6 in the Soaring Dragon continent. Using a student as an example, successfully contracting a grimoire was equivalent to a student successfully entering a prestigious university like Harvard or Cambridge. If there were no accidents in the future, they would definitely have a bright future. In the Soaring Dragon continent, 99% of the youths could not contract a grimoire. Only a few geniuses had the chance to succeed. Moreover, among the grimoire owners, most of them only managed to contract a grimoire after the age of 15. For example, it was equivalent to passing the college entrance examination at the age of 15. Now that Yu Feng had passed the college entrance examination at the age of 6, he was truly an extraordinary child prodigy. No wonder the entire clan would celebrate, the imperial family would come to congratulate him, and the 4 sects would welcome him. Of course, Yu Yang was not envious of the other party. He was clear about what he had. He had the Gemini Star inherent skill, the secret to leveling up the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, and his guardian beast was a phantom that could be summoned for 10 days. Most importantly, Yu Yang had the innate skill, the innate invisible sword chi, that only the strongest warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent had started to train in. As long as he mastered the 1st level, he would be able to step into the innate realm. In the Soaring Dragon continent, if a level 7 ranker had the help of a holy beast or a divine beast, he could also start to step into the innate realm. However, only rankers who were level 8 and above would dare to say that they were a true innate ranker. In that case, how many innate experts were there in the world? There weren't many old men who had the strength to look down on the common people in the world. Even if there were, they would be old men who were hundreds of years old. For example, the genius Yu Feng who had passed the high school entrance exam at the age of 6, the imperial family would come to congratulate him, and the 4 sects would welcome him. On the other hand, Yu Yang didn't even take the high school entrance exam, nor did he study at Harvard or Cambridge. He graduated straight away and started to study for a master's degree. 4th master's luck isn't too good. When he was drawing beasts for 3rd young master, he only got these. The old servant who came to pass on the message was a little uneasy. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times, then used his trembling hands to offer the brocade box. Quintet puppet mice. This is too much. These quintet puppet mice are all level 1 special type beasts. Other than scouting, they have no other use. Furthermore, he contracted 5 of them at once, wasting the pages of the grimoire. There are countless high-quality puppet beasts in the clan. There are level 3 bronze ranked battle wolves and level 4 silver ranked battle tigers. Why did Grandpa give us these? Is this the doing of 1st uncle and 2nd uncle? Why should 3rd brother accept this? The black-clothed Yu Bing took the box and opened it to take a look. Her face became even paler and her voice became sharper, extremely angry. Bing don't be rude to your elders. The beautiful woman reprimanded her lightly. She then turned to Yu Yang and said tactfully, San if this beast is not good, we can just not contract it. Don't complain too much in your heart. As a descendant of the Yue clan, no matter what the elders bestow, it is a blessing. Accumulate good fortune and virtue, don't rely on external forces, and constantly strive to become stronger. This is our duty as a human. The black-clothed Yue Bing lowered her head. She still felt that her clansmen were not being fair to her family, and felt wronged. When Yue Yang received the brocade box, a strange message suddenly flashed through his mind, giving him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. The quintet puppet mice were created by ghost genius Yue Gong, one of the 3 heroes of the revival of the Yue clan 600 years ago. Because the Yue clan had lost more than half of their spear techniques, the Yue clan became weaker with each generation. As the clan gradually declined, 3 powerful people were born and revived the Yue clan. The younger generation called them the 3 heroes of the revival. It was them who turned the tides and rebuilt the Yue clan into one of the 4 great clans. Among them, the ghost genius Yue Gong's special puppet-type beast was the most famous. The outside world might not know about the Yue clan's spear techniques, the Earth Bear, strengthening type beast that was passed down from generation to generation, or the Wu art of war, that only the clan masters could learn, but they would definitely know that the Yue clan was the grand master of puppet-type beasts. Whether it was mercenaries, warriors, blacksmiths, merchants or even the low-ranking soldiers in the army, they all respected this ghost genius Yue Gong. This was because this ghost genius Yue Gong had invented hundreds of puppet-type beasts, allowing them to choose and use them easily. Whether it was in life or in battle, it was extremely convenient. This ghost genius Yue Gong was respected by the royal family as one of the 2 saints worshipped in the superlative workmanship palace. The common people even regarded him as the grand master of puppet machines. Such an outstanding person had actually invented a type of useless quintet puppet mouse, causing the clansmen to be puzzled. Unfortunately, this ghost genius had a weak and sickly body, and had overworked himself. At a young age, he died of exhaustion in the puppet palace. He did not have the time to sort out one of his life's wishes, the puppet grimoire. In the end, he also left behind many strange puppet-type beasts that the clansmen could not understand. For example, the most puzzling one was the useless quintet puppet mouse that the ghost genius Yue Gong loved so much when he was alive. The later generations of the clansmen did not dare to speculate too much. They only dared to think that this was one of the first works that the ghost genius Yue Gong had created before he became famous. He had a special feeling for it, that was why he loved it so much. In the past 600 years, no one was willing to accept this useless quintet puppet mouse that took up too much of the summoning space in the grimoire. Until today, it was unfortunately picked by 4th uncle Yu Ling and fell into Yue Yang's hands. I don't dare to reject the gift from my elders. I will accept this quintet puppet mouse beast. Thank you, 4th uncle, and thank you, 4th mother, for your teachings. Yue Yang pretended to be a good child. If he did not use his divine vision to find out that this quintet puppet mouse was a treasure, it would be strange if he was willing to accept it. Now that he could easily pick up this treasure that he yearned for, of course he was secretly happy. May the ancestors bless my San with a bright future. Seeing that Yue Yang was so obedient, the beautiful woman was really happy in her heart. She nodded her head and said, "Good," repeatedly. "Third brother, you must not contract it." On the surface, the quintet puppet mouse is the same beast, but once the contract is successful, there will be 5 metal, wood, water, fire and earth, taking up 5 summoning spaces. There are only 10 pages in the bronze grimoire. You have already used the first 3 pages, and you even have the useless spitting thorny flower. If you use 5 more pages, you will only have 2 pages left. Listen to me, third brother, this is definitely arranged by someone. They are afraid that you will be able to make a comeback and that our 4th branch will fight for power in the future. You must not contract this quintet puppet mouse. The black-clothed Yue Bing panicked. She pulled Yue Yang's hand, not allowing him to contract this quintet puppet mouse. Chapter 12 Inches Bing what nonsense are you talking about? What fight for power? We are a family, we should unite and live in harmony. The beautiful woman glared at her daughter. She was afraid that Yue Yang did not know the gravity of the situation, or that he would really contract the quintet puppet mice out of anger. She stepped forward and patted Yue Yang's shoulder lightly. "San, keep it for now. We can study it slowly and understand its use before we contract it. Uncle Zhang, please tell the clan master that the 4th daughter-in-law and San are grateful for the clan's kindness. If San becomes successful in the future, he will repay the clan with all his heart." Hearing the beautiful woman's words, The servant, Uncle Zhang, lowered his head and complied. He then respectfully handed over a special silver-patterned banknote with gold and silver patterns with both hands. This was the subsidy that every junior in the Yu clan who had successfully contracted a grimoire would receive. With this special patterned banknote, Yue Yang could exchange it for 100 gold in any big city within the Yu clan. 100 gold was not a small amount of money. Since there was money to accept, Yue Yang naturally accepted it without hesitation. Seeing this, Yu Bing felt a little indignant. She knew that on the surface, everyone would receive 100 gold, but in reality, the first and second daughter-in-law would receive 150 gold, or even 200 gold. When it was her turn, she would receive 120 gold. Now that it was her third brother's turn, why did he only receive 100 gold? This was obviously looking down on others. Seventh sister, don't be angry. It's already good enough to receive 100 gold. Yue Yang felt that he was not the pitiful guy. It was already good enough that he could receive money even though he was a fake. As for the Yu clan members looking down on the beautiful woman and not treating her as a kind and virtuous daughter-in-law, he felt that when he had the power, he would definitely bring the beautiful woman back to the Yu clan castle and trample on those arrogant fellows. This way, he would be able to take revenge for the fourth daughter-in-law's care and love. Although he was not the pitiful guy, in reality, he had enjoyed all the love she had for the pitiful guy. Although he didn't say it on the surface, Yue Yang had the intention to help her vent her anger. After the old servant Uncle Zhang left, the black-clothed Yue Bing repeatedly warned Yue Yang not to contract the bronze grimoire. That would be a waste of the bronze grimoire's pages. Yue Yang nodded on the surface, but he was secretly amused. The quintet puppet mice invented by the ghost genius Yu Gong was practically the most precious puppet beast that the ghost genius had ever invented. How could it be trash? Moreover, the 5-element puppet mice could be combined into one and coexist on the same page. It was only those who didn't understand the secret of summoning the 5-element puppet mice that would separate them into 5 independent bodies. Splitting it into 5 was the most foolish and ridiculous thing to do. In fact, the 5 elements puppet mice didn't have such a name. Its original name was the Quintet-Seeking Golden Mice, and it had a super strong detection ability towards all kinds of ores, energy items, traps, force fields, and barriers. For example, where there was a gold mine, they would be able to detect it with just a sniff. Or where there was a treasure or a buried divine weapon, they would be able to detect it immediately. The most important thing was that the quintet-seeking golden mice was suitable for any terrain. Any terrain in the world could be adapted to by the quintet-seeking golden mice with the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. No matter if it was the blazing river of fire or the bone-chilling valley of ice and wind, the quintet-seeking golden mice would be able to move freely with their respective attributes. At the same time, because they were all level 1 puppet beasts, they didn't have any fighting power or life force. Even if they entered the territory of some strong beasts, they wouldn't be attacked. It could be said that these were 5 treasures that combined detection and treasure hunting into one. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they were used in battle, they could still discover hidden traps and force fields on the battlefield. If they weren't so powerful, would the ghost genius Yu Gong love them so much? Yue Yang sighed. The later generations didn't know how to appreciate treasures, and actually treated them as useless trash. What a joke. Of course, Yue Yang knew this secret, but he wouldn't say it out loud. He only smiled and nodded, indicating that he wouldn't contract the quintet-seeking golden mice. When the black-clothed Yue Bing and the beautiful woman left, he immediately contracted the quintet-seeking golden mice. A golden light flashed, and 5 cute little mice of different colors appeared on the 4th page of the bronze grimoire. In the middle, there was a mysterious pattern of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth intersecting. On the outside, there were 5 little mice of different colors, connected head to tail, delicate and cute. Alright, let's see if there are any treasures buried nearby. When Yue Yang summoned them, he realized that the 5 little mice could be summoned at the same time, and there was no limit to their numbers. A golden light flashed, and when the 5 little mice appeared, their small eyes made of 5 colored gems immediately lit up. They all ran towards the same location, making squeaking sounds. On the blank 4th page of the bronze grimoire, a line of words magically appeared. Discovered gold, small amount, discovered jade-type energy item, large amount of energy stored. Yue Yang was so happy that he jumped 3 feet in joy. He had always suspected that the pitiful guy, who had committed suicide by jumping into the river, still had his belongings, because there was no money in the pitiful guy's room. Since the pitiful guy had jumped into the river to commit suicide, he couldn't have taken all his money with him to commit suicide, right? There was definitely something left behind, but Yue Yang didn't know where the pitiful guy had hidden it. He couldn't have found it even after searching for half a month. Now that the quintet seeking golden mice had moved out, they had found the place. What made Yue Yang even more surprised was that they could also roughly judge the quantity and use of the items. Their function was not as simple as finding the place where the treasures were hidden. With these 5 little things, his future treasure hunting journey would be much smoother. Yue Yang dug out the wooden box that was buried under the floor tiles and opened it. He discovered that there was indeed all of the pitiful guy's belongings inside. There were 15 gold coins, 62 silver coins, and several hundred copper coins in a small leather bag. Other than the pitiful guy's childhood wooden toys, childhood clothes and 2 diaries that his parents had left for him, there was also a black and swarthy jade necklace that had an ordinary appearance. If the quintet seeking golden mice had not judged that this jade necklace contained a large amount of energy, Yue Yang wouldn't have dared to confirm that this necklace was really a treasure. Yue Yang discovered that his divine vision, inherent skill, was actually unable to see through this ordinary-looking necklace. This should be the treasure that the pitiful guy's parents had left for him. It's a pity that they died early and didn't tell the pitiful guy in time. Hence, the pitiful guy didn't know that this was a treasure and treated it as trash, keeping it with his childhood toys and clothes. Alright, now it's mine. Yue Yang was just worried that he didn't have anything to prove that he was the pitiful guy. Now that this black jade necklace could be used, he immediately wore it. After keeping the gold coins, he placed the wooden toys and childhood clothes back into the wooden box and buried them back under the floor tiles. He then flipped open the diaries that the pitiful guy's parents had written. On the surface, this was a diary that the parents had written about how much they missed their son, recording every little detail of their lives. However, with Yue Yang's divine vision, inherent skill, he could tell that these 2 diaries weren't that simple. They must have used some kind of invisibility potion or a secret technique to record some important things. It was a pity that Yue Yang's divine vision level was not high enough, so he couldn't see through it. Thank you 2 elders, I will treasure the fruits of your labor. The shameless Yue Yang kept the 2 books in his bosom. He really thought that he was the pitiful guy. After receiving the pitiful guy's bountiful belongings, Yue Yang's mood was especially good. His sleep was also exceptionally sweet. In his dreams, the heavenly sword goddess that he hadn't seen for a long time had miraculously appeared. Chapter 13. When the heavenly sword goddess appeared, she completely ignored the overjoyed Yue Yang, as if Yue Yang did not exist at all. Her lily-white hands held the black jade necklace, as if she was staring at it curiously. Without waiting for Yue Yang to rush forward and hug the heavenly sword goddess's thighs, calling her his wife, she suddenly disappeared. When Yue Yang picked up the black jade necklace, he was surprised to find that it contained a vast amount of energy, as if it was a lake. Immediately, he was so excited that he jumped 3 feet. He guessed, could it be that the heavenly sword goddess had helped him unlock the black jade necklace's seal? With the black jade necklace, Yue Yang could train in his dreams with half the effort and twice the results. Wearing the black jade necklace, not only could he absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, he could also absorb a large amount of the pure energy stored in the black jade necklace. This time, the amount of spiritual chi he absorbed was more than 10 times more than before. Unknowingly, the second meridian, the hard meridian of Han's minor yin, had already been opened. Yue Yang estimated that with this speed, he would be able to open all 12 meridians in his body in less than a month. He would then be able to master the first level of the innate invisible sword chi and truly enter the innate realm. When Yue Yang woke up, he discovered a strange thing. He took off the black jade necklace from his neck and looked at it, only to discover that it still looked the same as before. It was still black and swarthy, completely different from the one in his dreams. He also couldn't feel the vast amount of pure energy. Could it be that he could only absorb its energy in his dreams? Or could it be that its hidden seal would only lose its effect in the heavenly sword goddess's dream space? This thing was so mysterious that normal people couldn't see through it, nor could they use it. Why did the pitiful guy's parents leave it to the pitiful guy? Could it be that there was a detailed introduction in the 2 diaries? What kind of treasure was this black jade necklace? What was its real use? With regards to this black jade necklace, Yue Yang really couldn't understand it. However, according to Yue Yang's way of thinking, if he couldn't understand it, he shouldn't think about it anymore. Anyway, there were too many things that he couldn't understand that had happened to him. Time passed day by day. Yue Yang did not feel like he had changed much, but in the eyes of the beautiful woman in Yu Bing, he was changing every day. In the early stages of absorbing the black jade necklace's energy, Yue Yang appeared to be in high spirits, as if his entire body was filled with endless energy. They thought that it was because Yue Yang had successfully contracted a grimoire and was in a good mood, so he was in a good mood. A few days later, Yue Yang's skin started to peel off. First, it was his hands, then his legs and body, and finally his face. A layer of skin peeled off. After shedding the skin that was revealed was as smooth as jade. It looked as fair and tender as Yu Bing's skin, and even had a healthy radiance to it. Yue Yang's eyes also became more reserved day by day, faintly shining like stars. If they hadn't seen each other every day, the beautiful woman wouldn't have believed that her third son had undergone such a shocking change in less than half a month. "San-er, are you sick? Why don't you rest for a few days? I'm afraid that your body won't be able to take it if you train too fast. Will you tire yourself out if you continue like this?" When the beautiful woman first saw Yue Yang's hands peeling off, she thought that he was sick, or that it was a side effect of overexerting his body after training too much. In the end, when she saw that he looked completely new after shedding his skin, as if he had been reborn, she calmed down and realized that this might not be a bad thing. I'm fine. Yue Yang knew that this was a normal reaction after stepping into the innate realm. After absorbing a large amount of pure energy from the black jade necklace, he had almost mastered the first level of the innate invisible sword chi. In other words, he was about to truly step into the innate realm. That was why there was this kind of rebirth, transformation, marrow cleansing, and rebirth of the body's form. His skin peeling off and he was in high spirits. The beautiful woman in Yu Bing could see these changes on the surface of his body every day. However, Yue Yang's body was becoming stronger day by day, becoming more powerful, becoming more perfect. They couldn't see it. Furthermore, the muscles on Yue Yang's body didn't bulge explosively like a bodybuilder's. They only became more reasonable and perfect. Now, his chest muscles were slightly bulging and his abdomen was tight. There wasn't a single bit of fat on his body anymore. His forelimbs were still as slender as before, but his strength kept increasing and becoming stronger. Yue Yang could see himself bathing. Ever since he had started practicing the innate invisible sword chi, his body had been changing every day. Every day, he became more perfect than the day before. Possessing great strength but not becoming a muscular man, Yue Yang wasn't too surprised by this kind of change. This was because the heavenly sword goddess's slender hands had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Since he had also practiced the innate invisible sword chi, it was normal that he didn't become a muscular man. The innate invisible sword chi was an innate skill. It wasn't like those third-rate skills that the mercenaries learned. Yue Yang was surprised every day, and he was improving every day. It was just that this brat was secretly happy, and never told the beautiful woman and the others about his secret. Time flew by, and after a month, the hand Taiyan, foot Taiyan, hand Taiyang, foot Taiyang, hand Xiaoyan and foot Xiaoyan were all connected. Yue Yang was about to master the first level of the innate invisible sword chi. As long as he could connect all 12 of his meridians together, he would be able to master the first level. He would then be able to step into the innate realm that every ranker in the Soaring Dragon continent yearned for. If it was the Soaring Dragon continent, even the most talented innate ranker would need at least 100 years to truly step into the innate realm. But for Yue Yang, who had directly practiced the innate invisible sword chi, the time he used was less than 3 months, and he was already close to the dream of an innate ranker of 100 years. From this, it could be seen that the innate invisible sword chi was a miraculous skill. If one were to use an analogy, the Yu clan's spear technique, which was already considered a high-level skill in the Soaring Dragon continent, was like a university graduate looking at a 4th or 5th grade elementary school textbook. It was extremely shallow. If he were to look at the third-rate skills that the mercenaries practiced outside, it would be like looking at a kindergarten textbook. Yue Yang reckoned that even if it was an innate skill from the Soaring Dragon continent, if it hadn't been lost, it would only be at the level of a middle or high school student. It would be incomparable to the innate invisible sword chi that he had trained in. Right now, Yue Yang was suddenly a little curious about the heavenly sword goddess. Who was she? If he were to compare her to the rankers in this world, then, what kind of existence would she be? Third brother, I want to return to Shangjing Academy to take the exam. I will leave tomorrow. You have already grasped the basics of summoning skills quite well. You can directly enroll into the second year of the academy next year without any problems. Third brother, the only regret now is that you have yet to summon your guardian beast, Mist. The most important thing is to raise your guardian beast that will never betray or perish. After I leave, don't focus on summoning anymore. Third brother, take the money and buy a better beast outside. It would be best if it was a beast or a bird. Wind wolf, fire lion, thunder eagle or golden falcon are all fine. Sigh, if that spirit beast awakening knowledge pill had not been stolen by second uncle and given to Xiaoju, I believe that third brother would definitely be able to summon his guardian beast. They bullied us like this. During next year's clan tournament, I will definitely not hold back and teach them a lesson. Otherwise, grandfather and the elders in the clan will always look down on us. The fourth branch, before Yue Bing left, she warned Yue Yang again and again. In her heart, she felt sorry for Yue Yang from the bottom of her heart. This was because she saw a genius that was similar to her being looked down upon by the clan. In the Soaring Dragon continent, men were superior to women. In addition to the fact that she had become a widow, she did not dare to protest in the past. But now, third brother was the future of her family. If he was trash, then so be it. However, he was obviously a genius, yet he was looked down upon by the clan. All kinds of injustice had accumulated in her heart. Yue Yang caressed Yue Bing's head lightly, but did not say anything. He knew that his guardian beast was not Mist, but Phantom Shadow. He was afraid that he would never be able to summon Mist in this lifetime. However, Phantom Shadow was actually 10 times better than Mist. The duration of summoning shadows was as long as 10 days. In other words, he could summon 10 shadows to superimpose on his body. Adding them together, it would be equivalent to an increase of 500%. In addition to the fact that he was about to reach the innate realm, it was hard to imagine how much his battle power would increase. After sending off Yue Bing, Yue Yang was not in a hurry to go out and buy beasts like Wind Wolf, Fire Lion, Thunder Eagle or Golden Falcon. In his eyes, the spitting thorny flower was much stronger than the Wind Wolf and Fire Lion. Right now, the most important thing was to master the first level of the innate invisible sword chi. He was only one step away from entering the innate realm. Chapter 14. As long as he mastered the first level of innate invisible sword chi, it would mean that he had truly entered the innate realm. Not to mention others, Yue Yang reckoned that in a small place like White Stone City, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted. Even if he did not have enough spiritual chi and could not use invisible sword chi that many times, it was still an innate realm sword chi. One strike would be enough to kill an opponent. According to the knowledge that the bronze grimoire had passed on to Yue Yang, unless one was a level 6 elder or above, no one would be able to withstand an innate ranker's attack. Even if it was a casual strike, an innate ranker's chi could break through a low-leveled warrior's chi defense or body strengthening. In the eyes of an innate ranker, warriors below level 6 were all ants, not even worth mentioning. Of course, there were not many innate rankers in the world. That was why a level 6 elder was already an important minister of a country. He would be a great general or even a marshal. At the very least, he would be the lord of a territory. For example, in the White Stone City where Yue Yang lived, the White Stone City Lord was a level 6 junior elder. The Yue Clan Lord, Elder Yue Hai, the pitiful guy's grandfather, was a level 6 senior elder. He was also the great general of the army bestowed upon him by the Jun family. Due to his old age, he had lost his left arm and right leg during the war. He had just retired from his position as a marshal and returned home to recuperate. The pitiful guy's first uncle, Yu Shan, and second uncle, Yu Ling, were both great generals and important ministers in the court. Their strengths were level 6 elder and level 6 junior elder respectively. Only the pitiful guy's father, Yu Chu, was a genius warrior that only appeared once in 100 years. He surpassed his entire clan at a young age and became a level 7 overlord. Unfortunately, this genius warrior died 15 years ago. As long as Yue Yang mastered the first level of innate invisible sword chi, he would not need to fear any opponent below level 6. Of course, in actual combat, there would be many surprises. Currently, Yue Yang, who could only release 2 streaks of sword chi and had 0 combat experience, felt that safety was his top priority. It was better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, the longer he trained, the higher his cultivation, the safer his life would be. Sword chi was very sharp, capable of breaking through all defenses and instantly killing enemies. However, his current spiritual energy was only enough for him to unleash 2 sword strikes. Sword chi was very sharp and could break through all defenses, but he could only release 2 streaks. Therefore, Yue Yang felt that he shouldn't be too complacent at the moment. He should be low-key. His current goal was to master the first level of the innate invisible sword chi, enter the innate realm, and become an invincible fighter under level 6. Yue Yang knew that Yang was very powerful, but he never as he thought that he was, as he was in innate realm as he could not imagine would. As he heaven and earth, he would be as he could. As possible, as the Yang as is, he could. It was as if he was swimming freely in a sea of energy. His spiritual chi flowed from the Yangquan acupuncture point at the bottom of his feet to the Bai Wei acupuncture point at the top of his head. It then broke out of his body and rushed up to the clouds, reaching the extreme realm. Then, it reversed and flowed back into his head, flowing through his whole body. Then, it shot out from the Yangquan acupuncture point at the bottom of his feet and went deep into the ground. His whole body was cleansed by the heaven and earth energy, as if he had been reborn. At this moment, Yue Yang no longer felt that his body was heavy. Instead, he felt as if he was flying, as if he was floating in the air. The bronze grimoire shone even more brilliantly. A golden beam of light shot up to the sky, straight into the clouds. If Yue Yang did not choose to train in the middle of the night, everyone within 100 miles would know about it. The moment he entered the innate realm, Yue Yang had a surreal feeling. It was as if he could look down on all living things, raise his hand, and shake the earth. However, this kind of feeling only lasted for a few seconds. The heavenly call in his heart appeared again. Yue Yang discovered that his body, which was originally filled with spiritual chi, was being crazily sucked by the mysterious life form in his body. In the end, he could not take it anymore and fainted with a boom sound. Before he fainted, he had a hallucination. It was as if he saw a pair of colorful golden phoenixes circling in front of him. As he fainted, the golden beam of light that shot up to the sky from the bronze grimoire quickly disappeared and shrunk. In the end, it completely disappeared. The bronze grimoire also silently floated to Yue Yang's side. When he opened the front page, it was still the same. However, behind the original level 1 apprentice title, there were 2 dark gold words, innate. Yue Yang slept soundly, but the whole Dasha kingdom was in an uproar. Even the emperor, Zheng Wuyu, was woken up from his sleep by his servants. The state grand master and the 2 heavenly imperial guardians, who were also wearing pajamas, were already waiting for him in the imperial study. A piece of news made the emperor of Dasha kingdom so happy that he couldn't believe his ears. An innate ranker had appeared among the people of Dasha kingdom. Furthermore, this innate ranker's glorious beam of light was even more shocking than other innate rankers. The golden beam of light shot up to the sky, and could be seen from 100 miles away. According to the innate ranker's innate crystal pillars records, this was the 81st innate ranker to appear in the history of Dasha kingdom. He was also the 7th innate ranker who was still alive. Your Majesty, it's a pity. This is a ranker among the people without any records. He might be a hermit in the forest. We still don't have any information about him. The state grand master shook his head regretfully. Could it be that there's no information about him on the innate crystal pillar of Tong Tian Tower? The Emperor Zheng Wuyu felt that it was inconceivable. Yes, Your Majesty. This innate ranker has the ability to hide his information. On the innate crystal pillar, there's only the basic information of a human male, not even his age. As for his sect, skills and beasts, were not clear at all. We reckon that this innate ranker naturally has the ability to hide his strength. That's why the innate crystal pillar is unable to show his information. Where did the glorious beam of light appear? Who's the witness? This is the best opportunity to strengthen the country and the rise of Dasha kingdom. We must find him. The Emperor Zheng Wuyu was about to go crazy from anxiety. An innate ranker had appeared in the country, but they didn't know who he was. With my reveal inherent skill, I can deduce that the location is at the Cloud Mist Mountain in the southeast. There are 3 cities, White Stone, Red Forest and Black Cliff there. It's very difficult to deduce the exact location. However, with such a huge commotion caused by the birth of an innate ranker, there will definitely be people who saw it. Especially the assassins and robbers who move out at night, there will definitely be people who saw it. As long as we offer a high reward and investigate carefully, we should be able to find that innate ranker. The State Grand Master flipped open his gold grimoire. On the map of Da Sha Kingdom, there was a golden dot that shone like a golden star in the cloud mist mountain. But when he doubled the size of the map, Venus suddenly disappeared. The two heavenly imperial guardians thought that it wasn't because the State Grandmaster's reveal inherent skill was not enough. It was because the opponent's inherent skill was extremely strong. The Emperor Zheng Yu, the State Grand Master and the two heavenly imperial guardians discussed for the whole night in the imperial study. In the end, they decided to offer a reward of 1,000 gold to the mercenary, assassin and thief guild to find the innate rancor. Even if someone saw the exact location of the glorious beam of light that night, they would receive a reward of 50 gold. At the same time, the three city masters, the various lords and the various clan masters were asked by the royal family if the innate rancor had appeared in their cities or their clans. When Yue Yang woke up in the morning, not only the big powers in Da Sha Kingdom, but even the four great sects were alarmed. An innate rancor had appeared among the commoners. What did this mean? This was a person who didn't rely on the four great sects or the various clans. He didn't even need the support of the royal family to be able to cultivate to the innate realm. The four great sects sent special envoys to the innate crystal pillar of Tong Tian Tower at the same time to look at the information displayed on it. Among the four great sects, sect leader Ming Xin from the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion, who was famous for her God's Eye inherent skill, said something that shocked the world. Chapter 15 Inches My mind's eye can see that this is a very young man. His life force shows that he is not more than 30 years old. He is hidden in the darkness, so I can't see his face clearly. I can only see that his eyes are shining like stars. I can't see through him. It seems that there is a very strong Holy Spirit protecting him. Ming Xin's words shocked all the rancors in the world. They couldn't believe it. If an innate rancor reached the extreme realm and regained their youthfulness, it was definitely possible for a 400 to 500-year-old to look like a 20 to 30-year-old. But if a young man who was not even 30 years old had already reached the innate realm, this was too unbelievable. What kind of elixir did this brat eat? He was not even 30 years old and he had already reached the innate realm. When he truly matured, how powerful would he be? Even for the four major sects, with countless elixirs and the help of sacred beasts and divine beasts, it would still take them nearly 100 years to reach the Shantian realm. In comparison, this kid's cultivation speed was too exaggerated, right? What exactly was his cultivation method? In a moment, all the rancors had a desire to find that young innate rancor as soon as possible and obtain his method to reach the innate realm. With regards to all this, Yue Yang knew nothing. He didn't know that he had caused a sensation in the whole Da Sha Kingdom. The mercenaries, assassins and bandits went crazy, especially the mercenaries from White Stone City, Red Forest City and Black Lava City. They regretted their actions so much that their intestines turned green. Why did they have to sleep? Even if they had to wake up in the middle of the night to pee, they would be rewarded with 50 gold just by seeing the glorious pillar of light. What kind of reward was that? Killing a level 3 lightning leopard without any damage to its fur could only earn 60 silver coins at most, which was not even 1 gold coin. If they were lucky and the lightning leopard was mutated, it would only be worth 5 gold coins even if it dropped a magic crystal. However, to kill a mutated lightning leopard, a mercenary party with less than 5 people would basically be sending themselves to death. A mercenary party with less than 10 people would probably not even be able to get a single strand of its fur. To kill a mutated lightning leopard, only a mercenary party with more than 100 people, the reward of 50 gold coins was the total value of killing 10 mutated lightning leopards. Now, all they had to do was take a look at the glorious pillar of light of the birth of an innate rancor. How could the mercenaries in the 3 cities not beat their chests in regret? Strangely enough, no one saw the pillar of light rising from the small courtyard where Yue Yang lived in Beishi City. Although there was a large number of informants, the state preceptor, who possessed the revelation inherent skill, could easily determine the authenticity of those bold mercenaries who gave false reports. In a fit of anger, he turned those greedy fellows into idiots. Yue Yang was diligent in his training. Normally, he would not step out of the house, so he did not know how noisy the outside world was. He played with the little girl every day. As an innate rancor, he let the little girl ride on his neck. During the day, he would either lie on the ground and count ants with the little girl, or chase red dragonflies with her. Sometimes, he would even teach the little girl how to use the middle finger to summon powerful online beasts such as river crab and grass mud horse. In short, he was a deceitful person. Grass mud horse and river crab, these divine beasts are too powerful. Remember, you can't summon them on your own people. You can only use them on enemies or bad guys. Do you understand? That's right, remember to raise your middle finger. Grass mud horse and river crab both like to use this kind of summoning gesture. That's right, when you say, FCK, and, mother F***CKER, you have to say it with an imposing manner. Alright, you can also say it in a childish voice, as expected of the little loli from Qingyan. If other innate rankers saw Yue Yang acting like this, they would probably fall to the ground. The beautiful woman would occasionally scold him, saying that he was not serious at all. However, seeing him spoiling the little girl so much, she felt happy in her heart. After mastering the first level of the innate invisible sword qi, Yue Yang had now truly stepped into the innate realm. Now, his goal was the second level. Mastering the second level was not as easy as mastering the first level. In order to master the second level of the innate invisible sword qi, not only did he have to use his innate qi to connect the 108 acupoints in his body, he also had to connect the conception vessel and governing vessel with the previous 12 meridians. This way, all the meridians in his body would become one, unobstructed and unobstructed. Once he mastered the second level, other than a huge increase in his strength, Yue Yang would be able to release sword qi from any part of his body. If his enemies could only rely on their own reflexes, they would not be able to defend against this kind of frightening attack that could be released from any part of his body. Compared to before, Yue Yang, who had already mastered the first level of the innate invisible sword qi, already had a pretty good fighting strength. He no longer needed to cultivate the second level of the innate invisible sword qi at home. He could boldly go out and explore the world. He could completely cultivate while seeking opportunities to break through in battle. Furthermore, he still had the black jade necklace's energy to absorb. Mastering the second level was something that would happen sooner or later. Yue Yang was not anxious at all. It was just that when he came into contact with the second level of the innate invisible sword qi that had just appeared in his mind, making him feel like he had just obtained a treasure. He could not wait to practice it. After all, no matter how powerful one's cultivation was, if one didn't have an exquisite technique that complemented each other, the combat strength that one could display would be greatly reduced. Another month passed. During the day, he would occasionally bring the little girl out for a walk, trying to understand the local customs and environment of the soaring dragon continent. At night, Yue Yang, who had been training the second level of the innate invisible sword qi with all his might, finally mastered the second level of the innate invisible sword qi, the mysterious 3 styles. That night, he, who was secretly excited, decided to go out and register as a mercenary. Then, he would find an opponent to fight with and completely master the mysterious 3 styles. The current Yue Yang could be said to be full of confidence. After officially stepping into the innate realm, Yue Yang's innate invisible sword qi had already been unleashed 3 times. It would definitely not be a problem for him to use it to instantly kill a mercenary who had only trained in crude fighting skills. Let's not talk about group fights, but below level 6, if Yue Yang were to fight one-on-one, he would definitely be invincible. Moreover, even if he didn't use this kind of invisible sword qi that could instantly kill his enemies, just the second level moves, the mysterious 3 styles, were enough to deal with all enemies and accidents. Even if they took 10,000 steps back and didn't use the mysterious 3 styles, Yue Yang could use the Yu clan's spear arts that he had comprehended from the parallel comprehension to defeat a large number of mercenaries. Although the Yu clan's spear technique could only be considered a primary school student's battle skill in Yue Yang's eyes, it was still much better than the kindergarten battle skills that the mercenaries practiced. It was a pity that the Yu clan's spear arts that the pitiful guy had obtained was not complete. It only had the first 6 moves. The Yu clan's spear technique was originally incomplete. 1,000 years ago, the most important part of the secret manual was lost. Moreover, the clan still kept 3 secret techniques that were not passed down. Only the younger generation who had reached the level 4 hero realm could learn them. Otherwise, Yue Yang's evaluation of the Yu clan's spear technique would be even higher. Now that he had obtained the university's mysterious 3 styles, if he couldn't win against the kindergarten battle skills of the mercenaries, then Yue Yang should just jump into the river and commit suicide like the pitiful guy. That night, Yue Yang didn't train like he usually did. Instead, he secretly climbed over the wall and went to the mercenary guild in the city. When he arrived at the mercenary guild, he saw the most eye-catching emperor's bounty board. Only then did Yue Yang shockingly realize that he had become a national celebrity. He was even being offered a large bounty by the royal family. Chapter 16. Seeing that 1,000 gold bounty, Yue Yang almost told on himself. However, even if he didn't understand the saying, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, Yue Yang didn't think that it was a good thing to tell the world that he was the hidden innate ranker. Of course, the royal family would be happy. With the addition of an innate ranker, the country's power would increase, but what would the other two countries think? They might try to assassinate him before he had the chance to become an innate ranker. He was already an innate ranker at such a young age. He hadn't eaten any elixirs, nor did he have a mythical beast. Even an idiot would think that his innate skill was powerful. It was hard to guarantee that the other innate rankers wouldn't covet him. That's why, before he became invincible, it was better to keep a low profile. It was best to do things in the dark and quietly make a fortune. Yue Yang smiled, pulled on his black cloth, covered his face, and swaggered into the mercenary guild. There was a room full of mercenaries, but no one would know that this masked brat was the innate ranker that the whole world was looking for. Those who drank and gambled were still gambled. For a person like Yue Yang, who was dressed in black and had his face covered, others could tell with a single glance that he was a little thief who had just started his career. Other than keeping a close eye on their money, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. May I know what procedures are needed to register as a mercenary? Yue Yang looked very polite on the surface. In the mercenary guild, the more polite one was, the weaker one was, and the easier it was for others to look down on him. Yue Yang hoped that the whole world would think that he was a weakling. That way, he could quietly make a fortune. That was why he pretended to be a weakling. Please don't bully me. Pay up and fill in the form. If you have money, you can buy a mercenary star badge. Every time you complete a mission, it will record your points and automatically raise your mercenary rank. However, you will need to pay another 10 silver coins. The mercenary guild didn't have the big-breasted beauty that Yue Yang had imagined. There was only an oily bald old man. I don't know how to write. Can you help me fill in the form? I'll pay $1 silver. Of course, Yue Yang knew how to write, but he was afraid that others would recognize his handwriting. The rankers of the Soaring Dragon continent had all kinds of innate skills. If there was someone who could determine his identity just by identifying his handwriting, wouldn't he be exposed? Spending money to hire this old man was much safer. In any case, these weren't important. As long as he could get some bounty missions from the mercenary guild, it would be fine. The old man had seen many mercenaries who did not know how to write, but he was deceiving the stranger. He firmly believed that Yue Yang was a fledgling who had just made his debut. Was he willing to pay $1 silver to hire someone to fill out a form? 1 silver was equivalent to 100 copper coins. This kid treated money like it wasn't money. If he wasn't a sucker, then what was he? He didn't bother being courteous with Yue Yang and coldly snorted, "I can fill it up for you, but it'll cost you 3 silver coins." Yue Yang despised this greedy old man in his heart, but on the surface, he showed a guilty conscience. 3, that's too much. 2 silver coins, I'll pay 2. Please help me fill in this form, okay? When the mercenaries in the room saw that the old man was bullying a rookie, they all laughed out loud. Bullying rookies, this was the mercenary guild's fine tradition. At this time, a skinny, masked thief with a pair of bright eyes walked over from the door. He snatched the pen and paper from Yue Yang's hands and scolded, 2 silver coins to fill out a form. Did a donkey kick your head? He's a staff member, he had the duty to help an illiterate person fill out a form. An idiot like you wants to be a thief. You'll starve to death sooner or later. Tell me, what's your name? You'll help me fill it up. Thank you, brother, thank you so much. Yue Yang pretended to be extremely grateful and reached out to hug her. Stop, or else I'll kick you out of the door, idiot, tell me, what's your name? The bright-eyed thief heard, brother. When the bright-eyed thief heard, brother, she immediately glared at Yue Yang. I'm called Titan. Yue Yang regretted that he was too slow and didn't manage to hug her. He pretended to watch the other person fill out the form as he moved closer to the bright-eyed thief, smelling the fragrance on her body. All right, this brother's fragrance was very nice, refreshing the mind, almost the same as the legendary fragrance of a virgin. Yue Yang's expression didn't change, but a certain place down there had shamefully hardened. Titan, what kind of weird name is that? I think I've heard it somewhere before. The bright-eyed thief wrinkled her pretty eyebrows. That's the name of a type of dwarf. Titan, yes, they're very short, and they're a group of losers. After being defeated by their opponents, they were even thrown into the damn hell by their opponents, Yue Yang explained. That doesn't seem right. If that's the case, why did you choose this kind of dwarf as your name? The bright-eyed thief was quite smart and realized that something was wrong, so she asked curiously. If Yue Yang could answer this brother's question, then he wouldn't be a guy from another world. With a smile in his eyes, he pretended to be high-spirited. It's precisely because Titan is a dwarf that I want to firmly remember this name and remind myself not to be a loser in the future. The bright-eyed thief was speechless. If that was really the case, just remember it in your heart. Why did you have to give yourself such a pitiful name? However, the name of a dwarf that failed was actually Titan. She felt that something was wrong. The bright-eyed thief looked at Yue Yang's sneaky smile and snorted lightly. She quickly filled in his name, gender and occupation and asked, "How old are you this year?" Yue Yang counted with his fingers and replied seriously, 200 years old, but still unmarried. I'll be looking for a girlfriend for 10,000 years. My requirements for a partner aren't high. My girlfriend only needs to be as beautiful as a fairy, with big breasts, a thin waist and a round butt. Hearing him say this, all the mercenaries in the room spat out their wine. Was this Brad Lovesickness acting up? The legendary toad lusting after a swan was probably talking about this brat. The bright-eyed thief also rolled her eyes. Why don't you say that a girl needs big breasts and a round butt, and that she needs to love you for 10,000 years? Yue Yang had an undeniable expression. Loving me for 10,000 years is the shortest amount of time. If you can love me for 100,000 years, that would be even better. Even a million years wouldn't be too much. Love your head. The bright-eyed thief sent Yue Yang flying with a punch. She felt depressed that she had spoken to a lunatic tonight. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was in a good mood. He reached out and patted the bright-eyed thief's shoulder. Thank you, brother. What you said about loving your head was not bad. It was very direct and magnanimous. A man should love with vigor. However, if you changed it to my face instead, that would be even better. Alright, I'll use it the next time I pick up girls. Have you filled in the form? Thank you very much, brother. I'll treat you to supper. I know that there's a new girl whose breasts are as big as soccer balls in the Eastern Tavern. Come, let's go have a drink and tease her. You, soccer ball. What's soccer ball? The bright-eyed thief made Yue Yang choke. However, she was quickly attracted by the new term and asked curiously. Chapter 17 Inches football. This is a specific term used to describe a woman's breasts. For example, if a woman's breasts are as flat as a mirror, she would be called Wang Zai Xiao Mantou, or flat princess. If a woman's breasts are small, like yours, maybe even smaller than yours. I mean, if they are very, very small, but still a little, they would be called an egg. If they are a little bigger, like yours, they would be called an apple. Don't pull out your dagger. I was wrong, please don't be angry. I know you are a man, but I need someone to use as an example. Alright, I won't use you as an example. If it's bigger than an apple, then it's a football. The bright-eyed thief placed her dagger on Yue Yang's neck, looking as if she was going to slaughter him at any moment. No, there are many types that are bigger than an apple. Look at you, aren't you lacking in this area of research? Above apples, there are also pears, papayas, and coconuts. Only after that would there be volleyball and football. There are many different types of them. This is all knowledge, I won't tell normal people about it. Yue Yang acted like a scholar. That makes sense. When the mercenaries in the room heard this, they all praised Yue Yang's breast classification method. Although they didn't understand what Wang Zai Xiao Mantou, volleyball and football were, they still felt that the arrangement from small to large was very vivid. It was accurate and extremely vivid, making it easy for people to remember. It was simply deeply engraved in their hearts. It seemed that this little thief named Titan really had a very profound understanding of women's breasts. When Yue Yang heard this, he was immensely pleased with himself, just like a great sage who had published a penetrating and unique academic theory in front of thousands of students. The bright-eyed thief resisted the urge to stab this brat to death with her dagger with great difficulty. She fiercely stepped on Yue Yang's feet, threw the form into his hands, and turned around to leave. Yue Yang hurriedly threw the form in front of the bald old man, paid the money, received the mercenary star badge, and then followed the bright-eyed thief. Brother, I'll treat you to a drink. Listen to me, that girl's breasts are really big, she runs really fast. One look and I can tell that she's a shy and undeveloped virgin. By the time Yue Yang had chased after her, the bright-eyed thief had already disappeared like a wisp of smoke. It was as if they had never appeared before. While Yue Yang was whistling and swaggering away, the bright-eyed thief appeared in the darkness with a gleaming dagger in her hand. Several times, she wanted to stab Yue Yang's back, but in the end, she restrained herself. The bright-eyed thief spat at Yue Yang's back before disappearing in a flash. Facing the gentle night breeze, Yue Yang's face was full of smiles. He smiled happily and brightly. White Stone City, Assassin Guild. Like all the assassin guilds in the world, Beishi's Assassin Guild also gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Although there was a light inside, it was only the size of a bean, and it gave the illusion that the light would go out at any moment. It was fine if the light wasn't bright, but it gave off a kind of gloomy and strange feeling. Yue Yang gently pushed the door open and entered. After seeing the environment inside the room, his expression was slightly surprised. Inside the Assassin Guild, other than an old man in hemp clothes who was dozing off at the table, there was no one else. The old man in hemp clothes had a head full of white hair. He was leaning on the table, and his figure seemed especially thin and small. He looked old and weak, as if his body and mind were rotten. Of course, if one only looked at the surface, this old man in hemp clothes who had one foot in the grave could be blown away by a gust of wind. Or perhaps, if he slept on the table like this, it would seem like he would fall into a deep sleep and never wake up again. But in Yue Yang's eyes, he had another kind of strange feeling. He, who had already reached the innate realm and possessed the mysterious three styles and the invisible sword qi, would not be able to defeat this old man even if it was a sneak attack. In Yue Yang's heart, this old man in hemp clothes was even more frightening than a sleeping lion. He felt like a sleeping dragon. Hello, I'm here to sign up for the Assassin Guild. If it was said that in the Mercenary Guild, Yue Yang's politeness was faked, then right now it was respect from the bottom of his heart. Young man, assassins are a bloody and violent profession. Are you really prepared? The old man in hemp clothes slowly raised his head. His appearance was ordinary and his face was full of wrinkles. Even if an ordinary person met him 10 times on the street, they would not notice his existence, let alone remember his appearance. He looked at Yue Yang with his dull old eyes. Yue Yang tried his best to keep calm and controlled his breathing. He even revealed a smile in his eyes. Although he could not see through this old man in hemp clothes, Yue Yang discovered that this old man was also observing him. This proved that he could not see through him either. Yue Yang's gaze naturally met the old man's gaze. With a smile in his eyes, he replied, "Young people always yearn for blood and violence, don't you think so?" The old man in hemp clothes drooped his eyelids. He did not agree nor disagree. With an apathetic expression, he said, "You don't need to pay to join the Assassin Guild. You don't need to fill in a form, you don't need to prove your identity, but you need to go through a test. You can choose to take the academic test or the combat test." "What's the academic test? What's the combat test?" Yue Yang was really curious. Why did assassins need to take the academic test? This wasn't even a university entrance exam. The academic test is to answer some questions about killing techniques. The combat test is to directly kill people. If you want to join, go to the Black Mountain 50 miles away from the city and bring back the head of any bandit there before dawn. When the old man in hemp clothes finished speaking, Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, indicating that he wanted to take the academic test. To Yue Yang, killing people was not a problem at all. In this soaring dragon continent, other than the beautiful woman, the black-clothed Yu Bing and the little girl, everyone else was like an NPC in a game to him. He wouldn't feel any guilt even if he killed them. Moreover, he had originally wanted to kill a few mercenaries who were wanted by their enemies after killing people. While testing his own strength, he could also cultivate the spitting thorny flower at the same time. However, Yue Yang was extremely lazy. He wanted him to travel through the night, run 50 miles away from the city, sneak up the mountain, kill a bandit, and then hurry back with the head. He wouldn't do it. If it wasn't for the Assassin Guild special Vengeance Wanted list, Yue Yang wouldn't even come to a place like the Assassin Guild. The Assassin Guild was different from the Mercenary Guild. The people here were usually people with real strength. The longer he stayed here, the easier it would be for his identity to be exposed. If you want to take the academic test, then please make a choice. If you want to kill someone, and there is a sharp sword, a strong beast, or a blank piece of paper in front of you, which would you choose as your killing tool? The old man in hemp clothes asked. Chapter 18 Inches That depends on who I want to kill, Yue Yang frowned. If the target is a mercenary, what would you choose? The hemp-clothed old man paused and asked. I choose a blank piece of paper. Yue Yang laughed when he heard this. This kind of question was not a test of killing techniques, but rather a test of killing wisdom. How could this stump him? How do you use a piece of paper to kill someone? The hemp-clothed old man frowned slightly. It's simple. I'll disguise it as a treasure map and send it to the target. Then, I'll use a poster to announce to the world that he has a treasure map. Then, I won't even need to kill this mercenary. There will be countless people fighting to kill him. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and replied in a carefree and unrestrained manner. If the target is not a mercenary but a merchant, what would you choose? The hemp-clothed old man nodded his head slowly and changed the question. I choose a blank piece of paper. I will disguise it as a miscalculated bill. When the target merchant is concentrating on calculating his assets and income, I will ambush him and kill him. Yue Yang answered. When the hemp-clothed old man heard this, his frail and weak hands suddenly stopped trembling. He asked, what if the target is a government official? Would you still choose a blank piece of paper as a killing tool? Why not? I will disguise it as an emperor's edict. When the official kneels down to receive it, I will give him a cup of poisoned wine. Yue Yang had seen this many times in movies. No matter how powerful an upright official was, he would not be able to win against an emperor's edict. He would not be able to win against a cup of poisoned wine. If the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. Since ancient times, this saying could not be wrong no matter where it was put. Not to mention the feudal era, even in the Crab dynasty, or even in the soaring dragon continent, this saying was also a well-known saying. The hemp-clothed old man raised his eyelids, his dull eyes showing surprise. He looked at Yue Yang for 2 to 3 seconds. His expression changed in an instant, but he recovered quickly. In the end, he nodded his head stupidly, confirming Yue Yang's shameless killing plan. Yue Yang was slightly happy. He thought that he would be able to obtain the qualification to be an assassin. Unexpectedly, the old man continued to ask, if the target you want to kill is a woman, what would you choose? As soon as he heard the word, woman, Yue Yang's wolf heart started to stir, and his thoughts started to wander. That depends on whether she's young or beautiful. If she's both young and beautiful, then I'll still choose a blank piece of paper. This time, what will you disguise it as? The old man asked. No, it's not a disguise. I will sincerely write my love letter on that blank piece of paper. However, if she doesn't agree, then I will kill her and complete the mission. Yue Yang said with slight regret. The hempen-clothed old man suggested, what if she agreed? Yue Yang was delighted when he heard this. If she agreed to my courtship, then why would I kill her? I'll take her home as my concubine. The old man was speechless. Although he had lived for many years, he had never seen someone as shameless as Yue Yang before. The thick-skinned Yue Yang didn't feel anything at all. His face was filled with pride, making anyone who saw him have the urge to beat him up. The old man muttered to himself for a while, then slowly said, one last question. If you accepted the mission and found out that the target was your family, what would you do? When Yue Yang heard this, the smile on his face didn't change, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. In my heart, there are only 2 kinds of people in this world. One is the living, and the other is the dead. My family belongs to the former. No matter who wants to kill my family, I will turn him into a dead person. The old man lifted his eyes and looked at Yue Yang. There seemed to be a strange smile in his eyes. An assassin with feelings, love, and weaknesses is not a good assassin. To me, it doesn't matter if you're a good assassin. As long as you're a living assassin, it's fine. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows, and his expression became serious. I've heard of this saying before. Love and hate can give people unimaginable power. Weaknesses are like double-edged swords. They can be fatal, but they can also help people improve. Hearing Yue Yang's words, the old man didn't speak for a long time. After coming out of the assassin guild, not only did Yue Yang obtain the qualifications to be an assassin, he also obtained a vengeance hunt bloodrose map. This bloodrose map could be integrated into a grimoire, providing information about the vengeance hunt at any time. Even without a grimoire, the owner could open the map once a day. As long as it was night time, the target of the vengeance hunt would appear as a red dot on the map. If a target was chosen, the red dot on the map would expand. At the same time, a bloodrose dagger would appear, accurately pinpointing the target's location. As for the targets of the vengeance hunt, they were usually malicious killers. When a warrior killed someone with malicious intent, if the person before his death used a vengeance scroll, his image would be remembered. At the same time, his name would appear on the Assassin Guild's vengeance list, or on the bloodrose map. It could also be the victim's family members. They would go to the Assassin Guild and use the bounty on the killer. The duration of the vengeance hunt was usually half a year. If the killer was successfully avenged, or if the victim's family members did not pursue the matter, then the killer's red name would disappear from the vengeance list in the bloodrose map. Yue Yang didn't have the heart to help the people get rid of evil. He only wanted to obtain this extremely useful free map. Moreover, malicious killers were usually quite strong. If they were used as fertilizer for the thorny flower, it would be the most suitable choice. After obtaining the bloodrose map, Yue Yang began his first hunt for vengeance. He set his sights on a fellow nicknamed Rock. Although he didn't know what kind of atrocious things this guy had done, Yue Yang discovered that there were at least 8 families who had formed a vengeance hunt for him. The bounty was 5 gold coins. The bounty wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. 5 gold coins was the price of killing a mutated lightning leopard in the mercenary guild. If converted to RMB, it would be equivalent to 50,000 yuan. According to the price of the underworld in China, chopping off a hand was 2,000, cutting off a leg was 5,000, and killing a person was 30,000 to 50,000. Of course, in the Soaring Dragon continent, this was the lowest price for a vengeance hunt. On the vengeance list, the highest bounty was more than 1,000 gold coins. It was just that Yue Yang couldn't accept that kind of high vengeance hunt. Right now, he was still a novice assassin without any fame or experience. Yue Yang had the mentality that even a mosquito's leg was meat. 5 gold coins wasn't too little. In any case, killing monsters and leveling up started with killing small monsters. Who would want to kill a big boss right from the start? Wasn't that courting death? Rock, who was being hunted by the vengeance hunt, didn't hide. He walked on the street very openly, gulping down yellow wine. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of an assassin coming to take revenge. But for a mercenary like him who had a backer and a certain level of strength, ordinary assassins wouldn't be willing to provoke him for 5 gold coins. Hence, he had been living comfortably. Wasn't it just selling out his friends for glory and killing a few companions? What's wrong with that? In front of money, anyone would do that. When he had the time, he would go and rape those bastards, widows, then kill their children. Let's see who would dare to hunt him for revenge. Rock was very pleased. He was already a little drunk from drinking, but he felt that he had found a strong person. Strong people can do whatever they want, isn't that right? Just as Rock was laughing complacently, he suddenly noticed a masked thief standing in the middle of the quiet street. The thief's eyes were as bright as stars, and his voice was as clear as a stream flowing through a stone forest. Are you the Rock on the vengeance list? Chapter 19 Inches. You're an assassin. You're here for revenge. Rock immediately sobered up from his drunken stupor. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He was definitely not the kind of fool who would die without knowing why or why. Although he had drunk a lot of wine, his mind was still clear and he was not completely drunk. As a mercenary, especially a mercenary who had betrayed his companions, he didn't want to die before he finished spending his gold. He also didn't want to be killed in a drunken stupor without any strength to fight back. These few days, no assassins came looking for him, but it did not mean that he was not on guard at all. Vigilance was the most basic thing for every living mercenary. The person who came was, of course, Yue Yang. He smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I want to take your head and exchange it for some money. If you have any last words, you can say them now. I can give you 1 minute. You want to kill me?" Hearing this, Rock laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "These are your last words? Very concise. Since it's like this, I'll send you on your way." Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and walked closer step by step. "Stone skin." Rock roared and took out a black crystal from his bosom, mumbling something. Immediately, a ball of black light appeared from the summoning crystal. That ball of black light was like fog and smoke. From it, a huge and dark stone man quickly appeared. It opened its arms and hugged Rock. In the blink of an eye, it fused with Rock and disappeared. At this time, Rock's entire body had become dark like a stone man. He no longer had human skin. He looked very strange. Yue Yang did not make a sneak attack. Instead, he waited quietly and observed carefully. He discovered that his first opponent was an elemental-type mercenary, and this guy's summoned beast should be an elemental-type stone skin. Among the 4 main categories of elemental type, strengthening type, beasts and special type beasts, the special type beasts were mainly used for life skills or for reconnaissance. Normal mercenaries would not choose them. The requirements for elemental type beasts were very high, and they were not what mercenaries liked to summon. Mercenaries preferred to strengthen their beasts and beasts, because strengthening beasts could directly increase their combat power. This was the key to saving their lives. Beasts, on the other hand, could use the beast's strength to attack the enemy. With a powerful beast as a battle partner, it would be a great help. This was also very important in battles. A good beast could often decide the outcome of a battle. More than 80% of the mercenaries would choose strengthening type beasts first. After all, they lived on the edge of a knife's edge, so protecting their own lives was very important. If he could summon 2 beasts, then his second choice would definitely be a beast type. Moreover, it would be a beast type that had an obvious advantage, a bird type. In front of Yue Yang, this rock had actually summoned an element-type beast, which surprised him a little. Through this unusual situation, it could be said that the strength of this rock was not bad. His strength far surpassed that of an ordinary mercenary. According to the Vengeance Hunt, he was a level 2 high warrior. In terms of strength, he was 5 ranks higher than the level 1 apprentice Yue Yang. If it wasn't for the abnormal strength of the guy from another world, Yue Yang, this difference in levels would be insurmountable. In a battle, unless it was a beast with an element that countered each other, if there was a huge difference in levels, there would be no suspense. 99% of the time, the one with the higher level would win. "Come, brat, come and take my head." Rock laughed sinisterly as he pulled out a gleaming steel axe from his waist. He was confident that his body was invulnerable to swords and spears. As long as the axe in his hand hit the opponent would definitely be heavily injured, or even die. Because of his extremely strong defense, tyrannical strength and sharp attacks, there were almost no mercenaries who dared to provoke him normally. This masked thief in front of him must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. He must have been possessed to overestimate his own abilities and come to die. Could it be that he didn't know that a strength-type barbarian axe was a natural counter to a thief with fast legs? Seeing this, Yue Yang laughed. He didn't rush forward to attack, but instead turned and ran. Such an action made Rock stunned. What? This brat saw that the situation was bad and wanted to run away. The dark skin at the corner of the rock man's lips wrinkled strangely. It was as if a stone man was sneering, revealing a strange mocking smile. He immediately chased after him. Although his footsteps weren't as fast as Yue Yang's, with the support of his stone skin, he didn't feel tired at all. He was like those stone puppets, never tired. He might not be able to catch up to this thief in a short period of time, but after a long time, when the opponent's stamina was greatly depleted, it would be easy for him to catch up to this hateful thief. Rock had already tried the same method of chasing and killing more than 20 times, but he had never let his opponent escape successfully. He believed that this time would be no exception. Chasing to a desolate farmyard, Rock saw that his opponent's speed had greatly decreased, as if his stamina was running out. He was immediately overjoyed. Rock raised the steel axe in his hand and threw it heavily towards Yue Yang's back. Yue Yang slightly leaned to the side, dodging the flying axe, and stopped. He looked around and nodded. This place is not bad, quiet and dark, a good place to kill someone. Not kill, but be killed. Rock saw that Yue Yang couldn't escape, but still dared to be stubborn, thinking that this brat really didn't know what was good for him. If you have money, for example, 100 gold, I can consider letting you go and let you redeem your life. Yue Yang felt that a bounty of 5 gold was a bit too little. If this guy in front of him was a millionaire, then he wouldn't be in a hurry to kill him, he could squeeze some money out of him first. This is the most ridiculous joke I've heard in my life. Rock spat on the ground in disdain. Why don't you let me kneel and beg for mercy? I usually don't let people have the chance to beg for mercy. Yue Yang used the tip of his foot to pick up the steel axe that was deeply embedded in the ground, lightly grabbing it in his hand. He strode towards Rock, and before Rock could even raise his fist to attack, the axe chopped at his opponent's chest. There was only a ding sound. The steel axe in Rock's chest emitted a strange sound of metal and stone colliding. At the same time, a long string of sparks flew. On Rock's chest, other than a slightly gray mark, there were no other injuries. The steel axe chopped down heavily, but the result was not a single wound, not a single drop of blood flowed. The defensive power of the elemental type, rock skin, was really abnormal. Yue Yang looked at the steel axe in his hand. The sharp edge of the axe even had a few small nicks. Rock used his hand to lightly stroke the mark on his chest, proudly sneering, "I say, brat, now do you know how powerful this master is? This master's body is invulnerable, even the sharp teeth of tigers and lions can't do anything to me. Just you, a little bastard who hasn't even grown hair, want to kill me." Chapter 20 Inches. Your skin is indeed stone skin, but your internal organs shouldn't be, right? You let me chop you. On the surface, your skin didn't seem to be injured, but you touched your chest with your hand. What does this mean? It means that you felt a dull pain in your chest, right? Since you feel pain, you should also feel dizzy. Yue Yang didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he laughed loudly. He dodged Rock's giant fist and leapt into the air. His wrist skillfully turned the blade of the axe and used the thick back of the axe to strike Rock's bald head. He circulated his innate chi and heavily knocked on it. Immediately, there was a loud sound of metal and stone colliding. Rock's body swayed and his thick hands covered his head. He was in so much pain that he wanted to howl. But before his voice could leave his throat, his eyes rolled back and his body fell to the ground. If it was someone else who knocked on his head, he might be able to endure it. But against an innate rancor like Yue Yang's innate chi, his stone skin was like a piece of paper that couldn't defend against it. The innate chi directly penetrated his brain. Although his head didn't split open, he suffered a severe concussion. Yue Yang, who had won the first battle, threw away the slightly deformed axe and carelessly clapped his hands, as if he had done the most insignificant thing. But if there were people watching, if they saw a beginner apprentice defeating a level 2 braveman in one move, and Rock, who was famous for his bravery in Whitestone City, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. But in the eyes of an innate rancor, it wouldn't be surprising if an innate rancor knocked out a level 2 braveman. That was because it was easier than eating beans. Alright, let me see how much money I can get from the first monster I kill. Yue Yang's mentality was purely to kill monsters for treasure, not to take revenge. When Rock felt a basin of cold water splashed on his face, he woke up in a daze and realized that he was tied up like a palm. He wanted to struggle, but Rock immediately realized that this kind of binding was very skillful and deadly. His arms and legs were tightly bound, and the rod was straight in the middle. He couldn't bend his joints at all, so he couldn't use any strength at all, let alone break the rope. Yue Yang was counting all the valuables on the rock. When he saw that the guy had woken up, he asked with dissatisfaction, "Popper, other than the money you have on you, do you have any other money that exceeds 100 gold coins? If you do, then I can consider letting you live." Yue Yang didn't have the heart of a bodhisattva. He only wanted money. "I'm going to kill you." Rock was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "I understand how you feel, but you have to face reality. Let's talk about the ransom again, shall we? Do you really not have any savings?" Yue Yang asked. "Let me go immediately. Do you know who I am? I am the #1 general of the Violent Beast mercenary group. If you dare kill me, then Captain Tai Kwong will immediately hunt you down for vengeance. When he finds you, the Violent Beast mercenary group will exterminate your entire family." Although Rock had been captured, his attitude was still as arrogant as ever. Exterminate my entire family? I think I'm a little scared." Yue Yang laughed when he heard this. The Violent Beast mercenary group was one of the 3 great mercenary groups in Whitestone City. Of course, Yue Yang had heard of them before. He also knew that their captain, Tai Kwong, was a tyrant in the city. However, no matter how fierce Tai Kwong was, he was only a normal person. Even if Tai Kwong knew that Rock was killed by Yue Yang, he wouldn't dare to take revenge on the Yue clan, one of the 4 great clans. This was the advantage of having a clan's influence. Perhaps the clan wouldn't value every younger generation, and wouldn't nurture every grandchild. However, if someone dared to disregard the dignity of a large clan and kill someone, even if the person killed was a good-for-nothing, the clan would definitely mobilize a large force and dispatch elites to take revenge. They would redeem their disgraced reputation and use force to protect the clan's dignity and honor. Yue Yang had never thought of using the Yue clan's name to do things. Moreover, in his eyes, this Rock was only an ant. Moreover, the Violent Beast mercenary group's #1 general was only at this level. It seemed that no matter how powerful he was, there was still a limit. Let me go, or else I'll tear you apart alive. Rock felt extremely humiliated when he heard Yue Yang's words. He had never felt so uncomfortable in his entire life. He realized that in Yue Yang's eyes, he wasn't even a person, but a pitiful little worm. Looks like we can end our conversation now. Since you don't have money, then I'm sorry. Thorny flower, this is your flower fertilizer. It's time to eat. Yue Yang ordered the thorny flower to swallow Rock. This was because swallowing a living person could obtain more energy than swallowing a corpse, and the chances of a mutation were higher. Especially for a warrior who was still in one body with his beast. After the thorny flower swallowed a mutation, there was a small chance that it would obtain the enemy's beast's ability, or some of the thorny flower's own abilities would be greatly strengthened. That was why Yue Yang didn't kill Rock just now. He decided to let the thorny flower swallow this guy alive. Rock looked up and saw that there was a thorny flower opening its terrifying mouth, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth ready to swallow him. He was immediately scared out of his wits. Although death was scary, with a "kacha" sound and his head falling to the ground, it was over. Now, it wasn't as simple as dying. He was being swallowed alive by a thorny flower, slowly digesting his body. That was too terrifying. He didn't know how long he would have to be digested before he could truly die. This kind of suffering was worse than dying immediately. Rock couldn't care about being brave anymore, and hurriedly begged for mercy. If this brat wanted to kill him with an axe, then he definitely wouldn't beg for mercy. The other party wouldn't be able to kill his stone skin with an axe, but this kind of swallowing alive was too scary. Yue Yang indifferently waved his hands. I'm sorry, I need to collect money for killing people. If you don't have 100 gold, then don't say anything. Rock felt as if the sky had been struck by lightning. Where would he get 100 gold? If he had 100 gold, why would he still be a mercenary? He could just go to the countryside and buy land, buy a house, take in female slaves, and become a rich man in the countryside. Seeing that the thorny flower was opening its mouth wide, preparing to swallow his legs, he anxiously shouted, let me go, I'll give you 100 gold. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, I'll definitely give you 100 gold. Dry Rock General whose whole body doesn't even have 10 gold, please don't lie. Lying is wrong. Yue Yang would never fall for this kind of trick. He was even more disdainful of empty promises. Stroking the thorny flower's corolla, he ordered, you better start swallowing from the head. Otherwise, if this fellow starts shouting loudly, it won't be good if it wakes up the surrounding neighbors. They still have to work in the day. Speaking of which, I'm a little hungry. You slowly enjoy yourself, I'm going to eat supper. Rock was so scared that he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. However, Yue Yang turned a deaf ear to him, whistling as he swaggered away. Spare me, spare me. Rock was crying. I believe that when you killed them, those people must have begged for mercy. But did you spare them? No, you did very well, I should learn from you. Yue Yang turned around and smiled innocently, looking incomparably carefree. Chapter 21 On the second night, Yue Yang's target was the level 3 intermediate hero, Tai Kuang. He was the boss of the rock who was swallowed by the thorny flower last night, the leader of the violent beast mercenary group, and the leader of the 3 tyrants in White Stone City. Although he was a hero, Tai Kuang, who was nicknamed Iron Armor Beast, was a real villain. In White Stone City, he bullied people, extorted people. This guy was also a homicidal maniac. He killed people harmlessly, yet he was hunted down by dozens of families. As a descendant of the Tai family, one of the most prestigious families in Da Sha Kingdom, Tai Kuang had the protection of a huge family. No one in the White Stone City Assassin Guild dared to touch him, which made him even more arrogant. Moreover, the White Stone City Master's most beloved concubine was given to him by this guy. The White Stone City Master was often whispered to by his concubine, so he only opened one eye and closed the other. Hence, in White Stone City, no one dared to touch Tai Kuang. Because Yue Yang's first move was very smooth, he decided to increase the difficulty tonight. He wanted to touch Tai Kuang, who no one dared to touch. Tai Kuang was different from Rock, a rank 2 high warrior. He was a rank 3 middle hero. In the Soaring Dragon continent, no matter who it was, whether it was a prince or a princess, as long as they were level 1, they were all called apprentice. If they rose to level 2, they would be called warriors. If they rose to level 3, they would be heroes. Level 3 heroes, this title was actually the dividing line for warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent. If a warrior was unable to climb to the level of a hero in his entire life, he would be a complete mediocrity. He was destined to be cannon fodder his entire life. On the other hand, a warrior who could advance to the level of a hero and surpass it could barely be called a powerhouse and be valued by others. Level 3 heroes didn't seem high, but in reality, it wasn't easy to reach. Any warrior who wanted to become a hero, other than having enough strength, they had to pass the death trial in order to obtain the hero medal issued by the country and become a hero that everyone envied. If it was said that a level 1 apprentice could defeat a level 2 braveman under special circumstances, it was still possible. However, it was impossible for a level 2 warrior to defeat a level 3 hero. A level 3 hero was the first barrier on the road to becoming strong. Only those who could surpass it could be called strong. Of course, the strength of a level 3 hero was only in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of an inborn expert, any martial artist below level 6 sect leader was just like an insignificant ant. Compared to those innate rankers in the soaring dragon continent who had cultivated for hundreds of years, Yue Yang was an innate ranker who had only cultivated for 3 months. Of course, there was a huge gap between him and the innate rankers who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Tai Kuang, who was nicknamed the Iron Armor Beast, was a famous expert among the mercenaries of White Stone City. Ordinary mercenaries couldn't compare to him. However, if he was hit by Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi, he would definitely be killed in an instant. This was the difference between an innate ranker and a normal ranker. However, Yue Yang had never thought of killing Tai Kuang with his sword chi. He wanted to capture him alive and let the thorny flower swallow him alive, turning Tai Kuang into fertilizer for the thorny flower like a rock. Although the thorny flower had swallowed a level 2 high-tier rock last night, after digesting it, Yue Yang discovered that although its strength had increased quite a bit, it still hadn't mutated. After swallowing a living person, it wasn't even bronze level. Looks like raising a humanoid mythical beast level, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, was not an easy task. Fortunately, the soaring dragon continent might not have many other things, but there were a lot of bad guys. Yue Yang never worried about the problem of fertilizer. Not to mention the entire soaring dragon continent, just the White Stone City alone had more than 100 people on the vengeance wanted list. One could only imagine how rich the fertilizer was. During the vengeance hunt, not only could one temper one's combat experience, one could also nurture the thorny flower at the same time, and one could even earn some money. Who wouldn't do such a good thing? Yue Yang arrived at the tavern in the east of the city. He looked around and found that there were no girls with breasts as big as footballs. However, there were a few girls whose breasts were as big as papayas. With just a wave of his hand, a few papaya nurses surrounded him in surprise. "Young master, do you want to have fun? How do you want to play? Do you want to fly solo or in pairs? Are you looking down on me? This young master will buy all of you." Yue Yang acted like Kong Yiji buying wine. He threw out a handful of silver coins, dazzling the eyes of the people around him. When the papaya nurses saw this, they all screamed as if they had reached an orgasm. Other than snatching the money away at a speed that would put a thief to shame, they also used the breast tactic and surrounded Yue Yang, almost suffocating him to death. Seeing a few big breasts escorting the little thief, Yue Yang, out, all the men in the tavern were extremely envious of this boy's luck with women. A group sex, strong enough. At the same time, they were a little worried about the little thief's body. They thought that this boy wouldn't be sucked dry by those girls who were unsatisfied with their desires, right? The men in the tavern laughed out loud. This one said that she would see the cleaner sweep out a little skeleton from the garbage tomorrow, and that one said that if the little thief could survive, he would probably be bedridden for at least a month. As for the great sperm-sucking technique of those papaya nurses, they had all experienced it before. Not to mention a group sex, even one of them alone would be hard to deal with. If he was besieged by them, only death awaited him. In the corner of the tavern, the bright-eyed thief who had helped Yue Yang fill out the form last night sat quietly. When the bright-eyed thief saw Yue Yang happily struggling in the sea of breasts, she spat in disdain. Before she finished her glass of wine, everyone suddenly saw the little thief who was definitely going to die push open the door and enter again. It can't be so fast. Is he a quick shooter? Even if this little thief is a quick shooter, this is too fast. If he could finish so quickly, why would he look for so many girls? Couldn't he just find one? Brother, you haven't taken off your pants yet, right? A burly man couldn't help but be curious and shouted, "You're too wasteful." If you can't use it alone, you can ask us to help. We can be very helpful, brother, don't you think you're wasting money? Big brothers, I'm just a little errand boy, I'm just helping someone call for help. How could I have a share in such a good thing like group sex? Yue Yang replied with a grin. Tisk, everyone fainted. They thought that they had met a rich young master and were envious for a long time, but they didn't expect that he was just a little errand boy. But thinking about it, even if this little thief was rich, it would be strange if he was willing to call for so many girls at once to have sex. Yue Yang really knew how to win people's hearts. He took out 2 silver coins and threw them on the table, saying loudly, "It's fate that we meet. I'll use tonight's commission to invite big brothers to a drink, and at the same time, I wish that guy who is doing this group sex will die from sperm exhaustion." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Everyone felt that this little thief was really smart. Since he was inviting them to a drink, they naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony and raised their cups and cheered. The bright-eyed thief who was sitting in the corner snorted and didn't touch the wine cup that the waitress who was wearing sexy clothes, revealing her cleavage, and wearing bunny ears brought to them. Yue Yang sat down on the opposite side and said with a grin, "Brother, I knew that I would meet you here. How is it? That girl's chest is as big as a soccer ball, doesn't it feel spectacular? Don't be shy, a pure virgin like you should learn more. Moreover, this is also the way of human relationships. Confucius once said that, food and lust are natural. Just listen to what a wise saying this is." The bright-eyed thief rolled her eyes and really wanted to kick this lecherous brat to death. "You guys are brothers, I can't just stand by and watch. Tonight, let's get a room. No matter what, you have to lose your virginity. It's okay if you don't have money, it's my treat." Yue Yang patted the bright-eyed thief's shoulder generously. Chapter 22 Inches How boring. The bright-eyed thief brushed away Yue Yang's hand, stood up, and turned to leave. How could it be boring? Love between a man and a woman, mutual affection, romantic entanglement, this is the most meaningful thing in the world. Yue Yang hurriedly chased after the bright-eyed thief as he laughed loudly. "Brother, don't be embarrassed, if you don't know any bedroom techniques, I can teach you. Although I don't have much experience, we can slowly study together. If you have something to say, we can talk it out, don't use your dagger." The bright-eyed thief's anger flared up when she heard this, and she stopped in her tracks. With a wave of her hand, a dagger flashed with a cold light. Seeing the dagger at his neck, Yue Yang hurriedly raised his hands obediently, indicating his surrender. "Get lost, I'm not the same kind of person as you." The bright-eyed thief resisted the urge to kill this brat, and coldly squeezed out a sentence from the gap between her white teeth. "No way, you don't like women." Yue Yang's expression was very exaggerated. "You can't be the legendary popular guy, right?" "What's a popular guy?" The bright-eyed thief didn't understand. In this world, there are 2 types, attack, and defense. Attack means that you are responsible for plowing and sowing. What you do is extremely tiring and hard labor. Defense is different. Defense means that you are responsible for enjoying life and moaning. What you do is a comfortable and beautiful job. Iya, don't hit me. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the bright-eyed thief had already punched his face. "I'm warning you, if you see me in the future, you better take the initiative to stay away from me, otherwise I'll kill you." The bright-eyed thief was very angry, but Yue Yang had to admit that this fellow's angry appearance was also quite good-looking. Some people in this world were just like this, no matter if they were smiling or angry, they were still very good-looking. People couldn't help but like them when they saw them. On the contrary, some people were different. No matter if they were smiling or angry, they would always look very disgusting, making people want to vomit more and more. If they looked at them for a long time, they would even have the urge to kill themselves by banging their heads against the wall. Yue Yang felt that this bright-eyed thief belonged to the former category. Moreover, the more one looked at her, the more they liked her. When he saw that the bright-eyed thief was angry, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled even more happily. "Don't worry, I'll hide far away. Because I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me." The bright-eyed thief originally wanted to give Yue Yang a flying kick and leave. However, upon hearing his words, she immediately felt that this brat in front of her had gone mad. "What did you say? I like you." The bright-eyed thief couldn't believe her ears. Of course, an outstanding and handsome man like me is very popular among both beauties and handsome men. However, please pay attention to one thing. Even though I am loved by everyone, loved by all, known by all, unrivaled under the heavens, the jade-faced little wolf lord, I only like beautiful women. I have no feelings for beautiful men, so please don't like me so casually. Yue Yang raised his head narcissistically, his nose pointing to the sky, and was beside himself with joy. When the bright-eyed thief heard this, she almost fell to the ground. It wasn't that she hadn't seen narcissistic people before, but this was the first time she had seen such a narcissistic person. Compared to this brat's face, the walls of White Stone City were as thin as a piece of paper. The bright-eyed thief reckoned that even if all the narcissists in the world were gathered together and kneaded into one person, compared to this brat in front of her, their level of narcissism wouldn't even be a tenth of his. The bright-eyed thief rejoiced in her heart that she wasn't a narcissist. Otherwise, in front of this brat, it was very likely that she would feel so inferior that she would kill herself with a dagger. Only the heavens knew how such a pervert could be born in this world. That's right, other than a pervert, no other adjectives could accurately describe this cheeky, lecherous, and extremely narcissistic guy in front of her. Although many handsome men have expressed their love to me, my heart only belongs to beauties, and forever. Yue Yang firmly clenched his fist. Don't worry, an outstanding toad like you, I won't fall in love with you, and forever. The bright-eyed thief inwardly ridiculed Yue Yang, saying that he was a toad lusting after swan meat, indulging in the wildest fantasies. Then I'm relieved, brother, I've always been worried about this problem. Now it's fine, so you don't like men, but like beauties just like me. Phew, now I can finally put down the boulder in my heart. Since you don't like men, but like beauties, then it's easy. This is very good, we have the same language, we have the same hobbies, come, let's go pick up girls together. The erudite me has always wanted to write a book on picking up girls, to guide the millions of lost youths in this world. Right now, I'm lacking a partner to cooperate with. Yue Yang patted his chest, exaggeratedly expressing that his heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, had finally returned to its normal place. He then passionately hugged the bright-eyed thief's shoulder, as if he had found a like-minded comrade. I say, you're so erudite, you should finish your book on picking up girls by yourself. I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you anymore. The bright-eyed thief laughed coldly, her laughter filled with disdain towards this self-proclaimed erudite guy. She thought to herself, other than a brain full of lust, what else did this brat have? Looks like you're very suspicious of my genuine knowledge. Brother, you've completely misunderstood. When you understand even a 10,000th of my vast knowledge, I believe you'll be deeply captivated by my knowledge. Before, I was only worried that you would disregard your male identity and fall in love with me, wanting to have a relationship beyond friendship. That's why I didn't reveal it, do you understand? Brother, do you think I'm an ordinary person? No, I'm a genius. Yue Yang almost wrote the word genius on his forehead. You're a genius, are you a natural idiot? The bright-eyed thief had never seen such an arrogant narcissist in her entire life. He even dared to call himself a genius. If all geniuses were like him, then the human race would soon be destroyed. If you swear that you won't be captivated by me, I'll show you a thing or two. I have no choice but to let you know how powerful I am. Let me tell you, forget about ordinary people, even the immortal poet Li Bai often plagiarizes my poems. Do you know why that brat Li Bai is called the immortal poet? It's because he plagiarized my poems. There's also the immortal poet Du Fu. He also frequently plagiarizes my poems. Otherwise, why would they be called? Li Du's poems shine brightly. You don't know, but it's all because of me that they are where they are today, do you understand? Yue Yang solemnly affirmed. His expression was extremely serious, causing the bright-eyed thief to stare blankly. This brat could even compose poems. Immortal poet Li Bai, who is he? The bright-eyed thief realized that she had never heard of this immortal poet Li Bai before. Little friend, you must study hard and improve every day. You don't even know who the immortal poet Li Bai is, that won't do. Yue Yang patted the bright-eyed thief's shoulder like an old man, putting on an expression that said, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll only be sad when you're old. What's so great about this immortal poet Li Bai? Why do I need to know him? The bright-eyed thief snorted coldly. She was very disdainful, but in reality, she was a little guilty. Could it be that you haven't even heard of him plagiarizing my Quiet Night Thoughts? That's a classic work, don't tell me you don't know it. Yue Yang's expression was as if he had just discovered an illiterate monster. Quiet Night Thoughts, I've never heard of it. What kind of poem is it? The bright-eyed thief tried her best to recall, but she really couldn't find any memories related to this poem. Chapter 23 inches the moonlight in front of my bed, I suspect it to be the frost on the ground, I raise my head to look at the moon, I lower my head to think of my hometown. Although he plagiarized this poem from me, the mood is still alright, especially when he raised his head to look at the moon. That kind of mood where the moon is round in the sky, but people aren't round. This kind of feeling, just like the sound of nature, resonates in the heart for a long time. This kind of feeling, this kind of scenery, can only be understood, and cannot be expressed in words. This is the highest embodiment of silence being better than sound. However, if you listen to my original poem, you will be even more amazed. Because my original poem is a work of uncanny craftsmanship, able to shock the heavens and make the gods weep. I dare say that when I recite it, you will jump up excitedly and hit my body with all your might. Yue Yang emphasized that his poem was the original, and that the content was able to shock the heavens and make the gods weep. Just like that, the bright-eyed thief's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this brat really knew how to compose poems? Alright, then tell me about your quiet night thoughts. The bright-eyed thief felt that this brat probably didn't know how to compose poems, but decided to give him a chance. Stand still and listen carefully. Here comes my poem. A pair of shoes in front of my bed, my clothes to be the frost on the ground. I raise my head to look at the moon, I lower my head to think of my girl. Before Yue Yang could finish, he was already sent flying by a punch from the bright-eyed thief. The bright-eyed thief felt that all the good things had been wasted by this brat. Originally, after listening to Quiet Night Thoughts, she felt that the mood was extremely beautiful. It was easy to understand, but it resonated with the soul. It was even more touching than those magnificent poems. At first, she had planned to forgive him, but who would have thought that this brat was born to deserve a beating? Yue Yang was very thick-skinned, and didn't mind at all. He jumped up, his eyes full of smiles. Actually, this is only the first draft. You must know that good poems are all edited. As the saying goes, looking for a chapter to pick out a sentence is an old carving worm, the dawn moon hangs a jade bow. Don't worry, I still have a revised Quiet Night Thoughts. The bright-eyed thief laughed coldly. Don't say anything about a pair of shoes in front of my bed, you can slowly savor it yourself. If it wasn't for the miraculous, looking for a chapter to pick out a sentence is an old carving worm, the bright-eyed thief would have already stabbed him to death and left. Now, there seemed to be a turning point. Could it be that he was just teasing her on purpose? Is this kid really talented in poetry? Was it just that he was born to be cynical? Yue Yang immediately objected. If it's changed, of course it won't be one pair of shoes in front of the bed, but two pairs of shoes in front of the bed. Take off your clothes and place them on the floor. Raise your head to look at the bright moon, lower your head to kiss the girl. Wow, my God, if you have something to say, let's talk. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. As soon as Yue Yang finished speaking, he ran away. The bright-eyed thief had already pulled out her dagger, vowing to stab this shameless bastard to death. After chasing him for 9 blocks, the bright-eyed thief still refused to let him go. In the end, Yue Yang had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He shouted, "Everyone, look! There's a beauty running naked on the street." With this shout, countless mercenaries stuck their heads out to take a look. The bright-eyed thief couldn't take it anymore and chased after him. After giving Yue Yang a flying kick, she disappeared in a flash. Yue Yang patted his butt and muttered to himself, "The old Taoist priest kicked my butt, so he gave his granddaughter, the heavenly sword goddess, to me as my wife. Now that I've been kicked by you, I can't make an exception. Although I can't compare to the heavenly sword goddess, I can still reluctantly accept a concubine. Alright, it's about time. I'll go and see if Tai Kwong has passed away from ejaculation." Originally, Yue Yang only wanted to spend some money to invite a few girls to make Tai Kwong sleep soundly after he was exhausted. There were many ways to kill someone. One of them was the body of a 28-year-old woman is soft, and the sword at her waist will behead the fool. Although you don't see the head falling, you can secretly make your bones dry up. This method was the most effective and most terrifying one. There was also an old saying, "Wine is a sword that pierces the intestines, lust is a knife that scrapes the bones." Yue Yang reckoned that if Tai Kwong was not lying down after receiving a sword that pierces the intestines and a knife that scrapes the bones, he would be able to act as Superman Ultraman without any makeup. Thus, Yue Yang whistled and swaggered over as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. When he walked to the front of the big house that Tai Kwong lived in, he suddenly discovered that there was a big-breasted girl hiding in the darkness at the entrance, quietly waiting for him. "Young master, not only did we make Tai Kwong drunk until he fell asleep, we've also tied him up. You can go in anytime and kill him." The big-breasted girl knelt down and kowtowed heavily. Her words really gave Yue Yang a big fright. These prostitutes, how did they know that he wanted to kill Tai Kwong? Luckily they didn't inform Tai Kwong. Otherwise, when he walked in, it would be a huge trap. According to this big-breasted girl's words, could it be that they had enmity with Tai Kwong? Yue Yang secretly praised his luck. Fortunately, he had hit the target by a fluke. The big-breasted girl kowtowed with tears in her eyes and said, "This little woman will keep watch outside. Please, young master, quickly go in and kill Tai Kwong. Otherwise, if Tai Kwong wakes up, the situation might change. Tai Kwong's summoned beast is very powerful, young master must be careful." "How do you know that I want to kill him?" Yue Yang was baffled. It seemed that these prostitutes weren't all big breasts and no brains. If Tai Kwong wants women, he wouldn't give them money. Our husbands were all killed by him. Many of our sisters were also pushed into this fire pit by him to become prostitutes to earn money for him. We are just his tools to earn money. Tell me, if he wants to find women, would he still give them money? Previously, when you said that a mercenary from the Violent Beast mercenary group called for prostitutes on behalf of Tai Kwong and asked us to serve him, we knew that it was definitely fake. Moreover, from the young master's eyes, you don't look like a servant. You don't have the arrogance of a servant, nor do you have the servility of a servant. Your eyes are clear and pure, and there is a kind of deep and unfathomable pride in them. You look more like a high and mighty young master. So, why would a person like you run errands for a person like Tai Kwong for a small amount of money? This is simply impossible. The only explanation is that you're an assassin who's prepared to kill Tai Kwong. You're an assassin who's here to seek revenge on Tai Kwong. You're a great hero who's not afraid of power, and you're here to help us, the weak and helpless victims' families. Young master, you don't have to be suspicious. In fact, the families of Tai Kwong's victims on the vengeance list are us sisters. All these years, we've never given up on pursuing revenge on Tai Kwong because we're hoping that a great hero like you would appear." The big-breasted girl's face was full of tears as she kowtowed to Yue Yang to express her gratitude. Yue Yang was shocked by her subtle observation skills. It seemed that he had underestimated this person from the Soaring Dragon continent. With just such a small clue, this big-breasted girl could actually make such a bold deduction. Moreover, her deduction was so accurate. She was really not simple. Now he understood a little. Why didn't they inform Tai Kwong? It was because they were Tai Kwong's avengers. Tai Kwong was their enemy who killed their husbands. Their hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Since you guys got him drunk and tied him up, why didn't you guys kill him yourself? Isn't this a simple matter? Chapter 24. The big-breasted girl raised her teary face and shook her head. "We can kill him, but we don't have the strength to bear the revenge of the power behind him. We sisters are not alone like me. Most of them have children, and even parents. Once Tai Kwong dies, his family will definitely take revenge. If they find out, we will all be paraded through the streets on wooden donkeys, and then be hacked into pieces. We will die a painful death. Our parents and children will also be killed. We don't dare to take revenge ourselves, so we can only hope for a hero who is not afraid of power. Young master, if you don't have the strength to fight against the Tai clan and the White Stone City Master's revenge, then leave quickly. I will go back and untie the ropes. When Tai Kwong wakes up, we will continue to have fun with him. He won't suspect anything." "How long have you been pursuing Tai Kwong in the Assassin Guild?" Yue Yang asked the last question. 3 years, without a break." The big-breasted girl's gaze was firm. "Although we don't have money, no matter how frugal we are, we will not give up on revenge." Yue Yang nodded slightly when he heard this. As a lowly prostitute who was trampled on by thousands of men, her dignity was trampled to the extreme, but she still did not forget to take revenge. All of the money they earned usually had to be handed over to the mastermind behind the scenes, so they could only secretly hide a small amount of money. However, they were still able to save 15 gold every half a year and persist in pursuing their enemies. This kind of vengeful will was truly admirable. As for whether the Tai clan would pursue him after killing Tai Kwong, Yue Yang didn't care at all. This was because he could use the knowledge transmitted by the bronze grimoire to find a loophole. Firstly, If his image was not recorded by Tai Kuang's vengeance scroll, then his name would not appear on the Assassin Guild's vengeance list. Even if he was accidentally recorded by the vengeance scroll, then the name that appeared on the vengeance list would only be Tai Tan, not his real name. If the Tai clan wanted to take revenge for Tai Kuang and pursue Yue Yang. However, this was impossible to achieve. This was because the loophole that Yue Yang had exploited was that he did not personally kill Tai Kuang. At most, he was an accomplice. At most, the thorny flower that had devoured Tai Kuang would appear on the list of vengeance hunters. As for the thorny flower, Yue Yang didn't even give it a name. Thus, a strange, anonymous person would appear on the vengeance list. Furthermore, if Yue Yang didn't summon the thorny flower from the bronze grimoire, its red dot wouldn't appear on the Bloodrose map. It was precisely because of this loophole that Yue Yang felt that Tai Kuang, no matter how powerful a person was, could be used as fertilizer. Before he pushed the door open, he turned around and smiled at the big-breasted woman. In the future, if you have money, you don't have to hand it over to the Assassin Guild. It's useless even if you hand it over, because not every assassin likes to earn money. If you're willing, you can come and find me. I'm an assassin who will kill for money. I don't care who you kill, as long as you can afford it. The big-breasted woman behind him was so excited that her shoulders were trembling. There was no sound, but his face was a mess from crying. In less than 10 minutes, Yue Yang came out. In his hands, he was carrying a large leather bag. He threw it at the feet of the big-breasted woman. The copper coins inside are for you. I need you to do something for me. There are some gold and silver accessories in the bag. Find a suitable black market merchant and pawn them for gold coins. I have a use for them. If that black market merchant dares to have any ill intentions, then remember it. I'll kill him too. I won't tolerate anyone having any ill intentions towards me. Do you have other targets for revenge? Tell me now. If you help me pawn them, I won't do anything for free. However, I can consider letting you owe me first and slowly collect interest. The big-breasted woman trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly. Her voice was a little stuttering. There are 2 more people. One is called Chong Dao, and the other is called Xie Huo. We don't know their names, but we saw that Tai Kuang was very respectful when he spoke to them. Xie Huo would come to White Stone City every once in a while. If we calculate the time, he might come in a few days. As for Chong Dao, we don't know him. We only know that this person's blade is very fast. Once, when he was sitting and drinking wine, he could kill more than 10 people with a wave of his hand without moving his body. Normally, this person rarely comes to White Stone City. He appears and disappears unpredictably. It's just that this Chong Dao has a very obvious characteristic. The right hand that holds the blade is much bigger than the left hand. I estimate that the right hand is at least twice as big as the left hand. After hearing this, Yue Yang smiled and turned around, leaving behind a light voice, help me pawn them properly. The next time I see them, they will be dead people. The big-breasted woman kowtowed heavily, thanking Yue Yang. When she raised her teary eyes again, she discovered that the person in front of her had already disappeared with the wind. At daybreak, Yue Yang changed from a cold-blooded killer to the beautiful woman's beloved San-er. If she knew that in the middle of the night, her beloved San-er had climbed over the wall and used the thorny flower to swallow 2 people alive, it would be hard to imagine how she would feel. If the black-clothed Yu Bing was still in this small courtyard and was still practicing her summoning skills with Yue Yang, she would definitely notice that the thorny flower that Yue Yang summoned was different. The current spitting thorny flower was still level 1, but its grade had changed from normal to bronze. Its species had also changed to blood-tongue spitting thorny flower. The current thorny flower was 2 meters tall. Its flower stem was as thick as a human's arm, and its entire body was covered with thorns. Its monstrous mouth had become even bigger, and the teeth inside had become even sharper. The most different part was that it had a long, blood-red tongue that hung out of its mouth, constantly moving in and out like a snake's tongue. The beautiful woman did not notice this strange phenomenon at all. She hugged the little girl and sat in the morning sunlight, happily reading the letter that her daughter had sent back. San-er, in this letter, Bing-er also asked about you. The beautiful woman felt that everything in the family had changed for the better. Her daughter, who had always been quiet, had become even closer to San-er. Normally, she would never ask about San-er in her letters. But now, she had mentioned him several times, and even had the intention of reporting her results to him. This proved that in this little girl's heart, she still hoped to have a strong brother. Did Bing Er's exams go smoothly? Yue Yang kept the blood-tongue-spitting thorny flower. He discovered that after the thorny flower had leveled up to bronze rank, it had become more than 10 times stronger, but it did not level up. This proved that the secret that he had grasped was not wrong. The thorny flower's path of mutation was very correct. At the very least, the first step was a success. If it continued to mutate, he believed that the thorny flower would level up to silver ranked, then gold ranked. Then, from gold ranked, it would undergo another mutation and become a humanoid bronze ranked thorny flower demon. Then, it would continue to evolve from bronze ranked, silver ranked, gold ranked, platinum ranked, all the way to diamond ranked. Finally, it would become a bronze ranked intelligent humanoid thorny flower queen. The golden crown thorny flower queen's path of growth would require 3 evolutions. The process would be very long. However, it had already taken the right first step. As long as the thorny flower continued to eat living people as fertilizer, its growth would be faster than beast-type and bird-type monsters. It would continue to mutate and advance by leaps and bounds. In the future, it would definitely become the nightmare of all creatures on the battlefield, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen from 3,000 years ago would no longer be a legend, but a reality. Bing Er's exams went smoothly. Next year, she will be able to enter the advanced class of the 5th grade. She has also registered you for the 2nd grade. Because the academy has a rule that students cannot be registered for the 3rd grade and above, San you can only go to the 2nd grade for now. In the letter, Bing said that after a few months of study, if your results are outstanding, you can jump to the 3rd grade. The little girl in the beautiful woman's embrace started to clamoring that she also wanted to go to school. Seeing that she couldn't stay in her embrace, the beautiful woman could only let go of her and let her run into Yue Yang's embrace to act like a spoiled child. After the beautiful woman read the letter, her expression became slightly worried. She sighed and said to Yue Yang, Bing said that she won't be returning home for 3 months. She wants to go to Tong Tian Tower to participate in the trial, Tong Tian Tower. Trial. When Yue Yang heard this, he frowned. Chapter 25. According to the information that the Bronze Grimoire had transmitted to Yue Yang, Tong Tian Tower was a strange place. Tong Tian Tower had existed since ancient times. It was said that it was built by the ancient gods and was located in the center of the soaring dragon continent. It was the ladder that the gods left for humans to go to heaven. Tong Tian Tower was unknown how many meters tall it reached into the clouds. There was a barrier set up by the gods around it, making it impossible for anyone to climb it. One had to ascend level by level inside Tong Tian Tower. Every level of Tong Tian Tower had a teleportation door. Behind the teleportation door was an independent unit world that anyone could enter to train in. The condition was to pass through the lower level, obtain a special token, and then enter the upper level. Bing is only going to the 1st level, it's just an entrance trial. Furthermore, there's a teacher in the academy leading the way, so there shouldn't be any danger. But I'm still a little worried about that stubborn girl. The beautiful woman knew her daughter's personality very well. Her daughter was lonely and silent. She didn't like group activities and wasn't good at socializing. She also didn't have any close friends in the academy. So no matter if it was her daily life or during the trial, she would easily be at a disadvantage. If she met with danger, no one would help her and she could only fight alone. It'll be fine, don't worry, 7th sister can take care of herself. When Yue Yang heard that Yu Bing was going to the 1st level and would be participating in the entrance trial, he quickly comforted the beautiful woman. The 1st and 2nd level of Tong Tian Tower's trials were almost non-life-threatening. Only, when one reached the 3rd level would the true death trial begin. Of course, there was always the possibility of accidents happening. For example, the Feng clan youth who was engaged to Yu Bing was instantly killed by a wandering golden king beast in the 2nd level. However, the probability of this kind of accident happening was very small, so small that it was almost negligible. In the past few hundred years, other than that accident, there hadn't been a second case. This was because even in the 3rd level of Tong Tian Tower, the Golden King Beast only occupied a mountain and would not wander around, because she was worried about her daughter. The beautiful woman was a little absent-minded today. She, who was skilled in needlework, had already been pricked by needles several times. Seeing the beautiful woman's bleeding finger, Yue Yang saw it and a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps his black jade necklace needed to be bound by blood. The black jade necklace looked ordinary in the daytime. No one could tell that it was a treasure. Yue Yang had never been able to figure out what this thing was really used for. Why could he sense its ocean-like energy in his dreams, but not in the daytime? Does it really need to be bound by blood? Yue Yang was touched. After the beautiful woman and the little girl left, he immediately took off the black jade necklace from his neck. He pricked it with a needle and dripped a drop of blood on it. For a long time, there was no reaction at all. All right, I admit it. I've read too many online novels. Yue Yang originally thought that this thing was just like what was written in online games. It needed to be dripped with blood to recognize the owner, and then it would be automatically bound to the owner. It would never be damaged or dropped, and it could also level up with the owner. It was a super awesome artifact. Who knew that the black jade necklace wouldn't respond even after a long time, causing Yue Yang to suffer a huge blow to his heart? Forget it, I'll figure it out one day. Yue Yang stretched out his hand, preparing to put the black jade necklace back on his neck. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a black dot on the black jade necklace that was expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had actually turned into a terrifying black hole. With an endless suction force, Yue Yang couldn't resist and was sucked into it. As a guy from another world, Yue Yang almost thought that he was done for. He discovered that his whole body was about to be torn apart by the black hole. In the instant that he was sucked into the black hole, it was as if his skin, flesh, bones, and even his soul had turned into fine powder. When Yue Yang thought that he was going to die, a strange life force suddenly appeared in the depths of his soul, causing Yue Yang to feel a strange feeling, as if he was a phoenix rising from the ashes, coming back to life, reassembling his whole body and returning to his original state. He quickly discovered that not only did he not die, he was still in the middle of an extremely quiet black hole that had no light at all. What was going on? How could he get out? When Yue Yang thought about it, he felt that his head was really bigger than 3. Looks like this method of dripping blood to recognize the owner couldn't be tested easily. He had gone too far. You actually didn't die. What a strange human boy. Wow, he's actually an innate, such a young innate. Just when Yue Yang was at a loss of what to do, a beautiful yet astonished female voice rang out. Before Yue Yang could react, he discovered that he was lifted up by an irresistible force. Following that, a soft and fragrant jade lips kissed his mouth. A beauty's kiss. Yue Yang's first thought was that he had profited. However, he was shocked to discover that the beauty, who was passionately kissing him, was a terrifying vampire. She was frantically sucking the energy in his body. The energy that he had cultivated for a whole month in the second realm was sucked clean by her in just a few seconds. If it wasn't for her letting go of his cherry lips, Yue Yang had no doubt that he would have been sucked dry by her. In these 10,000 years, this is the first time I've felt so comfortable. It feels so good. Although the energy is a little less, it's very pure. Not bad. The beauty who was kissing him sighed happily in the darkness. Damn, Yue Yang discovered that his whole body was weak from being sucked dry. Even standing there felt like his legs were going soft. It was as if he had watched too many video games. After a moment of dizziness, Yue Yang surprisingly discovered that he could actually see things in the dark. Although there was no light, he could clearly see that his body was completely naked. There was not a single thread of clothing on his body, making him look like a naked man. Standing in front of him was a beauty who was more than 2 meters tall. Her beauty was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of cities and countries. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her sapphire-like eyes were staring at him unblinkingly. Her eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. This beauty's long golden hair was like a waterfall, slightly covering the towering snow-white peaks in front of her chest. Yue Yang resisted the urge to reach out and grab them. When he looked down again, he could only see a delicate navel and a slender waist. This was simply the most mystical work of nature. Even the work of the gods couldn't carve such a perfect and flawless natural body. Even if he would fall to the 18th level of hell and suffer if he died, Yue Yang still wanted to look down now. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A naked beauty was standing in front of him. If he didn't look, then Yue Yang might as well change his name to Lu Xiaowei. However, when Yue Yang used his wolfish eyes to look down, he cried out in surprise, "Oh my god! You, why is your leg a snake tail?" The blonde beauty laughed when she heard this. Her laughter was as bright as the Milky Way. Her laughter was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of cities and countries and collapse the heavens and earth. Her laughter made Yue Yang's soul float away and forget about the world. She stretched out her 6 arms from behind her blonde hair, swinging them beautifully. One of her lily-white hands gently lifted Yue Yang's chin. Her sapphire-like eyes were full of smiles. Cute little human boy, there's nothing strange about this. I'm the Serpent Empress, so of course I look different from you humans. Don't you think that my snake tail is also very beautiful? Chapter 26. Below the golden-haired beauty was a snake tail that was a few meters long. It looked beautiful and had an indescribable elegance to it, but it was still a snake's tail after all. If it was a pair of legs like a human's, Yue Yang would have liked it even more. Just like the 6 slender arms on her shoulders that looked like willows swaying in the wind, it was really a bit too much. If it was just a pair of jade arms, how perfect would it be? Yue Yang stared at the golden-haired beauty's long snake tail and 6 arms. After a long while, he finally reacted. He grabbed one of the golden-haired beauty's white jade arms and smiled. You must be Bai Susan, the white snake. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Shu Xian. What nonsense. My name is Fei Wen Li. Please call me the world's most beautiful Serpent Empress. The golden-haired beauty smiled confidently. Hello, Your Majesty. Yue Yang pretended to be a gentleman and courteous. When you greet me, add the adjective, the world's most beautiful, in front of it, it will make me even happier. Now let's talk, cute little human boy. Can you tell me, why did you barge into this black hole seal? Also, why are you already an innate at such a young age? The golden-haired Serpent Empress Fei Wen Li blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked into Yue Yang's eyes as she asked curiously. There's no other way, I'm a genius. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. Although his whole body was naked, he didn't care at all. Anyway, the other party was also naked. Both sides treated each other, honestly, so the feeling was not bad. Of course, if he could push her down, that would be even better. The problem was, Yue Yang also knew his own limits. He felt that he couldn't even beat this empress with one hand, so he temporarily suppressed his wolfish heart. Queen Vivian Li frowned and actually nodded in agreement. You are indeed a genius. Moreover, you are an abnormal genius. I've never seen a human like you. Never. I've been asleep for 10,000 years, unable to break free from this eternal dreamland. But your blood was able to successfully awaken me. This is a black hole sealed space. No matter what life comes in, they will be turned to ashes. I've done everything I can to keep my soul intact, but my body has been swallowed up by the black hole and turned into nothingness. But you, a little human boy, are able to stand in front of me unscathed. I don't understand why. Perhaps you were born with the ability to automatically resurrect and resist the devouring power of the black hole. Lastly, I have never seen such a young innate rancor. In the endless demon abyss, if I say that I am the second most talented, no one would dare to say that they are the first. However, it took me nearly 50 years to start cultivating the innate realm. It took me 100 years to truly enter the innate realm. To reach your current realm, it took me 200 years. As for you, you are still an unbelievably young human boy. Yue Yang opened his mouth wide, not because of her praise, but because of something else. For example, sleeping for 10,000 years. Just now, she seemed to have said 10,000 years, but at that time he was a little dizzy and didn't hear it clearly. Now, Yue Yang heard it very clearly, very vividly. How old was Her Majesty the Empress? Just now, you said that your body was swallowed by the black hole and turned into nothingness. Yue Yang keenly captured the key point of the question. This Queen Vivian Li was clearly standing naked in front of him. Her whole body was like white jade. How could she say that she didn't have a body? What you saw was an illusory life form between reality and illusion. Even after sleeping for 10,000 years, my body has not recovered by half. When Queen Vivian Li heard this question, her little face showed a sad expression. Yue Yang boldly stretched out his hand and found that his fingers smoothly passed through Queen Vivian Li's body, just like passing through a water ball. Sure enough, her body was not a physical body, but it was also not a shadow. Queen Vivian Li moved her jade-like hand and pulled Yue Yang up. Her beautiful big eyes stared at him. Idiot, don't touch a woman's body casually. Not to mention that I'm a queen, even an ordinary girl can't do it. The guy from another world smiled and reached out to touch her jade-like arm. He found that her hand was more physical than her body, and it felt like touching cotton. Before he could reach out to touch her face, Queen Vivian Li slightly leaned back and smiled. Don't be rude. My neck and above are the same as yours, flesh and blood. You have guts. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and seize your body to escape the black hole seal? When Yue Yang heard this, he laughed. His smile was incomparably bright. If I was afraid, you wouldn't kill me. Yue Yang didn't think that being afraid would be of any use. Furthermore, if she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have needed to say any nonsense. She could have done it when he came in. Why would she ask him if he was afraid? Most importantly, after Yue Yang calmed himself down, he found that there was a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the snake demon empress in front of him was completely harmless. She would definitely not harm him. That feeling was extremely strange. Yue Yang couldn't explain it clearly, but he knew that she was closer to him than his own family. It was as if she was the same person as him. Queen Vivian Li gently put Yue Yang down. She stretched out her small fist and lightly knocked on his head. I also want to kill you, but I can't, because we have signed a soul blood contract. Strange human boy, what is your bloodline? Why is your blood able to wake me up from the eternal dream? Why is your blood able to invade my soul and forcefully sign a soul blood contract? I really can't understand. Within the 3 realms, how can there be such a strange existence like you? Little fellow, are you really a human? What is a soul blood contract? Yue Yang didn't have any memories of this. This was a new knowledge that the bronze grimoire didn't impart to him. A contract that only gods can sign. But you are obviously a human, can you explain? Queen Vivian Li looked like a curious baby. I don't know either. Yue Yang shook his head. Ever since he had been transported to this world, there were too many unbelievable things that had happened to him. He couldn't understand a single one of them. However, Yue Yang didn't care about this at all. As long as it wasn't a bad thing, it was fine. Queen Vivian Li's expression was a little depressed. Why would I sign a soul blood contract with a human boy? If you were to die, I would also die. This is too pitiful. My heart is as broad as the sky. I don't mind having a beautiful empress to protect me. Yue Yang said this to test the Serpent Queen. Would she be able to escape from the black hole seal? Right now, his strength wasn't enough. Even if she wouldn't hurt him, he still felt uncomfortable being pressed down by such a strong empress. Other than being pressed down by her on the bed, Yue Yang's male chauvinist mentality wouldn't allow a woman who was stronger than him to stand by his side all day. This was because if he did, he wouldn't be able to show his face as a man. Maybe, I will never be able to leave. Without a living body, I won't be able to leave the black hole seal. Even if you are killed by a strong enemy, I can only helplessly accompany you in death. Queen Vivian Li's face was full of sorrow. When Yue Yang heard this, his heart was filled with joy. Luckily, she couldn't leave. It's all right, I will protect myself, and you at the same time. Oh right, do you have any divine equipment or super divine equipment on you? Can you lend me a few to use? Yue Yang opened his mouth wide and asked. Chapter 27 Inches Greedy little fellow, don't you know that the divine equipment chooses its master? Once it recognizes its master, it will only be used by its master. Queen Vivian Li laughed. Then give me 100 mythical beasts. Yue Yang's requirements weren't too high. Aren't you afraid that the mythical beasts won't be able to be controlled and will swallow you whole? Little fellow, borrowing external forces is a heretical method. It's the stupidest and most foolish method. If you were to cultivate that kind of mystical skill that, even I can't see through and raise it to the pinnacle realm, the mythical beasts in front of you would just be a puppy, or even an insignificant ant. Why do you have to reject what's near at hand and seek what's far away? Queen Vivian Li shook her head lightly and said softly, right now, you are like a little eagle that has just grown feathers but has yet to learn how to fly. You are like a tiger cub that has grown out its teeth but has yet to learn how to hunt. In front of you, there is a boundless sky for you to soar in. There is a vast and boundless land for you to run on. You only need to bravely display yourself. Also, with your proud manly heart, do you really need my help? Little fellow, in front of you, I'm not the Serpent Empress. I'm just a weak girl that doesn't even have a body. You're a weak girl. When Yue Yang heard this, he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. To other people, I'm very strong. However, in front of you, I'm an out-and-out weak girl. Just now, you used your hands to forcefully molest me, and I couldn't even stop you. Queen Vivian Li's peerless face revealed a pitiful expression like a bullied young wife. Molest. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. That was considered molestation. He was only curious and reached out his hand to touch her. Alright, touching her was considered molestation. Who asked her to be the empress? Queen Vivian Li sighed softly. I'd rather not be the Serpent Queen. I'd rather be an ordinary human woman with flesh and blood, running freely under the sun. Even if I lose everything, it's better than sleeping in this black hole. Little fellow, perhaps after you go out, you won't be able to come back in for a year. The black hole seal should become even stronger. If your ability doesn't advance by leaps and bounds, perhaps it will take a year, 10 years, or even 100 years before you can see me again. And during this period of time, I'll have to wander alone in this lonely dream. Yue Yang sympathized with the Empress. It was indeed terrible to lose one's freedom, especially since he had been trapped in the black hole for tens of thousands of years. Even now, he was still unable to regain his freedom. If it were him, he would probably have gone mad. Do you need help? Is there anything I can do? Seeing the sadness in Queen Vivian Li's eyes, Yue Yang suddenly had a manly desire to protect her. He felt that although this beautiful empress had a great reputation, she was actually living the life of a prisoner. Not to mention anything else, just sleeping for tens of thousands of years was miserable enough. Become stronger. Become stronger than me. Become stronger than the person who created this black hole to seal me. Only then can I leave this cage. When Queen Vivian Li said this, Yue Yang almost fainted. This was easy to say, but difficult to do. Yue Yang felt that it was better for him to go out first. He shouldn't stay for too long, or he would be trapped in this black hole. A thought flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly asked Queen Vivian Li, "How do I get out?" Seeing that Yue Yang wanted to leave, Queen Vivian Li's face showed a hint of reluctance. However, she quickly recovered and nodded with a smile. "I can send you out immediately, but this way, I will need to consume a lot of spiritual energy. Perhaps my recovering body will be greatly affected, and I will fall into hibernation again. Are you going to leave now?" When she said the last sentence, there was an indescribable sadness in it. It was like a weak woman watching the man who protected her heartlessly leave her. Hearing the Empress's bitter tone, Yue Yang's heart softened for a second. Speaking of which, she was quite pitiful. Moreover, she treated him quite well. Not only did she welcome him with a kiss, she also tolerated his molestation. In the end, she was even generous enough to send him away. However, it was impossible for him to stay and accompany her. Yue Yang was not that great. "Do you have any wishes to fulfill outside? I might be able to think of a way." Yue Yang felt that if this empress had countless beautiful subjects that he needed to take care of, it would not be a problem. "I have been hibernating for 10,000 years, I'm afraid that my country has already disappeared. Moreover, you are a human living in the soaring dragon continent, and I am the serpent empress of the demon abyss. Even if I have any wishes, you will not be able to fulfill them. Moreover, my only wish is to be free." Queen Vivian Li smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of cities and countries. Yue Yang was intoxicated by her smile. Before she was ready to send Yue Yang out, Fei Wen Li suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, your blood is like God's blood, even more mysterious and peculiar. Maybe you can resurrect her." Queen Vivian Li pointed her lily-white hand. She did not need to summon her grimoire, but directly summoned a colorful pet egg. This move made Yue Yang's eyes light up. If he could learn to summon beasts without summoning his grimoire, wouldn't he be able to hide himself even more? His enemies would definitely think that he was not a grimoire contractor and underestimate him. This move was simply a necessary skill for killing people at home and traveling. Looking at the colorful pet egg again, Yue Yang's heartbeat increased by 100 times. Could this be the legendary dragon egg? She was my personal guard captain. She died in battle to protect me. I had no way to resurrect her, so I could only turn her back to her original state. If your blood can resurrect her, then she might be able to help you a little. However, I am not sure if she still has her previous battle memories." Fei Wen Li bit her index finger and drew a strange rune on it. She then motioned for Yue Yang to reach out his hand. She first made a cut on Yue Yang's palm, then gently placed the egg that was sparkling with colorful light down. That egg was like a little vampire, crazily sucking Yue Yang's blood. It almost sucked Yue Yang dry. While Yue Yang was dizzy, a strong light rose up, flashing the image of a snake demon warrior more than 10 meters tall. In less than a second, it disappeared without a trace. All the light was quickly absorbed by the black hole. The egg that had absorbed enough blood melted and disappeared, turning into a blood pattern. It moved on Yue Yang's arm until it reached his chest. On Yue Yang's skin, a small and exquisite snake demon pattern appeared. Its 6 arms were raised high, each holding a different weapon. Its long snake tail twisted and coiled around Yue Yang's waist and lower abdomen. Yue Yang did not have time to see it clearly. In an instant, the pattern moved as if it had a life of its own. A colorful light shot out from his body, streaking across the space between the two of them like lightning, straight into Queen Vivian Li's body. Oh my god! Queen Vivian Li let out a cry of surprise. She raised her 6 arms, as if she wanted to stop the rainbow light from entering her body. However, there was only a slight hesitation on her face. In the end, she let go of the barrier and let the rainbow light shoot into her body. Yue Yang smelled it all at once. Her body began to emit waves of refreshing fragrance. Amidst the brilliance and fragrance, the wonderful snake demon pattern on Empress Fei Wen Li's lower abdomen actually gave birth to an incomparably petite little loli. This little fellow looked exactly like Queen Vivian Li, but it was just a smaller version of the little loli. It also had 6 arms and a snake tail. It looked a little young and inexperienced. Its body was the size of Yu Shuang, and its height only reached Yue Yang's waist. The little loli snake demon seemed to be unable to even stand steadily. She stretched out her 6 arms and hugged Fei Wen Li's snake waist. That small head of her that was like a waterfall turned around and looked at Yue Yang with her big sapphire-like eyes without blinking. It felt like a little girl seeing her father who had returned from a long journey. She wanted to recognize him but didn't dare to. She wanted to hug him but didn't dare to reach out her hands. She looked a little timid and cute. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. What was going on? Chapter 28 Inches Heavens, this little fellow, after being revived by your blood, she still wants to come back to suck my life energy. It's over, my body is finished. This time, I might not be able to recover even if I sleep for 1,000 years. Queen Vivian Li's whole body was trembling, her face was as pale as a pregnant woman. She was exhausted and beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. She seemed to be too weak to even stand up. Yue Yang noticed that her snake tail started to become blurry and gradually turned into mist. However, those 6 jade arms did not let go of the little lowly serpent demon. Instead, they hugged her tightly, as if she was hugging her own precious baby. Yue Yang saw that the whole snake tail had turned into white mist and was being absorbed by the black hole very slowly. He couldn't help but ask in shock, "Are you alright? Your body seems to be disappearing. This little fellow sucked away a lot of my spiritual energy and life energy. I can't even maintain my body right now. Hurry up and get ready, or else I won't even have the strength to send you out. Heavens, I need to sleep immediately. Otherwise, my body that had recovered with so much difficulty will be completely destroyed. Hold her properly, I can't take it anymore." Queen Vivian Li summoned a huge grimoire. Its whole body was sparkling like a crystal. It shone with colorful light, dazzling Yue Yang's eyes. Under Yue Yang's gaze, the grimoire that was more than 3 meters long and 2 meters wide magically turned into a transparent crystal coffin. Queen Vivian Li's expression was extremely tired. It seemed that any small movement would exhaust her strength to the limit. She hugged the little lowly serpent demon and kissed her lightly. She then passed it to Yue Yang, hinting him to take it. The little lowly serpent demon was a little hesitant and reluctant. However, when she saw Yue Yang reach out his hand, her 6 small arms also moved over and hugged him tightly. Queen Vivian Li's body swayed slightly, as if her physical strength had reached its limit. She couldn't help but gasp for breath, her beautiful chest moving up and down. "Hurry up and leave, my life energy has already reached its limit. I need to sleep immediately. If after a year, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds, try to see if you can break through the black hole seal. I need your spiritual energy to support me." As she spoke, Queen Vivian Li's 6 jade arms flashed with an extremely intense brilliance, blazing like the sun. Behind her, a huge figure that was more than 10 meters tall appeared. Its 6 arms moved at the same time, forming a strange seal. Then, it shattered with a loud bang, as if a galaxy had exploded. Yue Yang felt a huge impact on his body. An irresistible force pushed his body, causing Yue Yang to have the illusion that he had traveled through time and space. It was as if he had crossed mountains and rivers, flew millions of kilometers, and even traveled through the universe. Take her out. If she still has any battle memories, you can ask her if you encounter something you don't understand. The last wisp of Queen Vivian Li's consciousness was still echoing in Yue Yang's mind. However, when Yue Yang opened his eyes, he found that he had returned to the real world. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. The little lowly serpent demon that he had been hugging tightly in his arms had unknowingly disappeared. If it wasn't for the little lowly serpent demon's pattern on his naked body, Yue Yang wouldn't dare to believe that everything that had just happened was real. A familiar fragrance emerged, but it was much fainter than the one emitted by Queen Vivian Li's body. A ray of rainbow light flashed. In the midst of the brilliance and fragrance, the little lowly serpent demon slowly floated out from Yue Yang's body, turning into a real body made of flesh and blood. Her 6 arms spread out like an octopus, tightly hugging Yue Yang's body. Her big sapphire eyes stared unblinkingly at Yue Yang, as if she had seen her father and wanted to call him daddy, but didn't dare to do so. Be good, come down, let me wear my clothes first. Yue Yang sweated profusely. This was great, he didn't even have a wife, yet he had a daughter, for no reason. The little lowly serpent demon was very obedient, and let go of him. Her big eyes rolled around the room, as if she was very curious about everything. Yue Yang, who hurriedly found his clothes and put them on, kept thinking in his heart. Was this little lowly his daughter? Or was she a beast? He summoned his bronze grimoire and flipped to the originally blank 5th page. He discovered that his guess was not wrong. This little lowly serpent demon was indeed his summoned beast. Moreover, it was a guardian beast, just like his own phantom shadow. However, she was different from the phantom shadow in that the little lowly did not have a time limit for summoning. In theory, she could exist forever. When Yue Yang looked at the contents of the 5th page, he was shocked. The originally blank 5th page now had a picture of the little lowly serpent demon. It looked extremely lifelike. Different from the phantom shadow, thorny flower and golden seeking mouse pictures, the little lowly's picture not only shone brightly, but also moved as if it had a mind of its own. When Yue Yang looked at the picture, the little lowly at the side of the picture would turn her body, face and eyes, and raise her head to look at Yue Yang, as if she could feel his gaze. When Yue Yang looked down, he discovered that the little lowly in reality was the same. She raised her head and stared at him with her big eyes without blinking, doing the same staring action as the picture. If Yue Yang looked away, the picture would return to normal and become a fixed profile picture. Looking at the description below, Yue Yang was dumbfounded, dumbstruck. Mysterious serpent demon, infant, intelligence, humanoid beast, diamond level 1, guardian beast, unlimited vitality, life sharing, possesses a grimoire. Diamond level, unlimited vitality, life sharing, possesses a grimoire. Yue Yang's blood vessels almost exploded. What kind of existence was this little lowly? You also have a grimoire. Yue Yang was very dizzy. Could it be that this little thing still had something from her previous life? Did she still have a summoning grimoire from her previous life? Then what was her inherent skill in guardian beast? If she also had a summoning grimoire, was she his beast or his daughter? The little lowly serpent demon did not open her mouth to speak, but she blinked her big eyes. With a tap of her little hand, she summoned a small and exquisite grimoire. It was similar to Queen Vivian Li's grimoire. It was also sparkling like a crystal, but the mysterious picture was slightly different. At the same time, it did not have the dazzling rainbow halo like Queen Vivian Li's grimoire. Yue Yang bent down to take a closer look, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw the words, Diamond Grimoire, written on the grimoire. This little lowly's grimoire was actually diamond level. It was a pity that his grimoire was only a beginner-level bronze grimoire. When he opened the grimoire and looked at the little lowly's inherent skill in guardian beast, Yue Yang was completely speechless. Binding inherent skill. This inherent skill can be released at the same time as an attack. An invisible binding chain can bind the target's body, spirit, life and soul. Before the binding is released, the target will not be able to move. The duration of the binding is affected by the host's ability and inherent skill level. Currently, this inherent skill is level 1. Oh my god, Yue Yang sweated profusely. Isn't this the legendary saying that you can't hit back when you hit someone? Looking at the little lowly's guardian beast again, Yue Yang really wanted to vomit blood. She was not like other people who only had one guardian beast, but had 4. On the 2nd page of the picture, there were 4 portraits of different creatures. Looking at the words below, he knew that they were the stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga and the ice serpent demon. No wonder Queen Vivian Li had chosen her to be the guard leader. If this little lowly grew up, she would be incredible. However, was she really Queen Vivian Li's guard leader? Yue Yang was very suspicious. Could this really be his daughter? Or could it be her doppelganger? Of course, the real answer couldn't be revealed now. To Yue Yang, he felt that this little lowly was more like his own daughter. Right now, the little loli was still a baby. Even Yue Yang, who had the innate invisible sword chi, didn't have much confidence in defeating her. If she was allowed to grow up in the future, how powerful would she be? Fortunately, this little thing was not only his daughter, but also his guardian beast. Otherwise, Yue Yang would be extremely jealous. After thinking for a long time, Yue Yang finally came back to his senses and patted his chest. That was close, he was almost scared to death by this little thing. San are you still meditating? It's time to eat, Aunt Shu has already called you a few times. The beautiful woman's voice sounded from outside. Okay, I'll go out immediately. Yue Yang hurriedly replied in a loud voice. He prepared to keep the little lowly serpent demon back, but before he could even stretch out his hand, his mind received a kind of resistance and fear. The little lowly's 6 small arms tightly hugged Yue Yang's thigh, looking at him pitifully with her big eyes, as if she was very unwilling to be kept into the bronze grimoire. Ah, this little thing could actually resist his will. Yue Yang was about to coax her when suddenly, the wooden door opened. Yu Shuang, that little girl, happily called Brother Xiao San, pushed the door open and entered, chapter 29 inches so fragrant. Yu Shuang sniffed around. She thought that Yue Yang had hidden something delicious in the room. Phew, that was close. Yue Yang secretly wiped his sweat. When the little girl pushed the door open and entered, the little loli suddenly turned into a rainbow light and flew into his body. Yu Shuang didn't notice the rainbow light, but was attracted by the remaining fragrance. She jumped in and pulled Yue Yang's hand, acting like a spoiled child, insisting that he take out the delicious food. Yue Yang was about to raise his hand to carry the little girl when a wonderful message suddenly flashed in his mind. It seemed that the wonderful message was silently asking him if he should use the binding chains. Yue Yang was startled. Could it be that after the little lowly serpent demon entered his body, he could also use her inherent skill? The beautiful woman entered the door and carried the spoiled little girl who was pestering Yue Yang. She scolded her, "Little girl, how can I not give you delicious food? This should be the fragrance of the thorny flower, right? Thinking of delicious food all day, what a greedy cat. Shuang Mei, if you eat obediently, I'll bring you to buy very sweet brown sugar glutinous rice cakes later." Yue Yang was good at coaxing little kids. When he said this, the little girl's attention was immediately diverted. She happily nodded her head and raised her lotus-like tender white hands, cheering, "Long live Brother Xiao San." She was determined to throw herself into his embrace and kiss him. Seeing this little girl being so greedy, the beautiful woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, Yue Yang thought that the little lowly serpent demon could hide from the beautiful woman and Yu Shuang. He didn't expect that they would find out on the second day. It wasn't that Yue Yang was careless, but he had forgotten that the little lowly could move freely. At night, Yue Yang went out to get rid of the 2 vengeful hunters' mercenaries and continued to nurture the thorny flower. He woke up a little later in the day. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yu Shuang, the little girl, and the little lowly lamia were sitting at the table eating. Their mouths were dirty from eating, and the beautiful woman was sitting opposite them, using a wet handkerchief to gently wipe their mouths. From time to time, she would remind them to eat slowly and not choke. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. Were they not afraid of the little lowly with 6 arms and a snake tail? Seeing that Yue Yang had woken up, the beautiful woman gave him a bowl of steaming hot porridge and asked, "Is this child your guardian beast, Mist? San you finally summoned your guardian beast. Looks like your cultivation is not bad, you've improved a lot. Fourth Mother is really happy for you." This was a huge misunderstanding. The little lowly lamia had nothing to do with the fog. She didn't know how to cast the fog either. However, this misunderstanding was a little timely. Fortunately, the beautiful woman had misunderstood and hit the mark by a fluke, dispelling her suspicions. Otherwise, Yue Yang really didn't know how to explain it. "Brother Xiao San, why does she have 6 arms? And a long little tail, why don't we call her Little Monster?" The little girl was extremely curious, but her naming skills were really not that good. Yue Yang quickly rejected it. He thought that since she was Queen Vivian Li's and his own daughter, and looked exactly like her, just like a smaller version, he might as well call her Little Wen Li. The black hole in the black jade necklace had already been resealed. After dripping blood, there was no more reaction. Yue Yang didn't know what realm he would need to cultivate in order to be able to enter and visit the sleeping Queen Vivian Li again. Therefore, he decided to give the little lowly a similar name, which could also be considered as remembering her. Seeing the little girl making a fuss, Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands to correct her. Shuang Mei, she's not called Little Monster. She's called Wen Li, Little Wen Li. When he thought of a name, a message flashed through Yue Yang's mind. On his bronze grimoire, the originally unnamed serpent demon pattern was now officially engraved with a name. This was also the first time Yue Yang had officially named his summoned beast. The little loli tilted her head and looked at Yue Yang. Her big eyes blinked, not knowing if she was satisfied with her name or not satisfied enough. Yue Yang couldn't guess her thoughts, but he knew that this little thing would actually get jealous. When the little girl threw herself into his embrace and acted like a spoiled child, she would also quickly swim over and hug his thigh tightly, looking at him pitifully with her sapphire-like big eyes. Her expression was like an unfavored daughter looking forward to her father's embrace. That gaze was really unbearable. The appearance of the serpent demon loli Little Wen Li made the little girl the happiest, because she, who liked to play around all day, now had a companion. She was just like a big sister, running around the courtyard with Little Wen Li all day, chasing butterflies, catching dragonflies, climbing trees and picking flowers, drenching ants and playing with mud, and rummaging through chests and cupboards to find delicious food. There was nothing she didn't like to do. Of course, her proudest action was still teaching Little Wen Li how to speak. You're already so big, but you still don't know how to speak. Stupid, I'll teach you. Yu Shuang, this little girl, proudly took out the airs of a teacher and taught Little Wen Li how to speak all day. But her scheming was in vain, as Little Wen Li still didn't say a word. Yue Yang didn't think that a baby who had just been born for less than 3 days could speak. Although Little Wen Li looked about the same age as Yu Shuang, strictly speaking, she was still a baby. At night, Yue Yang went to the tavern on the east side of the city to take a stroll. In the darkness, the big-breasted girl from before was waiting in the corner. She quickly handed him a small bag of gold coins and reported in a low voice, "Young master, there are still 2 valuable jewelry that haven't been sold. The small one was exchanged for 35 gold coins, please count it." That's right, Xie Huo came yesterday. He set up a vengeance trail in the assassin guild. I don't know if he's looking for you. Young master, you should leave White Stone City first. There are also people from the Tai clan who came to take revenge for Tai Kuang. They're sitting in the tavern, drinking and gathering information. Not to mention that he now had a diamond-ranked guardian beast like Little Wen Li. Even if it was before, Yue Yang wouldn't have cared. Who could the assassin guild track for revenge? An anonymous thorny flower, with the innate invisible sword chi, the mysterious 3 styles, the support of phantom shadow, and Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill. Even if there were more people, they would only be fertilizer for the thorny flower. Where's that Xie Huo? Yue Yang really wished to have a strong opponent to fight against, so that he could judge the extent of his own battle strength. I heard that he's in the Merry Forest on the west side of the city. Young master, please be careful. The big-breasted girl warned softly. I'm fine. Yue Yang waved his hand. White Stone City's Merry Forest was not just a forest, but a huge building. Merry Forest's branches could be found all over the Dasha Kingdom. It was the country's leading entertainment center. It was said that the main building of Shanglin Court in the capital, Shangjing, was jointly built by the state preceptor, the left minister and Dasha's richest man, Shenxi. Its grandeur was second only to the Imperial Garden. Not to mention Shangjing's Shanglin Court, even White Stone City's Merry Forest was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Those who were able to enter were either experts with outstanding martial prowess or wealthy merchants. A level 3 hero that everyone envied. Even in a small place like White Stone City, there would always be a hero standing at the entrance of the Merry Forest. He was the guard captain of the Merry Forest. If the guards of the city lord's mansion were to be compared to the guards of the Merry Forest, the lord of White Stone City wouldn't dare to say that his private army would definitely be stronger than the guards of the Merry Forest. This was only the strength of a branch of White Stone City. 15 years ago, in order to reward the Merry Forest guards for their outstanding achievements in defending the country's territory, the Dasha Kingdom's Emperor Zheng Wuyu had bestowed a golden waist plate with the words, "Second," engraved on it. The other golden waist plate with the words, "First," hung on the waist of the great commander of the royal army, 10,000 withered bones, Feng Kuang. In other words, the Merry Forest's guard strength was equivalent to the Second Royal Army. If the Merry Forest's guard strength was not so strong, the big-breasted woman would not be so worried for Yue Yang. When Yue Yang stood in front of the magnificent Merry Forest, a smile appeared on his face. Merry Forest, what a good place. Hey brother, you're here too. It really is a small world. Come come, big brother invites you in for a drink. The bright-eyed thief was staring at a certain figure on the balcony with hatred. Suddenly, she felt her shoulder being patted by someone, giving her a scare. But when she turned her head, she saw that the person was Yue Yang, the shameless man. Instantly, the fist came flying over. Chapter 30. Yue Yang caught the fist with one hand and laughed. Brother, I know you miss me, but your way of expressing yourself is too special. If you could change it to a passionate hug, I would be even happier. The girls inside have already been stripped naked and waiting for us to pamper them. What are we still standing here for? Let's go. The bright-eyed thief almost went mad with anger. She struggled with all her might and broke free from Yue Yang's big hand that was holding her shoulder. She was about to raise her leg to kick this annoying shameless man away. However, Yue Yang suddenly grabbed her little hand and dragged her at a very fast speed. She couldn't help but be dragged by him towards the magnificent entrance of the Merry Forest. Please wait a moment, the two of you. Merry Forest has a rule that those who are not dressed properly will not be welcomed. A level 2 Braveman guard politely stopped Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief. As a young, rich, and elegant distinguished guest in the future, I have to criticize you. Which eye of yours saw that we are not dressed properly? As the saying goes, white stone mountain youth gold east, silver saddle white horse riding spring breeze. Fallen flowers travel wherever they go, entering Merry Forest with a smile. We came here to give you face. I heard that Merry Forest is the #1 forest in the world, but who would have thought that the reputation was far from reality? You actually let an illiterate fool guard the entrance instead of a beautiful lady who, fragrance wafts before the figure even approaches, to welcome the guests at the entrance. You really spoil the scenery. Do you know what role-playing is? If a genius celebrity like you, who is famous and welcomed by many beauties, revealed his true appearance, wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't the beauties inside scream crazily in excitement? Wouldn't they faint from excitement? It's not easy for me to keep a low profile, but who would have thought that it would be so disappointing? I actually met a vulgar, evil servant who looks down on me. Forget it, forget it. I say, brother, there are plenty of fish in the sea, how can there be only one Merry Forest? Let's go. Yue Yang shouted arrogantly as he pulled the bright-eyed thief away. Perhaps he was the first customer in the history of Merry Forest to stand at the entrance and scold the guards angrily. If it were someone else, the guards would have thrown that person into the sewers. However, now that Yue Yang had scolded them in such a manner, his words were out of the ordinary, and immediately alerted the guard leader who was accompanying the VIP. He hurriedly abandoned the VIP, and flew down from the tall balcony. He first gave his subordinate a heavy slap, and then respectfully bowed towards Yue Yang. Two young masters have graced us with your presence. This subordinate did not know how to appreciate your graces, and has offended you. Please do not lower yourself to the level of a vulgar commoner. Two young masters, please. The guard who blocked the way was scared out of his wits. He quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. It was rare in White Stone City, but in the capital of Shangjing, there were indeed some youngsters from large families who liked to dress up as powerless, poor students, or even beggars. They wandered around the streets, using this as a pretext to tease the commoners who valued their appearance. There were also many experts and even officials who liked to pretend to be mercenaries or bandits with low martial strength and tease the beauties in the Merry Forest for fun. The more famous and powerful a person was, the more they liked to play this kind of game. Even the emperor would go out incognito to patrol. As a level 3 hero, the guard leader had seen many young masters in Shangjing who dressed up like this. Hearing Yue Yang's extraordinary words and eloquence, he was even more convinced that he was a talented and noble heir of a noble family. I don't know who you are, but this fledgling is the assassin who attacked us half a month ago. From the tall balcony, another person jumped down and stared coldly at the bright-eyed thief. This person was tall and skinny, wearing a gorgeous brocade robe with a golden-eyed black eagle embroidered on his chest. His hands that stretched out from his sleeves were like demon claws, and his nose was like an eagle's hook. His long and slender eyes that shone brightly were as sharp as needles when he squinted. The bright-eyed thief snorted lightly and secretly pushed Yue Yang's back. You should go, I have something to take care of today. Hearing this, Yue Yang rubbed his fists like a fighting maniac. Fight. I'll help you. Seeing Yue Yang's belligerent appearance, the bright-eyed thief's heart broke out in cold sweat. However, in the face of an enemy, this brat didn't abandon her and run away. which was a bit out of the bright-eyed thief's expectations. Originally, the bright-eyed thief thought that Yue Yang would say, "I'm going to eat supper first, you take your time fighting, we'll pick up girls next time." She didn't expect this shameless guy to be so loyal. The mercenaries passing by saw that there was a show to watch, and all gathered around. Not long after, it was filled with people. Even the guests in the merry forest, after hearing the news, all squeezed to the windows or balconies to watch. Cough cough, Mr. Wu Yi, perhaps there is a bit of a misunderstanding. Should we first let go of our enmity and find out the truth? Everyone who came to the merry forest today is a distinguished guest, we really can't bear to start a fight, the guard leader advised the tall and skinny man in a low voice, telling him not to rush into a fight and to find out the identity of the two first. This fledgling killed my master's beloved concubine. My master has ordered that if she's alive, I want to see her corpse. If she's dead, I want to see her. Merry Forest is not in a position to ask about this. Moreover, they haven't entered the Merry Forest yet, so these two people can't be considered Merry Forest's distinguished guests, right? I'll deal with these two at the entrance, and later I'll definitely bring wine to Master Golden Blade as an apology. The tall and skinny man flatly rejected the possibility of reconciliation, and made a secret gesture to the guard leader. When the guard leader saw this, his expression changed greatly, and he immediately retreated to one side. This matter wasn't something a small guard leader like him could handle. What he needed to do now was to turn a blind eye to this matter. Hurry up and leave. The bright-eyed thief glared hatefully at the tall and skinny man, and reached out to push Yue Yang away, urging him to leave. I see that he doesn't have any meat on his body, and would fall apart with a single gust of wind. Why would I be afraid of such an enemy? You don't need to make a move, I alone can beat him until his teeth fall all over the floor. You stand to one side, and be in charge of clapping and cheering for me. Yue Yang decided to show off his skills. As a man, if he had a body full of skills, but didn't show it off in front of a beauty, wouldn't that be a waste of resources? If he made a move now, it would be a good time to earn some points. Moreover, the eagle-nosed demon claw guy in front of him looked like he deserved a beating. Yue Yang felt that if he didn't ruthlessly beat the other party up, he would really be letting himself down. The bright-eyed thief was a little helpless. You idiot, do you know who he is? He's a level 3 high-ranked hero, the demon claw Wu Yi. He's not someone a little thief like you can fight against. You, get lost right now. If not, you stand to one side and be in charge of clapping and cheering for me. No, you better stand behind me, and don't go more than 3 meters away from me. You mean, this guy is an expert? Yue Yang felt that he was starting to get lucky, because it seemed like he was about to put on a show of beauty saving the hero. Although I don't want to admit it, in reality, he is indeed a very strong expert. The bright-eyed thief nodded. Don't worry, experts are all meant to be stepped on. Yue Yang consoled her. Weak little ant, come and try stepping on me, the tall, skinny man called Wu Yi sneered. He took out a black crystal from his bosom and muttered something. As a black light spread out, a 6 meters tall rock puppet was summoned. The moment this giant rock puppet appeared, the surrounding mercenaries all let out a collective gasp of cold air. The place where level 4 rock puppets appeared the most was not in normal mercenary hunting areas, but on the battlefield. Even on the battlefield, this kind of rock puppet, whose entire body was made up of rock and weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, was still in invincible existence. Other than a few extremely large beasts like the mammoth, earthquake dragon and battle kodo beast, other beasts could only be crushed into meat paste in front of the rock puppet. The rock puppet was a war puppet that was prohibited from being sold by the country. Other than the army or mercenary groups specially approved by the country, no one else was allowed to own it. Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief were facing a 6-meter-tall rock golem that was also invulnerable to swords and spears. How were they going to fight this battle? Chapter 31 Inches Summoning Grimoire. This was not Yue Yang's summoning, but the bright-eyed thief's. A burst of golden light appeared between the bright-eyed thief's fingers, forming a pale orange barrier of light that enveloped both Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief's bodies. Summoning grimoire owners were different from normal people. When they fought, their grimoire would automatically produce an extremely strong barrier of light. Until all of the summoned beasts died or the time limit was up, the barrier would not disappear due to external forces. Even if the grimoire received a huge blow, it would still be able to protect the owner's safety. The maximum time limit for a bronze grimoire was 10 minutes. A silver grimoire was twice as long as a bronze grimoire. The bright-eyed thief had summoned a beginner's silver grimoire, which was 3 ranks higher than Yue Yang's beginner's bronze grimoire. In other words, in the next 20 minutes, if the bright-eyed thief's summons didn't all die, then even the incredibly powerful rock golems wouldn't be able to break through this barrier that could withstand a direct hit from a siege hammer. You're actually a grimoire owner. The tall and skinny Wu Yi's eyes twitched. At this moment, his expression became very ugly. Wow, a grimoire summoner. Heavens, this thief is actually a grimoire summoner, and a silver grimoire at that. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, the light is orange, and there's even a golden star flashing on it. This little thief is a level 4 hero. It can't be, there's a level 4 hero in Whitestone City. The people watching from afar cried out in surprise. It must be known that summoning grimoire owners were even rarer than diamonds. Any one of them was a genius warrior that surpassed normal people, or a descendant of a big family with an outstanding bloodline. The young thief in front of him was actually a level 4 champion who possessed a silver grimoire. This was obviously not something that a normal family could nurture. Without the support of a big family or a country, no one would believe that the bright-eyed thief could become a level 4 hero at such a young age. At first, the people thought that the 2 little thieves fighting against Wu Yi had no chance at all. Against a 6-meter-tall rock golem, they would probably be beaten to a pulp with just 2 punches. However, the moment the silver grimoire was summoned, everyone's view of it completely changed. No matter how strong a normal warrior was, it was impossible for them to fight against a genius summoner who possessed a grimoire. A grimoire summoner's body had the protection of a grimoire's light barrier. They could completely safely counter the enemy's summoned beasts and counterattack them. No matter how many beasts a normal warrior could he summon more beasts than a summoner with a grimoire? To ordinary people, rock puppets were almost invincible existences. However, in front of a grimoire contractor, it was not impossible to deal with it. Every grimoire contractor had a guardian beast that would never truly die. As long as they controlled it carefully, the light barrier would definitely be able to last until the time limit was up. Now, as long as she summoned her beast to attack Wu Yi, the bright-eyed thief wouldn't even need to pay attention to the slow-moving rock golem. She wouldn't even need to pay attention to any of Wu Yi's attacks. She could just summon her beast and kill it. Summon bewildering butterfly. The bright-eyed thief's lily-white hands flipped open a few pages of the silver grimoire and pressed her palm lightly on the pages. A golden light seeped out from between her fingers, dazzling the onlookers' eyes. Yue Yang didn't pay attention to these things. He was happily hiding behind the bright-eyed thief, happily enjoying the beautiful scenery behind her. Although her chest wasn't too protruding and belonged to the cute apple type with a lot of room for growth, her buttocks were extremely perky. Especially when set off by the tight-fitting nightwear, that perfect curve and that alluring perky perk caused Yue Yang to swallow his saliva fiercely. He regretted that his level 1 divine vision inherent skill was unable to see through clothes. Otherwise, on the other side, Wu Yi's expression changed again when he saw the bright-eyed thief immediately summon a colorful butterfly that wasn't much bigger than her palm. If there was an obvious weakness of the rock golem, it would be that it didn't have any intelligence. The rock golem didn't have any intelligence, it didn't have any thoughts, it only had battle instincts. According to its master's orders, it would instinctively attack the nearest enemy, unable to choose an accurate target to attack. The bright-eyed thief's bewildering butterfly didn't have any fighting strength. However, it just so happened to be the rock golem's nemesis. The bewildering butterfly could affect the spiritual connection between the rock golem and its master. As long as it stayed on top of the rock golem's head, the rock golem wouldn't be able to receive its master's orders and wouldn't be able to attack normally. It would only sway like a drunkard, unconsciously pacing back and forth. Seeing the bewildering butterfly appear, the guard leader's expression also changed. This kind of bewildering butterfly wasn't commonly seen. Other than the individual worlds in Tong Tian Tower, it could only be found in the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. Could it be that this bright-eyed thief, who had attempted to assassinate the Wu Yi family master half a month ago, was actually someone from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers? The guard leader couldn't be bothered to watch the battle anymore, and immediately rushed inside. Now that the situation was getting more and more intense, the situation was no longer something that a small guard leader like him could control. If he didn't immediately invite the person in charge of the Whitestone City's Merry Forest, Master Golden Blade, to take charge of the situation, the consequences would be unimaginable. People who came from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers were definitely not to be trifled with. Summon Battle Eagle. The tall and skinny Wu Yi was anxious. He knew that if he didn't get rid of his opponent's bewildering butterfly as soon as possible, his rock golem would be destroyed. Wu Yi took out a shiny yellow crystal stone from his bosom and muttered an incantation, summoning a golden battle eagle with a wingspan of more than 2 meters. The battle eagle was the king of the skies among the bird-type beasts. It was most proficient in hunting and killing flying beasts. Its speed was extremely fast as lightning. Facing a defenseless bewildering butterfly, it would only take a few seconds for that level 3 warhawk, whose claws could tear apart tigers and leopards, to tear the tiny bewildering butterfly into pieces. However, after Wu Yi summoned the warhawk, the bright-eyed thief coldly snorted and immediately responded with a summon the silk-spitting spider woman. A green light flowed out from the bright-eyed thief's fingers. The silver grimoire automatically flipped, and a green light soared into the sky. A monster with the upper body of a human girl and the lower body of a spider appeared on the battlefield. Wah! Wah! Many of the surrounding mercenaries scattered in all directions. I'm going to faint. This is a monster from the demon abyss. This is a spider demon that can suck people's essence. A man's natural enemy. A brave mercenary insisted on staying behind, but his face was pale with fright. This must have been brought back by the Tong Tian Tower. I dare say that this is definitely a demon brought back by the Tong Tian Tower. It's over, that battle eagle is finished. Among the VIP guests on the balcony of the merry forest, there was a warrior who recognized the origin of the half-woman, half-spider monster. He looked at the battle eagle that was spiraling down from the sky and shook his head and sighed. At this moment, Wu Yi's face was filled with despair. He anxiously wanted to control the battle eagle to fly higher, but it was already too late. A white spider silk shot out from the spider demon's mouth. It dispersed with the wind, forming a white spider web that enveloped the battle eagle. The battle eagle was bound and lost its ability to fly, falling heavily to the ground. The spider demon nimbly jumped over, and while the battle eagle was struggling, she quickly attacked. 2 terrifying spider fangs pierced into the battle eagle's body, injecting a dark green spider poison into the battle eagle's body. 2 seconds later, the struggling battle eagle started to stiffen, becoming a living corpse that could be slaughtered by humans. Yue Yang grabbed the bright-eyed thief's small hand, secretly taking advantage of her. On the surface, he pretended to be extremely excited as he shouted, "You're really amazing, we won." However, the bright-eyed thief shook her head. "No, it's still too early to say that we won. The opponent is a level 3 hero, and the battle eagle isn't his strongest beast. I reckon that he's still holding back. He should still be able to summon another strong beast. Xie, come down and help me buy some time." Wu Yi roared and took out a red crystal the size of a fist, beginning his 3rd summon. "If you give me this fledgling's first night, then there's no problem. Isn't it just a bewildering butterfly and a spider demon? In front of me, Xie, summon beasts of this level are not worth mentioning at all." At the entrance of the merry forest, a person's figure flashed like a ghost. His wretched triangular eyes were like a poisonous snake's as he impudently looked at the bright-eyed thief's body, laughing evilly. Yue Yang's expression didn't change, but his heart was exploding with rage. What audacity! This bastard actually dared to have designs on the precious little virgin that he had reserved long ago. It seemed like he was tired of living and wanted to hang himself. Chapter 32 Inches Summon Shadow Leopard. The bright-eyed thief quickly placed her palm on her silver grimoire, preparing to summon her 3rd beast. Too late. The triangular-eyed man who had just flashed out of the door laughed coldly, his voice extremely pleased with himself. Without any summoning action, a small monster covered in black flames appeared behind him. Yue Yang had already seen the beast encyclopedia that Yu Bing had brought back from the academy. He discovered that this small monster looked a bit like the fire essence monster in the encyclopedia. According to the beast encyclopedia, the fire essence monster's attack power was not strong, but it was good at casting fireballs. The fire essence monster was a product of the demon abyss. There was no such evil creature in the soaring dragon continent. Seeing that the triangular-eyed man had a fire essence monster following him without summoning, the mercenaries were all in an uproar. This was not because they were shocked at his strength, but because they despised him. There was an unwritten rule in the world of mercenaries and in duels between martial artists. In a public duel, everyone had to use an open and above-board summoning method to duel. Only the most despicable and shameless people would secretly summon their beasts and launch a sneak attack on their opponent. This triangular-eyed man called Xie must have secretly summoned this fire essence monster from the merry forest building. He did not come out and waited until Wu Yi was at a disadvantage before coming out to take advantage of the situation. It was already annoying enough that he did not care about a one-on-one duel. He had even summoned his beast first. It was really unbearable. If not for the fact that the mercenaries knew this guy and knew that they were not his opponent, they would have rushed up and hacked him to death. When another devil bee appeared behind the triangular-eyed Xie, everyone was so helpless that they did not even have the strength to scold him. This kind of shameless guy should be struck by lightning. He should not be allowed to live in this world anymore. If Xie said that his fire essence monster was not purposely targeting the bright-eyed thief's bewildering butterfly, there might be one or two idiots among the mercenaries who would believe him. However, when this devil bee with yellow and black stripes on its abdomen appeared, even an idiot would understand. This Xie, who had an abnormally wretched appearance and an extremely trashy character, was clearly targeting the bright-eyed thief. Combined with what Xie had just said about the right to her first night, everyone suddenly felt that even though they were not good people and were a complete mess, compared to Xie, they were practically saints. I've seen people with trashy morals, but I've never seen such a trashy person. Bewildering butterflies and other insect-type flying beasts were most afraid of fire or ice. That fire essence monster's fireball would definitely be able to instantly kill the defenseless bewildering butterflies. As for the powerful spider demoness, her only nemesis was the devil bee. The demon bee's agility allowed it to dodge the spider webs, and at the same time, it was not afraid of the spider's venom. On the contrary, its stinger could paralyze the spider demoness to death. The bright-eyed thief saw Triangle Eyes Xiehuo's two beasts, and was so nervous that her whole body trembled slightly. Following the bright-eyed thief's command, the bewildering butterfly quickly flew up, preparing to fly back into the light barrier and be recalled into the silver grimoire. However, it was too late. The fire essence monster spat out a black fireball that formed a curved parabola. It chased after the bewildering butterfly and finally exploded on its wings. Boom! The bewildering butterfly was blasted into pieces by the black fireball and burned into charcoal. On the other hand, the rock golem that had lost control of the bewildering butterfly immediately moved. It walked over with large strides, raised its huge rock fist, and heavily smashed it towards the shadow leopard that the bright-eyed thief had just summoned. Although it was impossible for the rock golem to hit the shadow leopard that was famous for its speed and stealth, the shadow leopard had no way to fight against the rock golem and could only hurriedly dodge. The rock golem's heavy fist pounded the ground. The huge force was like thunder exploding, causing the ground to tremble. On the other side, the spider demoness let out a terrified scream and quickly escaped towards the light barrier. It continuously jumped a few times and was finally able to escape into the light barrier before the devil bee caught up. Although it managed to escape, it was still trembling in fear. It was obvious that it was incomparably afraid of its nemesis. So this is how summoned beasts fight. Interesting. Yue Yang watched with great interest. He had finally seen a battle between beasts between summoners. In a battle, other than fighting with strength, one also had to fight with wits. Beasts were not omnipotent. The most important thing was to coordinate their battle tactics. For example, a bewildering butterfly would not be able to defeat a battle eagle, but it was extremely effective against the rock golem. The spider demoness was the nemesis of flying beasts, but the devil bee was an exception. The flame essence monster's fireball could instantly kill the bewildering butterfly, but its true battle power was not even 1% of the rock golem's. After watching this battle, Yue Yang came to a conclusion. One thing to counter another. There were no invincible beasts in this world, but there were near-invincible battle tactics and counter-tactics. Now, Yue Yang understood why warriors with summoning grimoires had such a huge advantage. The reason was very simple. It was because a warrior with a grimoire would first have a guardian beast that would never truly die and would never betray him. Secondly, as long as one had a grimoire, there wouldn't be too many restrictions when it came to contracting beasts. They would be able to use more beasts to carry out targeted counterattacks. If Xiehuo had not suddenly joined the battle and interfered, Wu Yi, who had been completely suppressed in battle tactics, would probably have been torn to pieces by the shadow leopard. As for now, the bright-eyed thief's situation was far from good. Let's go, Wu Yi is about to summon a powerful beast. I can't hold on for long. The bright-eyed thief did not bother to comfort the terrified spider demoness and quickly stuffed an exquisitely crafted scroll into Yue Yang's hands. This is a teleportation scroll. Open it and inject your spiritual energy into it, just like how you summon beasts. Summon beasts. Yue Yang pretended to be innocent as he blinked his star-like eyes. Ah, you don't even know how to summon beasts. The bright-eyed thief felt as if her head had been struck by lightning. Could it be that this brat spent all his time chasing girls? Could it be that he didn't even have a single beast? No wonder he had just applied to be a mercenary a few days ago. This time, she was done for. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Xie Huo laughed sinisterly. He made a very strange gesture and used his dagger to quickly draw a bloody pattern on his palm. The pattern flashed with a red light. Two of the red lights shot towards the sky and exploded like fireworks, scattering the red light in all directions. At this time, a thought wave appeared in Yue Yang's mind. Your enemy is forcing you into a death duel. Before one of you dies, you cannot leave the boundary of the bloody world of death. Otherwise, divine punishment will descend and all the veins in your body will explode and you will die. The bright-eyed thief's lily-white hands trembled slightly. It was obvious that she had also received Xie Huo's death duel message. Xie Huo's request for a death duel was not without conditions. His face was as pale as paper, and his bloody hand seemed to be swallowed by an invisible monster. His wound continuously split open and bled, even rotting, emitting a foul stench. Die in my place. This is your honor. Ha ha ha. Xie Huo pressed his bloody hand on the flame essence monster's head. The flame essence monster exploded with a bang, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. Well done. Cough cough, I can finally summon you. Your time of death has come. Wu Yi's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all bleeding. He looked extremely terrifying. The excessive consumption of spiritual energy and the forceful summoning that exceeded his limits caused Wu Yi's body to quickly collapse. The strange thing was that the blood that flowed out of his body all turned into a bloody light and flowed towards the red crystal in his fist. In the end, the red crystal, which had absorbed enough blood and spiritual energy, emitted a demonic red light, dyeing a large area around it a bloody red. The surrounding mercenaries all felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. The cowardly mercenaries' teeth started to tremble uncontrollably. The mercenaries were all trembling as if they were in a world of ice and snow. The powerful beast that Wu Yi had used his blood to summon for 3 whole minutes had finally been successfully summoned. Moo! A terrifying howl caused the demon bee that was circling above everyone's head to fall to the ground in fright. It trembled as it crawled, but it was actually unable to spread its wings and fly into the sky. Even though it was safely hiding inside the light barrier, the spider demoness couldn't resist its fear. It turned into a green light and automatically entered the silver grimoire, abandoning its master and escaping the battlefield. Yue Yang saw that a giant bull with dark green skin and blood-red eyes had been summoned by Wu Yi. The mercenaries were so scared that they all scattered in all directions. Not a single one of them dared to stay. Even the warriors who were standing on the balconies of the Merry Forest High building to watch the battle turned pale with fright. They cried out in fear, heavens, Wu Yi actually summoned a bronze-rank barbaric bull. Bronze-rank barbaric bull? Yue Yang curiously asked the bright-eyed thief, is this the legendary barbaric bull that has Doom's eyes? Chapter 33 inches. Yes, Wu Yi actually summoned the bronze barbaric bull. It's a bronze-rank beast, we're finished. The bright-eyed thief's voice was filled with fear. My guardian beast is a flower fairy with no attack power, it's not a match for the bronze barbaric bull at all. If I had known earlier, I would have summoned the shadow leopard to attack from the start. Maybe I could have killed Wu Yi that way. Now, what do you think we should do? The bright-eyed thief helplessly looked at Yue Yang with her last hope. At this moment, Yue Yang could clearly see the despair and fear in her bright eyes. This delicate and pitiful look was very similar to Queen Vivian Lee's when she was imprisoned in the black hole space. Roar! The time to save the damsel in distress had arrived. In an instant, Yue Yang's manly desire to protect her exploded. He hugged the bright-eyed thief's delicate shoulders and comforted her softly, isn't it just a bull? Don't be afraid, I'll kill it for you. With Yue Yang's comforting words, the bright-eyed thief's eyes reddened instead. Her voice was choked with sobs, you idiot, that's not a normal bull, it's a bronze barbaric bull. As long as it stares at us, we'll all lose our lives. What do we do now? We need to think of a way, otherwise we'll all die here. I don't want to die, I still haven't taken my revenge, I really don't want to die. Aren't you a genius? Quickly think of a way. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way to deal with it. Yue Yang took out a dagger that was too small to be used to cut fruits. You want to rush out. The bright-eyed thief thought that Yue Yang was going to rush out and kill Wu Yi. As long as Wu Yi died, the bronze barbaric bull that he had summoned would quickly disappear and cease to exist. However, would it really be that easy to kill Wu Yi now? Forget about Xie Huo. How could a little thief who had just become a mercenary a few days ago be able to fight against Wu Yi's combat skills? The bright-eyed thief felt that if Yue Yang rushed out to fight, he would just be throwing his life away. Even if the bronze barbaric bull didn't smash him to death, trample him to death, or stare him to death, he would still be torn to pieces by the battle eagle that had recovered its strength. Even if he managed to reach Wu Yi, against a high-rank 3 hero like Wu Yi, who possessed exquisite combat techniques, what could a thief who had just become a mercenary do with a dagger that cost 50 copper coins? What could he do? He might not even be able to touch a single hair on Wu Yi's head before being killed by Wu Yi on the spot. Leaving the protection of the light barrier and rushing out to risk his life was definitely a suicidal and foolish move. When the bright-eyed thief thought of this, she hurriedly grabbed Yue Yang's wrist and said seriously, "I still have one last attack, but the chances of success are extremely low. You should run for your life. If you can survive after you get out of the bloody world of death, go to the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers for me and tell the leader of the valley that I've died in the battle." You want to reverse the situation? What wishful thinking. Xie Huo's face was sinister and terrifying as he laughed coldly. He took out a black crystal and held it in his hand. Chanting a strange incantation, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the black crystal. The body of the devil bee that was lying prone on the ground exploded into pieces with a bang. Dark green blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere. The shadow leopard that had been hiding in the darkness of the night was immediately exposed when the blood splattered everywhere. The rock golem immediately raised its huge fist. In the sky, the battle eagle, which was even faster than the rock golem, had already swooped down. Because the spider demoness had escaped from the battlefield, the poison and spider webs quickly disappeared. Although the shadow leopard's battle strength had been weakened, it wasn't reduced by too much. It still had the strength to fight. The battle eagle swooped down like a gust of wind, clawing at the shadow leopard's back. Rumble. The bronze barbaric bull's forehooves stomped on the ground as it charged forward like a bolt of lightning. A ball of flame shot out from the bronze barbaric bull's nose and exploded on the shadow leopard's back. Following that, the bronze barbaric bull caught up to the injured shadow leopard. It lowered its head and used its hard head and 2 horns to attack with the force of a battering ram. The shadow leopard cried out miserably as its entire body was sent flying. It couldn't help but tumble in the air. When the shadow leopard fell heavily on the ground, the bronze barbaric bull rushed over and used its huge blood-red eyes to stare at the shadow leopard. With a flash of red light, faster than lightning, the shadow leopard turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. In just an instant, the shadow leopard was killed on the spot by the bronze barbaric bull's doom's eyes. Heavens! The warriors who were watching from the windows and balconies of the merry forest were all sweating profusely from fright. Although the probability of the bronze barbaric bull's doom's eyes was very low, this kind of instant kill that ignored everything was too terrifying. Doom's eyes, other than the rock golem which had no life, could only be resisted by the guardian beasts of grimoire contractors. If a normal warrior or beast were to be hit by the bronze barbaric bull's doom's eyes, they would definitely not be able to survive. The bright-eyed thief who was summoning her strongest beast to fight the enemy didn't even have the time to summon it. The shadow leopard had already been killed by the bronze barbaric bull. Her mind immediately felt as if it had been struck by lightning. The death of a beast had a huge impact on its master, whose mind was connected to it. The bright-eyed thief usually found it hard to bear. Now that she was concentrating on summoning her beast, the damage to her mind was even greater. She spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the black cloth covering her face. The bright-eyed thief's body swayed, but before she fainted and fell to the ground, she reached out to Yue Yang. "Quick, go!" Yue Yang hurriedly reached out and hugged the soft, fragrant body that fell to the ground. If he had acted earlier, the bright-eyed thief wouldn't have fainted due to the damage to her mind. However, Yue Yang didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of this brother, at least not now. Thus, he waited until the last moment to act. As for the spectators in the merry forest, or Wu Yi and Xie Huo, in Yue Yang's eyes, they were all dead people. As the bright-eyed thief fainted, the light barrier immediately disappeared. The silver grimoire also turned into a golden light and floated into the bright-eyed thief's body. When the rock golem, battle eagle and bronze barbaric bull saw that the light barrier had disappeared, they immediately rushed towards Yue Yang. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yi and Xie Huo laughed happily. They had already fought together like this more than 100 times and were very familiar with each other. If it wasn't for the pressure of facing a level 4 hero with a silver grimoire, Wu Yi wouldn't have taken the risk of being devoured and forcefully summoned the bronze barbaric bull. So noisy. Yue Yang hated it the most when people laughed like this. This was because he felt that arrogant laughter had always been his trademark. Now that he saw Wu Yi and Xie Huo laughing so complacently, he felt very uncomfortable. He felt that these two repulsive fellows had plagiarized his trademark. Yue Yang pointed his finger and summoned his bronze grimoire. A faint red light quickly appeared, forming a faint red light barrier that enveloped him and the bright-eyed thief. The bronze barbaric bull crashed into the red light barrier, but the huge force only caused a slight ripple on the surface of the red light barrier before it disappeared without a trace. The rock golem's heavy fists that could shatter the earth also had no effect on the red light barrier. The battle eagle that had swooped down from the sky was the weakest, so it was directly repelled by the red light barrier. Another grimoire contractor. However, he's only a beginner apprentice. Haha, idiot, he's only a beginner apprentice, yet he still wants to struggle. What a joke, thorny flower. Ahahaha, this won't do, I'm going to die from laughter. He actually summoned a thorny flower. My god, I really want to see how he will use a thorny flower to kill my rock golem and bronze barbaric bull. Wu Yi laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes. I'd rather fight against an expert, there's no point in killing noobs. Xie Huo directly ignored Yue Yang, who was a beginner apprentice. Haha, I'm the opposite. I really like to oppress noobs, especially listening to their screams before they die, it's really memorable. Wu Yi licked his lips, as if he was a hungry ghost preparing to gorge himself on a delicious meal. In his eyes, Yue Yang, a beginner apprentice, was just a newbie that he could torture to death. Even if Yue Yang was a grimoire contractor, Wu Yi did not put him in his eyes at all. A beginner apprentice could only summon one beast per day. This little thief in front of him had already summoned a thorny flower. In the following battle, even a fool would not think that he would be able to use a thorny flower to defeat the invincible rock golem and the bronze barbaric bull that had Doom's eyes. The warriors on the Merry Forest Tower all shook their heads and sighed. Right now, even if the gods descended from the god realm, they would not be able to help this little thief turn defeat into victory. This little thief would definitely not be able to defeat Wu Yi. Not to mention, there was still Xie Huo, who was even stronger than Wu Yi. As long as the time limit of the red light barrier was up, these two little thieves would be easily crushed into meat paste by the rock golem and the bronze barbaric bull. Isn't it just a stupid bull? What's there to be arrogant about? Yue Yang did not stand inside the red light barrier. He swaggered out, leaving the bright-eyed thief and the thorny flower inside the red light barrier. His action made all the martial artists watching the battle dumbfounded. The owner of the grimoire could not leave the halo barrier, otherwise, the halo barrier would immediately disappear. How did this little thief walk out from inside? Was everyone's eyes playing tricks on them? Or was it a real miracle? Chapter 34. The bronze barbaric bull was the first to rush up, its blood-red eyes flashing with the light of death. Everyone believed that this little thief was finished. He was definitely going to die. When the bronze barbaric bull's eyes lit up, it meant that the instant kill, Doom's eyes, was activated. In the next second, this little thief's soul would be completely destroyed, turning into a soulless corpse. The guard leader had already closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch. 2 grimoire contractors had died in White Stone City. White Stone City was destined to be embroiled in a chaotic war. Perhaps the whole city would be filled with rivers of blood. The power behind these 2 thieves would definitely not give up on revenge so easily. Especially the strongest level 4 hero, a grimoire contractor from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. The guard leader could not imagine the price that had to be paid to nurture such a young level 4 hero with a silver grimoire. How could the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers let this matter rest when such a genius warrior was killed? However, even if the guard leader knew that disaster was imminent, he could not stop Wu Yi and Xie Huo from joining hands to kill these 2 extraordinary little thieves. This was because the power behind Wu Yi and Xie Huo was also incomparably huge. This matter was not something that a small guard leader like him could provoke. He had originally hoped that Master Golden Blade, who had gone out with the White Stone City Lord, would be able to rush back in time to prevent this disaster from happening. But now it seemed that everything was too late. Ha 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 ha. In the field, Wu Yi's complacent laughter resounded. His laughter was like that of an owl, making everyone feel depressed. However, after 3 seconds, his laughter was like a knife cutting through the air. If someone had said that a level 5 bronze barbaric bull's Doom's eyes could not kill a little thief, everyone would have thought that that person was crazy. But now, the truth was right in front of them. Yue Yang's figure flashed, then returned to normal. All the warriors who had seen the result of the battle were petrified. Their mouths were so wide open that a battle Kodo beast could fit inside. This result was also a little unexpected for Yue Yang. He had originally thought of a way to deal with the bronze barbaric bull, which was to use Phantom Shadow, a guardian beast that would never truly die, to prevent the bronze barbaric bull's Doom's eyes. The instant the bronze barbaric bull activated Doom's gaze, Yue Yang's figure had already dodged away, leaving only an afterimage. He hoped to test the true power of Doom gaze through this shadow. Was it an instant kill? Or ineffective? In that second, Yue Yang, through the phantom that was attacked by Death's gaze, could feel that in the mysterious space of his consciousness, there was an image that was as fast as lightning, an image that was inconceivably fast. It emerged from the soul of the bronze barbaric bull, pounced into his consciousness, and then disappeared in a flash. That death-like figure seemed to want to capture the phantom in his space of consciousness, but grabbed nothing, and obviously did not notice that he was watching all this. After the attack missed, the Grim Reaper image quickly disappeared, returning to nothingness. In that instant, Yue Yang sensed a lot of wonderful and mysterious information. He felt excited as if he had seen through the truth. He discovered that after this revelation, his divine vision ability had miraculously improved. An impulse arose in Yue Yang's soul. If I had used the binding chain just now, I might have been able to capture this Grim Reaper's image instead. What were the consequences of capturing the Grim Reaper's image? Yue Yang was not sure, but he believed that it would not be a bad thing. It was worth a try. It was a pity that he was too cautious just now, and did not use the binding chain on the Grim Reaper's image that disappeared in a flash. Although he missed the opportunity to attack, Yue Yang was still indescribably excited. He discovered that after his divine vision improved, he could actually see the hidden abilities of the phantoms. For example, there was the ability to fuse multiple shadows together, forming a giant shadow. The giant shadow existed for a very short time, only 1 minute. Every time a shadow was added, the time could only be extended by around 30 seconds. However, this kind of giant shadow that could only exist for a short time had super strong strength. It was practically equivalent to a Titan giant. When Yue Yang added the 5 phantoms together, forming a giant shadow, and used it to strengthen himself, he was shocked to find that his strength had soared by at least 100 times. Although the time limit was less than 3 minutes, the current Yue Yang was completely confident that he could wrestle with the rock golem. FCK, could it be that Ultraman's transformation is like this? Yue Yang stretched out his hands that had been strengthened by the giant shadow, and tightly grasped the bronze barbaric bull's sharp curved horn. From the bottom of his heart, Yue Yang could not help but let out an incomparably powerful roar, a woo. The sound was like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing everyone to turn pale. The bronze barbaric bull, whose body was like a wall, was forcibly flipped over by Yue Yang's huge strength. Because this was the first time Yue Yang had used the giant shadow's strength, he had used too much strength, and did not grasp the point of impact. One of the bronze barbaric bull's incomparably hard horn broke into 2 with a paw. Yue Yang's original intention was not to overturn the bronze barbaric bull, but to lift it up, and use its body to smash the rock golem. He did not expect that he would not lift it up, but only overturn the bronze barbaric bull, and even break its horn by mistake. None of the spectators knew that this was caused by Yue Yang's mistake. Instead, they thought that he had deliberately broken the bull's horn to display his terrifying strength. In an instant, the spectating warriors were all scared out of their wits, their faces ashen. Heavens, is this the strength of a human? I'm going to faint. Illusion, this is an illusion. I don't believe it, I definitely don't believe it, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Wu Yi was unwilling to believe the truth. He felt that everything in front of him was an illusion, that this little thief in front of him had used a beast that knew hypnotism to confuse him. A normal human strength was simply not enough to overturn a level 5 bronze barbaric bull. It was even more impossible to break its horn. That was the hardest part of its body, it was 10 times harder than steel. How could he use his bare hands to forcefully break it? Furthermore, even if this Little Thief really had such great strength, he would not be able to survive under the bronze barbaric bull's doom's eyes. Unless it was an extremely strong warrior whose strength far surpassed the bronze barbaric bull, or a level 6 great grandmaster who was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an innate, normal warriors would definitely not be able to withstand the bronze barbaric bull's doom's eyes, which ignored the body's defense and directly destroyed the soul. Could it be that this little thief in front of him was a level 6 great grandmaster? This was impossible, he was obviously a level 1 beginner apprentice. If Wu Yi believed that he was a level 6 great grandmaster, he might as well believe that his own father was a woman. The next scene caused the spectating warriors to turn from stone to weathered. Everyone felt that they might as well let a gust of wind blow them away and just die. This kind of result was really unacceptable, because the rock golem that had originally rushed to the little thief's side with its giant fists raised, preparing to turn him into a meat patty, had actually rebelled under the little thief's caress. The rock golem that did not have any intelligence or thoughts raised its giant fists and ruthlessly smashed the bronze barbaric bull that was still lying on the ground. After the little thief had stretched out his hand, it had become his summoned beast. This was simply impossible. Puppet-type battle puppets would definitely not rebel. This was their biggest characteristic. Because they had no intelligence, they only had battle instincts. Therefore, they did not know what rebellion was. Once they signed a contract, they could only forever be subservient. What made Wu Yi feel the most despair was that in his consciousness, he could feel that the rock golem that was currently beating the bronze barbaric bull had not rebelled at all. It was still his summoned beast, but it was being controlled by an unknown external force. It simply did not listen to his commands and acted on its own, attacking the bronze barbaric bull on its own. A rock golem that took up a summoning slot and did not listen to its master's commands, wouldn't that be the greatest tragedy of his life? Wu Yi really wanted to cry, but he could not cry. He wanted to die, but he did not have the time to brandish his dagger. This was because the little thief, who only had the strength of a beginner apprentice, was already standing in front of him, looking down at him with a condescending attitude. At this moment, Wu Yi felt that he was extremely insignificant. If the other party was like a ferocious tiger that wanted to devour people, then he felt that he was like a little mouse that did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. This was the first time in his life that he felt so weak and so afraid. "Aren't you an expert? Why don't you laugh at me again? Why don't you show me how awesome you are?" Yue Yang kicked the trembling Wu Yi to the ground. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, he trampled on Wu Yi's body without the slightest scruple, beating him up. Seeing a level 1 beginner apprentice beating up a level 3 hero, everyone had the urge to smash their heads into tofu. Chapter 35. After torturing Wu Yi for a while, Yue Yang took out that dainty little dagger. "You can say your last words now." Yue Yang glanced at Xie Huo, who he had deliberately ignored. He knew that Xie Huo would not resign himself to defeat. He would definitely summon an even stronger beast to reverse the situation. Yue Yang wanted to use tonight's battle to officially test his strength and what realm he had reached. Defeating Wu Yi and Xie Huo, Yue Yang had never felt that it was a problem. But he wanted to create a little more difficulty under the circumstances where he could control the situation. He wanted to experience as many challenges as possible, to enrich and train his battle experience. Bloody battles were merciless, and the world was ever-changing. Even if he had good potential, if he did not train more, he might not be able to win if he met a truly strong enemy. He might even lose his life. Yue Yang did not know how strong the rankers in this world were. But after he came out of the black hole space, he understood one fact. In the past, the Soaring Dragon continent had at least one super ranker who could easily defeat Queen Vivian Li, and even seal her for 10,000 years. Now, had all those rankers died? Yue Yang felt that the answer to this question should be no. Even if there were no super rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent, there would probably be some in Tong Tian Tower. It was said that only saint rankers could enter the heaven realm. If it really existed, would there be a lack of super rankers? Yue Yang naturally didn't think that he could fight against a super ranker like the one who had sealed Empress Fei Wenli for 10,000 years. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to continuously train and become stronger. He had to become stronger and stronger. He had to become stronger than anyone else. This was also Yue Yang's biggest wish. With an innate skill like the innate invisible sword Qi, Yue Yang had never worried about his future. However, he still hoped that he would be able to surpass himself through diligent training and battle awareness, and quickly reach a stronger realm. Rock, Tai Kuang, Wu Yi, and Xie Huo were all stepping stones on the path of growth. Stepping on their bodies to become even stronger and reach even greater heights was what he needed to do the most right now. Spare me. Wu Yi's words were still stuck in his throat when a dagger was nailed into his mouth, straight through the back of his head. Your last words are very concise. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. The surrounding martial artists were speechless when they saw this. Everyone knew that Wu Yi would not survive. However, before this, no one could have imagined that a high-rank 3 hero like Wu Yi would meet such an end. Wu Yi's eyes rolled back and he immediately breathed his last. The warhawk that had been hovering in the sky in panic immediately defected after the death of its contractor. It flapped its wings and rushed into the sky. It quickly dove into the darkness and fled for its life. Now you're the only one left, Xie Huo. Yue Yang looked at Xie Huo, who had been silent all this while. This fellow should still have some strength left. What other ultimate moves did he have? I know that I won't be able to live past tonight. However, I want you to accompany me in death. Let me tell you, as long as there's people and blood, I can summon a terrifying demon king that can destroy the entire White Stone City. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xie Huo's laughter was filled with evil. It was eerie and terrifying, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. What was this Xie Huo trying to do? The surrounding martial artists' hearts trembled. A terrifying demon king that could destroy the entire White Stone City. Perhaps, only a Golden King beast would be able to do that, right? The guard captain's reaction was the fastest. He pulled out the long sword from his waist and shouted loudly, calling for everyone to rush forward and stop the already crazy Xie Huo. However, just as everyone jumped down from the balcony, they discovered that countless black flames had appeared around Xie Huo's body. It was faint, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Xie Huo laughed out loud. With a wave of his hands, countless black flames scattered in all directions like meteors, flying towards the surrounding martial artists and the female singers on the balcony of the Merry Forest. Those who were hit by this strange black flame were immediately set on fire. The weak female singers screamed in pain as they became burning people. They did not even have the time to struggle for help before their bodies exploded and died. Fresh blood and broken limbs splattered all over the ground. The terrifying thing was that the blood and broken limbs were still burning. The ground and walls that were hit by the black flames also quickly caught on fire, burning non-stop. Some of the martial artists dodged. They had clearly dodged the attack, but the black flames seemed to have a life of their own. They actually chased after them and continued to hit them. Other than a few martial artists who had the fastest reactions, no one was spared. The guard captain pulled out his sword and slashed at the black flames. The sword that he used to slash at the black flames was also burning. It burned red and scalded his hand, making him unable to control it. Seeing this scene, the few surviving martial artists and the guard captain were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Heavens, this is hell fire, an undying hell fire. Xie Huo must have summoned a demon from hell. It's over, we're all finished. In front of Yue Yang, there were also several balls of black flames. With a wave of his hand, he shattered them with the wind from his fingers and rebounded them to the ground. The black flames ignited the surrounding bricks and stones. The faint red barrier in the distance completely ignored the burning black flames. More than 10 balls of black flames landed on it, but disappeared in the blink of an eye, like clay oxen entering the sea. The barrier was safe and sound. This made Yue Yang feel more at ease. Xie Huo looked at Yue Yang and laughed sinisterly. He pulled out a sharp machete from his waist and in front of Yue Yang, he ruthlessly slashed open his chest, causing his internal organs and intestines to splatter all over the ground. All my life and blood, I offer it to the demon king Ha Xin that I believe in. Your lowly believer, use your blood and soul as a guide to summon the presence of my lord. My lord Ha Xin, destroy this land and display your supreme might. Xie Huo waved his machete and cut off his internal organs, scattering them into the air. The expression on his face was extremely crazed, and his eyes shone with a fanatical light. Yue Yang frowned slightly. He was on full alert, preparing to face the demons that were about to be summoned with all his might. Kill Xie Huo, quick, quick. The guard leader's eyes were already red with anxiety. Roar. The surviving martial artists suppressed their fear and surged forward. It's too late. Ha 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 ha, all of you will die with me. We will meet again in hell. When that time comes, I will treat you well. Xie Huo laughed maniacally. His body exploded into countless pieces of blood and fire. The few surviving martial artists who were about to attack Xie Huo with their swords were immediately killed, their bodies exploding into minced meat. The guard leader was heavily injured and fell to the ground, vomiting blood continuously. In the entire battlefield, other than Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief who had fainted, he was the only survivor out of the hundreds of people. His right leg was hit by the black flames, which quickly spread. Ah! The guard leader clenched his teeth and waved his sword to forcefully cut off his entire right leg. He then used his arms to support his body and crawled away from the burning ground. He shouted at Yue Yang, "Quickly leave White Stone City immediately." Xie Huo used his life sacrifice to summon a demon from hell. "Go, this place will immediately become hell." Following the guard leader's horrified voice, the space where Xie Huo had self-destructed suddenly split open. A gigantic teleportation door slowly appeared. What made Yue Yang's heart beat faster was that the gigantic teleportation door that was almost 10 meters tall was still not big enough to accommodate the demon that was about to come out. Two hands that were burning with hell's fire and a gigantic arm that was covered with blood scales and spikes forcefully pulled the blood-red teleportation door, as if it wanted to pull it a little bigger, so that it could drill out from the faraway demon abyss to the soaring dragon continent faster. If he let this terrifying demon drill out smoothly, Yue Yang would be a big idiot. He had always been waiting for an opportunity. Now that he could launch a sneak attack on his opponent, it was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Binding chains. Yue Yang used Little Wen Li's binding chains' inherent skill on the terrifying demon. What made him shocked was that the binding chains that could bind the bronze-ranked barbaric bull and the rock golem for more than 10 seconds now actually gave Yue Yang less than 1 second. Within 1 second, he had to make an effective attack, otherwise the binding chains would lose their effect. Without the binding chains, the terrifying demon would immediately drill out, and White Stone City would be finished. Yue Yang was confident that he could escape from the terrifying demon's pursuit, but there was still the beautiful woman and the little girl living in White Stone City. They definitely could not be harmed. "I'll kill you." Yue Yang's eyes shone like stars. This was the first time he had used his strongest attack since he had been transported to this world. His innate invisible sword chi exploded at full power. Between his arms, colorful lights flashed like rainbows, revolving around his body. All of his innate chi condensed to a single point, forming a destructive sword. He aimed at the terrifying demon's body that was still behind the teleportation door, aimed at its heart, and fiercely stabbed it. If this sword hit its target, Yue Yang was confident that he could instantly kill a war kodo beast or a giant mammoth on the spot. This was also Yue Yang's current strongest sword. What would happen if he hit the terrifying demon? Would it heavily injure the enemy, or would it be completely useless? Yue Yang could not judge, but this was already the greatest battle power he could unleash. The binding chains, the giant shadow's hundredfold increase in strength, and the strongest sword of the innate invisible sword chi. After this sword, would he win? Would he lose? Chapter 36. The terrifying demon that was unable to come out of the portal suddenly disappeared after receiving Yue Yang's strongest attack. This result caused Yue Yang to be stunned. Could it be that he had killed that powerful guy with one attack? It couldn't be. Xie Huo had sacrificed the lives and blood of hundreds of warriors to create this terrifying demon, but it was so weak. Towards this result, Yue Yang didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that the binding chains, the giant shadow's hundredfold increase in strength, and the innate invisible sword chi's strongest attack could really kill everything in an instant? Suddenly, an extreme sense of danger arose in his heart. Yue Yang reacted instantly. He exerted strength in his legs and used the graceful sword dance of the mysterious three styles. In an instant, he retreated 10 meters away. An arc-shaped slash wave that could tear the heavens and the earth shot out from the portal. Faster than lightning, it pierced through the sky. In a flash, it slashed past the tip of Yue Yang's nose. Then, like a hot knife through butter, it slashed into the distance, leaving a bottomless crack in the ground and disappearing into the distance. The merry forest's main building that was burning fiercely was split into two halves by this soundless arc-shaped chopping wave. Immediately, the entire building let out a sound that made one's teeth go numb. It slowly collapsed and then crashed, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens. Yue Yang had goosebumps all over his body. This terrifying arc-shaped slash wave had almost cut his body in half. If he hadn't dodged in time, with his defense, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand this slash. No, if it weren't for the mysterious three styles, graceful sword dance, he would have probably died from this sneak attack. In 600 years, you're the first human to injure me. Following an angry roar, a demonic hand covered in black blood and purple flames reached out from the portal. A dark green ball of light condensed on it. The energy was so strong that it could destroy the heavens and the earth. The hellfire that Xie Huo had summoned just now was insignificant compared to this dark green ball of light. Yue Yang didn't think that he could withstand this attack in his current state. If he let this dark green ball of light shoot out a shockwave, the consequences would be unimaginable. But what could he do now? Run, or resist to the end? Forcefully destroying the portal to prevent the terrifying demon from coming out might not be a bad idea. But the problem was, how was he going to bypass the attack of the dark green orb and destroy the portal behind it? At this time, Yue Yang's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at the dark green ball of light that was still expanding, and then looked behind him. Behind him was the beautiful woman's house. Even though it was far away, if the energy shockwave from this dark green ball of light was shot out, perhaps, maybe Fourth Mother was still in a sweet dream with the little girl. Yue Yang gritted his teeth and rotated his arms, turning the remaining junqi in his body into a yin-yang countercurrent cyclone. Although the terrifying demon's power was too strong and hard to defend against, Yue Yang still bravely charged forward. Yue Yang could disregard the lives and deaths of everyone in the soaring dragon continent, but he would definitely not stand by and watch a danger that could threaten Fourth Mother and the little girl's lives. The Fourth Mother who loved him dearly, the naughty little girl, they were his family. Foolish humans. An extremely cold voice came from the portal behind the devil's hand. Boom! As if it already knew that Yue Yang would charge forward to his death, the dark green orb of light instantly exploded. A light green pillar of light shot out from the terrifying demon's palm, shooting straight towards Yue Yang's body. A light green barrier suddenly appeared in front of Yue Yang. It was surrounded by rainbows, and on the surface of the barrier floated mysterious diamond-like sparkling patterns, protecting his body. A diamond grimoire appeared at the same time. Little Wen Li, who was waving her dual icicle blades, automatically floated out from Yue Yang's body, her little face filled with anxiety. The light green pillar of light hit the barrier, causing it to shake violently. With a rumbling sound, it almost shattered. Yue Yang was shocked. Fortunately, the barrier's curved surface successfully refracted the pillar of light. The light green pillar of light shot straight into the sky, finally disappearing into outer space. Seeing that the barrier was fine, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had made the right bet. The halo barrier summoned by little Wen Li's diamond grimoire was indeed able to withstand this destructive attack. Ah! Little Wen Li let out an extremely sharp and resounding cry. Yue Yang realized that the demon's hand had already pierced into the halo barrier. Even though it was only a finger, Yue Yang was still extremely shocked. Only now did he realize that the halo barrier was not an absolute defense, but had a certain limit. The demon's finger had exceeded the maximum defense range of the halo barrier and directly pierced into it. Yue Yang's last natural reaction was to bend over and hug little Wen Li, protecting her with all his might. It's over, this battle is over. However, little Wen Li quickly swam out of his tight embrace. She raised the little dual icicle blades in her hands and fiercely slashed the demon's finger. In an instant, the entire demon's hand froze into a hand of ice. Even the blazing hellfire on it was completely extinguished under the freezing of the ice. There's still hope. Yue Yang's reaction had completely exceeded his previous limits. He forcefully overdrafted his innate chi and once again condensed the strongest attack of the mysterious three styles, the Supreme Sword Finger. His strongest attack burst forth once again, and it was even stronger than the previous one. It fiercely pierced towards the demon's hand that was continuously thawing. The incomparably sharp sword chi did not disappoint Yue Yang. Even though the demon's hand wanted to retreat, it was as slow as a snail under the freezing ice. The sword chi instantly caught up and pierced through the demon's palm, shooting out from the back of the demon's hand that was covered in blood scales. At this moment, the teleportation door quickly shrunk and disappeared. The demon's hand that had stretched out could not care about attacking Yue Yang anymore. It quickly retreated and hurriedly exited the teleportation door. Little Wen Li swung her snake tail and beautifully slithered out, catching up to the demon's hand. She glared angrily and let out a high-pitched scream from her small mouth. Yue Yang could sense that she was using the binding chain's inherent skill with all her might. If she used it normally, the effect might not be that great. After all, the time limit of the binding chain's inherent skill was only 1 second. But now, it had a miraculous effect. The demon's hand was firmly fixed in place by little Wen Li, unable to move at all. When the teleportation door disappeared, the space was like a sharp blade, immediately cutting off the demon's entire arm. Yue Yang was extremely surprised by little Wen Li's battle sense. She had not used the binding chain's inherent skill all this time, and only used it right before the teleportation door disappeared, heavily injuring the terrifying demon in one fell swoop. Yue Yang, who was still a newbie in battle experience, had never thought of this move. Damn it, annoying human rancor, I'll remember you. We will definitely meet again. Just you wait. The teleportation door disappeared, but the terrifying demon's unwilling roar still lingered in the air. If they were to fight face to face, with Yue Yang's current strength, he would not be able to win. However, separated by two worlds, the terrifying demon could not smoothly come out from the teleportation door. It could only attack from afar, and it had underestimated its opponent. In the end, under Yue Yang's abnormal innate sword chi and little Wen Li's special, binding chain's inherent skill and battle sense, it suffered greatly and even lost its arm. It was no wonder that it became angry out of humiliation. Yue Yang's strength seemed to have been sucked out, and he weakly fell to the ground. This battle was reversed, a narrow victory. The bronze grimoire that was floating quietly in the distance suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light that shone in the night sky. A white pillar of light soared up, reaching tens of meters into the air. Because Yue Yang had won the battle, it had leveled up. In Yue Yang's mind, countless messages appeared, making him indescribably happy. You have defeated an unbeatable strong opponent, obtaining a miraculous victory. Your battle points have reached the limit for leveling up, and the bronze grimoire has automatically leveled up to intermediate level, automatically adding a blank page. At the same time, the ancient code has bestowed upon you a divine grace, and your guardian beast, Phantom Shadow, has obtained a new ability. Chapter 37. Yue Yang struggled to stand up, enduring the dizziness and powerlessness caused by overusing his innate chi. He reached out his hands and hugged little Wen Li, whose body was swaying and face was deathly pale, into his embrace. Little Wen Li's big eyes were filled with exhaustion as she slowly closed them. Her 6 small arms hugged Yue Yang tightly, and in the end, she turned into a ray of rainbow light and entered Yue Yang's body. If she had grown up, she might have been able to fight against the terrifying demon, but she was still a baby after all. Being able to break one of the demon's arms was already the limit of what Yue Yang could do in a battle with her. Be good, go to sleep. After receiving the message that little Wen Li was in a deep sleep, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Although little Wen Li was his guardian beast and would never truly die, in Yue Yang's subconscious, this little Lamia Loli was still his daughter. Yue Yang couldn't bear to let her suffer even the slightest harm. Now that he saw that she wasn't injured at all and was only in a deep sleep due to exhaustion, he could finally put down the huge rock in his heart. Walking back to the bronze grimoire's light red barrier, Yue Yang discovered that the bright-eyed thief was still in a deep sleep. Because of the protection of the barrier, the intense battle just now didn't affect her at all. There were many times when Yue Yang wanted to pull down the bright-eyed thief's veil to look at her face, but he gave up in the end. Some things in this world were more beautiful when they were a little mysterious. If a layer of window paper was pierced, one would lose their longing. Yue Yang had long seen that the bright-eyed thief was a girl, but he didn't think that not only did she have a silver grimoire, she was also a level 4 champion. How much manpower and resources would be needed to nurture such a girl? Yue Yang couldn't imagine, but he was sure that her background was definitely not from a normal family. She definitely couldn't be a thief either. Perhaps she had her own reasons for dressing up as a thief. If she was really a little thief, then it was okay for him to flirt with her. But she was obviously from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. The relationship between the Valley of Butterflies and the royal families of various countries was complicated. If he wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to be involved in the fight between the royal families of various countries, he shouldn't be too close to this girl. Yue Yang sighed and kept the thorny flower that was spitting out blood. Flipping open the bronze grimoire that had been upgraded to intermediate, Yue Yang discovered that he needed to summon his bronze grimoire to fight in order to obtain battle points. Previously, when he defeated Rock and Tai Kwang, he didn't even get a single point. At this moment, a few lines of words appeared on the first page of the grimoire. In this battle, with the strength of a beginner apprentice, you managed to kill a level 3 hero without suffering any damage. You even destroyed the opponent's powerful beasts. You have displayed outstanding battle talent in this battle. 4-star, outstanding, evaluation, 16 battle points. In the same battle, you once again defeated a beginner level 5 master. 5 stars, perfect, evaluation, 25 points. You have successfully protected your battle partner's safety. Additional battle points, 5. Finally, in a battle that was impossible to win, you successfully defeated and killed a level 8 demon king of hell, achieving a miraculous victory. 7 star, miracle, evaluation, 49 battle points. In a destructive battle, you once again successfully protected your battle partner. Additional battle points, 7. Bronze Grimoire's battle points have reached 102. The Bronze Grimoire has automatically upgraded from beginner to intermediate, adding a page. You are the first human warrior in history to defeat a level 8 demon king of hell as a level 1 apprentice. The ancient code has bestowed upon your beast a unique god-bestowed ability. Flipping to the second page, Phantom Shadow, the guardian beast, had indeed obtained a new ability, Possession. Possession. Phantom Shadow can take over a beast's body and use it as its new body. The target must be a living entity with the opposite sex of the master's body. Furthermore, during the process of possession, the target must be alive. The success rate is related to the target's strength and willpower. I'm going to faint. This possession has too many restrictions, isn't it? Yue Yang was a little speechless. With so many restrictions, it couldn't be of little value, right? If Yue Yang had the choice, he would definitely give little Wen Li a new ability. Although Phantom Shadow was not bad, Phantom Shadow still had a time limit. If the time limit was up and Phantom Shadow had disappeared after 10 days, it would be a waste of effort to try possession again in the future. Furthermore, it was not easy to find a good beast. Now, it had to be a female. Furthermore, possession had to be a living body. Even if it was killed, it wouldn't work. This was too difficult. A living, strong beast, who would be willing to watch helplessly as someone else took over their body. Resistance was a must. This possession could only be described with one word: difficult. Yue Yang felt that this skill might be of little value, however, it was better than nothing. Yue Yang reluctantly accepted it. Moo moo. The bronze barbaric bull, whose body was covered with cuts and bruises, suddenly stood up from under the rock golem's body. It had actually not died after such a heavy blow. Its tenacious vitality made even Yue Yang exclaim in admiration. A thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind. This bronze barbaric bull seemed to be a female. Could he possession its body? After careful observation, he realized that it really was an awesome female cow. I'm sorry, I'm lacking a female cow here. Can I borrow your body? Yue Yang walked in front of the bronze barbaric bull and asked courteously. The bronze barbaric bull's reply was to lower its head and give him a horn. If its hind legs weren't seriously injured, it would have rushed over and knocked the shameless guy from another world away and stomped him to death. A shadow appeared on Yue Yang's body. He opened his arms and hugged the bronze barbaric bull. Immediately, the bronze barbaric bull jumped around in pain. Its gigantic body twisted violently as it flew into the air and landed heavily on the ground. It then rolled around on the ground and howled in pain. In the process of possession, Yue Yang couldn't help at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Phantom Shadow and the bronze barbaric bull battled. Yue Yang didn't have the slightest confidence that he would succeed in taking over the bronze barbaric bull's body. As for what would happen after he took over the bronze barbaric bull, he didn't even think about it. The bronze barbaric bull was only his experimental subject. He only wanted to test whether possession was a useless skill and how to use it. Moo, moo moo. Not long after, the bronze barbaric bull started bleeding from its 7 orifices. It looked extremely terrifying. Its willpower was gradually destroyed by the Phantom Shadow. Its soul was destroyed and disappeared, and its body was successfully taken over by the Phantom Shadow. Its gigantic body quickly transformed and twisted. Under Yue Yang's dumbstruck gaze, it gradually turned into a 3-meter-tall female giant. A strange striped leather armor appeared on its chest. Its front 2 hooves turned into human hands, but they were extremely thick. As for the hind legs, they didn't seem to change at all. They just stood upright. The 2 horns, including the one that Yue Yang had broken previously, grew to the 2 sides of the female giant's head. They twisted upwards, giving off a fierce and intimidating feeling. The long cow tail was also preserved. Looking at this female giant that looked 90% human and 90% cow, Yue Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. This was the Phantom Shadow after possession. Avatar. Yue Yang discovered that this female giant was a little similar to the Avatar in the movies, but her body was 10 times thicker. Avatar had a small waist like a water snake, but this female giant had a bucket-like waist like a barbaric bull. She was the type that had a height of 8 feet and a waist circumference of 8 feet. Flipping to the second page of the bronze grimoire, Yue Yang discovered that in the phantom shadow's image, there was an extra special shadow in front of the other shadows. Barbarian Cow Shadow. Humanoid, special type, bronze rank level 3, half corporeal, guardian beast, hard skin, special skills, trample Doom's eyes. When Yue Yang saw this, his mouth opened so wide that a fist could be stuffed inside. My kidneys, chapter 38. From afar, faint human voices could be heard. Yue Yang didn't have the time to sigh anymore. He ordered the barbaric cow shadow to carry the demon's broken arm and disappeared into the darkness like a wisp of smoke. The barbaric cow shadow carried the demon's arm, which was still covered in frost, and followed closely behind him. The moment he disappeared into the darkness, Yue Yang turned around and looked at the bright-eyed thief who was still lying unconscious on the ground. A white figure, faster than lightning, streaked across the night sky and appeared on the battlefield. It was a beauty dressed in palace attire. Her jade-like face was covered with a white veil, but the veil could not hide the snow-white skin underneath. Her exceptionally clear eyes were filled with wisdom. Her long, curved eyelashes flashed with a pleasing liveliness. When she saw the bright-eyed thief lying quietly on the ground, she immediately cried out in fear, "How did you end up like this when I just left for a while? Luckily, it's just mental exhaustion, it's not a big deal." In the darkness, the voices got closer and countless footsteps could be heard from afar. The beauty's jet-black and smooth eyebrows furrowed slightly. She stretched out her white, lotus-like arm from her long sleeves and pointed with her slender jade-like finger, summoning a gold grimoire. Following a flash of golden light, a little fairy with butterfly wings floated out and pounced onto the beauty's fragrant body. In an instant, a huge pair of butterfly wings appeared behind the beauty's back. The beautiful woman gently picked up the unconscious bright-eyed thief, and with a flap of her wings, she soared into the sky. Like a fairy descending from the ninth heaven, drifting away. When she was far away, Yue Yang, who had been holding his breath and quietly hiding in the darkness, slowly appeared. Before the messy footsteps could get closer, he turned around and walked in the opposite direction of the beauty. He quickly left, as agile as a fox, and blended into the darkness. Just as Yue Yang left, a middle-aged man who was as mighty as a golden lion rushed to the battlefield with a gust of wind. He saw that the main building of the merry forest had collapsed and was burning fiercely. He was so angry that he cried out. The scene of the battle was a complete mess. On the ground, there was a deep, terrible crack that had almost cut the ground within 100 meters in half. Sparks of hellfire were still burning everywhere. Some of the corpses had been burnt to ashes, and some still had severed limbs and heads. Not a single person survived. Even the strongest guard captain took his last breath. This mighty man who was like an angry lion could not help but roar at the sky, "How infuriating, how infuriating." Several martial artists arrived one after another. When they saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went soft. "What are you waiting for? I want to know who did this, and I want to know right now." The lion-like man pulled out a thick golden saber from his back. He was so angry that he couldn't restrain himself from slashing at the ground, making the ground even more tattered. "Master Golden Blade, there's a situation here." A man who looked like a thief found something suspicious next to the guard captain. "Xie Huo, 6 kings." The middle-aged man, who looked like an angry lion, noticed that before the guard captain died, he had used his blood to write 4 blurry words on the stone beside him. Upon closer inspection, he could barely make out the words, "Evil Fire, 6 kings." After the furious lion man, who was addressed as Master Golden Blade by his subordinates, finished reading, his expression changed greatly. Then, a burst of uncontrollable rage rose in his heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. "No matter who it is, we must settle this debt with him. There's an empty space with a grimoire's protective shield. I think there's a lucky survivor who contracted a grimoire here." Another subordinate found something new. "Find him and offer a large reward. We, the Merry Forest, will find out the truth even if we have to spend all our wealth. I will definitely not allow the devil's worshippers to move around in the Da Sha Empire. I will definitely not tolerate those damned scum using our citizens as a blood sacrifice." The lion-like Master Golden Blade was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Yue Yang's courtyard. The beautiful woman carried the little girl and was accompanied by a few servants. She knocked on the door with a panicked expression. She did not care that Yue Yang was still wearing his nightgown. She hurriedly passed the little girl to him, San White Stone City is in chaos. Maybe the Black Mountain bandits are attacking the city. Uncle Nan just went out to investigate. It's said that the west side of the city has already turned into a sea of fire. Hurry, hurry. Yu Shuang was so scared that she cried. At first, she refused to leave her mother no matter what. When she saw Yue Yang, she jumped into his arms and complained. She cried pitifully, "Mommy hit me. Brother Xiao San, I didn't do anything wrong. Mommy also hit me, it hurts, wah." Good Shuang don't cry, don't cry. Looking at the beautiful woman's expression, Yue Yang knew that she had misunderstood. She must have thought that White Stone City was being attacked by the horse bandits. In order to protect her precious daughter, she hurriedly came to find him. She wanted him to bring the little girl and escape before the horse bandits arrived. What a good fourth mother. She didn't even think about her own safety at all. She only cared about her son and daughter. In Yue Yang's heart, a warm feeling rose and flowed through his body. In the end, it rushed to his throat and blocked his throat. He almost couldn't speak. Yue Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart. He patted the little girl's back lightly and comforted the beautiful woman. "Fourth mother, don't be afraid. Don't say that there are no horse bandits. Even if there were really horse bandits, I will protect you and Shuang. Fourth mother, believe me, there are no horse bandits. It was only the warriors of Kuehuo brothel fighting outside. I looked from the rooftop just now. Other than the fire being a little big and burning a few houses, there seems to be nothing else. It really wasn't the horse bandits." When the beautiful woman heard this, her expression immediately eased up, but she still had some doubts. Definitely not. The horse bandits of the Black Mountain are actually the White Stone City Master's private army. It is impossible for them to attack White Stone City. Yue Yang explained patiently. "You scared me to death just now." The beautiful woman's heart was finally relieved. She was so scared that she patted her chest lightly. She was so scared that she urgently needed to calm down her beating heart. When the maids and servants behind heard Yue Yang say that it wasn't the horse bandits attacking the city, they all cheered. They rejoiced that a disaster had been resolved and everyone's lives were safe. Within the borders of the Da Sha kingdom, there were many mountains and dangerous places. The horse bandits occupied the valleys in the wilderness and pillaged the surrounding villages. Because the country's power was weak, the local governance was weak, and with the support from outside the country and the activities of spies, some of the city masters and lords colluded with the bandits. The Da Sha horse bandits were famous for being ferocious. The country repeatedly tried to exterminate them, but instead, they became more and more ferocious. Other than the towns that were protected by the city walls, it was very normal for the villages to be massacred if they didn't pay the horse bandits to protect their lives. There were often notorious and abnormally strong bandit groups that successfully attacked some small towns and occupied the area for a month or two. They would only leave when the country's army arrived. When the horse bandits attacked the city, the usual practice was to massacre the city for one day and indulge in debauchery for 3 days. Anyone who was not pleasing to the eye would be beheaded in public. As for the beautiful young women, most of them would be snatched by the horse bandits for debauchery or even sold as slaves or prostitutes. Therefore, all the women of the big clans had a chastity pill. In order to protect their reputation and chastity, the women of the big clans would swallow the chastity pill and commit suicide to ensure that they wouldn't be defiled by the bandits. In the small pouch in the beautiful woman's arms, there was such a green poison pill. Yue Yang was afraid that she would do something stupid, so he quickly said that there were no horse bandits attacking the city. After Yue Yang's repeated assurances, the beautiful woman felt more at ease. The beautiful woman hugged the little girl who had cried herself to sleep and sat in Yue Yang's room for the whole night. Only when the old servant, Uncle Nan, went out again and again to gather information and confirm that there were no horse bandits attacking the city, did she go back to rest when it was almost dawn. After such a scare, the beautiful woman couldn't sleep well for the next few days. Sometimes, she would be absent-minded during the day, always worried that the horse bandits would come. Although she didn't say it out loud, Yue Yang could tell that fourth mother had been traumatized by the scare. When Yue Yang saw her slightly thinner face, he secretly made a decision. The next day, the old servant, Uncle Nan, ran over excitedly to report, "Madam, young master, there's a piece of great news. The horse bandits on the Black Mountain had angered an unknown expert, and they were annihilated overnight. Not a single one was spared." As expected, the beautiful woman's heart was healed without any medicine. Her jade-like face also regained its usual smile. The White Stone City Master was naturally furious, but he couldn't say it out loud. Moreover, he couldn't find the exact culprit for revenge. If black-clothed Yu Bing was still practicing summoning skills with Yue Yang at home, she would discover that his thorny flower had already become a silver-ranked level 1 foot wraith's face-spitting thorny flower. Although there weren't any outstanding warriors among the Black Mountain Horse Bandits, they had the advantage in numbers. After the spitting thorny flower had continuously swallowed nearly 100 people, it successfully evolved from bronze-ranked level 1 to silver-ranked level 1. Yue Yang felt that it was a pity that there weren't any level 3 heroes among the Black Mountain Horse Bandits. Otherwise, the thorny flower would have no problem becoming a gold-ranked thorny flower. After swallowing 100 people, the thorny flower was actually not far from becoming a gold-ranked thorny flower. Yue Yang practiced every day, and his days gradually returned to normal. After another 3 days, the beautiful woman carried the little girl and happily walked into the courtyard where Yue Yang was practicing. She waved the letter in her hand and said happily, "San Bing sent a letter back. I was worried that the matter at Merry Forest would affect the letter. I didn't expect that I would receive a letter from Bing in advance today." She happily opened the snow-white letter and started reading it. Who would have thought that after reading it, her smile would immediately disappear and her face would be filled with worry. What's wrong? Did something happen to seventh sister? Yue Yang was shocked. Could it be that Yue Bing had also met with danger when she went to the first floor of Tong Tian Tower to train? He hurriedly put down the little girl who had jumped into his embrace and acted like a spoiled child. "Fourth mother, how about I go and fetch little sister Bing back?" Chapter 39. Yue Bing's reply was not very detailed. She only said that she had kicked her companions out of the team and now needed to complete the trial alone. She hinted that this matter might be related to the fourth brother of the second branch, Yue Yang. From the letter, it could be seen that Yue Bing felt wronged and angry at the same time. His fourth brother, who was from the same clan, not only did not help him, he even tried to sow discord between them, adding fuel to the fire, and adding insult to injury. He had almost completed the trial, but because he was kicked out of the group, he was forced to start all over again. At the end of the letter, Yue Bing kindly reminded the beautiful woman not to tell her third brother about this so that he wouldn't worry about her. However, after the incident with the Black Mountain Bandits, the beautiful woman had already regarded her son, Yue Yang, as the backbone of the family. Naturally, she would not hide anything from him. "Fourth mother, I'll go and bring Bing Mei back. Although I have only contracted a grimoire not too long ago, I should be able to help sister Bing a little." The beautiful woman did not doubt Yue Yang's words at all. Recently, Yue Yang's performance made her feel very comforted. She felt that her son had grown up and had become a man who could take charge of his own affairs. That night, thinking that the horse gang was attacking the city, she was panic-stricken. But he said that he would do his best to protect his family, which made her feel touched and comforted. Her third son had finally grown up. She agreed to Yue Yang's request to fetch Yue Bing, but she rejected his idea of sending her back to the Yu clan castle first. Although the beautiful woman had a kind personality and was used to meekly accepting adversity, she still had a silent sense of self-respect. That year, the clan felt that her husband had no future, so they forcefully separated from the Yu clan. They sent the fourth branch out of the Yu clan castle and sent her to the Misty Cloud Mountains to be a small, idle official. Living in White Stone City wasn't considered peaceful, but even if the Yu clan castle was impregnable, if it wasn't for the fact that the clan master had personally asked her to return to the Yu clan castle, she would definitely not have taken the initiative to move back to the place where her entire family had been chased out. Her husband was a filial son, so she did not object to him working hard for the Yu clan all year round. However, she also had a determination in her heart, and that was to constantly strive to improve herself. She would never give in to the first branch and the second branch. The matter of San contracting a grimoire had been her biggest wish for the past 15 years. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, she had nothing more to ask for. She was even more unwilling to return to the Yu clan castle and endure the cold words of her clansmen. In the eyes of the beautiful woman, as long as her daughter was obedient and her son worked hard, that was more important than anything else. "Fourth mother, I'll come back after picking up sister Bing You and sister Shuang must be careful. These days, White Stone City is a bit chaotic, so it's best if you don't go out much." Yue Yang warned her. The beautiful woman rarely went out, and there were a few loyal servants looking after her, so there shouldn't be any problems. Most importantly, although Yu Ling was just a small official without any real power, he was still a member of the Yu clan. No matter how daring a mercenary or a thief was, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble at the Yu clan. The name of the four great clans was clearly displayed here, and it still had some deterrent effect. I know, San you must be careful too. When the beautiful woman heard this, her heart was as sweet as if she had drunk honey. She really didn't expect that this quiet son of hers would be so concerned about her. He had really grown up, and was much more sensible than before. After sending off Yue Yang, a thought suddenly flashed through the beautiful woman's mind. It seemed that San had completely let go of the matter of the Shui clan's Miss Shui breaking off the engagement. He had finally walked out of this bitter relationship. Should she find another marriage partner for him? Yue Yang didn't immediately go to the White Stone City's teleportation circle. It wasn't because he wanted to save the 1 gold coin teleportation fee, but because he wanted to keep it a secret. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to meet any of the rankers in White Stone City. Right now, Master Golden Blade and the White Stone City's master had joined hands to investigate the truth behind the destruction of the Merry Forest that night. The country had also sent a special envoy to investigate. Yue Yang didn't want his identity to be exposed, and he wouldn't want to be the target of those fellows' anger. Furthermore, he had buried Demon King Ha Xin's arm in a secret mountain ridge in the Black Mountain. He decided to bring it away. Previously, when the ice had thawed, Demon King Ha Xin's arm had been dripping blood non-stop. Every drop of blood would corrode a large piece of the ground, causing even the rocks to catch fire. During the day, Yue Yang buried the arm deep in the ground. At night, he would dig it out and use his innate qi to disperse the filthy impurities in the demon's blood. Compared to a living person's body, level 8 Demon King Ha Xin's arm was much more suitable for evolution. This was the thorny flower's best tonic. If it swallowed it, leveling up would definitely not be a problem. However, Yue Yang couldn't bear to let the thorny flower swallow it immediately. Yue Yang hoped that after leveling up the thorny flower to gold rank, he would borrow the power of Demon King Ha Xin's arm to evolve into a humanoid, thorny flower demoness. Only at that time, swallowing this Demon King's arm would be able to unleash its full potential. Although his departure time had been delayed by 2 days, Yue Yang still hurried on his journey towards the Red Forest and the Black Cliff City. He killed the 6 level 3 heroes and more than 50 bandits on the vengeance list, turning them all into fertilizer for the thorny flower. After swallowing more than 200 people, the originally weak spitting thorny flower had finally evolved into a gold rank. At this time, the thorny flower's stem was thicker than a human's leg and was 5 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with barbed thorns. The original flower crown had also gradually turned into a huge human head. Its facial features were still indistinct, and it didn't have eyes, only huge spots that looked like human eyes. Its ferocious mouth had sharp teeth like daggers. If it wanted to swallow a person now, it could swallow them in 10 seconds and completely digest them in 2 minutes. That thick flower stem was like a bottomless abyss. It could swallow as many people as it wanted. After evolving to gold rank level 1, the ghost face spitting thorny flower had become the magic pupil spitting thorny flower. From now on, the thorny flower had started to possess some animal instincts. For example, it could sense movement. Of course, it didn't have eyes, so it couldn't see things directly. Instead, it was like a snake or a spider, using its tongue to sense heat and its cilia to sense the movement of the air. However, it had the same effect as using its eyes to see things directly. The most important thing was that the gold rank thorny flower had started to possess the lowest level of intelligence. Although it didn't have the ability to think, it could use telepathy. Even if it was far away, it could still accurately execute the orders that Yue Yang gave it. Although the gold rank level 1 magic pupil spitting thorny flower was still level 1, its strength was 10 times stronger than when it was silver ranked. Furthermore, the other gold ranked beasts were at least at the level of a normal level 4 beast. Yue Yang felt that his thorny flower was raised from a living person, so it should be stronger than a normal level 4 beast in battle. As long as you can successfully transform into a thorny flower demoness, I will give you a name. In Yue Yang's heart, he actually felt a sense of accomplishment. From a weak spitting thorny flower, it had now become a gold rank thorny flower. This was the result of him raising it with his own hands. He really didn't know what it would be like when it evolved into a golden crown thorny flower queen. the only thing that Yue Yang could be sure of was that the thorny flower would always evolve into a female. There were no males. Maybe in the thorny flower world, there was no such thing as a male. Just a little bit more and the gold rank thorny flower could evolve into a thorny flower demoness. Yue Yang was very excited as he ran to the black mountain like a wisp of smoke. However, when he reached the mountain ridge where the demon king Ha Xin's arm was buried, the scene in front of him made him furious. The soil where the demon king's arm was buried had been dug out, and the huge demon's arm was exposed to the air. At the bottom of the mud pit, there was an iron-clawed wolf twitching in pain. Maybe this iron-clawed wolf had smelled the demon's scent, so it didn't run away in fear like other beasts. Instead, it became a thief. However, the demon king's arm wasn't something that it could covet. It didn't get to eat the demon king's meat, and it almost lost its life here. Yue Yang was furious. He pulled the iron-clawed wolf out from the mud pit and beat it up. He wasn't worried that it could eat the demon king's meat. It wasn't something that it could chew on. Furthermore, as long as it was stained with the demon king's blood, its entire mouth would be burned to a crisp by the demon's flames. What made Yue Yang angry was that it was harming others without benefiting itself. It had dug out the demon king's arm. What if someone found out? Fortunately, this was a desolate mountain and no one would come here. Otherwise, this demon king's arm that he had painstakingly obtained would be given to someone else as a collector's item. Who knows, it might even attract a ranker's ambush. The moment he stepped onto the mountain ridge, he would be surrounded and fall into the trap set by Master Golden Blade and the White Stone City Master. You dare to steal my treasure? Do you think that just because you look like the pitiful Wei Taro, I will forgive you? Yue Yang beat the iron-clawed wolf up. However, what made him feel strange was that this wolf didn't seem right. Why was it that the more he beat it, the more comfortable its expression became? Could it be that it was like Wei Taro, born to be beaten? Chapter 40 Yue Yang violently beat up the iron-clawed wolf until it spat out a mouthful of blood and was on the verge of death. He realized that it was surprisingly resilient. Not only did it not die, it even looked very satisfied, as if it was born to be a perverted wolf that deserved a beating. He stopped and bent down to check the reason. After using his innate chi to check, he realized that the iron-clawed wolf's body was very strange. A normal iron-clawed wolf was a beast with the earth attribute, but this one was not. It was a mutant of fire, metal and dark attributes. In theory, it was very unlikely that there would be a low-level beast with multiple attributes. If it had more than 2 attributes, it would usually be a high-level mutated beast, such as the Ice and Fire Chimera. However, the Ice and Fire Chimera would at least be bronze rank level 8. Compared to the level 2 iron-clawed wolf, it was an unattainable existence. However, this normal level 2 iron-clawed wolf in front of him actually had 3 attributes in its body. It was really strange. Yue Yang realized that because this strange iron-clawed wolf had fire and dark attributes, it was able to resist the demonic aura to a certain extent. And because it had metal attributes, its body was very resistant to attacks, like an undying wolf cockroach. Of course, the reason why Yue Yang felt so comfortable beating it up was not because of its resistance to attacks, but because Yue Yang's attacks contained a trace of pure innate chi. The iron-clawed wolf that came here to absorb demonic aura and lick demonic blood was tortured by the demon king Ha Xin's demonic aura. Yue Yang's attacks were coincidentally able to relieve its pain. The more ruthless Yue Yang beat it, the more demonic aura in its body was purified, so the iron-clawed wolf felt more comfortable. What was worse was that Yue Yang's punches and kicks were extremely heavy, causing its internal organs to bleed and its bones to break. The demonic aura in the iron-clawed wolf's body, which had nowhere to vent, quickly fused into its body, continuously repairing its body. The demonic aura was frantically transforming into its blood, flesh and bones. It could be said that Yue Yang's attacks were a process of cleansing its body. Beating it up was actually helping it to be reborn. As soon as Yue Yang checked, he immediately discovered this problem and became even angrier. He picked up a big rock and prepared to smash it to death. He wanted to let it have a taste of what it felt like to have a rock smash a crab to death. Woo woo woo, the iron-clawed wolf's eyes were filled with fear and pity. When Yue Yang saw its eyes, his heart moved. This lone wolf was abandoned by its companions. It was similar to him wandering alone in the other world. Both of them had no one to rely on. It was just that he was luckier than the pitiful guy. He still had the beautiful woman, the little girl and the others. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, he had taken over the pitiful guy's identity and inherited everything from him. The beautiful woman treated him like her own son. Although he was not her third son, in reality, he had enjoyed all the love that the beautiful woman's family had for the pitiful guy. Using rocks to smash this iron claw wolf to death wouldn't do him any good. Why not use it as an experiment? If demon blood and demon chi could be used to strengthen a living being's physical body, then wouldn't it be possible to use this method to cultivate other beasts that were even stronger? Yue Yang threw the rock away. After thinking for a while, he dug out Demon King Ha Xin's arm and expelled all the evil demon energy into the iron-clawed wolf's body. This was much easier than expelling the demon energy into the air. Firstly, it was easy to expel the demon energy from Demon King Ha Xin's body. Secondly, Demon King Ha Xin's evil demon energy would stick to a living being's body, so it was not easy to expel it. A living iron-clawed wolf was the best vessel for the demon energy. When Yue Yang's pure innate chi arrived, it immediately ran to the iron-clawed wolf's body. Thirdly, the iron-clawed wolf's body was severely injured, so it needed to replenish its energy. Whether it was the evil demon energy or the pure innate chi, it still absorbed it. The energy from Demon King Ha Xin's arm was huge, but it was very turbid. The evil demon energy was not something that the thorny flower needed. The thorny flower could absorb the demon arm's strengthened demon energy, hellfire energy and dark blood energy. These were beneficial for transforming into a human, especially the dark blood energy, which was extremely beneficial for creating a perfect human body. However, the evil demon energy was the opposite. It would make a living being ugly and terrifying. Yue Yang did not wish for the thorny flower demoness that he had painstakingly cultivated to become an ugly monster in the future. Therefore, he did not want the evil demon energy at all. The iron-clawed wolf's stomach swelled up like a ball, as if it would explode at any time. Its body had also swelled up a lot. Its eyes were bulging, and the demon energy was filled to the brim, making it look like a wolf-shaped ball. It might be in extreme pain, but Yue Yang did not have the time to care about it. He expelled all the demon energy into its body, then stuffed Demon King Ha Xin's arm into the gold-ranked thorny flower's mouth. The gold-ranked thorny flower did not swallow the arm in one gulp like it usually did. Instead, it held the arm in its mouth and swallowed it slowly, digesting it very slowly. Yue Yang reckoned that if it swallowed the arm in one gulp, not only would it not be able to digest it, it might even explode into pieces with a boom. Yue Yang was worried that it would explode, so he constantly channeled his innate chi into it, helping it to digest the arm faster. Even so, hellfire was still burning on the gold-ranked thorny flower's stem and leaves, causing the thorny flower to tremble in pain, swaying back and forth. The iron-clawed wolf under his feet was like a ball. Yue Yang was not in a good mood to treat it. Since it was just a test subject, it would not be a pity if it died. If Yue Yang was in a good mood and saw that the thorny flower was progressing smoothly, he would give it a good beating. Anyway, this beating was a good thing for the iron-clawed wolf. If Yue Yang was in a bad mood and saw that the thorny flower couldn't take it anymore and had to urgently use innate chi to help it digest, he would also give the iron-clawed wolf a good beating to vent the anger in his heart. Anyway, the treatment of the thorny flower and the iron-clawed wolf was like heaven and earth. On one hand, the iron-clawed wolf had to use innate chi to protect it, while on the other hand, the iron-clawed wolf was beaten up and scolded. It took an entire day for the gold-ranked thorny flower to completely swallow Demon King Ha Xin's arm. Of course, the digestion had only just begun. Yue Yang estimated that it would take at least 2 months for the gold-ranked thorny flower to completely digest Demon King Ha Xin's arm. As for the thorny flower demoness who had a perfect transformation into a humanoid form, it would probably take another 3 months. In comparison, the iron-clawed wolf's evolution was much faster. Right now, even though it had been stomped flat by Yue Yang 8 times, cracked its skull 3 times, broke its neck 2 times, smashed its back 5 times and broke its leg 9 times, it had already recovered completely. If Yue Yang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this iron-clawed wolf, whose internal organs had been smashed to smithereens by him more than 10 times, could still be alive. Not only had the iron-clawed wolf recovered to its original state, it had even evolved. Within a day, it had evolved from a normal level 2 iron-clawed wolf to a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demonic wolf. The speed of its evolution was simply a miracle in the history of the wolf clan's evolution. A bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demonic wolf's strength should be equivalent to a normal level 4 iron-clawed wolf king. This was because wolves had the characteristics of copper head, iron feet and tofu waste. If their biggest weakness, tofu waste, evolved into an iron-backed demonic wolf, then their battle power would increase by at least 10 times. Furthermore, it was a demonic wolf that had evolved from the Demon King's evil demonic energy, so its power would be many times stronger. Hence, it should be very easy for it to fight against a level 4 Wolf King. Yue Yang realized that this annoying wolf cockroach still had a certain amount of potential to evolve. The main thing was that the demonic energy in its body had not been completely used up. After the demonic energy fused into its body, it had not been able to unleash its full power. After a period of time, this unkillable wolf cockroach could probably level up to bronze rank level 4, or even bronze rank level 5. After the most detailed examination, Yue Yang realized that his innate qi had played a wonderful role in its evolution. If it wasn't for his innate qi, this wolf cockroach would have exploded and died long ago. Furthermore, it was impossible for the demonic energy to fuse into its body so smoothly. Using his innate qi to beat it up was equivalent to cleansing its marrow and changing its tendons, helping it to be reborn. Otherwise, if it was a normal iron-clawed wolf, no matter how strong it was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the Demon King Hoshin's evil demonic energy. Yue Yang suddenly felt that this unkillable wolf cockroach was similar to him in some aspects. Although there were some slight misfortunes, most of the time, they were extremely lucky. The only difference was that he didn't need to be beaten up to succeed, but it needed to be beaten up by him in order to slowly improve. When the gold-ranked thorny flower swallowed the Demon King's arm, Yue Yang hurriedly kept it into his summoning grimoire, letting it slowly digest and evolve into a thorny flower demoness. Now that the thorny flower was safe, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. The most important thing now was to rush to Tong Tian Tower and bring Yu Bing home safely, so that he could give the beautiful woman a satisfactory reply. Yue Yang took a step forward, and the unkillable iron-backed demonic wolf hurriedly followed. Yue Yang kicked it fiercely, sending it flying a few meters away. It quickly got up and followed after him, completely ignoring Yue Yang's bad temper. Furthermore, it knew how to please the guy from another world. Normally, it would follow him around, but when it was time to eat, it would always run out to catch a rabbit or a wild pheasant, flattering Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang still roasted the rabbit, but his attitude towards it didn't change at all. The reason was that the same sex repels each other. This wolf was male, and it looked like it needed a beating, so Yue Yang couldn't develop any good feelings towards it. After following it for 2 days and 2 nights, Yue Yang couldn't chase this wolf cockroach away no matter what, so he could only let it follow him. In the end, he even kindly gave it a name, Wei Tai Lang. As for making a contract, Yue Yang wouldn't make a contract with a male iron-backed demonic wolf. When they reached the White Cloud City's teleportation circle, when Yue Yang heard that he had to pay extra for a beast that wasn't contracted, he flew into a rage and kicked it a few times. Wei Tai Lang, you lowly dog. I didn't want you to follow me, but you insisted on following me. Now you're wasting my money for nothing. The official in charge of the teleportation circle was about to cry when he saw this. Don't hit me, don't hit me, this is a bronze rank level 3 iron-backed demonic wolf. I've been here for half a year, but I've never seen a bronze rank beast that's so tame and intelligent. You're treating it like this, even I feel sorry for you. How about I help you pay the fee, okay? Chapter 41. Originally, Yue Yang thought that he would be teleported directly to Tong Tian Tower. However, when he reached the destination, he realized that it was not the case. Warriors from all over the Dasha Empire who were teleported to Tong Tian Tower had to go to Shangwu Camp to rest, register their identity, verify their strength and test their beasts. Sick people or weak people like Xie Huo would not be able to enter Tong Tian Tower. Of course, the most important thing was to prevent demon worshippers like Xie Huo from causing trouble in Tong Tian Tower. All these had to be checked carefully while resting in Shangwu Camp. At first, Yue Yang was a little worried that his secret of being an innate ranker would be discovered. However, when he saw the process of checking, he quickly dispelled his worries. This check was much more advanced than the one on Earth. As long as one stood in front of the circle of light, sick people, weak people and demon worshippers would all be exposed. Simple, fast and accurate. Little thief, what's your name? When it was Yue Yang's turn to register his identity, the voluptuous beauty who was in charge of recording started to be a little absent-minded. Titan. Yue Yang secretly swallowed his saliva. The legendary G breasts that could explode one's eyeballs. This was definitely rare, especially for a beauty like the one in front of him. Could it be that the gravity in the soaring dragon continent was especially weak? Yue Yang even suspected that gravity had lost its effect on this beauty's huge breasts. That was why her treasures could ignore gravity and be so perky. If the beauty was wearing loose clothes, it would be better. However, she was wearing a fire-breathing tight-fitting outfit, exposing her snow-white, round and delicate shoulders. With such a contrast, her breasts were even bigger, practically killing people without them noticing. Maybe it was because she was used to seeing other people's perverted looks. The beauty did not care about Yue Yang's useless reaction. Titan, why don't you call yourself a giant dragon or a behemoth? I think it's more suitable to call you, boasting bull. The big-breasted beauty who was bending over the table laughed when she heard this. She laughed until her breasts were surging and trembling. She was different from the bright-eyed thief. It seemed that the big-breasted beauty knew about the super-strong Titan. I do have a nickname called Brother Aniu. How did you know? Yue Yang's skin was thicker than the city walls, he was immune to blushing. Why did you go to Skysplit Tower alone? If it was someone else who asked, the guy from another world might immediately reply with, none of your business. However, the beauty's voice was very soft, with a particularly pleasant nasal tone, making it easy for people to fantasize in a certain direction. Yue Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm from the countryside, so I have never seen the world before. I heard from the village chief's son that there are many beautiful women in Tong Tian Tower. I'm looking for a wife, so I saved up some money and came here. If Yue Yang was telling the truth, then the sun would rise from the west. A country bumpkin with a bronze demon wolf. You didn't sign the contract. The beauty finally raised her lazy and charming eyes and glanced at Yue Yang. This is my family's watchdog. Yue Yang gave Wei Tai Lang a flying kick. Woof. Grey Wolf cooperated and barked like a dog, but its foreign language was obviously not level 6. It barked like a wolf, making Yue Yang very dissatisfied. The beauty stretched out her lily-white hand, holding a small crystal staff and waved it in front of Grey Wolf. Yue Yang noticed that the small crystal staff had 3 light green markings on it. Below it, there was a golden wolf head emblem. He didn't understand what it meant, but the beauty nodded and praised. Although bronze level 3 is a little low, its potential is not bad. Furthermore, it's docile and intelligent. If it's nurtured well in the future, it'll be passable. I'll give it a 6-star rating. When the warriors behind Yue Yang heard that Grey Wolf gave him a 6-star rating, their jaws immediately dropped to the ground. Even more people's eyes immediately revealed the fervent desire of a hungry ghost looking at a naked woman. It was as if a group of misers had discovered a treasure. With regards to the star rating of beasts, Yue Yang had heard Yu Bing mention it before. However, Yu Bing only knew that it was broken down from 1 to 10 stars. She didn't know how to categorize the beast's strength. Yue Yang didn't know either, because his summoning grimoire didn't have this kind of knowledge. Hearing the beauty mention it, Yue Yang couldn't help but ask curiously, how are the stars of beasts categorized? Are you really a country bumpkin? You don't even know this. The beauty smiled. Her smile was as enchanting as a flower, and her smile was so enchanting that it could steal one's soul. The star rating of beasts is an evaluation of the beast's overall strength. Normal warriors value the beast's type, level and special skills. These things take up very little points. Intelligence, potential and humanoid form are the main points. Let's put it this way, from 1 to 10 stars, those below 3 stars are trash. 3 to 4 stars, those are laborious beasts. 5 to 6 stars are barely passable. If you just want to try your luck in Tong Tian Tower, marry a wife and go back to the countryside, it's enough. If you want to stand out and have some prospects, then you should at least get a 7-star beast. If you get an 8-star beast, then congratulations, the kings of various countries will fight to marry their daughters to you. Forget about marrying a wife, even if you want to create a harem, it wouldn't be a problem. Then what about 9 or 10 stars? When Yue Yang heard this, his heartbeat quickened. How many stars could Barbarian Cow Shadow, Gold Thorny Flower and Little Wen Li be evaluated? Especially Little Wen Li. She was still a larva, but she already had super strong battle strength, intelligence, potential and humanoid form. She even had a diamond grimoire. She should be evaluated at least 8 stars, right? Of course, the Gold Thorny Flower wasn't considered strong now, but after it became a Thorny Flower Demoness, its strength should increase tremendously. Most importantly, it could evolve into a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, so its evaluation definitely wouldn't be bad. As for the phantom shadow, Yue Yang also felt that it had a lot of room for improvement. Right now, he already had a barbarian cow shadow, but it wasn't the only one. In the future, it would definitely be able to take over more beasts. Then, would it also be able to have a demon shadow, angel shadow, giant dragon shadow and so on? Yue Yang fantasized in his heart, feeling quite happy. Wei Tai Lang was his weakest beast, yet it could be evaluated as 6 stars. Looks like his future was bright. It wouldn't be a problem for him to create a harem according to the big-breasted beauty. 9 stars are holy beasts, 10 stars are mythical beasts. It's said that there are even transcending mythical beasts. However, there hasn't been a transcending mythical beast appearing in the soaring dragon continent for thousands of years, so it wasn't included in the star evaluation. Of course, this star evaluation was set by the rankers of the soaring dragon continent. The evaluation for a small number of beasts is a little unreasonable, but the evaluation for the majority of beasts is still quite accurate. The big-breasted beauty raised her seductive eyes and looked at Yue Yang. Thank you. If I manage to marry a good wife, I'll definitely invite you to my wedding. Yue Yang realized that he couldn't stay beside this big-breasted beauty for too long. This girl didn't look like an ordinary person, so he definitely couldn't let her see through his strength. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You're glib-tongued. The beauty criticized Yue Yang in a tone of an elder. That cute supercilious look, that peerlessly beautiful pouting expression, instantly killed everyone in the room. Yue Yang's heartbeat immediately sped up 100 times. The beauty handed a small and exquisite crystal card to Yue Yang. Country bumpkin, you're so stupid. You don't even have an introducer, yet you want to risk your life in Tong Tian Tower. Forget it, I'll be your introducer to Tong Tian Tower. From now on, you have to give me at least 1 wisdom fruit every year, understand? All the warriors in the room looked at the crystal card in Yue Yang's hand, and all of them were petrified. Yue Yang didn't know what this crystal card represented, but they knew. This was the proof to enter Tong Tian Tower. It was divided into 5 types: bronze, silver, gold, crystal and diamond. The bronze card was the basic proof for ordinary warriors to enter Tong Tian Tower. If a warrior completed 100 missions in Tong Tian Tower, or passed 10 trials, and successfully entered the 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower, then he could exchange a bronze card for a silver card. A gold card was even harder to obtain. One had to enter the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower, and one had to be a hero-ranked ranker. Most importantly, a gold card required one to contribute 1,000 merit points to the country. Now, this beauty casually gave the little thief a crystal card without any conditions. It was simply enough to make people go crazy with jealousy. Crystal cards were said to be given by the country to important ministers, famous people, grandmaster warriors or super geniuses with unlimited potential. Could it be that this brat was a super genius? Yue Yang didn't give them a chance to guess. He waved his hand and blew the beauty a kiss, then walked away confidently. The big-breasted beauty looked at his back and laughed. This country bumpkin, I can't even see through his strength. It's really weird, but interesting. Big-breasted girl, I also want a crystal card. That pretty boy is just a wax spear with a silver appearance. He looks good but is useless. He's useless. Only the tiger whip under my crotch is strong enough. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied after trying it. A tall and sturdy man with overflowing muscles laughed lewdly. Men, drag him out and beat him until he becomes an idiot. If you beat him to death, then throw him outside to feed the wild dogs. A female guardian angel with 6 blood-red wings appeared behind the beauty. That female guardian angel slapped him, and the big man flew out. With a bang, he smashed into a wall and fell out of the street. Are you looking for death? A few golden armored guards moved upon hearing the news, and started to beat up the big man. The surrounding warriors looked at the big-breasted beauty lazily lying on the table and yawning in boredom. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants. What kind of rancor was she? Chapter 42 Shangwu Camp was located in a valley surrounded by mountains. There weren't many buildings inside, but the layout was reasonable. The Mercenary Guild and the Assassin Guild were all there. From the Shangwu Hall, which was responsible for checking the warriors entering Tong Tian Tower, was the Bright Tiger Camp and the Dragon Redding platform. Finally, there was a small field with a large teleportation circle. If it wasn't time for the teleportation circle, the mercenaries could go to the other side of the Shangwu Camp. There was a small market, taverns, residences, stables, blacksmiths, beast nurseries and so on. Yue Yang walked to the small field that teleported to Tong Tian Tower. The teleportation circle there was 100 times bigger than the one in the city lord's mansion. There were 100 teleportation crystal pillars, and every pillar was at least 5 meters tall. Invisible energy filled the air, faintly emitting. The entire teleportation circle area flashed with a very faint white light. When people walked in, it was as if they were bathing in a lake of light. Whether it was their body or mind, they would feel exceptionally comfortable. In the thousands of years since the founding of Dasha, the capital Shangjing had been attacked several times. However, the Shangwu camp that guarded this teleportation circle had never fallen. From this, it could be seen how much importance the Dasha Empire placed on this teleportation circle. Brother, you're also going to Tong Tian Tower. Why are you alone? Yue Yang was looking around when a fatty with fair skin and a face full of smiles took the initiative to greet him. Yue Yang had just glanced at him when this fellow extended his white, fat hand and placed it on Yue Yang's shoulder. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Are you a little nervous? Let me tell you, this is actually nothing. Tong Tian Tower is easier to pass than you think, and it's 100 times more exciting. It's okay, it's normal to be a little nervous the first time. However, it's just like losing your virginity. As long as you succeed the first time, you won't feel that it's very mysterious anymore. So, you're an expert. Yue Yang was speechless. How could going to Tong Tian Tower be related to losing one's virginity? It seemed like this fatty was a perverted person. I don't dare to say that I'm an expert, but among the younger generation, who doesn't know me, Master Hai? The fatty almost boasted that he could fly. Young Master Hai's appearance is marvelous and majestic. His face is full of blessings and he has a great capacity for xianxia. He indeed has the demeanor of an expert. Yue Yang gave him a thumbs up. Ha, it's nothing. I've always kept a low profile. Even though I'm a grimoire contractor and possess a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros, I would never tell anyone about it. I'm not that kind of person. Is this your beast? Isn't this a bronze-ranked ironback wolf? No, it can even emit smoke from its nose and spits out sparks when it breathes. This is a demon wolf, right? Fatty saw a gray wolf walk to Yue Yang's side and wagged its tail, his fat jiggling in shock. Not at all. This is my watchdog. It has been secretly eating the fire-spitting chili for the past few days. That's why it looks like this. Yue Yang explained in a serious manner. Woof woof woof. Gray wolf barked in cooperation. After practicing, it had become more and more proficient in foreign languages. Is this really a watchdog? Ah, why didn't it sign a contract with you? Why isn't there a contract mark on his forehead? Heavens, this, aren't you afraid that it would run away with someone else? Fatty was a little anxious for Yue Yang. He looked around nervously, lowered his voice mysteriously, and said to Yue Yang, Brother, listen to me, you've struck it rich. Your watchdog is a good dog. No, it's not a dog, it's a wolf. I'm definitely not wrong, it's definitely a bronze-ranked ironback wolf. Look at its wolf head, its fur is like steel needles, its skin is like iron, and its eyes are green with a tinge of blue. Look at this beast encyclopedia, the ironback wolf inside is exactly the same as your watchdog. Moreover, your watchdog is even stronger and mightier. Maybe it ate too many fire-spitting chili and mutated into an ironback demon wolf. Hurry up and sign a contract with it. This is a good beast, other people wouldn't be able to buy it even if they offered 100 gold. It's just a watchdog, how could it be worth that much? Yue Yang casually kicked Grey Wolf. Not only did it not dodge, it obediently wagged its tail, looking like a useless watchdog. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? You dare to abuse your beast? Aren't you afraid of losing its loyalty? That's right, you didn't even sign a contract. Seeing this, Fatty almost wanted to commit suicide. If other people had a good beast, they would always treat it like an ancestor, afraid that it wouldn't eat well, sleep well, or be in a bad mood, causing its loyalty to drop. Unexpectedly, this little thief in front of him was the complete opposite. Not only did he not take good care of his beast, he even punched and kicked it. Heavens, Fatty felt that if he was a god, he would strike this little thief to death with a bolt of lightning. This brat was recklessly wasting a treasure, it was practically a crime. Seeing Yue Yang's indifferent attitude, Fatty's heart moved. Maybe he could convince this blind little thief to let him have this ironback wolf. Looking at the ironback wolf again, the more he looked, the more he felt that this wolf was fated to be with him. No matter what, he had to buy it. He secretly suppressed his excitement and said, "Brother, if you don't need this dog, why don't you give it to me? I'll pay 50 gold, no, 60 gold. Yue Yang despised this greedy fatty. He wanted to buy his own gray wolf with 60 gold. Wishful thinking. Moreover, he could beat and kick this gray wolf if he wanted to. This was his own business, how could he sell it to someone else as a beast? Yue Yang would never do stupid things. No matter how much gray wolf was, it was still a follower that he had groomed. Without it, who would he vent his anger on in the future? Not to mention 60 gold, even if it was 600 or 6,000 gold, Yue Yang would never sell a beast that he had groomed himself. Master Hai, I only have one guard dog in my house. If I sell it to you, I won't have a dog to guard my house anymore. Yue Yang waved his hands, indicating that he would not sell it. Call me boss. If you call me boss, I'll protect you in the future. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Hai family, one of the 8 great clans. My uncle is a disciple of the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, the head of the 4 great sects. Brother, don't worry, if you recognize me as your boss, I won't treat you badly. Not only will I give you 60 gold, I'll also give you a lion. If you like tigers, that's fine too, whatever you want, just say it. Don't you want a dog to guard your house? I'll definitely guard it for you. Ah no, I mean, I'll sell you 100 dogs to guard your house. But this iron-back wolf, no matter what, you have to sell it to me. I really like it, don't you realize that it's very similar to me? I'm just like it, we're both so strong. The fatty flexed his biceps, causing his fat to tremble. Yue Yang looked at the fatty, then looked at his own gray wolf. He realized that the two of them really did have something in common. That was, they both looked like they deserved a beating. He tried his best to hold back his laughter, and pretended to be surprised as he asked, aren't there only the Feng, Shui, Yue and Yan clans in this world? Why are there the 8 great clans? Feng, Shui, Yue and Yan are the old 4 great clans. We are the new 4 great clans. Although our fame is a little lacking, the world has already called us the 8 great clans. You must have come from the countryside, right? Our Hai clan is very famous, especially when it comes to water-type beasts. We are second to none. The fatty didn't even bother to prepare a draft when he boasted. When he lied, his face didn't even turn red and he didn't even pant. Ah, so it's like that, Yue Yang pretended to nod his head. Brother, sell this iron-back wolf to me. Not only will I give you 60 gold and a lion beast, I'll also bring you to participate in the trial. I guarantee that you'll pass. I guarantee that you'll be able to get the trial certificate within 10 days. As for the matter of exchanging the rune crystal for clearing the trial, I'll settle it for you. The fatty patted his chest as he guaranteed. Is this damn fatty trying to swindle your iron-back demon wolf? Suddenly, a sweet-sounding voice rang out from behind Yue Yang. At the same time, a fragrance assaulted his nostrils. When Yue Yang turned around, the bright-eyed thief was standing right behind him. Seeing Yue Yang, the bright-eyed thief flashed with a trace of excitement, but it quickly disappeared. You really didn't die, hey, where have you been these past few days? The fatty was about to explode in anger when he saw the bright-eyed thief. But when he saw the bright-eyed thief, his eyes immediately lit up. He was even more excited than Wei Tai Lang when he saw a bone. He immediately extended his fat hand towards the bright-eyed thief. Hello, I'm Hai Da Fu, but everyone calls me Master Hai. You misunderstood me just now. I swear, I definitely didn't mean to lie to my brother. Think about it, I'm his boss, would I lie to him? This beauty, this little brother, do you know my brother? That's good, then we're all on the same side. I'm really happy today, let's go and have a drink, it's my treat. Damn fatty, if you don't want me to drain your blood dry with my dagger, then scram further away from me. The bright-eyed thief gave a flying kick, just like how Yue Yang kicked Wei Tai Lang, sending the fatty's huge body flying. Are you alright? When Yue Yang saw the fatty crawl up, he really suspected that this fellow was related to Wei Tai Lang. I'm fine, please don't worry about me. Don't you know what my beast is? My beast is a strengthening type iron rhinoceros, its defense is like a steel plate, how could I be fine? You said that this isn't vomiting blood, this is blood from my teeth. Because I've been suffering from excessive internal heat recently, my gums are bleeding a little. That's right, it's like this. Look at my fat body, why are you still worried for me? The fatty quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and at the same time made a, "I'm strong and not afraid of being kicked," gesture. "Where did you run off to now?" From afar, a white-veiled beauty dressed in palace attire called out softly. "My aunt is here, she'll talk to you next time," the bright-eyed thief quickly said to Yue Yang in a low voice, then turned around to greet the beauty dressed in palace attire. "You know her. Even if she's wearing a veil, I dare say that she can score 99 points." The fatty's mouth opened wide, almost turning into a waterfall of saliva. He looked like he was asking for a beating. "I'm not interested in men." Yue Yang resisted the urge to stab the fatty's heart with his dagger, turned around and left. "You blind man, I give up." The fatty suddenly wanted to cry in his heart. This brat had a good beast but didn't cherish it, had a beauty but wasn't enthusiastic. Was he not afraid of the wrath of the heavens? Chapter 43. The teleportation circle to the Tong Tian Tower was different. The small teleportation circle in each city lord's mansion was opened by an official with an energy crystal. Within 30 seconds, one could reach the destination. Shangwu camp was different. One had to use the Tong Tian Tower certificate. Warriors had to hold a card and touch the crystal pilar's runes. The teleportation door would open. After the warriors entered, they would be teleported to 100 different landing points, each time different. Fatty stood in front of the crystal pillar and repeatedly told Yue Yang to go to the underwater world to find him. Fatty patted his fat chest and said that his father was the manager of the underwater world chamber of commerce. He was one of the most important people in the entire Tong Tian Tower. "Brother, don't worry, I'm here for everything. I'm your boss. I'll definitely protect you." Fatty's body trembled and emitted the aura of a tortoise. Yue Yang was glad that the teleportation point was different. Otherwise, his ears would continue to suffer. When it was time for the teleportation, he gently stuck the crystal card given by the big-breasted beauty on the teleportation crystal pilar's runes. A burst of brilliance rose. It seemed to have a life of its own and rushed towards Yue Yang. In an instant, it disappeared. When Yue Yang looked carefully, he found that his own image had appeared on the originally blank crystal card. Strangely, it was a shadow with an indistinct face. The outline could vaguely make out that it was Yue Yang's face. However, other than a pair of wolf-like shining eyes, everything else was hidden in the darkness. In addition to the image, there were also various words arranged around it. The name, Titan, the race, human, the gender, male, and the potential, unknown, were listed. There was no strength assessment. In addition to the beautiful mysterious rune pattern on the back, there were also several lines of national merit, victory and defeat records, mission points, and so on. All the teleportation crystal pillars shone brightly, bathing everyone in a sea of light. After a few seconds, beams of light rose from the crystal pillars and shot straight into the sky. When the brilliance disappeared, all the warriors who had reached out to touch the crystal pillars were teleported away and disappeared without a trace. Yue Yang only felt a slight dizziness in his head. By the time he recovered, he was already in a simple and unadorned hall. Inside, there were a few martial artists sitting. At first, they disdained Yue Yang's little thief attire, but when they saw a gray wolf wagging its tail at Yue Yang's feet, their mocking expressions slightly disappeared. It wasn't like they had never seen a bronze-ranked ironback demonic wolf before. However, for a little thief to be able to bring such a powerful beast with him was already very good. "Wow, it's so big." Yue Yang passed through the spacious martial artist courtyard and exclaimed when he walked out of the hall. Although he had heard Yu Bing say that the Tong Tian Tower was surrounded by islands, and the islands were surrounded by the sea, forming a unique spectacle of an island in the sea and a sea in the island, he never thought that it would be such a scene. Outside, there was a boundless sea. It was said that this ocean was a stormy ocean. There would often be hurricanes for no reason, especially when a ship was sailing on it. Almost as soon as the ship left the harbor, a storm would break out. There were even tornadoes that would descend from the clouds, sucking in seawater and destroying the ship. For thousands of years, no one had been able to safely sail a ship out of the outer sea of the Tong Tian Tower. All the explorers who tried to sail out of the Tong Tian Tower ended up as snacks for sea monsters or fish-type golden king beasts. If one wanted to come or leave the Tong Tian Tower, he had to use the big teleportation circle of each country. There was no other shortcut. As for the inner sea that surrounded the island, it was called the Forbidden Sea. There was an ancient restriction on the surface of the sea. Even flying beasts couldn't fly. On the surface of the Forbidden Sea, even if people put a light goose feather on it, it would immediately sink. If people wanted to reach the Tong Tian Tower on the island in the center, they had to walk through the life suspension bridge that was said to be created by the ancient gods in order to reach the bottom of the Tong Tian Tower safely. Not bad, this Tong Tian Tower is a good place. Although people said that the Tong Tian Tower had many levels and the higher the level, the stronger the monsters were, Yue Yang didn't mind how many levels there were in the Tong Tian Tower. In his eyes, the more the better. Anyway, there was no limit to cultivation. There was no strongest, only stronger. If he could continue to cultivate in the Tong Tian Tower and continuously improve himself, then it would also be a joy in life. As for the legendary demon abyss creatures and heaven realm rankers, in Yue Yang's heart, there was no difference. It didn't matter whether they existed or not, as long as they didn't provoke him, everyone would be fine. If they provoked him, he would kill the people from heaven realm. Yue Yang discovered that the chain of islands surrounding the inner sea was mainly divided into 4 big regions: east, west, south and north. The east region that he was in belonged to the Da Sha kingdom. Just the east region alone, Yue Yang estimated that it was 10 times the size of White Stone City. The buildings here were strange and magnificent, the streets were spacious, and the pavilions stood in great numbers. Everywhere there was a majestic aura of a powerful country. The few empty spaces were also arranged naturally and elegantly. There were several pavilions, long corridors, grasslands, black stones, bamboo forests, small bridges and lotus ponds, forming a poetic and picturesque scene. If White Stone City was compared to this place, it would simply be a poor rural village. This chain of islands surrounding the inner sea should be about the size of Hong Kong. Yue Yang walked on the life suspension bridge for half an hour before he reached the front of Tong Tian Tower. Looking closely, the Tong Tian Tower, which was pure white and had divine runes flashing without a single crack, looked even bigger. Unattainable. According to Yue Yang's visual estimation, its diameter was more than 3 kilometers. Only the part below the clouds, it was at least a few thousand meters high. God knows what kind of power was used to build it, but it was impossible for ordinary people to do it. The inside of Tong Tian Tower was incomparably huge, but its secret was still unsolved. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Rankers who had the qualifications to enter the second and third floor walked inside one after another. For a newbie like Yue Yang who entered the first floor for the first time, he didn't need to go too far. He could just enter the first floor's teleportation gate. Crystal card, who's your introducer? In front of the first floor's teleportation gate, a middle-aged warrior who was in charge of receiving newbies saw the crystal card and was slightly surprised. It's the lady in charge of registration in the Shangwu camp. Yue Yang knew that this crystal card was definitely hard to come by, but he was happy to play dumb. No matter how many good treasures there were, he wouldn't reject any of them. What? There's not a single lady in charge of registration in the Shangwu camp. Isn't the one in charge of registration there Elder Lu? You didn't see an old man with white hair and beard, but a lady. What does she look like? The middle-aged warrior was confused by Yue Yang's words and asked in confusion. She looks very voluptuous. Yue Yang briefly described the big-breasted beauty's appearance. A wave of curiosity welled up in his heart. He couldn't see through the big-breasted beauty's strength, so she must be a super ranker. What kind of person was she? Wasn't she the one in charge of registration for warriors? Could she be that whatever Elder Lu's granddaughter? The middle-aged warrior's expression changed when he heard Yue Yang's description. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Just pretend I didn't ask. Hurry up and go in." Yue Yang was even more puzzled when he saw how scared he was. Could it be that the big-breasted lady was a man-eating tiger? Was there a need to be so scared? He was even more curious now. The image of the big-breasted beauty's languid and seductive appearance flashed in his mind. This voluptuous big-breasted domineering lady made people want to conquer her. If he could push her down and listen to her unique nasal voice moaning in his ears, it would be extremely satisfying. With his mind filled with lust and fantasizing, Yue Yang walked into the teleportation gate of the first floor of the Tong Tian Tower. A second later, he found himself in a whole new world. Haha, Tong Tian Tower, here I come. Yue Yang was excited. This was the place where he would be able to show off his skills in the future. He didn't even have time to express his emotions when he heard a slightly pained voice coming from the bottom of his feet. "Brother, can you get off my body first?" Chapter 44. Yue Yang looked down and found that he had stepped on a person's face. He sweated and quickly got down. The man whose face was stepped on by Yue Yang was tall and skinny. His clothes were tattered, like a beggar. He lay on the ground with his 4 legs stretched out. Even when Yue Yang got down, he did not stand up. Yue Yang saw that he did not look like he was injured, but was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, unable to move. He could not help but ask curiously, "What happened to you?" "Don't mention it, I'm the shame of Tong Tian Tower." This tall but skinny young man shook his head and sighed. "You gambled and lost all your wealth." Yue Yang frowned slightly. "No, it's more or less the same. I prepared for 5 years, accumulated my strength, passed through Yulong Valley, and went to the Star Domain to train. At the beginning, it was very smooth. I was full of confidence and thought that I could get a wisdom fruit. I didn't expect that I couldn't even pass the lowest difficulty of the 12 Imperial Palaces. My level 3 Poison Wolf and level 4 Long Arm Golden Ape King were both killed. 5 years of preparation turned into nothing in a day. Can you imagine? Do you think I'm willing to lie here and wait for death? I don't have the face to go home. You may not believe this, but I'm the most outstanding genius in my family. My parents have great expectations of me. I can't go back and face their despairing eyes. Haha, do you want to know how I wrote the letter to my family? I lied to my parents that I'm living well here, that the training was going well, that my 2 pets had leveled up, and that my teammates looked at me in a new light. Actually, I was kicked out of the team by those guys." The skinny man's tone carried a kind of despair. When he spoke, although there was a smile on his face, it was all self-deprecating. Hearing the skinny man's words, Yue Yang's heart trembled. Yu Bing, that stubborn girl, was also kicked out of the team. Could it be that she was like this skinny man, with all her beasts dead? Would she be like this skinny man in front of him, with nothing and no face to go home, lying on the ground with hunger, and even writing letters to lie to his family that everything was fine? Thinking of this, Yue Yang immediately became anxious. Yu Bing couldn't let anything happen to her. He had to find her as soon as possible. He couldn't let her lie on the ground in despair like this skinny man. He had to bring her back and give the beautiful woman a proper explanation. Previously, in Yu Bing's letter, Yue Yang had heard her mention Yulong Valley Road and Star Domain. He reckoned that her training process was similar to this skinny man's. "Are you familiar with places like Yulong Valley and Star Field?" Yue Yang decided to inquire about the situation from the skinny guy. "Ha, you think I'm not familiar with it? I've already been a guide for 2 years in Tong Tian Tower. I can walk through the first floor of Tong Tian Tower with my eyes closed. You want to go to the Star Field? Do you need a guide? I know the easiest shortcut. I don't need money, as long as I can fill my stomach. If you're willing to give me a tip after completing the training mission, that would be the best." When the skinny guy talked about tips, his face was full of self-mockery. "Do you know where Shangjing Academy's training team is?" Yue Yang asked again. "Shangjing Academy has 10 training teams. What's the name of the team you're looking for?" The skinny guy forced himself to get up. It could be seen that he hadn't eaten for many days. He was so hungry that he was weak. Even standing up now was a little wobbly. "I think it's called Academy's Rose Team. However, I'm not looking for this team. I'm looking for a person in the team. You're a guide here. Have you heard of a young lady called Yu Bing? She's the same as you, kicked out of the team. Have you seen her?" Yue Yang was really worried that Yu Bing had also fallen to the pitiful state of being a guide in exchange for food. "Yu Bing, I've never heard of her. I've never seen the Academy's Rose Team either." The skinny guy shook his head. Yue Yang was even more worried after hearing that. Yu Bing was such a stubborn young lady. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Otherwise, how would he explain it to the beautiful lady when he returned? Although he hadn't spent much time with Yu Bing, he felt that she was like a sister to him. She was also very respectful towards him. He definitely couldn't let her fall into a desperate situation. There's no rush in training. Let's first find the young lady Yu Bing. The image of Yu Bing in black flashed in his mind. He felt that this ill-fated and stubborn little sister was in urgent need of his protection as a big brother. However, you don't have to worry. The students of Shangjing Academy are all talented students. They won't be like me. Even if I fail the training, the academy will make arrangements. I know all the guides here. There isn't a girl called Yu Bing." The skinny guy was very smart. He could see the worry in Yue Yang's heart. "How about this? If you help me find her as soon as possible, I'll give you a high salary. If you can help me find her within a day, I'll give you 10 gold. I'll deduct 1 gold for every additional day, and so on." I don't care what methods you use, and I don't care what methods you use. In short, I want to see her as soon as possible. Yue Yang was silent for a while. He decided to use a large sum of money to pave the way, and find Yu Bing first. I'll try my best, but, can you give me a salary first? I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I haven't eaten for a few days. A few copper coins will do. I'm so hungry that I can't walk anymore. The skinny guy looked at Yue Yang with anticipation. Yue Yang had seen this look in his eyes when he was about to smash Wei Tai Lang to death. This was a desire to live. Even in a hopeless situation, he still longed for survival. Even if he had no strength to struggle, his heart still hoped for a miracle. Yue Yang's heart was slightly moved. He nodded. He didn't give the skinny guy a handful of copper coins. Instead, he took out a money pouch with 100 silver coins and handed it over. This is your reward for today's work. Go and settle your matters. I'll wait here for half an hour. When the skinny guy received the heavy money pouch, his eyes were a little red. He didn't say anything. He only held the money pouch tightly in his hands and nodded his head vigorously. He didn't even say a word. He just walked away quickly. If one looked carefully, they would see a trail of tears scattered on the skinny guy's feet as he walked away. Yue Yang looked at the skinny guy's back and sighed. This was a genius, a fallen genius. Maybe this skinny guy used to be a high-spirited and unrestrained genius. He was the hope of his clan. However, after losing his beast, he became a trash with nothing. He didn't even dare to return home. From a certain point of view, the skinny guy and the pitiful guy who threw himself into the river had some similarities. The pitiful guy was in the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans. However, he couldn't contract a grimoire and didn't have a beast. He became the biggest trash in his clan. In the end, under the pressure of his clan and the rejection of his engagement, he chose to throw himself into the river. This was the same as the skinny guy lying here quietly waiting for his death. Before the pitiful guy threw himself into the river, his eyes probably flashed with a strong desire to live just like the skinny guy's eyes. He must have hoped for a miracle to happen, right? However, in the end, no one was able to save him. After he died, Yue Yang took over his identity. From a certain point of view, this Yu clan trash could be considered to have been reborn. However, the one who took over his rebirth was Yue Yang, a transmigrator. Yue Yang was luckier than the pitiful guy. He obtained everything he had. For example, the love of the beautiful woman's family and Nuanyuan's affection. At the same time, he obtained everything that he couldn't obtain. He contracted a grimoire, obtained a guardian beast, Gemini star inherent skill in the little Lamia loli. Alright, I can't help you with what happened in the past. However, I will definitely help you take care of Yu Bing and the others in the future. I will make them proud of you, and proud of you. I will definitely help you clear your name as trash. In fact, you are not trash, you are just not lucky enough. Yue Yang looked up to the sky. He seemed to see a guy who looked like him in the sky, smiling brightly and waving goodbye to him. Maybe he came because of the pitiful guy's wish. He must have hoped that someone as lucky as Yue Yang could replace him and fulfill his wish. Chapter 45. After about 20 minutes, the skinny guy came back. He was not the only one. Behind him, there were 5 other young men dressed in shabby clothes. One of them was a refined man with a monocle, holding a painting in his hand. His washed white sleeves were stained with ink. He didn't say anything and passed the painting to Yue Yang. Yue Yang took the painting and saw that the person in the painting was Yu Bing in black. Although she was masked and dressed in black, her charm was enough to let people know that it was her. If it wasn't for the fact that the ink was still wet, Yue Yang would have suspected that this exquisite painting took 10 days to half a month to complete. This drawing doesn't really look like it. Yi Kong only gave me 5 minutes just now, and I haven't seen the Yu Bing that you're looking for. Just based on He Ziyun and Qin Yang's descriptions, it's hard to be absolutely accurate. The refined-looking man wearing a monocle explained uneasily. No, you drew very well. Yue Yang was surprised. This guy had never seen Yu Bing before. Just based on his description, how could he draw so well? Moreover, this was done in 5 minutes. Disregarding everything else, this fellow was definitely a genius when it came to drawing. Yue Yang didn't have time to praise him. He turned to the other 4 and asked anxiously, which one of you has seen Yu Bing before? It's you too. When did you see her? The shorter man with fair skin called himself He Ziyun. He replied, half a month ago, Qin Yang and I were recording people's battle achievements at Shangluo River. At first, we didn't notice the Rose team passing by, but we heard the Yan clan's young master, Po Jun, greeting the Rose team's leader, young master Shen Tu. At that time, the Yu clan's fourth young master, Yue Yang, was also there. When we were engrossed in writing, we accidentally overheard them talking about the Yu clan's third young master. They said some unpleasant things. Afterwards, the black-clothed Miss Yu Bing got angry and quarreled with them. When He Ziyun talked about the Yu clan's third young master, the six of them looked at Yue Yang worriedly. These people seemed to be smart people, and they somewhat guessed Yue Yang's identity. Although they did not recognize Yue Yang and could not see his face under the black mask, they could all guess who would be so anxious to find Yu Bing. Even if this man wasn't Yu Bing's brother, he would still be a disciple of the Yu clan. Which disciple of the Yu clan wouldn't know him? The eldest son, Yu Tian, and the fourth young master, Yue Yang, were both famous in Shangjing. In Tong Tian Tower, they were the leaders of the younger generation. The fifth young master, Yu Ting, was the captain of Princess Lan's guards, so it was impossible for him to leave the princess's side to come here. The sixth young master, Yu Bao, was still young, only a 16-year-old youth. As for the ninth young master, Yu Feng, he was only a child. Other than the Yu clan's third young master who was hidden in the Yu clan, which of the Yu clan's disciples did not know. Thus, He Ziyun didn't repeat the words that Yan Po Jun, Shen Tu and Yu Yan used to mock Yue Yang. Instead, he directly skipped over them. Even so, they all looked at Yue Yang worriedly, afraid that he would get angry. What's next? Yue Yang didn't care about other people talking bad about him behind his back. He completely treated them as farts. He was not trash at all, but a lucky genius. Why would he be afraid of other people talking bad about him? He just had to endure it for now. One day, he would help the pitiful guy get back at them. At that time, he would make those trash swallow their broken teeth and blood back into their stomachs. Right now, the most important thing was to find Yu Bing. As long as she was safe and sound, it was more important than anything else. As for cultivation, he already had a certain level of strength now. He could definitely help Yu Bing pass the first floor's test. If it was said that Yue Yang still had some reservations towards Yu Bing and the others when he had just transmigrated to this world, then the current him had already completely integrated into the beautiful woman's family. In his heart, he had long regarded Yu Bing as his own sister. Now that he had found Yu Bing, Yue Yang would naturally give her some pointers and help her level up quickly. Miss Yu Bing couldn't win the argument, so she initiated a warrior duel. She summoned 2 Treeman warriors and almost killed Shen Tu's manticore. However, Yan Po Jun joined the battle afterwards. He was extremely strong, and even though it was 2 against 1, he managed to defeat Miss Yu Bing. After that, Shen Tu expelled her from the team. The bronze-skinned Qin Yang briefly described the process of the conflict. What was that Yu Yan doing at that time? Yu Yang knew that although Qin Yang had described it in a simple manner, the process of the battle must have been very intense. 2 grown men bullying a little girl like Yu Bing was really infuriating. Yu Yang's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with murderous intent. He changed the topic to another important person, and that was Yue Yang. This fellow was also a Yu clan disciple. Seeing his cousin being bullied, could it be that he just stood by and watched? Previously, in Yu Bing's reply, she had concealed the fact that it was Yue Yang who was trying to sow discord, fan the flames and hit her when she was down. If it wasn't for the fact that Yue Yang had done so many bad things and made Yu Bing extremely sad, how would she have mentioned it to her mother so easily? He Ziyun hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still told the truth. Is that so? What a good brother you are. Yue Yang laughed coldly. In his heart, he couldn't wait to trample Yue Yang under his feet and beat him up 1,000 times. However, he wasn't in a hurry to take revenge. Since they were now a family, he would have the chance to return all of this to Yue Yang sooner or later. Especially during the Yu clan's annual, younger generation martial arts tournament, he could totally beat Yue Yang and the others up and trample them under his feet to help Yu Bing vent her anger. Seeing that Yue Yang wasn't angry, the 6 of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and confirmed their suspicions. This man who came to find Yu Bing was indeed the legendary Yu clan third young master. If it was really him, then the following matters would be simple. As long as they could find Yu Bing as soon as possible, he was Yu Bing's brother. He would definitely not go back on his words. Most importantly, this young master was generous and knew how to respect others. He was a good employer that was hard to come by. You are Yi Kong, right? Yue Yang confirmed the skinny guy's ability. This guy was really a talent. He had outstanding reflexes and work efficiency. He had only given him half an hour and he had already found the person he needed the most. Yue Yang stretched out his hand and patted the skinny guy's shoulder lightly. You've done very well. Right now, we need to find Yu Bing as soon as possible. If she's safe and sound, I can give you double the reward. That's right, who are they? Yue Yang realized that the two young men who had been standing at the back without saying a word were actually a pair of twins who looked so similar that it was hard to tell them apart. The clothes on these two people were equally tattered, but on their backs, one on the left and one on the right, were two machetes. They were also the only two among the 6 who had weapons. Yue Yang felt strange. What were these two people doing here? If the skinny Yi Kong was a guide, the refined man was an artist, and he Ziyun and Qin Yang were eyewitnesses, then where did these two twin brothers come from? I am Li Qi, he is my younger brother Li Jie. We are both level 2 advanced braves, and our summon beasts are the whimsical ferret. Yi Kong reckons that Yu Bing is in the Stars Domain trials. We can protect you to pass through Yulong Valley. Unless we die in battle, your life will not be in danger. Li Qi on the left said, almost making Yue Yang collapse. This Yi Kong, wasn't he thinking too much? Could it be that after hearing that Yue Yang was trash, he felt that Yue Yang did not have any battle power and took the initiative to find these two bodyguards for him? The skinny Yi Kong saw that Yue Yang's expression was strange, and explained uneasily, you don't have to worry about the hiring fee. The 6 of us will only take 1 fee, no additional fees. We only hope that you can hire all 6 of us at the same time. With just me, I am unable to safely bring you through Yulong Valley. Although you have an ironback demonic wolf, in Tong Tian Tower, without a contracted beast, it is very easy to escape in battle. With the skills of the Li Qi and Li Jie brothers, I can guarantee that their battle power has surpassed their current level. It's just that they don't have the money to go to the Warriors Guild to obtain proof of their level. If there are 6 people, Wen Yu Mo can go to the Mercenaries Guild and issue a search mission. He Ziyun can go to the further places Tian Bao, Tian Hua and Tian Ji to scout for information. Qin Yang can rush to Shang Luo, Shang Zi and Shang Hong to watch. When we rush to the Stars Domain, if they discover anything, they will definitely pass it to us through the Mercenaries Guild. At the same time, they can also help us find out the latest movements of Shen Tu and Yan Po Jun, so that we won't meet them again. Hearing this, Yue Yang nodded his head slightly. However, he discovered a problem. Other than the big-breasted beauty, Fatty, Yi Kong and the others were unable to see through Wei Tai Lang's true strength. Furthermore, he felt that Wei Tai Lang, who needed his innate qi to speed up its evolution, would definitely not betray him. Wei Tai Lang wouldn't leave even if he beat it up. There was no need to worry that it would betray him. We really need a job, really. The 6 of them looked at Yue Yang with a longing gaze that came from the bottom of their hearts. To you, this is a job. To me, this is Yu Bing's life. Everyone, please do your best. Of course, Yue Yang didn't care how many people Yi Kong found. On the contrary, to him, the more people that participated in finding Yu Bing, the better. Right now, he only wanted to use the fastest speed to find that stubborn little girl. Please don't worry. To us, this job is equivalent to our lives, because we are about to starve to death. Yi Kong looked at Yue Yang and nodded his head heavily. Chapter 46. After splitting up, Yue Yang followed Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie, leaving the first floor's teleportation point, Chenxi Town, and hurried towards Yulong Valley. Yulong Valley had nothing to do with dragons. It was just a dangerous gorge that was 50 kilometers long, with a high mountain ridge that was as sharp as a blade. The mountain walls were filled with countless spikes, strange rocks and cliffs, making it impossible for warriors to cross from the top of the mountain. At the same time, there were countless level 3 rock eagles living on the mountain peak. Trying to ride a flying beast to cross the mountain ridge was simply courting death. The valley floor was the only path. However, there were countless giant demon insects living inside, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. There were thousands of different kinds of ugly demon insects. Although they were not strong, they were able to display shocking battle power in the special terrain of Yulong Valley. No one was able to completely eliminate them. Furthermore, the reproduction rate of the demon insects was extremely terrifying. In just 10 days or so, the ground of Yulong Valley, which had been cleaned clean by all the human martial artists, was once again occupied by demon insects of all sizes that had crawled out of the underground wormholes and cracks in the rocks, densely covering the ground like before. Unable to eliminate the demon insects, the Warriors Guild decided to use this place as the first trial for warriors. FCK. When they reached Yulong Valley, Yue Yang could not help but frown when he saw the demon insects that covered the entire mountain. With his strength, of course he was not afraid of these demon insects. However, these demon insects were so ugly that they made people feel disgusted. Their shapes were extremely strange, and they were aggressive, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, making Yue Yang feel a little nauseous. This was not strange. No matter who saw the densely packed sea of demon insects in the valley, they would also feel a chill down their spines. As for passing through Yulong Valley, Yi Kong had two plans. The first was to follow the other warriors and light a long torch. While chasing away the demon insects that were afraid of fire, he would advance step by step, following the safe route that people had taken before. Under the condition of not alarming the large group of demon insects, he would kill a small number of demon insects that he had to pass through. His speed would be slow, but it would be relatively safe to pass through Yulong Valley. If he could find a team that could work together, he estimated that he would be able to pass through in at most 2 days. The second was to use the stupidest, craziest and fastest method. That was to run madly all the way through the demon insects without stopping for even a second. If we use the first method, it's relatively safe, but it consumes a lot of time. Moreover, staying in Yulong Valley for one night is the most dangerous. We must find a hiding place or else the number of demon insects will explosively increase by more than 10 times at night. There may even be many powerful rank 3 demon insects appearing. The chances of us being eaten are extremely high. The second method seemed to be very dangerous on the surface, but the reaction of the demonic worms was relatively slow during the day, and the sunlight made their vision very poor. If we target their sense of smell and lure them with strong smells along the way, then clear a small number of demon insects blocking the way, the success rate of passing through will be higher. The only downside is that this method requires a lot of physical strength. The 50-kilometer-long canyon is actually uneven and full of strange rocks, which will consume a lot of our physical strength. We can't rest in the middle of the canyon, we have to move forward in one breath. If there's a swarm of insects chasing after us, and we miss the hiding hole in the middle of Yulong Valley, it's extremely likely that we'll lose our lives in the latter half of Yulong Valley due to physical exhaustion. When Yi Kong said this, he looked at Yue Yang. He wasn't worried about his body that had been starving for a few days. Starving had become his habit. Yi Kong was more worried about whether this Yu clan's third young master, who was called trash by the world, had enough physical strength to pass through the canyon in one breath while being chased by the demon insects. The two brothers Li Qi and Li Jie looked at each other. This was also the problem they were worried about. From a battle perspective, the two of them agreed to run forward in one breath, because before the demon insects could react, it would reduce a lot of unnecessary battles. On the contrary, if they walked slowly and were entangled by a large group of demon insects, with just the two of them, it would be disastrous. The problem was, this choice had to be made by the employer, Yue Yang. Yi Kong was afraid that he didn't explain it clearly enough, so he added, if we choose the first plan, then we should first prepare the necessary items, find other teams that want to pass through Yulong Valley, and work together to advance forward. If we choose the second plan, we should immediately move, because the demon insects are at their weakest at noon, and now is already past the best time. In the past, the fastest time to run through Yulong Valley was 5 hours. We need to be faster, or else once the sky turns dark, we'll be in an extremely dangerous situation. Yue Yang felt that even the pitiful guy who had trained in battle skills would have no problem running through this 50 kilometers mountain road, let alone himself. He decided to use the second plan. Nodding his head at Yi Kong, he said, "Run. I've trained in a bit of my family's battle skills, so there's no problem in terms of physical strength. I'll give you half an hour to prepare the necessities." Hearing this, Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie nervously swallowed their saliva. Although they had hoped that Yue Yang would choose the second plan in their hearts, when they really made the decision, they felt that this was actually gambling with their lives. Li Qi and Li Jie immediately laid down on the ground. They were prepared to recover their physical strength to its peak within half an hour. Yi Kong, however, did not. He immediately ran to the nearest grocery stall, took out the silver dollars that Yue Yang had given him in advance, and bought all kinds of necessities from the warriors who set up the stall. About 10 minutes later, he brought back a large bag of items, and also brought back a piece of good news. 2 days ago, there were a few strong teams that had killed quite a number of demon insects to pass through. Now, the number of demon insects was slightly less than usual. In Yue Yang's eyes, even if the number of demon insects was 10 times less, it would still be innumerable. Li Qi and Li Jie, on the other hand, were extremely encouraged. Although they understood that this would not be of much help, hearing good news was still better than hearing bad news. Why don't we leave the ironback demonic wolf here? No matter how tame it is, it will still defect when it sees the demon insects that cover the entire mountain. As Yi Kong sprinkled insect-loathing powder on Yue Yang's body, he softly advised Yue Yang to leave Wei Tailang behind. There's no need, it's fine if it defects and runs. This is a test for it. Yue Yang casually kicked Wei Tailang. If Wei Tailang would defect even when it saw the demon insects, then what was the point of keeping it? Yi Kong was a little dumbfounded when he saw Yue Yang's casual action of kicking his beast. He had never seen a warrior who would punch and kick his own beast. Wasn't he afraid that the ironback demonic wolf would defect and run away like this? However, when he saw Wei Tailang's wretched appearance after getting beaten up, he almost fell to the ground. He had never seen a beast that had no self-respect at all. Could this wolf be a natural masochist? As Yue Yang and his group prepared to force their way through the Yulong Valley, the few teams that were queuing up outside the valley to discuss cooperation were all dumbfounded. 2 team leaders shouted one after another, "Hey, are you guys preparing to give the demon insects their dinner?" There were also people who cried out in shock, "Crazy, these 4 fellows are crazy. It's afternoon now, the sun will set soon. Within 5 hours, you guys definitely won't be able to run through Yulong Valley. Even if you guys are lucky and don't encounter level 3 nest spiders and bird-catching mantises, or large groups of level 2 giant black iron ants and ghost-faced centipedes, you guys won't be able to run through Yulong Valley in one go. It's 50 kilometers long, and with the complicated terrain, you guys will probably die of exhaustion before you even get halfway through." A few warriors who set up stalls advised in good faith, "Stay here and team up with everyone. That's the safest way." There are more than 100 warriors who try to run through Yulong Valley every year, but less than 10 people can pass through safely. You guys better think about it. Even the silver-armored guard captain who was guarding the entrance of Yulong Valley advised Yue Yang not to be rash. "You guys can stay." Yue Yang opened his mouth. He was testing Yi Kong and the others' reaction. If Yi Kong and the Li Qi brothers hesitated, then Yue Yang would leave immediately and never trust them again. Even if they were hired, they had to maintain a sense of loyalty. Otherwise, he wouldn't hand over a mission to someone who hesitated in the face of difficulties. This world could have weaklings. Yue Yang didn't deny the status of weaklings, but he wouldn't choose weaklings as his companions, even if they were temporary companions. Yi Kong and the others' reaction was resolute. "No, we're hired by you. As long as you make a decision, even if it means death, we'll carry it out." The Li Qi brothers didn't say anything, but their resolute attitude had already shown everything. Looking at Yue Yang and the others who were madly running towards Yulong Valley, almost all the warriors were shaking their heads. "These 4 idiots are dead for sure." However, the silver-armored guard captain objected, "No, they might succeed." Everyone didn't understand. Towards this, the silver-armored guard captain said in an enigmatic tone, "Their eyes are very similar to those who have successfully passed in the past. They're all full of confidence." Nonsense. Having confidence doesn't mean everything. All the warriors were sweating profusely when they heard this. Having confidence doesn't mean success, but without confidence, you'll definitely fail. The silver-armored guard captain threw out another sentence. "Che, who doesn't know how to talk big?" No one believed that Yue Yang and the others would be able to pass through Yulong Valley safely. Everyone felt that these 4 fellows would at most run halfway and run out of energy. In the end, they would fall to the ground and become snacks for a large group of demon worms. 2 days later, when the mercenaries had experienced a nightmarish battle, all of them had broken through the Yulong Valley with injuries. When they arrived at the outskirts of the Star's domain, they discovered that Yue Yang and the others, who had already died a long time ago, were lying comfortably under a big tree at the entrance of the mercenary guild, leisurely drinking iced ale. This result made them all dumbfounded. "You guys didn't die. Do you think that dead people can drink?" Yue Yang was speechless. He didn't think that running through Yulong Valley was a difficult task at all. To Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie, it might be life-threatening, but to an innate ranker like him, running through Yulong Valley was no different from taking a stroll in his own courtyard. It was just that the distance was a little longer and the ground was a little more rugged. As soon as Yue Yang arrived, he found out about Yu Bing's news in the warrior guild. She was fine, her life was not in danger. This little girl was currently going to the Star Domain's Blackstone Labyrinth to complete her trial quest alone. It was estimated that she would need at least 3 days to come out. This made Yue Yang feel at ease, but at the same time, he felt extremely bored waiting. I've decided, I'll also go and participate in the trial quest. Yue Yang felt that it was too boring to live like this. On the first day he arrived, he toured the outskirts of the Star Domain. On the second day, he familiarized himself with the various information in the Tong Tian Tower's first floor. On the third day, he already had nothing to do. It was really unbearable. Unfortunately, there were still 3 days before Yu Bing could return. Hence, Yue Yang made a decision. He also wanted to participate in the trial. What? Yi Kong and the others, who had finally lived 2 good days with great difficulty, felt as if they had been struck by lightning when they heard this. Cough, cough. To participate in the trial, you need at least 1 contracted beast. In the Star Domain, you must use beasts to pass the trial. It's useless even if you know martial arts. Beasts like Wei Tai Lang that have no contract cannot participate. Yi Kong originally didn't want to give Yue Yang a blow, but he had no choice. This was the cruel reality. Contracted beast, who said that I don't have one? Yue Yang was furious. He thought to himself, do you guys still think that I'm trash? Your beast is. Yi Kong didn't have any hope at all. Because even a bronze-ranked ironback demonic wolf like Wei Tai Lang couldn't sign a contract, he reckoned that the number of beasts that Yue Yang could contract would be very few. Even if he could sign one, it would definitely be a very weak beast. Thorny flower. When Yue Yang said this, everyone fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Using a thorny flower to pass the trial of the Star Domain. This difficulty, my god, I'd rather run around Yulong Valley naked 10 times. When everyone heard this, they all had the urge to bang their heads against the wall. What is difficulty? This is difficulty. Yi Kong's face was full of tears. Chapter 47. With regards to Yue Yang's crazy action of using the thorny flower to complete the trial mission in the Star Domain, all the warriors in the mercenary guild started to bet. If Yue Yang could use the thorny flower to complete the trial mission, the payout would be 10,000 to 1. However, no one dared to bet. This was because no one was an idiot. Everyone would rather throw their gold into the stormy ocean than bet on such a crazy action that would never succeed. No one would bet on the success of the trial mission. Even if the payout was as high as 100 to 1, no one would bet on him returning unscathed. As for the third option, if Yue Yang could persist for more than 10 minutes, the payout would be 50 to 1. Yue Yang's eyes were filled with greed, but the mercenary guild forbade him from betting, causing Yue Yang to sigh in his heart that he didn't have the life to become rich. If he was allowed to bet, then Yue Yang would definitely bet all his money on the 10,000 to 1 chance of successfully passing the trial mission. In the blink of an eye, he would become a millionaire. Who says he can't persist for 10 minutes? I have an idea, Yi Kong said. Everyone was stunned at first, but they immediately reacted. You're crazy too. Someone immediately judged that Yi Kong was crazy. It can't be, you're going to let him challenge the 20 zodiac temples. My god, is there anything crazier than this in this world? I thought I was crazy enough when I wrote a letter to the princess to propose to her, but I never thought that there would be someone even crazier and more foolish than me, a mercenary leader muttered to himself absent-mindedly. The wine glass in his hand had unknowingly fallen to the ground. I'd rather steal a giant dragon's egg than challenge the 12 zodiac temples. A thief's face was filled with fear as if he was saying, I'll kill myself if anyone forces me to challenge it. Are the 12 zodiac temples that scary? Yue Yang's understanding of the 12 zodiac temples was limited to the Saint Seiya. He only knew that the 12 zodiac temples were protected by 12 gold saints. Could it be that the 12 zodiac temples in Tong Tian Tower also had gold saints? Scary. How can you describe it as scary? It's scary, it's really scary. Countless warriors fainted from Yue Yang's question. Yue Yang thought to himself, could there really be gold saints inside? Let's put it this way. The 12 zodiac temples is a gold-grade continuous mission in the star field. It is called the 12 zodiac temples because it needs to be cleared 12 times. This gold-ranked quest was the most difficult quest in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. No one had ever completed it. Moreover, because star field experts above level 5 were forbidden to enter, so in history, there had never been a person below level 5 who could complete the 12 zodiac temples. The highest record of humanity was 10,000 years ago. A martial artist whose name was not made public reached the 9th stage. This was also the pinnacle of humanity, and no one in the later generations was able to catch up. In the past 1,000 years, the highest record was the 5th stage. In the past 100 years, the highest record was the 3rd stage. In the past 10 years, there had never been anyone who could pass the 1st stage. In every stage of the 12 zodiac temples, there would definitely be a gold king beast guarding it. Normal beasts would be scared stiff when they see it, not to mention defeating a strong gold king beast to pass the stage. When Yi Kong talked about the gold king beast, his lips couldn't help but tremble. Yue Yang suddenly realized that this fellow had actually ambitiously challenged the 12 zodiac temples 2 years ago. He didn't expect that he would fail miserably, which was why he was in such dire straits now. Then why did you say that you have a way? Yue Yang was curious. It's like this. In the stars domain, warriors can't attack with their own hands. They have to use contracted beasts to fight. However, after warriors enter the 12 zodiac temples, the guardian law will bestow upon the challenger an absolute defense barrier. It's the same as the barrier raised by a summoning grimoire, and it won't disappear for 10 minutes. If you go in, you'll be safe for at least the first 10 minutes. But remember, when the barrier starts to flicker, it means that there's not much time left. You have to leave immediately, otherwise you'll be killed instantly by the Gold King Beast. Yi Kong's intention was actually to let Yue Yang go in and watch the excitement, so that he wouldn't be bored waiting here. Anyway, Yu Bing still needed 3 more days to come out from the Blackstone Labyrinth, so it would be good to let him go to the 12 zodiac temples to find some excitement and have some fun. As for the fee of at least 1 gold coin per challenge, Yi Kong wasn't worried about Yue Yang, a disciple of the 4 great clans. When Yue Yang heard that he couldn't do it himself, he felt that it was a pity in his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use his innate invisible sword qi anymore. However, he still had little Wen Li, the barbarian cow shadow and the gold-ranked thorny flower. Even if he couldn't defeat the Gold King Beast, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As for Wei Tai Lang, forget about it. At most, it would only be responsible for running errands and luring the monsters away. If they really fought, it wouldn't have any part in it. Yi Kong suggested to leave Wei Tai Lang behind, because it was only a bronze-ranked ironback demonic wolf. It would definitely be killed instantly by the Gold King Beast inside. Even if it wasn't killed instantly, without a contract, it would still betray them. Forget about the thorny flower, we can have as many of these beasts as we want. How many thorny flowers can you summon at once? Yi Kong asked in the end. 1. Yue Yang had leveled up after his battle with the Demon King of Hell, Ha Xin, and became an intermediate apprentice. However, even if he was an advanced apprentice, he could only summon 1 beast a day. Yue Yang wasn't an exception. As for Yue Yang's reply, Yi Kong felt that he shouldn't have asked, because the Yu clan's 3rd young master was a trash that everyone in the Soaring Dragon continent knew about. Using a thorny flower to challenge the 12 zodiac temples. I'm definitely not awake yet. Many mercenaries thought that they were dreaming. Don't waste money. Why don't you use this money to treat everyone to a drink? Someone suggested. Are we really going? Yi Kong felt that with the absolute defense barrier, Yue Yang's life might not be in danger. However, he was worried that he would be scared witless by the Gold King Beast. Nonsense, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yue Yang wanted to play with his heart pounding. Just the name of the 12 zodiac temples alone made him want to challenge them. Although the ones guarding the temples weren't gold saints, they were still Gold King Beasts. Playing with them was just as exciting. After paying the necessary teleportation fee, they were teleported to an unknown star field. In this star field, it was always nighttime. There was no day, and no sun. At the entrance of the 12 Zodiac Temples challenge, a golden armor guard captain's eyes were wide open. Aren't you guys messing around? A mere apprentice wants to challenge the 12 Zodiac Temples. Do you know how many monsters there are in there? Forget about the Gold King Beast in each temple, even the Guardian Dolls and Demon Abyss monsters in each temple, there are close to 100 of them. Do you guys have nothing better to do? Is this something that can be casually challenged? Beside the Golden Armor Guard Captain, there was a beautiful lady in embroidered clothes with a three-tailed snow fox. She didn't care about her manners as she laughed out loud. If we don't look at your extremely stupid actions, just by looking at your courage, it is quite surprising. The ignorant are truly fearless. Young lad, I support you. You must work hard and challenge the 12 temples in a row. Her words made the golden armor guard captain roll his eyes. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, please don't cause trouble. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your duty. Alright, I won't encourage him to challenge the 12 zodiac temples. I take back what I said just now. Little thief, do you have enough money for the challenge? If it's not enough, I can lend you some, but there will be interest. The beautiful lady in embroidered clothes laughed so hard that her body trembled. She really paid for Yue Yang's group. After hearing that Yue Yang was the only one challenging, she laughed so hard that she bent over. It's alright, I've already paid for 5 people. You can challenge 5 times in a row. Don't worry about the interest, I'm very patient. You can slowly pay me back, but you must remember to challenge 5 times. Do you know the technique to challenge the temples? It's okay if you don't, I'll teach you. The first temple is the Aries temple. The gold king beast inside, it's changed this month. Now it's a 3-headed chimera. Don't think that it's a gold rank level 6 3-headed chimera. It's still quite easy to deal with. First, you have to kill the goat puppet in front of the Temple of Light. Then, you have to kill a group of goat head monsters. There aren't many of them, probably around 10 or so. They're all bronze rank level 3 low-leveled monsters, so they're very easy to deal with. Once you enter the Great Hall, you'll see the 3-headed chimera. Don't panic, just turn left. There's a small side hall there. Kill all the goat head priests there, then get the silencing scepter that restrains the 3-headed chimera's left head. This time, the 3-headed chimera's left head will be useless. Next, you can obtain a blindness rune from the right side hall. It can be used 3 times, and the head on the right will also be blinded. Then, you can let your beast fight with the head in the middle. What is your beast? Thorny flower. Yue Yang answered honestly. The beautiful lady in embroidered clothes, who was called Fallen Flowers, was stunned for a few seconds. She recovered her composure and gave Yue Yang a thumbs up. Your beast is not bad. Using the thorny flower to challenge the 12 zodiac temples is the most creative idea. Yup, you can let the thorny flower swallow the 3-headed chimera alive. I remember that the thorny flower seems to have the ability to eat corpses. That's right, what level is your thorny flower? Level 1. When Yue Yang said this, the golden armor captain and the others all fell to the ground. This is a little difficult. However, I will still support you as always. You must have confidence in yourself. You can do it, little thief, do your best. The beautiful lady in embroidered clothes was like a leader inspecting the countryside. She used her small hands to pat Yue Yang's shoulders, not stingy with her encouragement. Alright, Wei Tai Lang, let's go. When Yue Yang heard that there was an item that could restrain the golden king beast inside, his confidence couldn't help but soar. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, you're pushing him to his death. He's definitely going to die. The golden armor captain powerlessly looked at Yue Yang's back as he confidently walked towards the teleportation gate. Chapter 48. When Yue Yang teleported to the Aries temple, he discovered that it was a giant island floating in midair. Below it was an endless abyss. Yue Yang picked up a rock and threw it down, but he did not hear any echo even after a long time. Once he left the teleportation area of the rune crystal pillar, a golden light immediately rose from the bottom of Yue Yang's feet, forming a faint golden shield around his body. Wei Tai Lang was also enveloped within it, but it was different from Yue Yang. It could leave with its own shield, and when Yue Yang took a step, the shield would also move. This is just like playing online games and clearing dungeons. However, its existence is reasonable. Forget it, I'd better go and see how the 3-headed chimera is like. Yue Yang was not like a scientist to investigate what kind of power and laws were controlling all of this. Not to mention Tong Tian Tower, there were also many unexplainable mysterious phenomena on his body. He was too lazy to think too much. He summoned the barbaric cow shadow and let the barbaric cow shadow, which would never truly die, move forward and explore the road ahead. After walking on a straight road that was almost 100 meters long, they passed through a giant door with stone pillars. Behind them, there was a huge building complex. Outside the dark building complex, there were dozens of war puppets wandering around. These war puppets were about 3 meters tall, made of an unknown metal. They had a goat's head and a human's body. They reacted to Yue Yang's appearance and immediately surrounded him. Their goat's head, which had a strange rune circle drawn on it, had a pair of ruby eyes that flickered with a fiery red light. Yue Yang had fought with the rock puppets before and knew their weakness. They had no life, no intelligence, and only knew to attack the nearest enemy. He would be at a disadvantage if he fought them head-on, but with a little strategy, he could toy with them in the palm of his hand. Yue Yang did not let the barbaric cow shadow fight them. Instead, he kicked Wei Tai Lang's butt, hinting for it to use its body as bait to lure the war puppets away. The war puppets were very slow, and their movements were sluggish. Furthermore, they only knew to attack the nearest enemy. If it was just to lure them away, Wei Tai Lang, who was extremely fast and agile, could definitely do it. When Grey Wolf saw that the goat-headed, human-bodied war puppets' movements were slow, it thought that these metal shelves were easy to bully and immediately rushed forward. With a playful attitude, he jumped in front of every war puppet to attract their attention. He even raised his leg arrogantly and poured urine on the war puppet's giant leg from time to time. Idiot, quickly take them far away. Don't waste my time. Yue Yang was extremely dissatisfied with Wei Tai Lang's arrogance. This fellow was a typical villain who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they were passing through Yulong Valley, they let it lead the insect swarms away. It pretended not to see the nest spiders, bird-catching mantises, and other fierce demon insects. On the contrary, when it saw the most inferior smelly fart worms and vomiting maggots, it would rush over and bite them. When it saw the insect eggs, it did not hold back and ate them happily. If it wasn't for Wei Tai Lang stirring up trouble everywhere and angering a large swarm of insects, then passing through Yulong Valley would have been even smoother. If it wasn't for Yue Yang secretly lending a helping hand, Yi Kong, Li Qi, and Li Jie would have long become the insects' dinner. When Wei Tai Lang heard Yue Yang's anger, he immediately restrained himself and roused his spirits, luring the group of war puppets away. When Yue Yang arrived at the entrance of the building complex, he discovered that there was still a battle waiting for him. At the huge entrance, stood a group of demon abyss creatures with the same red light flickering in their eyes, sheep-headed monsters. These fellows were creatures. Although they were not smart, they would definitely not be stupid enough to let others lure them away. They held black iron spears in their hands as weapons. Before they surrounded Yue Yang and attacked, they would also summon a green light to support each other. If Wei Tai Lang fought against these demon abyss creatures, he would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. However, the barbarian cow shadow was an exception. Yue Yang transferred the giant shadow's strength to the barbarian cow shadow's body. Immediately, she turned into a human-shaped tank. She rushed over with a rumble and waved her big hands, smashing and hitting the sheep-headed monsters. The 2-meter-tall sheep-headed monsters were like a group of dwarfs in front of the 3-meter-tall barbarian cow shadow. Their spears were unable to seriously injure the barbarian cow shadow, who had a tough skin and strong defense. Furthermore, the barbarian cow shadow was not considered a living entity yet. She was only a half-living entity, and was still mainly a shadow. She did not feel pain like a living beast. The sheep-headed monsters' attacks were completely ignored by the barbarian cow shadow. She did not know how to use weapons, nor did she have the concept of weapons. However, under Yue Yang's command, she grabbed 2 sheep-headed monsters and used them as weapons. She smashed the surrounding sheep-headed monsters violently, causing the group of sheep-headed monsters to fall like fallen flowers. Her level was not high, she was only bronze rank level 3. Although her level was the same as the sheep-headed monsters, her strength had completely surpassed the sheep-headed monsters. She had even surpassed bronze rank level 3. The bronze rank barbarian cow shadow was already level 5 before it was taken over, but Yue Yang's phantom shadow was only level 1. Yue Yang thought that if the barbarian cow shadow's level rose in the future, she would improve in all aspects. He reckoned that these sheep-headed monsters would not be able to withstand a single blow from her. The only pity was that after smashing for a long time, he did not see her use Doom's eyes. It seemed that the probability of Doom's eyes being triggered was very low. Casting it depended entirely on luck. These sheep-headed monsters and sheep-headed war puppets were only stalling for time. The warriors who planned to challenge the 12 zodiac temples all had some standards. He believed that any challenger would have the ability to take them down. However, if too much time was wasted on them, the moment the defensive barrier disappeared, the challenger would be doomed to fail. Before obtaining the silencing scepter and blindness rune that could restrain the 3-headed chimera, even an idiot would know that it was impossible for a warrior below level 5 to defeat a three-headed chimera that was at the level of a golden king beast. The sheep-headed monsters' attack power was not high, but they were also a type of defensive monster with thick skin and flesh. They were very hard to kill. Furthermore, their recovery ability was not bad. Even if they were beaten to the ground, they could still stand up and fight again after a while. Their eyes were completely bloodthirsty and fanatical, as if they were hypnotized. Even if the barbaric cow Shadow beat fallen flowers until she ran out of water, she would not run away and would not retreat. When Yue Yang discovered this problem, he immediately increased his speed. He crossed the battlefield and ran through the long passageway, entering the Ares temple that was guarded by the Golden King Beast. What made Yue Yang disappointed was that this Ares temple was completely different from the Saint Seiya's stone palace. Here, there was the suspicion of selling dog meat under a sheep's head. The Ares temple in front of him was not a palace, but an incomparably huge arena. The space inside the arena was even bigger than a football field by a few times. In the middle of the arena, there was a huge monster with a light golden body, lying lazily on the ground and sleeping. Its gigantic body was like a small mountain, but it had a pair of red wings on its back. Yue Yang could not imagine how it could use those thin wings to fly. This monster was lying lazily in the arena, snoring loudly. Yue Yang could clearly see that it had 3 heads. On the left was a ferocious and terrifying dragon head. It did not look like the Eastern dragon god, but more like the Western dragon god. It had dense fangs, a red tongue extended and retracted, and poisonous saliva dripped from its mouth. In the middle was a huge male lion's head. Its mane was burning with raging flames, and when it breathed in and out, it would spit out a ball of flames. On the right was a white sheep's head. This sheep's head did not look threatening at all. It looked even more like an illusion of holiness and kindness. On the white sheep's neck, there was even a small and exquisite golden bell. The 3 heads were completely different, and looked extremely strange. However, if one observed it carefully, they would discover that its existence had an inexplicable sense of reason. Yue Yang looked at this huge monster that was emitting a light golden glow and frowned. Even though this 3-headed chimera was in a deep sleep, it still gave him an indescribable sense of oppression. It was very strong, there was no doubt about it. However, Yue Yang believed that the strongest part of this 3-headed chimera was not the poisonous dragon head on the left, nor was it the flaming lion head in the middle. It was the white sheep head that did not look threatening at all. Although a gold-ranked level 6 king beast was not as terrifying as the demon king Ha Xin, it still gave Yue Yang a strong sense of oppression. Wei Tai Lang, who had slipped in after getting rid of the war puppet, suddenly lost his arrogance. Looking at the 3-headed chimera's hill-like body, his whole body trembled a little, and he hid behind Yue Yang with a little fear. Yue Yang gave it a flying kick. Wei Tai Lang then pretended to fight with his life on the line and stood at the same position as Yue Yang. However, it refused to move forward no matter what. As expected, this bronze-ranked level 3 ironback demonic wolf could only watch from the side. The gold-ranked thorny flower was still digesting the demon king Ha Xin's arm, so it could not participate in the battle. Now, with only the barbaric cow Shadow and little Wen Li, how should this battle be fought? Chapter 49. If he wanted to defeat this 3-headed chimera, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight it head-on. Looking at its mountain-like body, not to mention spitting out poison and fire, it wouldn't even be able to withstand a MT. Tai suppression. According to the embroidered clothed city mistress Fallen Flowers, he should first go to the left side chamber to get the silencing scepter, then go to the right side chamber to get the blindness rune. Then, he could restrain the dragon head on the left and the goat head on the right, then fight the braised lion head in the middle. It seemed that the biggest head in the middle, which was covered in raging flames and looked very scary, was actually the weakest head. It could even be the 3-headed chimera's biggest weakness. Under Yue Yang's command, the barbaric cow Shadow quickly got rid of the sheep-headed monster that was pestering it. As expected, when the barbaric cow Shadow rushed to the entrance, the sheep-headed monster stopped. They growled in a low voice and squeezed into the tunnel, but they didn't dare to rush in. It was obvious that they had a natural fear of the 3-headed chimera. Yue Yang felt that he didn't have much time left. He quickly ran around the side of the field and rushed to the left, preparing to find the entrance to the side chamber. Who knew that when he moved, the 3-headed chimera immediately woke up. All 6 of its eyes opened, and when it saw Yue Yang, it roared angrily. Its voice was earth-shattering and deafening. The sheep-headed monsters in the tunnel were so scared that they scattered. The three-headed chimera's huge body stood up like a huge moving mountain of meat. Its venomous dragon head opened, and after a terrifying roar, liquid sprayed out from its mouth, covering the sky and earth. Yue Yang kicked Wei Tai Lang 10 meters away, and at the same time ordered the barbaric cow shadow to quickly retreat. He felt the sky darken, and then countless amounts of green liquid sprayed over. Luckily he had the absolute defense shield, otherwise he would have been drenched. On the ground, the green liquid splashed onto the stone floor, giving off green smoke. Under the green smoke, the hard black stones were actually corroded by the green liquid, making a sizzling sound, like white sugar melting in hot water. My kidneys. Yue Yang was shocked. No wonder it was said that normal beasts would only be killed in an instant if they met a gold king beast. Looking at it now, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. This three-headed chimera's poison was 100 times stronger than the spitting thorny flower's poison. Could it be that this three-headed chimera was related to the alien? However, it was only the blood of the alien that was corrosive. Saliva wasn't this exaggerated. As expected of a gold-ranked level 6 king beast, it was indeed terrifying. If it was a normal beast, even if it was the powerful bronze-ranked barbaric bull, it would be crippled even if it didn't die after being hit by its acid. As for Grey Wolf's current level, if he were to rush up and fight the three-headed chimera one-on-one, it would be suicide. If he hadn't listened to the information from the beautiful lady in embroidered robes before he entered, if he hadn't obtained the silencing scepter first, he would have directly endured this acidic poison and forcefully fought against the three-headed chimera. He would have been courting death. Yi Kong, that skinny guy, was probably the victim of the three-headed chimera's saliva back then. Boom! The flaming lion head in the middle spat out a fireball that exploded beneath Yue Yang's feet. If he didn't have a protective shield, Yue Yang's small body would probably have been blown away by the explosion. Yue Yang sweated profusely. How could he not know what was going on? Other than spitting saliva, it could also spit fireballs. He really couldn't stand this kind of abnormality. Fortunately, the goat head on the right was very quiet and didn't have any reaction. As Yue Yang dashed forward, he thought maliciously. If he could capture the three-headed chimera and bring it to the circus to perform, the ticket sales would definitely be good. In reality, the three-headed chimera didn't really care about Yue Yang, this shameless deserter at all. As a king beast, it only wanted its territory to not be invaded. As for whether there were bugs flying around it didn't care at all. In its eyes, all the challengers were just small bugs that always did boring things. They held toothpick-like swords, summoned mouse-like beasts, and overestimated their own abilities to attack it. When it saw that Yue Yang had disappeared, it yawned loudly and laid down comfortably again, continuing its sweet dreams. The left passage was about 100 meters long and was pitch black. If Yue Yang hadn't entered the black hole space and signed a blood contract with Queen Vivian Li, sharing Queen Vivian Li's ability to see things in the dark, he would have become a blind man right now. The side hall was as big as a basketball court, and there were more than 10 goat heads inside. These goat-headed men were different from the goat-headed men outside. When they saw Yue Yang rushing in, they immediately transformed. Under a strange incantation, they turned from goat-headed men into giant antelopes. Their sharp and twisted horns were even more terrifying than the spears of a human cavalry. They lowered their heads and charged towards Yue Yang. Wei Tai Lang, expose your chrysanthemum and let them aim. Yue Yang didn't care how Wei Tai Lang would feel after hearing these words. He didn't have time to care about it. When he saw the antelopes charging closer, he ordered the barbarian cow Shadow to do her best to soar into the air and use all her strength to use trample, then attack all the antelopes that were following Wei Tai Lang. In an instant, he had come up with the most logical battle strategy. Only now did Yue Yang realize that he was very talented in battle. His only regret was that he couldn't personally participate in the battle. Otherwise, he would be able to come up with a better plan. Wei Tai Lang realized that all the antelopes had raised their long spiral horns and were charging towards him as fast as lightning. He was so scared that his heart almost exploded. He didn't dare to expose his chrysanthemum to these antelopes. That would be courting death. He immediately ran away with his tail between his legs, wishing that he could grow 4 more legs. The barbarian cow Shadow leapt high into the air. Her huge figure descended like a mountain. With the force of a thunderbolt, the barbarian cow Shadow heavily bombarded the ground. Under the support of the giant Shadow's hundredfold strength, it released a special skill, Trample. Boom! The black stone beneath the barbarian cow shadow's hoof shattered, and cracks spread out like a spider web. The ground trembled, and the whole side hall shook. The shockwave spread out, and the power made Yue Yang, who was standing at the side, dumbstruck. What a terrifying power! The antelopes that were under the barbarian cow shadow's feet were directly trampled flat. The corpses of the antelopes that were trampled to death became unrecognizable. Some directly turned into a pile of meat paste. The antelopes that were not far away were sent flying a few meters away by the shockwave and fell to the ground. The antelopes that were even further away were shaken to a halt, feeling dizzy. The barbarian cow shadow strictly followed Yue Yang's orders. She didn't continue to massacre the antelopes. Instead, she took big strides and rushed to save Wei Tai Lang, who was running for his life. They were both bronze rank level 3, but the barbarian cow shadow and Wei Tai Lang's strength were simply not on the same level. Furthermore, Wei Tai Lang was a beast that was rated as having 6 stars. If it was a normal bronze rank level 3 beast, it wouldn't even have the qualifications to carry the barbarian cow shadow's shoes. The few antelopes that were chasing closely behind Wei Tai Lang were almost able to burst Wei Tai Lang's chrysanthemum. However, they were caught by the barbarian cow shadow and were knocked to the ground one by one. Once the chrysanthemum crisis was resolved, Wei Tai Lang started to tug again. It pounced towards the nearest antelope and bit its throat. Its bloodthirsty eyes seemed to be saying, what this wolf bit was not the throat, but loneliness. Another antelope crawled up, lowered its head and rushed towards it. Wei Tai Lang nimbly jumped into the air and tore with its sharp claws. First, it used its claws to destroy one of the enemy's eyes. Then, using the momentum of its dive, it pounced on the larger antelope. That wolf opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit into the enemy's throat with a fatal blow. Of course, it couldn't fight against dozens of antelopes that were transformed from the sheep-headed shaman, but it was more than enough to fight against 2 or 3 of them. No matter what, it was a mutated ironback demonic wolf that had absorbed the demon King Ha Xin's demonic aura. It was different from normal bronze-ranked level 3 beasts. Yue Yang didn't have the time to care about the battle. He only wanted to find the silencing scepter. He had originally thought that the silencing scepter would be placed in the center of the side hall, or in a treasure chest. He would be able to see it once he opened it. Absolutely not. The silencing scepter was hung high up on the smooth wall of the side hall. It wasn't just one, there were 3 of them. Of course, out of these 3 silencing scepters that looked exactly the same, only one of them was real. If he took the wrong one, he would trigger a trap, and his life would be as cold as boiled water. How could he tell the difference? On the wall of each silencing scepter, there was a line of obscure words. This could be considered as a hint to the challenger. When Yue Yang saw this, he almost fell to the ground. Wasn't it just playing with people like this? Wasn't it just a game dungeon? Why did he have to play these little riddles that could endanger his life? He strongly protested that Tong Tian Tower was too heartless. Chapter 50. On the wall of the side hall, there was a line of words on each side of the 3 silencing scepters. These 3 lines of words were hints to the answer to the riddle. Yue Yang had to find the correct answer. If he got it wrong, the trap would probably be activated immediately. Yue Yang saw that there was not much time left on the defensive barrier and was driven mad. However, this was the rule of Tong Tian Tower. Everyone was tested like this, so he had no other choice. Of course, he could give up on this silencing scepter and return to fight the 3-headed chimera alone. However, that would be even more humiliating. Isn't it just a riddle game? I've played this kind of thing many times. Don't tell me that my title of riddle-solving prince is just for show. Yue Yang comforted himself. He looked at the sentence on the far left. It read, I am a flyswatter. When I see a buzzing fly, I will swat it to death. Flyswatter. Could he use this flyswatter to swat the 3-headed chimera to death? Yue Yang sweated profusely. He felt that the possibility of the 3-headed chimera swatting him to death was higher. The sentence in the middle read, I am a dignified leader. Wherever I appear, it will become a solemn hall. I am the only one who speaks. No one dares to chatter in front of me. Without my permission, no one can speak. Yue Yang looked at it and cursed in his heart. He could even see a leader in this kind of place. Leaders were indeed arrogant. The sentence on the right was the complete opposite of the first 2 sentences. There was no arrogance at all. There was only a bitter and sentimental tone. It was like a resentful wife who had been widowed for many years. My heart wants to tell you. My eyes want to tell you. My whole body wants to tell you. But you just don't understand. Aunt Chong Yao, I didn't think that there would be a fan of yours among the heavenly programmers in Tong Tian Tower Gaming Company. Yue Yang couldn't help but admire her. 3 choices. Which one should he choose? Yue Yang frowned. He felt that any one of them was possible, but none of them seemed like it. Which one should he choose? Flyswatter, leader, or resentful wife? Time passed second by second. He didn't have time to think. Even if they were to find the real silencing scepter later, if the time limit of the defensive barrier was up, the situation would be even worse without the protection of the defensive barrier. Yue Yang was prepared to take any one of them. For example, that extremely arrogant Flyswatter. Who knows, it might be the awesome silencing scepter. Yue Yang was just about to leap up and grab the Flyswatter. Grey Wolf was fiercely knocked away by an antelope, and his whole body fell heavily onto the wall. Yue Yang inadvertently glanced at the wall and suddenly discovered that there were 4 control sticks for traps on the north, south, east, and west sides of the wall. His eyes immediately lit up. Something was wrong. He ran as fast as he could, and when he reached the control lever on the east side, he saw that it was engraved with the word, wood, while the one on the south side was engraved with the word, fire. Yue Yang crazily looked to the west and found that it was earth, while the north was water. Among the 5 elements, there was only metal. This caused his heart to rapidly beat wildly. This golden control lever, just where was it? There was no such long-handled control lever on the ceiling or on the floor. At this moment, Yue Yang had a sudden realization. He really was a big idiot. He rushed to the entrance of the side chamber and stopped in front of the 2 giant sheep-head monster statue guards. Both of the statue guards had spears in their hands. There were words on the spear shafts. The left spear shaft was engraved with the words, I am a mute. The right spear shaft was engraved with the words, I am gold. Yue Yang reached out to grab the spear on the right and shouted at the same time, you're the one. At this moment, the protective barrier on his body began to flicker. Yue Yang couldn't care about anything else. He grabbed the unassuming spear and ran outside. There was not much time left. Yue Yang had 2 choices. One was to leave while the protective barrier was still in place, and the other was to fight the 3-headed chimera. Yue Yang gritted his teeth and dashed towards the exit of the tunnel. No, he couldn't leave. If he left, he would fail the challenge and gain nothing. If he stayed and fought, the protective barrier would not last much longer. However, he had finally obtained the silencing scepter. In any case, he had a treasure in his hands. How could he not try? The current Yue Yang could feel the pressure Ultraman was under. On the surface, Ultraman lived a very comfortable life of picking up girls, flirting, and beating up small monsters. However, he could only last for 3 minutes before his body became weak. This caused Ultraman to feel very inferior, and he usually hid away, not daring to meet people. Endurance, endurance. If Ultraman could last for 3 hours, would he still need to be afraid of the small monsters? He would already be on the bed, no, on the battlefield, bursting the anus of all the small monsters before releasing the death ray to kill them. Similarly, if this golden protective barrier could last for 10 hours instead of 10 minutes, then Yue Yang could leisurely gather the silencing scepter and the blindness rune, drink a cup of tea, eat a bun, and finally go back to sleep. It wouldn't be too late to fight the 3-headed chimera after that. The problem was that the protective barrier only had 1 minute left. The current Yue Yang was going crazy. He really wanted to pull his hair out. Why couldn't he participate in the battle when the protective barrier disappeared? When he rushed out of the tunnel and entered the right side hall, the protective barrier had already disappeared. At first, Yue Yang was secretly delighted. It's fine if the glowing eggshell disappeared, he could still participate in the battle. However, he didn't expect that when he raised his hand, he felt that his body was sealed by an invisible force. His strength didn't decrease, but he couldn't release it from his body, so he couldn't attack. Yue Yang wanted to punch out, but he found that his fist didn't move at all. It was as if there was an invisible hand holding his arm tightly. The rules set that in this Ares temple in the star domain, even if a warrior lost his protective barrier, he could only use his strength to protect himself. He couldn't attack. Only beasts could attack and participate in the battle. If I die, then I die. Yue Yang couldn't be bothered to look for the blindness rune anymore, because he found that the spear-like, silencing scepter, in his hand also had a time limit. Yue Yang flew high up into the air and stabbed his spear into the ground. Immediately, a white light flashed on the spear. In an instant, the light shone brightly, and the whole arena was as bright as day. In the end, it spread out in all directions, forming a circular shock wave. The left dragon head of the three-headed chimera opened its mouth, but it couldn't spit out the green acid anymore. Countless amounts of acid flowed out of its mouth and dripped onto the ground, but it couldn't spray it towards Yue Yang's side. That dragon head kept swaying, as if its mouth was tied up by something. It struggled unhappily, but it was to no avail. Yue Yang was delighted. This spear was indeed the real silencing scepter. A white ring of light revolved around the silencing scepter, spreading out in waves. Yue Yang could feel that its maximum time limit was only 10 minutes. In other words, if he couldn't defeat this three-headed chimera within 10 minutes, he would be in danger. Wei Tai Lang had come out long ago, but he didn't dare to rush towards the three-headed chimera. He only hid at a distance and kept howling at the three-headed chimera. The barbaric cow shadow rushed forward fearlessly. The three-headed chimera's flaming lion head in the middle spat out a ball of scorching flames towards the barbaric cow shadow. However, the barbaric cow shadow didn't know how to dodge at all. She directly rushed past it, leapt up high, clenched her hands into fists, and fiercely smashed the flaming lion head's nose. The flaming lion head felt pain and roared towards the sky. The giant shadow's 100 times strength had already disappeared due to the time limit. Otherwise, after taking this blow from the barbaric cow shadow, the flaming lion head would have suffered even more serious injuries. That dragon head was no longer able to spit out strong acid. It immediately turned around and helped attack, fiercely biting towards the barbaric cow shadow. However, it didn't know that Yue Yang was waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the moment when it changed its target. Little Wen Li's mind was connected with his. Amidst the brilliance and fragrance, she transformed into a rainbow and floated out. Two of her small hands held out the dual icicle blades and slashed at the dragon head's neck. The wound wasn't deep, but the frost chi from the dual icicle blades was strong, turning the entire arena into a world of ice and snow. The ferocious dragon head that was completely frozen by the frost chi first slowed down. Its huge mouth's biting movements gradually slowed down. Before it could bite the barbaric cow shadow, its entire head was completely frozen, turning into an ice sculpture of a dragon head. The terrifying power of the frost chi from the dual icicle blades, not to mention that it was only a gold rank level 6 three-headed chimera, even a powerful existence like the demon king of Hell Ha Shin's arm would freeze until it was as slow as a snail. Seeing little Wen Li's slash, Yue Yang was extremely excited. As expected of a diamond level loli, she was indeed powerful. Although she was still a larva and was only level 1, against a gold rank level 6 three-headed chimera, she was able to seal the dragon head in one move. She was even more useful than the silencing scepter. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to look for the silencing scepter. If there was such a time, it would have been better to look for the blindness rune on the right. Yue Yang glanced at the white goat head on the right. This white goat head didn't launch an attack. But in his heart, he faintly felt that this goat head that didn't have any intention to attack was the truly powerful and terrifying existence. Without the blindness rune to restrain this white goat head, what would the outcome of this battle be? Chapter 51. The barbaric cow shadow was incomparably brave as she started to attack the flaming lion head from above. Her fist smashed, her head smashed, her shoulders collided and her knees kicked. Yue Yang separated a strand of his consciousness to connect with her. On the basis of her instinctive attacks, her movements became more coherent. A series of attacks rained down on the flaming lion head, making it hard for the flaming lion head to find its way to the north. It was a pity that she was still unable to coordinate with Yue Yang's thoughts to use combat skills. At this time, she did not have the giant shadow's 100 times increase in strength, so her damage was limited. Furthermore, even though her true strength far surpassed a bronze rank level 3, there was still a huge gap between her and a gold rank level 6 king beast strength. Under the flaming lion head's counterattack, her body was severely injured. What gave Yue Yang the biggest headache was that the barbaric cow shadow did not know pain at all. She did not know how to dodge, and completely fought to the end. Very quickly, her bitten body was covered with huge wounds that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The barbaric cow shadow that was still a half-living entity was slightly different from normal beasts. As long as her energy was not depleted, even if the body formed by the barbaric cow shadow was completely destroyed, she could still fight endlessly. Yue Yang also knew that without the giant shadow's support, her strength would definitely not be able to defeat the flaming lion head. However, she could still rely on luck. As long as Doom's Eyes was activated during the attack, there was a possibility of reversing the situation. Doom's Eyes might be able to instantly kill this flaming lion head. Wei Tai Lang, you coward. If you don't want my dinner to be roasted wolf leg, go bite the chimera's butt and use your claws to stab its anus. Seeing that Wei Tai Lang did not move at all, Yue Yang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. It was really just watching from the side. Awoo. Seeing that Yue Yang was angry, Wei Tai Lang hurriedly pounced on him and bit the chimera's front claws that were even thicker than an elephant. It was completely useless, but it also put on an act to show its positivity. Although Yue Yang was angry, he couldn't be bothered to beat it up right now. He focused all of his attention on controlling the barbaric cow shadow, who was connected to his mind. He tried his best to let her avoid the fatal blow from the blazing lion head's attack. If it wasn't for his control, the barbaric cow shadow would have been bitten into pieces by the blazing lion head in less than 3 minutes. After little Wen Li froze the dragon's head, she didn't go forward to help. Instead, she closed her eyes and silently gathered her spiritual energy. Yue Yang guessed that she was preparing to summon her grimoire or unleash an ultimate skill. His mind didn't dare to disturb her, and he tried his best to let her mind freely immerse in a peaceful meditation. This little snake demon Loli could always give him endless surprises. Who knew what kind of shocking action she would do next? Yue Yang was feeling happy, but he didn't expect a crisis to break out. Faster than a wind wolf and more cunning than a fox, a long black shadow silently approached. By the time Yue Yang realized it, this long black shadow had already swam towards little Wen Li like a bolt of lightning. What the hell? Yue Yang was extremely anxious. He instinctively raised his hand, wanting to use an innate invisible sword chi to block it. But he forgot that he couldn't attack. Not only did he not save her in time, he also wasted the best time to react. At this critical moment, Wei Tai Lang's figure appeared. It rushed out of nowhere and blocked in front of little Wen Li. It, who usually bullied the weak and feared the strong, and was greedy for life and death, threw itself at the strangely long and huge black shadow without any regard for its own safety. Before it could even open its mouth to bite the other party, the black shadow opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it whole. Damn, Wei Tai Lang is finished. Only then did Yue Yang see clearly that it was actually a giant snake. Not only did the three-headed chimera have 3 heads, it also had a giant snake tail. This snake was several times bigger than the largest giant python Yue Yang had seen on Earth, the forest boa. Its neck was so small that even a grown man wouldn't be able to wrap his arms around it. Wei Tai Lang was not even enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Yue Yang couldn't do it himself, so he could only order the injured barbaric cow shadow to rush over, hoping that she could use brute force to stall this giant snake. If he let little Wen Li chop it in half, she might be able to save Wei Tai Lang who had just swallowed it. The barbaric cow shadow rushed closer, but that giant snake's reaction was extremely fast. It coiled its body and immediately coiled around her tightly, causing the barbaric cow shadow's body to creak. If it was a normal beast, such a strong strangulation would have killed it long ago. Fortunately, the barbaric cow shadow was only a half-living entity. Even if her body was deformed and her bones were broken, she could still attack without a care. Yue Yang saw that the barbaric cow shadow's mouth and nose were like the bronze barbaric cows when it attacked in the past, spitting out a ball of fire. Following that, a red light flashed in her eyes. Thus, under Yue Yang's surprise, the luck that he had been saving up finally exploded. Doom's Eyes was finally activated. The giant snake that was tightly coiled around the barbaric cow shadow cried out in pain. It fell to the ground powerlessly, its whole body twitching non-stop. Yue Yang opened his eyes wide, his heart shocked. What was going on? This snake actually didn't die. It looked like it had only suffered a heavy injury and was on the verge of death, but it wasn't instantly killed on the spot. Could it be that a powerful beast that was a few levels higher than it could withstand Doom's Eyes? Or could it be that the Golden King beast itself had the ability to withstand Doom's Eyes? Yue Yang discovered that what was even more shocking was that after the chimera giant snake fell to the ground, other than the frozen dragon head, the other 2 heads didn't show any signs of pain, as if they weren't affected at all. That white sheep head continued to stare at Yue Yang calmly. Its eyes were extremely calm, causing Yue Yang to feel slightly uneasy. Something was wrong, this white sheep head was too quiet. On the other hand, the blazing lion head roared and bit towards the barbaric cow shadow. This 3-headed chimera giant snake was only a giant snake, the other heads weren't affected at all. Could it be that their souls were completely different, and each head had a soul? Yue Yang couldn't understand. At this moment, the diamond grimoire that little Wen Li summoned flashed with a dazzling golden light. Within the golden light, a terrifying monster with a head full of snake hair, a human body and a snake tail, holding a silver bow and a golden arrow was summoned. The moment it appeared, it immediately shot an arrow into the blazing lion head's left eye. The blazing lion head roared in pain and immediately turned around to attack. That terrifying monster's head full of snake hair all moved, revealing the face behind the snake hair. The blazing lion head was instantly petrified, all the way to its neck, completely turning into a black-gray rock statue. Even the golden arrow that was pierced into its eye was turned into a stone arrow. Stone element Medusa, wow, too strong. Yue Yang was so excited that he jumped 3 feet. Little Wen Li had 4 guardian beasts, and one of them was this stone element Medusa. Little Wen Li had never summoned one before. Yue Yang thought that she didn't have enough spiritual energy to summon one. He didn't expect that she had enough spiritual energy to summon one. However, just one stone element Medusa was enough to shock the entire audience. The blazing lion head that was beaten up by the barbaric cow shadow previously was completely unscathed, but this brat with copper skin and iron bones was petrified the moment the stone element Medusa appeared. The stone element Medusa knocked an arrow towards the white sheep head, preparing to shoot the second arrow. However, little Wen Li groaned softly and fell to the ground, unable to support herself. When Yue Yang hurriedly carried her up, that stone element Medusa didn't have time to shoot the second arrow. Her body turned into a ray of golden light and returned to the diamond grimoire. Little Wen Li was still an infant. It was still too difficult for her to summon a beast as strong as the stone element Medusa. Seeing Yue Yang's anxious expression, little Wen Li opened her big eyes that could speak. She didn't say anything, but her little face revealed a sweet smile. She swam down from his embrace and quickly swam to the side of the giant snake that was lying limp on the ground. She waved her dual icicle blades and cut the snake's body. The barbaric cow shadow searched the snake's stomach for a long time before she found the dying Wei Tai Lang covered in acid. Luckily, you didn't die. I knew that a cockroach like you wouldn't die so easily. Seeing that Wei Tai Lang was saved, Yue Yang pretended that he didn't care on the surface, but he was still very excited in his heart. Although Wei Tai Lang was a scumbag, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, it was very obedient and listened to everything Yue Yang said. Its temper was also not bad. No matter how Yue Yang kicked it, it still looked like a loyal lackey. As a beast without a contract, to be able to do this was already very good. If it was other beasts, without a contract, they would have long betrayed the 3-headed chimera when they saw a gold king beast like this 3-headed chimera. However, Wei Tai Lang could still bravely step forward and disregard its own safety to save little Wen Li. This made Yue Yang's impression of it change greatly. Meh, meh meh, the white sheep head suddenly cried out. Something's wrong, be careful. Yue Yang had a bad feeling about the white sheep head. Seeing that it finally moved, he immediately carried little Wen Li. The barbarian cow shadow, who was riddled with wounds, also carried the dying Wei Tai Lang on her shoulders and followed closely behind Yue Yang. The white sheep head shot out a gentle white light from its mouth and sprayed it onto the snake tail that had been cut in 2. Under Yue Yang's flabbergasted gaze, the snake tail that had been cut off quickly grew new heads, and 2 of them at that. Wherever the white light passed, the petrified blazing lion head and the frozen dragon head were released from their petrification and ice. The wounds inflicted by little Wen Li and the barbarian cow shadow also quickly recovered. Yue Yang was almost powerless as he watched. How could they play with people like this? He had finally beaten this 3-headed chimera half to death with much difficulty, but he didn't expect it to completely recover with just a ray of white light. Who could win against this kind of abnormal monster? Just as Yue Yang was about to fly into a rage and scold Tong Tian Tower, this godly gaming company, for being abnormal and heartless, and was about to protest, he suddenly saw the 3-headed chimera spread its huge wings that covered the sky. With a flap, a strong gust of wind blew, and in the blink of an eye, it soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. On the battlefield, only a large section of the snake head and a small golden item were left. It was the golden bell that was originally hanging on the white sheep head's neck. What did this mean? Could it be that this was an equipment dropped after killing the monster? But the boss wasn't killed. There was still a reward for not killing the boss. What kind of treasure was this golden bell? Chapter 52. What was the use of this golden bell? Why did it drop? Yue Yang thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. However, when he reacted, he immediately rushed over and picked up the golden bell. Although he didn't know what it was used for, he was sure that it was a treasure. It was slightly heavy in his hand, and he felt that the golden bell was full of energy. Furthermore, it contained a mysterious power. At this time, Yue Yang's divine vision was finally put to good use. What was the use of this treasure? Yue Yang had been concentrating on it for a long time. Under Yue Yang's unremitting perseverance, he finally saw through most of the golden bell's characteristics. At this moment, other than the knowledge related to the golden bell surging into his mind, there was also a kind of enlightenment in his heart. As if he was enlightened, Yue Yang's entire spiritual world was shaken, and his mind unknowingly broadened. He felt that the world was boundless, and he could fly as he wished. That kind of feeling was very wonderful, and there was an indescribable feeling of being touched. It was like drinking a bowl of warm soup when one was hungry and cold. It was so comfortable that one's body and mind were scalded. It was also like a window suddenly opened in a hot and suffocating environment, allowing fresh air to flow in, followed by cool ice water pouring over one's entire body, releasing one's entire body from a hopeless situation. If one were to use one word to describe it, it would be refreshing. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he felt that his vision had become much clearer. Even some of the details that he couldn't see before could be seen clearly. Some of the aura fluctuations of living beings that he would normally ignore could now be easily detected with his eyes. The bronze grimoire had unknowingly appeared. Yue Yang flipped to the front page to take a look. As expected, Divine Vision had leveled up. Divine Vision had leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Actually, during the battle at Whitestone City's Merry Forest, when Wu Yi had summoned the bronze barbaric bull and used Doom's eyes to stare at Yue Yang's phantom shadow, his divine vision had leveled up once, but it hadn't leveled up. Now that he had seen through it for the second time, his divine vision had finally leveled up, making Yue Yang secretly happy. Yue Yang felt that his divine vision had been greatly strengthened, and he had even awakened a special skill. However, he did not have the opportunity to use it, so he did not know what it was. On the blank page of the summoning grimoire, perhaps it was because the divine vision inherent skill had leveled up, or perhaps it was because the bronze grimoire had leveled up to intermediate level, the golden bell. This mysterious item's innate attributes could actually appear through words on the blank page. Yue Yang took a look. There was still a slight difference from what he had sensed. Golden bell, beast accessory, light attribute, gold ranked, triple curse seal, evaluation, 1-star gold. In Yue Yang's mind, what he had seen with his divine vision was another strange term, runic equipment, compared to the summoning grimoire. Perhaps it was because the bronze grimoire's level was not high enough, and its functions were not complete, so it was unable to display everything. Since it was a beast accessory, Yue Yang passed the golden bell to little Wen Li. The little Lamia lowly took it and shook it a few times with her hands. She found that other than the crisp sound, there was nothing fun about it. She cutely blinked her big eyes a few times, and returned it to Yue Yang. Obviously, she did not like this golden bell very much. Could it be that you think that gold ranked is not awesome enough, and still want a diamond ranked treasure? Yue Yang sweated profusely. Even this golden bell had taken a lot of effort to get. This Tong Tian Tower was abnormal in every aspect. Not to mention that there were too many monsters. The boss was so strong that it made people speechless. How could it be so easy to get equipment? When Yue Yang saw that, little Wen Li did not want it. He thought that if this thing was hung on the barbarian cow shadow's neck, it would not be too bad. Compared to little Wen Li's uninterested attitude, the barbarian cow shadow showed a completely different attitude. The barbarian cow shadow did not have any thoughts, but her instincts drove her to immediately take it. When she took it, the golden bell instantly shone with a white light, turning into a rain of light, which scattered into the barbarian cow shadow's broken body. Yue Yang then realized that this golden bell actually had the special healing effect of holy light. The golden bell's healing effect was really awesome. After a while, the barbarian cow shadow's bone-deep wounds gradually became lighter, and finally disappeared. Even the half-dead Wei Tai Lang who was lying on the ground weakly stood up. Although it still looked a little weak, it had already recovered a little bit of its wolf-like appearance. Awoo! Wei Tai Lang stood up and immediately pounced towards the half-snake head, biting and swallowing it with hatred. It seemed that Wei Tai Lang was a narrow-minded and vengeful wolf. Compared to the vengeful, backstabbing Yue Yang, he was not much better. Yue Yang felt that he should go and take a look at the wall on the right. There was still a blindness rune there. Although he did not have the time to look for it when he fought the three-headed chimera, now that the three-headed chimera had left, he could not let it go no matter what. As for the silencing scepter, it was a one-time consumable item. After 10 minutes, it, which had lost all of its energy, completely shattered and fell to the ground, turning into scrap metal that was even more brittle than biscuits. On the right side of the hall, there was also a group of sheephead warriors. They were more durable than the sheephead priest, but with the barbarian Cao Shadow and little Wen Li, the battle ended very quickly. What made Yue Yang surprised was that there was no need to guess the riddle in the right side hall. The blindness rune was very obviously floating above an energy cauldron. Could it be a trap? Yue Yang, who had experienced many trials, became a little suspicious. He felt that this was too easy. He searched carefully in the hall and found 5.5 broken skulls, a few broken rusted weapons, a few arrowheads and a silver ring. The silver ring was already distorted and deformed, and it did not have any energy. Yue Yang threw it away in disappointment. Finally, he looked at the energy cauldron. To store or take out an item, you will need to pay 1 gold coin as an energy supply. A sentence was engraved on the energy cauldron. When Yue Yang saw this, he immediately pointed his middle finger at it. Isn't this bullying the poor? Who would be so stupid to put an item inside? Isn't this a waste of money? That's not right. If we could store items here, wouldn't it be like this? For example, if a certain clan's ranker came in and put a super divine weapon inside, then the next time, they could let their clan's low-leveled younger generation use it to kill a boss. Thinking of this, Yue Yang's saliva almost flowed out. Isn't it just 1 gold coin? This young master has money. Yue Yang first put the blindness rune into his bosom, and then threw a gold coin into the energy cauldron. A burst of light appeared from within the cauldron, and a letter slowly floated in the place where the blindness rune was. This letter was as good as new. The ink on the letter was still wet, and the bloodstains, handprints, and fingerprints could be seen clearly. Letter. Not seeing the divine weapon float out, Yue Yang was a little disappointed. Unwilling to give up, he threw a few gold coins into the energy cauldron, but all he got were letters or parchments. There were also wedding rings and daggers, and finally, there was an unhatched beast egg. He had wasted 15 gold coins, but he couldn't even see the shadow of the divine weapon. Yue Yang felt that he had suffered a huge loss this time. Opening the letter, the contents were almost all wills. Yue Yang glanced at them a few times. They were all written in hopes that their descendants would see these letters and pass them a message, or a relic. They were all the same, and there was nothing that caught Yue Yang's interest. There was only one letter, and the owner wrote arrogantly, "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go look for it, in the Death Canyon. Any item, if taken out, would make people go crazy." When Yue Yang saw it, he cried out weirdly, "Damn, do you think you're the Pirate King Galdi? Roger." But this guy not only had a parchment map, he even had an egg that could be rated as a 5-star lesser beast egg as proof. It really seemed like that was the case. What kind of place was the Death Canyon? Although Yue Yang had only been in the Soaring Dragon continent for a few months, he had long heard of that place. The Death Canyon had another name, the Ranker's Graveyard. It was a place where even a level 6 elder would turn pale at the mention of. Could it be that there really was a treasure in the Death Canyon? When he thought of the treasure that was filled with gold, with treasures piled on top of the gold, and most of the treasures were divine weapons, and in the middle of the divine weapons, there was even a beautiful female dragon lying naked, waiting for him to comfort her. Oh my god. As Yue Yang fantasized like this, his little heart couldn't help but beat faster and faster. Chapter 53. To Yue Yang, the hidden treasure map was definitely safe. He was quite satisfied with the rewards from this trip. Not only did he get the golden bell, the blindness rune and the hidden treasure map, he even leveled up his divine vision. Actually, this was the thing that made him the happiest. It must be known that one of Yue Yang's greatest wishes was to level up his divine vision inherent skill to its limit and develop the ability to see through girls' clothes. The only thing that made his heart ache was that in order to obtain this hidden treasure map, he had spent a total of 15 gold coins on the energy cauldron. This made the Yue clan's third young master, who was originally a millionaire, feel a little bankrupt. After walking out of the arena, Yue Yang found Wei Tai Lang rolling on the ground, looking like he was in pain. Could it be that this fellow was trying to vent his anger, turning his grief and anger into appetite and eating too much? Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not the case. The demonic energy in Wei Tai Lang's body had become more compatible with its body after fighting. Furthermore, with the gold rank level 6 chimera snake's meat as nourishment, Wei Tai Lang had benefited from the disaster and leveled up. From a bronze rank level 3 ironback demonic wolf, it leveled up to bronze rank level 4. Of course, leveling up was not the reason for its pain. Yue Yang saw that Wei Tai Lang was choking and thought that the snake bone was stuck in its throat. He opened Wei Tai Lang's mouth and saw a green crystal that was bigger than a fist stuck in its throat. This was a magic crystal. Where did it come from? When Yue Yang saw that Wei Tai Lang had dug a hole in the snake's forehead, he suddenly realized something. He was furious and kicked the greedy dog. Wei Tai Lang, how dare you? I fought so hard to defeat this snake monster, yet you dare to steal my magic crystal. This is the first time I've gotten something like a magic crystal. You, on the other hand, had your eyes on it without saying a word. You deserve to choke to death. With a flying kick from Yue Yang, Wei Tai Lang's entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. With a pong sound, Wei Tai Lang fell heavily onto the ground. However, this saved Wei Tai Lang as the green crystal finally fell out of its throat. Grey Wolf had narrowly escaped death, so he didn't dare to have any ideas about the giant snake's magic crystal anymore. He hurriedly crawled up and brought the giant snake's magic crystal back to Yue Yang. When he saw that there was his own saliva on it, he quickly licked it clean, and finally revealed a sincere expression to his master that said, "I just wanted to try what it tasted like." As for Grey Wolf, Yue Yang felt both angry and amused. If Yue Yang had come out 10 minutes later, this fellow would probably be the first beast in the entire Soaring Dragon continent to be choked to death by greed before it could even rejoice in leveling up. It was lucky. If he had studied the treasure map first in the side chamber, it would have died. After killing all the monsters and collecting all the treasures, Yue Yang happily prepared to retreat. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Ah, there's still the proof of clearing the stage. Yue Yang crossed the arena and walked towards the secret door that was opened when the three-headed chimera left. When he looked closer, he realized that this secret door also had a time limit. Yue Yang realized that he had wasted too much time in the right chamber. There wasn't much time left before the secret door would close again. He hurriedly ran as fast as he could. The light inside the secret door was very soft and bright, but not blinding. At the end, there were two beautiful statues of God's envoys. One was using a gorgeous golden plate to hold a ball that was emitting a soft white light, the other was blindfolded, with her left hand on her heart and her right hand holding a golden scale. Yue Yang first placed his crystal card on one side of the scale. When he realized that there wasn't any reaction, he moved it to the other side. After the crystal card was placed on the left side of the golden scale, it immediately emitted a rainbow light. The white ball that was held by the golden plate quickly lit up and shot two beams of white light towards the barbarian cow Shadow and Wei Tai Lang. The beam of white light that was shot towards the barbarian cow Shadow was a few times bigger than Wei Tai Lang's. When the barbarian cow Shadow and Wei Tai Lang were bathed in the white light, the white ball that was held by the golden plate dimmed down. In the end, it became a huge crystal ball that had run out of energy. Yue Yang greedily reached out his hands, wanting to take this crystal ball away. However, he realized that it was fixed by the power of the code. He couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. Time was limited. If the secret door was closed, who knew what would happen? Yue Yang didn't want to be imprisoned in this secret room for the rest of his life. He reached out his hands to grab the crystal card and immediately turned to leave. When he returned to the teleportation circle that he came from, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he wasn't mentally prepared for this challenge. At first, he came here with the mentality of playing around, but in the end, he was in danger everywhere. However, after this ignorant and fearless challenge, he had gained a lot of experience. If he were to challenge it again, he would probably be able to face it calmly. Looking at the battle results and points on the crystal card, Yue Yang smiled. The 12 Zodiac Temples was really the most difficult challenge. It was so difficult that it made people go crazy. However, after clearing it, the battle points were also very high. Yue Yang looked at the bronze cards of Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie. He realized that the battle points they had accumulated for a few years was not even as much as his battle points. As for the reward for clearing it, what was that white light? Yue Yang summoned his grimoire. When he saw that the other abilities of the barbarian cow Shadow had not changed, except for the additional attribute of low intelligence. He was so surprised that he thought that he was dreaming. Among the countless beasts in the world, what was the hardest ability to improve? Without a doubt, it was intelligence. Why would beasts that transformed into humans have such a high evaluation? The reason was that transforming into humans would allow them to gain intelligence at the same time. Why was it that some beasts that were not weak and far stronger than other beasts of the same level had such a low evaluation of them, calling them beasts that worked hard? The reason was that they were stupid and had no intelligence. Intelligence was also a standard evaluation for beasts to evolve. The higher the intelligence, the greater the potential for evolution, the faster the evolution speed, and the more skills they could evolve. The biggest difference between mythical beasts and holy beasts and normal beasts was that mythical beasts had high intelligence, while normal beasts had no such thing. In other words, it was like the difference between a human and a monkey. The barbarian cow Shadow originally had no intelligence. She only knew how to fight her enemies head-on. After clearing the Ares temple, the ancient code's reward was to increase her intelligence. Of course, this made Yue Yang wild with joy. With intelligence, she would be able to understand his orders more easily, understand his meaning more easily, and coordinate with his mind more easily. With intelligence, he should be able to teach her some simple combat skills. Keep all the treasures, we can't let others see it. Yue Yang did not care about others, but he was afraid that the embroidered clothed city mistress Fallen Flowers would see it. This city mistress Fallen Flowers gave people a dangerous feeling. Although she was not as dangerous as the big-breasted beauty he met in the Shangwu camp, this girl was obviously not easy to deal with. Her identity was also a city mistress. In the Soaring Dragon continent, where the strong preyed on the weak and the strong ruled, the position of city mistress and lord was usually held by a level 6 elder. In other words, this city mistress Fallen Flowers, this embroidered clothed girl, would at least be a level 6 elder. Among all the rankers in the Soaring Dragon continent, she would probably be one of the few. If Yue Yang didn't have any treasures on him, it wouldn't matter. But now that he had obtained treasures, he had to be careful. He didn't want to let her guess his true hidden strength through the treasures he had obtained. After teleporting out, Yue Yang didn't see the embroidered clothed city mistress Fallen Flowers. Instead, he saw Yi Kong and the others looking at him as if a miracle had descended from the heavens. "You didn't die?" Yi Kong asked stupidly. "Nonsense." Yue Yang snorted unhappily. "You really didn't die? How? How is this possible?" The golden armor captain's mouth opened so wide that a three-headed chimera could be stuffed inside. Yue Yang was speechless. He was speechless at these people's exaggerated reactions. He asked curiously, "Why are so many people fine when they went into challenge, but I would definitely die when I went into challenge?" Because none of the level 5 warriors who went into challenge were able to come out alive after 2 hours. "You are the first." "Ah, no, you are only a level 1 apprentice, not a level 5 grandmaster. Can you tell us, what were you doing in there for 3 hours? You couldn't have been chatting with the three-headed chimera, right?" The golden armor captain had the urge to smash his head against the wall. This was because his previous challenge record was to escape unscathed in half an hour. He was usually very arrogant and often boasted to others. He didn't expect that today, an apprentice would easily surpass him. "That's right, what were you doing in there?" Everyone's curiosity exploded as they surrounded Yue Yang, watching him inhumanely. Seeing everyone's expression, Yue Yang decided to tell a big lie. Chapter 54. Everyone looked at Yue Yang expectantly. Who would have thought that one sentence from Yue Yang would make them all fall to the ground? "Actually, I didn't do anything inside. I just slept." How did 3 hours pass so quickly? Yue Yang pretended to look at everyone innocently. The golden armor captain really wanted to strangle him to death when he saw how annoying he was. Of all places to sleep, he had to sleep in the 12 zodiac temples. Just by sleeping in the Ares temple, he had broken the record that he had fought a bloody battle and almost lost his life to break. Was there anyone more despicable than this brat in the world? You didn't go in and take a look. Yi Kong was confused. Was this Yu clan's third young master not curious at all? Did he not want to go in and take a look at the three-headed chimera? "I went in, but I couldn't come out. I was bored, so I slept in there." Yue Yang lied without batting an eyelid. "Impossible." A golden armor guard beside the golden armor captain denied loudly. "If you went in, you would have been swallowed by the three-headed chimera. How could you have come out alive?" A mercenary leader who bet that Yue Yang would definitely die shook his head in disbelief. Even if there was a 10-minute barrier, you couldn't have stayed in there for 3 hours. This is definitely impossible. The 10-minute barrier was enough for me to go in and take a stroll. As for the three-headed chimera, it didn't care about me at all. I also didn't care about it. Everyone slept separately. Yue Yang's lying skills were very good. He said it as if it was the truth. What does the three-headed chimera look like? Another golden armor guard asked suspiciously. Left dragon head, middle lion head, right goat head and a snake tail. Oh right, under the white goat head's neck, there was also a golden bell. When Yue Yang lied, there were lies in the truth and lies in the truth. Normal people couldn't tell the difference at all. Although everyone was suspicious, no one could find a flaw in his words. They couldn't even find a single flaw. How did you come out afterwards? A bald mercenary asked. Grey Wolf lured those sheep-headed monsters. At the entrance of the passageway, the sheep-headed monsters didn't dare to enter because they were afraid of the three-headed chimera. Grey Wolf bit them to death one by one, then lured the war puppets away, and I came out. However, because its work efficiency is extremely low, I slept for quite a while and it still hasn't cleared the passageway. I'm so bored waiting for it. As soon as Yue Yang said this, everyone wanted to vomit blood. So this kid really went into sleep, and everything was done by his pet wolf. Liar, it's impossible for a single wolf to kill all of the sheep-head monsters, there are dozens of them. A warrior who had lost a bet shouted. How can you prove that you slept inside and not at the teleportation formation? Someone questioned. No matter what, it's good that you're out. Yi Kong didn't care where Yue Yang was sleeping. As long as this Yu clan's third young master was fine. If he died, the Yu clan would definitely not let him off. His parents might even lose their lives. In the 3 hours that Yue Yang didn't come out, his heart was constantly tormented. He even had the intention to commit suicide. Now that this third young master was safe and sound, Yi Kong could finally put down the heavy burden in his heart. We've already played in the 12 zodiac temples, let's go back. Li Qi and Li Jie were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They hurriedly advised Yue Yang to leave this place. Yes, we should go back. Yi Kong also hurriedly agreed. They mustn't let this young master enter the 12 zodiac temples again. That was really unbearable. He didn't want to experience that kind of fear and torment again. Stop right there, all of you stop right there. You guys purposely teamed up to cheat us. A mercenary group leader whose eyes were red from losing money shouted angrily. The ones who made the bet were you guys, it has nothing to do with us. Moreover, we're challenging the 12 zodiac temples, why did you guys come and join in the fun? Why do you care what we do? We like to go in and sleep, can't we? Yi Kong was also furious. Just now, these fellows had been mocking and ridiculing them. Their faces were extremely hateful. Now that the Yu clan's third young master had unexpectedly come out, they actually dared to use sleeping and cheating money to talk about it. Did they still have any face? A person could be shameless, but not to this extent. When the surrounding mercenaries heard this, their faces all became embarrassed. Indeed, the matter of the bet was initiated by this group of people. It really had nothing to do with this brat. However, this matter couldn't be settled carelessly. They had to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, the people who won wouldn't feel at ease, and the people who lost wouldn't be convinced. Among the surrounding people, the mercenary group leader who had lost the most money laughed coldly. Let's make another bet. I bet that when he entered, he only slept beside the teleportation circle. He didn't enter the Ares temple at all. Who wants to bet with me? I bet 2 gold coins. Although everyone knew that Yue Yang had entered for 3 hours, he didn't sleep beside the teleportation circle. Whether he entered the Ares temple or not, they really didn't dare to bet. The golden armor captain frowned slightly. Only he, who had challenged the Ares temple many times, knew a little secret. If one didn't enter the Ares temple within half an hour, any challenger would be expelled from the 12 zodiac temples. It was impossible for them to shamelessly stay in the Ares temple. Within half an hour, if one didn't clear the war puppets and sheep-head monsters and didn't enter the Ares temple, then it would be considered as a failure. He could confirm that the young man in front of him had entered the Ares temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay inside for 3 hours. Of course, as the guard captain of the 12 zodiac temple's teleportation gate, he wouldn't reveal this secret. I'll bet with you. Yue Yang smiled brightly. Do you dare to bet? If the embroidered clothed city mistress Fallen Flowers was here, Yue Yang wouldn't care about these boring mercenaries. However, she wasn't here, so Yue Yang decided to use this opportunity to trample on these arrogant mercenaries. If they were to go crazy, that would be even better. He could also show Wei Tai-lang his might and groom it to become his #1 fighter in front of others. The bronze rank level 4 Wei Tai-lang definitely wouldn't be able to fight against the three-headed chimera. However, it was more than enough to fight against these mercenaries, beasts. If you have the guts, take out the evidence. You entered the Ares temple and defeated the sheep-head monsters. Do you have their weapons? What evidence do you have? If you have a handle in your pants, take it out. The mercenary leader saw that Yue Yang was empty-handed and felt that he had a high chance of winning. This was because even if this brat really entered the Ares temple, he might not have brought any evidence. Of course I have the guts. I wonder if you have the guts. If you have the guts, then increase the bet to 10 gold. How about that? Yue Yang smiled like a little fox. The mercenary leader felt a little guilty. 10 gold was not a small amount. What if this brat really had evidence? There are many people who brag in this world, but there are very few people who have the guts. Yue Yang looked at the mercenary leader with disdain. His expression was like an emperor looking at a eunuch. That kind of disdain was really unbearable. The mercenary leader and his team members all had the urge to hack this brat to death. Leader, we can't take this lying down. Let's bet with him. This brat is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that he is #1 in the world. A few mercenaries were so angry that they cried out. They took the initiative to pool their money and hand it over to the mercenary leader. They swore that they would fight to the death with Yue Yang. No matter what, they would bet until the end. People lived in this world to fight for their dignity. If they were looked down upon by others, if they didn't do something, could they still be called men? Although 10 gold was a lot, they could still pool their money together. Even if they used all their wealth, they would still fight with this brat. Among the surrounding mercenaries, not everyone was so impulsive. More people did not participate in this matter and only stood at the side to watch the show. They could even lend money to the mercenary leader to bet, but for them to raise the stakes, this was definitely impossible. What a joke. A powerful person who stayed in the Ares temple for 3 hours before coming out wanted to bet with him. Regardless of whether he challenged the three-headed chimera or killed the sheep-head monster, even if he slept for 3 hours inside, it was still a skill. How many years had it been in the 12 zodiac temples? Who had ever heard of a powerful person who could sleep for 3 hours inside? Nope, only this little thief. I will be the witness. The golden armor captain did not need Yue Yang to take out the evidence. He knew that this little thief would definitely win. He was afraid that the mercenaries would not accept it, so he took the initiative to be the witness. Take it out, take out the evidence. How can you prove that you entered the Ares temple? The mercenary leader shouted aggressively. He saw that Yue Yang did not have anything on him, so he felt that he might not have any evidence. Even if he did, he could act shamelessly and say that it wasn't. After all, no one had seen the items in the Ares temple. If he insisted that it wasn't, who could prove that it was? Yue Yang stretched out his hand, and a strange rune crystal stone that emitted a faint white light appeared in his hand. Everyone did not know about treasures, so they did not understand. What is this? When the golden armor captain saw it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, you actually obtained the blindness rune. How did you get it? This is the blindness rune. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to believe that Yue Yang could obtain the blindness rune that was said to be guarded by more than 10 sheep-head warriors. Wasn't he just an apprentice? Furthermore, this brat's beast was the world's worst thorny flower. How could he obtain the blindness rune? Impossible, it's a lie. He must be using some trick to trick us. He must have bought this blindness rune from somewhere else and used it as a scam to lure us into it. I don't believe it, I won't believe it even if I die. The mercenary leader bellowed in exasperation. He looked like a gorilla that had failed to copulate continuously and was looked down upon by his companions. Shut up. This blindness rune is unique to the 12 zodiac temples. It can only be used in Tong Tian Tower. Once it is taken out of Tong Tian Tower, it will immediately turn into a normal stone. You have lost, leave the 10 gold behind. The golden armor captain sneered, interrupting the mercenary leader's hysterical howl. This is impossible. It's impossible for him to obtain the blindness rune. He is just a level 1 novice trash. How is this possible? He is a liar, he definitely is. The mercenary leader's heart was bleeding. He could not accept the truth in front of his eyes. You have lost. If you don't leave the 10 gold behind, I will leave your head behind. The golden armor captain warned. Although I don't understand how he obtained the blindness rune, this is the truth. Furthermore, warriors who can obtain any of the treasures in the Ares temple's left and right halls are all honorable challengers. They are all worthy of the respect of everyone. Now that this young man has obtained the blindness rune, it proves that he is even more outstanding than me when I pass the trials. If you dare to insult him again, I will kill you. The golden armor captain's gaze was as sharp as a sword, his killing intent soared, scaring the mercenaries to the point that they shivered. Isn't it just 10 gold? Beggars, take it as a tip from me. Yue Yang pretended to be an obedient child after he finished. He passed a stack of letters, rings and daggers to the golden armor captain. I obtained these from the energy cauldron. They are all the challengers' wills. In order to obtain these, I used up all my savings. That's why I decided to make a bet with them. I won some money and hired someone to deliver the wills. Since this guy refused to pay up, then forget it. I'll have to trouble Captain to pass these wills to their families. When the golden armor captain received the wills, his hands started to tremble. Especially when he saw the wedding ring, his tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. He said to Yue Yang emotionally, the owner of this ring, this challenger, was my older brother. He died in battle 10 years ago. I have always wanted to pass through the right hall and obtain his belongings, but I was not strong enough. I could not fulfill my wish even after 10 years. On behalf of my sister-in-law and my nephew who will never see his father again, I thank you. He brought along 5 golden armor guards and gave Yue Yang a military salute. After a long time, Yue Yang smiled and prepared to slip away. That mercenary leader shouted in despair, "Stop right there. I want to make another bet with you. I want to duel with you. We'll decide the winner in one battle." Idiot, you can't even defeat Wei Tailang. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Hearing this, Yi Kong laughed coldly and mercilessly mocked, your battle wolf is a normal level 4 battle wolf, while Wei Tailang is a bronze rank level 4 ironback demonic wolf. Bronze rank beasts are at least 1 level stronger than normal beasts of the same level. Do you think that normal level 4 battle wolf of yours would dare to raise its head in front of Wei Tailang? Wei Tailang, stand up and let them see. Look, this guy's battle wolf will be so scared that it will pee itself. Awoo. Wei Tailang, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be an obedient child, stood up. Only then did everyone realize that this wolf was actually a pervert. It usually did not make any noise, and looked like a lowly pet dog. Who would have thought that when its eyes revealed an ominous glint, all the beasts beside the mercenaries retreated in panic. Some low-level beasts were even so scared that they lay on the ground, not daring to move. Wei Tailang howled towards the sky. The mercenary leader's battle wolf immediately lowered its head and tucked its tail between its legs to show its submission. Yue Yang immediately gave Wei Tailang a kick. What are you being so arrogant for? Can't you be more low-key? There are no girls now, wait until there are beauties, then you can put on a good show for me. Everyone immediately fainted. He was still willing to kick a bronze rank level 4 ironback demonic wolf. Was this brat crazy? Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie were already used to it, so they pretended not to see it. You said that bronze rank beasts are 1 level stronger than normal rank beasts of the same level. What do you mean? Then how much stronger are silver ranked and gold ranked beasts compared to normal ranked beasts? Yue Yang had never gone to school before, so he did not know much about the common knowledge of beasts. He was afraid that Yu Bing would be suspicious, so he did not dare to ask her about these common knowledge. If the pitiful guy already knew about these basic common knowledge, then he would give himself away if he asked. Yue Yang obviously knew that bronze-ranked beasts were stronger than normal-ranked beasts, and gold-ranked and silver-ranked beasts were stronger than bronze-ranked beasts. However, he really did not know how much stronger they were. How was the strength of beasts defined? Chapter 55. Everyone was extremely speechless towards Yue Yang. They really could not imagine that there was someone in this world who did not know the limits of a beast's strength. Forget about adults, even an 8-year-old child would know about this. However, Yi Kong had a different feeling. He felt that the reason why the Yu clan's third young master was called trash was not because he was trash, but because the world had misunderstood him. Perhaps this third young master was usually too engrossed in his clan's puppet-making techniques, or maybe he was immersed in the Yu clan's battle techniques. He did not care about contracting grimoires and beasts, and neglected them too much. That was why the world thought he was trash. Of course, it could also be because of the clan's internal exclusion that they did not tell him anything about beasts. Hence, in the eyes of ordinary people, this outstanding third young master was a trash who did not even know basic knowledge. After a short 2 days of interaction, Yi Kong felt that this Yu clan's third young master was not only not trash, he was also a genius who had hidden himself very deeply. He used to be called a genius, but compared to him, he would be so ashamed that he would blush. Even 2 years ago, when he was at his most glorious period, he was nothing compared to him. At Yulong Valley, when he saw the sea of insects that covered the entire mountain for the first time, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. However, this Yu clan's third young master, who was called trash by the world, had the audacity to charge straight through, and even passed through without suffering any injuries. In the star's domain, he had only decided to enter the 12 zodiac temples to challenge them after winning 19 times in a row. However, in less than half an hour, the elite team of 10 people, including himself, had been completely annihilated. This Yu clan's third young master, who was mocked and ridiculed by everyone, had dared to enter alone just by contracting a thorny flower. He had even successfully obtained the blindness rune that no one had managed to obtain in the past 5 years. Forget about other things, there had been so many arrogant heroes who had come here, but the golden armor captain did not even bother to look them in the eye. However, he had actually saluted this trash third young master. Although Yi Kong could not imagine what the situation inside was like, he knew that it would definitely not be as simple as what Yue Yang had said. Thinking like this, Yi Kong looked at Yue Yang with a completely different gaze. Vaguely, there was a kind of worship in his eyes. Although there is no absolute standard to define a beast's strength, bronze-ranked beasts are stronger than normal-ranked beasts by at least 1 level, silver-ranked beasts are stronger than normal-ranked beasts by at least 2 levels, and gold-ranked beasts are stronger than normal-ranked beasts by at least 3 levels. Seeing that Yi Kong was lost in thought, Li Qi hurriedly explained. Yes, under normal circumstances, bronze-ranked level 3 is at least equivalent to a normal level 4, silver-ranked level 3 is at least equivalent to a normal level 5, and gold-ranked level 3 is at least equivalent to a normal level 6. Moreover, normal-ranked beasts cannot reach level 8 at most. Only elite-ranked beasts, such as bronze-ranked, silver-ranked and gold-ranked beasts, can reach level 8 or above. Li Jie added after his brother's words. I understand a little, but what about this? If it was a gold-ranked beast egg, what level would the hatchling be? If it's a gold-ranked level 1 beast, and it's still a baby, would its strength be on par with a normal level 4 beast? Yue Yang asked again. No, a baby's strength should be slightly weaker. However, elite-ranked baby beasts are extremely precious. A baby beast that was born as a gold-ranked beast would have a much greater growth potential than a silver-ranked beast that evolved to gold-ranked after it matured. Under the same level, a gold-ranked beast's battle power would also be stronger. Being born as an elite-ranked beast is the lifelong pursuit of every warrior. In large-scale auctions, an outstanding gold-ranked baby beast could be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins. Some small countries would even empty their national coffers to buy a gold-ranked baby beast. Among adult beasts, let alone gold-ranked beasts, even bronze-ranked beasts would not be below level 3. These elite-ranked beasts are at least level 3 or above. Other than baby beasts, it's impossible for there to be gold-ranked level 2 adult beasts. Gold-ranked beasts would normally be above level 5 after they matured. There are no low-leveled gold-ranked beasts. If it's a gold king beast, it would be above level 6. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't understand, the golden armor captain took the initiative to explain to him. Yue Yang nodded and finally asked, what does a beast star rating mean? At this time, Yi Kong had already regained his senses. He nodded and replied, the star rating of a beast is set by the rankers of the soaring dragon continent after thousands of years of trial and error. It includes many aspects and mainly evaluates a beast's value. As the more stars the better. Yue Yang had heard a little about it from the big-breasted beauty, but he still wanted to know more. Of course the more the better, but there aren't many beasts that can be rated as more than 5 stars. 1-star and 2-star beasts are all brought by normal mercenaries. These are not bad in the eyes of normal people, but in the eyes of rankers, they are all trash. 3-star and 4-star beasts are already the best beasts that warriors desire. They are called excellent beasts. Of course, in the eyes of rankers, 3-star and 4-star beasts are just some beasts that do manual labor. 5 stars, we call it the small superior grade. 6 stars are the superior grade and are extremely rare. 7 stars are the earth spirit beasts. Even the king of a small country might not have one. 8 stars are the heavenly spirit beasts. Only the top martial artists of the 4 great clans, the 3 royal families, and the 4 great sects have them. 9-star beasts are holy beasts, 10-star beasts are divine beasts. They all have high intelligence, similar to humans. Humans can't contract them, they can only be chosen by them and take the initiative to contract warriors. It is said that when holy beasts and divine beasts evolve to a certain level, they can transform into humans and even have a summoning grimoire. When Yi Kong said this, Yue Yang's head exploded. Little lowly Lamia, little Wen Li, she had a summoning grimoire. Could it be that she was a holy beast? Divine beast? Yue Yang suppressed his heartbeat and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He asked, "What does this evaluation have to do with bronze, silver and gold?" "No, because this is not recognized by the summoning grimoire. It is only an evaluation that our soaring dragon continent warriors have explored. Normally, the number of stars a beast can get represents its potential or battle power. For example, if your Wei Tai Lang can get a 5-star evaluation, then in the future, it can evolve to a gold rank level 5 in theory. What's your Wei Tai Lang's evaluation?" After the golden armor captain explained, he asked Yue Yang curiously. In his heart, he estimated that this extremely intelligent ironback demonic wolf with dense demonic chi could at least be rated as a 5-star beast. Yue Yang blinked and replied, 4 stars. Everyone fell to the ground. Even a blind person could see that he was lying. Could it be that this little thief didn't know how to lie? This lie was a little too obvious. Actually, there was no need for Yue Yang to answer. Everyone had already guessed that Wei Tai Lang's evaluation was 5 stars. This was because when the golden armor captain used Wei Tai Lang as an example, this little thief's face showed an expression of, "How do you know it's 5 stars?" He actually thought that by saying it was 4 stars, he would be able to fool everyone. "Awoo." Wei Tai Lang stood up, as if it didn't agree with Yue Yang saying it was only 4 stars. "Get lost, you're not 4 stars, do you want to be 5 stars? 4 stars is already too much for you. Everyone, it really isn't 5 stars, it's only 4 stars." Yue Yang kicked Wei Tai Lang and hurriedly explained to everyone. When everyone heard this, they almost fell down. I've seen people who can't lie, but I've never seen someone who's so bad at lying. He's obviously trying to hide the fact that he's hiding something. Yi Kong was afraid that Yue Yang would say more wrong things, so he quickly pulled him away. A 5-star beast was a treasure that warriors yearned for even in their dreams. If Wei Tai Lang had signed a contract with this 3rd young master, these mercenaries might have given up. However, Wei Tai Lang was an uncontracted beast, so it was inevitable that some people would covet it. Even if they didn't have the strength to fight for Wei Tai Lang, they would probably report it to some clan and exchange it for a reward. Although Yue Yang left, the golden armor captain ordered the mercenary leader who lost the bet to take out 10 gold and leave it with him. He wanted the mercenary leader to send out all his wills and get a satisfactory reply from the family before he could return the 10 gold to him. When the mercenary leader heard that there was hope of getting the money back, a smile appeared on his face and he agreed. 10 gold was not a small amount of money. Wasn't it just sending a few letters? This kind of enthusiastic act of sending back the wills should be able to get a lot of thanks from the family. Although he would be running errands, it was better than losing money and losing face. There was a mercenary who kept staring at Wei Tai Lang who was following Yue Yang away. His eyes were filled with greed. The golden armor captain saw this and snorted. A beast that was so loyal without a contract, how could others get their hands on it? He didn't care about these mercenaries and ordered the guards to chase them away. He walked behind a secret stone and moved the secret stone door. He entered and sealed the door. Then, he placed the gold token on his waist into the seal on the crystal pillar in front of him. A burst of golden light flashed and lines of golden words appeared on the crystal pillar. The last line of words appeared in bursts of colorful light. Titan, Da Sha citizen, human male, first person to pass the Ares temple in 10 years, completion rate 120%. Seeing this, the golden armor captain was shocked. His expression was even more exaggerated than seeing a black dragon king flying down from the sky and saying good morning. However, when he went out, his expression was completely the same as before, as if nothing had happened. The golden armor captain surrounded him and asked curiously, "Captain, what is that brat's completion rate?" 20%. The golden armor captain directly reduced it by 100%. It can't be. Could it be that he spent 3 hours clearing all the sheephead warriors? No wonder he could get the blindness rune. Heavens, this brat is so powerful. The golden armor captain cried out in surprise. Today's matter is a national secret. Those who leak it will be executed. The golden armor captain looked at his 5 subordinates and snorted with a stern face and cold eyes. Yes, the 5 golden armor captain nervously swallowed their saliva. After another day, Yue Yang asked in boredom, Yi Kong, is there any way to accept the same trial mission? Can I also enter the Blackstone Labyrinth to look for Yu Bing? Yi Kong scratched his head and explained with a slight headache, of course you can. However, the Blackstone Labyrinth is a very complicated labyrinth world. If your sense of direction is not strong enough, you might not even be able to come out for half a month. Waiting here is better than going in to look for her. Otherwise, if Yu Bing comes out, she might have to wait for you. Moreover, the trial mission of the Blackstone Labyrinth is for plant-type beasts. You can only get one, Heart of Oak Tree, which is useless for normal beasts. It would not help Wei Tai-lang level up at all. I think it's better to wait outside. Hearing this, Yue Yang was even more worried that Yu Bing would get lost inside. He wasn't worried about himself, because he had the quintet golden puppet mice. Labyrinth was a piece of cake for him. Although the Heart of Oak Tree was useless for Wei Tai-lang, it might be useful for the thorny flower. Even if the thorny flower couldn't use it, giving it to Yu Bing would be good. He slapped his thigh and decided, I've decided, I want to go to the Blackstone Labyrinth. Chapter 56. In the Blackstone Labyrinth, the starting point was only north and south. There were more and more paths towards the end, and it was very easy for trainees to get lost. Of course, no matter how many paths there were, the correct destination would always be the final destination. That was under the 10,000-year ancient oak tree. Only the lucky ones who could reach the 10,000-year ancient oak tree could obtain the heart of the oak tree. However, this heart of the oak tree, which could increase the abilities of plant-type beasts, was a very unpopular reward compared to the earth crystal, beast soul, eyes of truth, and so on. Normal people were not willing to experience the Blackstone Labyrinth, which was not very helpful to their own beasts. Unless there was someone like Yu Bing, whose guardian beast was a plant-type beast, very few people would develop plant-type beasts. However, even so, for thousands of years, who knew how many plant-type trainees had come to this Blackstone Labyrinth? Just the guiding marks that were cut on the Blackstone were enough to make people dizzy. Yue Yang was a little speechless. In the Blackstone Labyrinth, there were also restrictions. He still could not make a move. Only one day had passed. If he summoned the barbarian cow shadow, then he would not be able to summon the quintet seeking golden mice. On the other hand, if he summoned the quintet seeking golden mice, then the barbarian cow shadow could only wait until tomorrow. Luckily, there was Wei Tai-lang who did not have a contract. The 3 of you form a team. If you find Yu Bing first, then you must protect her safety. I am willing to pay extra. If you reach the end first and haven't found Yu Bing, then go out and wait for me at the Warriors Guild. Yue Yang separated from Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie. He chose to go south, while Yi Kong and the other 2 went north, looking for Yu Bing who had already entered for 2 days. Yi Kong originally wanted Li Jie to stay by Yue Yang's side to protect him, but thinking that he was safe and sound even after entering the Ares Temple, he stopped himself. Furthermore, Yue Yang still had a bronze-ranked level 4 Wei Tai-lang. Although there were many monsters in the Blackstone Labyrinth, most of them were level 1 or 2, and even level 3. There were no monsters that were too strong, so there was no danger to their lives. If you're lost, use the teleportation scroll. Yue Yang told Yi Kong and the others that although the teleportation scroll was expensive at 1 gold coin, he still prepared one for everyone. Yes, hearing this, Yi Kong agreed. He felt a little nervous in his heart. The one who would really get lost was probably this Yu clan's 3rd young master who had never left home before. Don't worry, I won't have any problems walking through the maze. Yue Yang knew what Yi Kong and the others were worried about and smiled. He had the quintet seeking golden mice, so finding the fork in the maze was no problem at all. Even without the 5 little mice, Yue Yang had a good sense of direction. As long as he walked through it once, he would be able to remember 70% to 80% of the road, and this was before he transmigrated. After transmigrating to this world and cultivating the innate invisible sword chi, Yue Yang felt that his intelligence, perception, and senses had all improved tremendously. In his heart, he had an eidetic memory that allowed him to draw inferences about other cases from one instance. Therefore, he was not worried that he would get lost. Taking 10,000 steps back, he still had the level 2 divine vision inherent skill, which would more or less help him in identifying the right path. Yue Yang walked very quickly. He released the 5 little mechanical mice and let them search in advance. With them exploring the surroundings, Yue Yang had no possibility of getting lost. He would not even fall for the wrong directions given by those who had ulterior motives, and would directly choose the most correct route to advance. What made him feel slightly regretful was that the quintet-seeking golden mice did not find Yu Bing's scent or any traces that she had left behind. Just now at the first fork, Yue Yang could not summon the quintet-seeking golden mice in front of Yi Kong and the others, and could only rely on his intuition to choose the south. Now it seemed that Yu Bing might have gone north, and he was the opposite of her. Otherwise, the quintet-seeking golden mice had searched for so long, there was no reason why they could not find any traces that she had left behind. Thinking of this, Yue Yang hurriedly increased his speed and prepared to wait for Yu Bing in front of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree to give her a surprise. The monsters in the Blackstone Labyrinth were mostly insect type or plant type. It was common to see large groups of low-level demon insects swarming out to attack people. Although their attack power was very weak, they looked very disgusting and strange. Sometimes, they would be paired with plant-type monsters like man-eating tiger thorn, corpse-eating earth king flower and ghost cage man-catching grass, which were also quite a headache. Occasionally, level 2 green snakes, grass snakes, flower snakes, marsh snakes, blue-tongued lizards, and running dreadclaw lizards could be seen pouncing out from the darkness to ambush Yue Yang who was passing by. However, even if there was no Wei Tai Lang, Yue Yang could still turn a blind eye to these beasts that were level 2 and below. Although he could not personally take action, with his innate realm skills, he could avoid all dangers. Wei Tai Lang was now awesome. The barbarian cow shadow did not come out in Little Wen Li was resting, so it was only Wei Tai Lang who majestically bullied the little insects, snakes and lizards, torturing them to its heart's content. Yue Yang could now see that the main purpose of this Blackstone Labyrinth was not to obtain the heart of the oak tree. The real purpose was to let the trainees receive special training from plant-type beasts throughout the whole trial. There were many places that required the use of plant-type beasts in order to clear the trial easily. Otherwise, the trainees would have to be like Yue Yang, who had a bronze rank level 4 Wei Tai Lang and forcefully charged through the trial. For a grimoire contractor like Yu Bing, if they were to charge through the trials in the Blackstone Labyrinth and fight non-stop, they should be able to improve a lot. There were many battles that were targeted at plant-type beasts. For example, there were some ice or fire-type traps that could completely restrain plant-type beasts. If the trainees' control was not good enough, they would not be able to pass through. This kind of most basic trial ground also had the effect of cultivating team spirit. There were a few dangerous areas that required teamwork in order to be easier to pass through. If they were to charge through the trials alone, they would need to put in 10 times the effort. What surprised Yue Yang the most was that this Blackstone Labyrinth completely forbade flying beasts. Maybe it was because plant-type beasts did not have the ability to fly, but the entire Blackstone Labyrinth had the power to forbid flying. Sometimes, Yue Yang wanted to jump onto the tall Blackstone boulder and look into the distance to look for Yu Bing. However, he found that he could not jump smoothly, and the height he could jump was also much lower than outside. 6 hours later, Yue Yang completed the trial road that normal trainees would need at least 3 days to complete. He arrived at the foot of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree that was protected by almost 100 dryad guards. At first, Yue Yang thought that this tree had an old man's face full of wrinkles, a crooked nose, and a mouth that could speak. However, that was not the case at all, other than the fact that this tree was so huge that even 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. It was filled with a mysterious life energy. There was a kind of spiritual glow hidden in the crown of the tree. Yue Yang finally understood that the heart of the oak tree was not a wooden heart, but a life energy that was added to the body of a plant-type beast. When the trainee accepted the mission, the psychic 10,000-year ancient oak tree would give the trainee a reward according to the level of the completed mission. In front of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree, there was a crystal pillar that emitted a faint white light. Its base was entwined with tentacles of tree roots. It looked like it was connected to the 10,000-year ancient oak tree. The 10,000-year ancient oak tree would give the trainee the energy reward of the heart of the oak tree, according to the level of the mission inscribed on the crystal pillar. Yue Yang looked at it and found that the level 1 mission was the easiest. It only needed to identify 100 plant seeds in the forest. The level 2 mission was to collect 100 types of mushrooms in the mushroom forest. Of course, these mushrooms couldn't be picked up randomly. One had to ask those mushroom beasts that could spit spores. The level 3 mission was to collect 100 red apples from the apple orchard where the fanged spider and the spotted tree snake appeared. The level 4 mission was to kill 10 marsh crocodiles from the black swamp. Every marsh crocodile was at least a level 3 beast. If the trainee had the confidence, he could go to the demon's blood swamp and touch the 9-headed monsters there. He didn't know how many 9-headed monsters there were, but every 9-headed monster was at least a bronze rank level 7 terrifying beast. This mission only required the trainee to kill one 9-headed monster. Furthermore, the reward was the heaviest, 1,000-year-old, heart of the oak tree. Should I wait here for Yue Bing, or should I test the 9-headed monster's strength first? Yue Yang hesitated a little. In the end, he took out a gold coin. The fate of the 9-headed monster would be decided by the gold coin. If it was heads, he would temporarily let it go and wait for Yue Bing to come. If it was tails, he would go and chop it. The gold coin was tossed up high. Chapter 57. The gold coin was thrown into the air. Yue Yang didn't catch it. It fell to the ground. The side view of the Da Xia Empire's great emperor Jun Xin was facing upwards. This was the front view. It's only fair if you win 2 out of 3 sets. Yue Yang saw that it wasn't tails and felt a little unhappy. He could have killed the 9-headed monster while waiting for Yue Bing. Otherwise, if he waited for her to come, he might not be able to kill the 9-headed monster. Although she was his own sister and it wouldn't hurt to let her know a little, if he could keep it a secret, it would be better if she didn't know anything. Although Yue Bing wasn't the kind of person who didn't know the gravity of the situation, she was too young and had a pure heart. If the enemy tried to trick her, it would be easy for her to fall into their trap. Moreover, there were many powerful people in the Soaring Dragon continent with all kinds of inherent skills. If there was someone who could see through other people's thoughts, Yue Bing didn't have his inherent skill of disguise, and she wasn't good at lying. If someone saw through her that he was the new innate ranker, then the beautiful woman's family would be in danger. He tossed the gold coin again. It was still heads. Damn, this doesn't count. This is the last time, I'll make a real decision. Yue Yang decided to throw a tails. He tossed it high up for the 3rd time. When it fell to the ground, it actually magically smashed into the soil. The entire gold coin stood up straight. This probability really made Yue Yang dumbfounded. However, he quickly flipped the gold coin upside down and picked it up again. So it turns out that heavens will want me to kill the 9-headed monster while waiting. Alright, I'll do it according to the heavens, will. Wei Tai Lang looked at his master dumbfounded. Suddenly, he felt that he had learned many things from his master. Yue Yang kicked him. If you're afraid of death, then stay and wait. When the time comes, I'll roast the 9-headed monster. There's no part for you. Wei Tai Lang quickly expressed his loyalty and wagged his tail. Although he didn't stay and wait for Yue Bing, he still moved a large stone and placed it in front of the crystal pillar. He wrote the words, Yue Bing, wait for my return. Even though he wasn't a good brother, he didn't completely forget about his little sister. He was just too curious, and he had to see the 9-headed monster. Of course, if Yue Yang were to challenge the 9-headed monster now, he would only have little Wen Li as his main fighting power, which was still a little lacking. He could not summon the barbaric cow shadow at the moment, and the giant shadow needed a few more days to accumulate. It was true that Wei Tai Lang was bronze rank level 4, but the weakest adult 9-headed monster was bronze rank level 7. The difference was not small. Besides, the 9-headed monster was not afraid of being surrounded. It was different from the 3-headed chimeras of the Ares temple. How were they going to fight the 9-headed monster today? Do you think I won't be able to do anything? To the shameless Yue Yang, fighting the 9-headed monster in the demon's blood swamp was equivalent to going to the neighboring school to pick a fight. That was the opponent's territory. No matter how strong he was, he would be easily defeated by the opponent's human wave attack. Yue Yang would not do such a stupid thing. He did not fight it head-on, but it did not mean that he had no other way. The quintet seeking golden mice, which had no fighting power in other people's eyes, were like cheat-like godly weapons in Yue Yang's hands. The demon's blood swamp, as far as the eye could see, everywhere was blood red. There was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not the smell of blood. Yue Yang guessed that it was the weird smell of the nine-headed monster. The nine-headed monster had lived in the demon's blood swamp for an unknown period of time. The entire blood-red swamp was filled with their smell. There were very few demon insects here, and no wild beasts could be seen. The only thing that could be seen were marsh snakes of all sizes, swimming in the mud. Be good, find out where the nine-headed monster's nest is. If they are not at home, then steal their eggs for me. Yue Yang had read a comic when he was young. It was a story of two mice stealing eggs. One mouse hugged the egg, while the other dragged its companion's tail, successfully stealing the egg. This left a deep impression on him. Now that he had the quintet-seeking golden mice, he would definitely put them to use. In the swamp, the water and earth-type quintet-seeking golden mice could move freely. Yue Yang decided to send them out to steal the nine-headed monster's eggs. The water-type quintet-seeking golden mice were the fastest in the swamp, moving forward with the speed of a fish swimming. The earth-type moved slightly slower, but not by much. Yue Yang used his consciousness to control them from afar. It felt as cool as playing with a remote-control toy car. As expected of the ghost genius Yue Yang's proud work, these quintet-seeking golden mice were awesome, easy to operate, complete functions, waterproof, fireproof, free of maintenance, free of charge, 3 guarantees of quality. It was truly a godly tool for traveling at home, exploring and stealing treasures. After more than an hour of exploration, the two little quintet-seeking golden mice had explored 2/3 of the demon's blood swamp. They found 6 nine-headed monsters. 2 of them were young and only had 3 heads. The other 2 were close to adulthood and had already grown 6 heads. The remaining 2, 1 male and 1 female, were sleeping in the huge nest. They didn't react to the quintet-seeking golden mice's approach. The quintet-seeking golden mice were level 1 puppet mice. They had no fighting power and no life force. Even if the nine-headed monster saw them, it would only think that they were moving rocks. If the nine-headed monster was as smart as humans, it would suspect that these 2 rock lumps could move. However, the nine-headed monster had not evolved to have such a smart brain. Moreover, the quintet-seeking golden mice's movements were very nimble and hidden, not attracting attention. There were eggs in the nest. However, the nine-headed monster's eggs were unusually big. The little quintet-seeking golden mice had no way of stealing them back. Don't think that I don't have a way. There's something called a net in this world. Yue Yang used the thick and tough black reeds from the edge of the swamp to weave a simple and crude net. Although this broken net looked ugly, it was enough to carry a large rock. It was sturdy enough. Wei Tai Lang looked at this broken net that Yue Yang had named Zhang Tong, and was a little tempted. It felt that it was time for it to show off its skills. Yue Yang kicked it. This Zhang Tong was not used to catch fish, but to steal eggs. If the nine-headed monster's eggs were gold-ranked and hatched as soon as it hatched, it could be sold for a few thousand gold coins in an auction. How much money would that be? The greedy Yue Yang felt that with this Zhang Tong here, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money. Of course, with just 2 quintet-seeking golden mice in a broken Zhang Tong net, it was impossible to steal the eggs that were protected by the nine-headed monster's nest. They had to lure the 2 nine-headed monsters out of the nest. At this time, Wei Tai Lang, the meat bait, came in handy. Wei Tai Lang had always been very arrogant on land, but to lure the nine-headed monsters in the muddy water, its legs were a little weak. Useless fellow, you have to think positively. Think about it, if we succeed and steal the nine-headed monster's eggs, then there will be golden cubs, shiny gold coins, and a lot of meat bones. Do you understand? What are the nine-headed monsters? Later on, I will kill them all and turn them into barbecue skewers. Stop trembling and set off immediately. Otherwise, I will roast their legs. Yue Yang kicked Wei Tai Lang into the swamp. Wei Tai Lang hadn't even swum 100 meters in the demon's blood swamp before it startled the 2 nine-headed monsters that were almost mature. It was so scared that it quickly swam back to the shore, escaping for its life. Fortunately, the nine-headed monsters didn't seem to have any interest in wolf meat and didn't chase after it. Yue Yang was furious. He warned Wei Tai Lang that if it dared to swim back, he would tie it up and dry it. Wei Tai Lang was scared half to death. It rolled and crawled into the swamp, barking non-stop. The wolf's howl resounded through the entire demon's blood swamp. This time, all the nine-headed monsters were startled. Wei Tai Lang didn't dare to swim back. It fled to the other side for its life. Fortunately, there were some places where the mud was hard, enough to allow it to escape. Otherwise, it would have been caught by the nine-headed monsters and eaten alive. From the quintet seeking golden mice's detection, the nine-headed monster family didn't all chase after it. There was still the largest female nine-headed monster guarding the nest. Yue Yang couldn't bear to let the little lowly little Wen Li go into the swamp. He clenched his teeth, took off his clothes, and jumped into the swamp himself. If it was before his transmigration, 100 of him wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the nine-headed monster's teeth. However, now that he was an innate master and had learned the mysterious 3 styles, even though he couldn't use the subtle steps and couldn't walk on the water's surface, when he stepped on some mud, he could walk rather smoothly. It was as if he was walking on mud with iron legs. It was just that the heavenly sword goddess's unparalleled sword dance movement technique was a little too ugly when it was used by him. His appearance caused the female nine-headed monster guarding the nest to fly into a rage. Its 9 necks drilled out from the mud at the bottom of the water and danced chaotically. It spat out a few mouthfuls of black acid towards Yue Yang, who was running in the mud. The black acid shot over like cannonballs, causing Yue Yang to be in a sorry state. He was so scared that he quickly ran back. However, when Yue Yang ran far away, the female nine-headed monster returned to guard the nest. It wasn't willing to chase after him relentlessly. Yue Yang cursed under his breath and ran towards it again. He shouted loudly, attracting its attention and provoking it to the end. In order to steal the egg, Yue Yang and Wei Tai Lang, 1 master and 1 servant, lured the group of 9-headed monsters again and again. At the bottom of the demon's blood swamp, the 2 quintet-seeking golden mice used the broken, central connection, net to drag a huge egg and slowly swam back. According to their speed, they should be able to reach the shore in 2 hours. Oh my god, it's too hard to earn some money. Yue Yang ran around on the mud, almost dying from exhaustion. However, even now, he couldn't bear to give up on the egg he was about to steal. He clenched his teeth and persevered. That was the 9-headed monster's egg. Chapter 58. The 9-headed monster's egg was in his hands, but what made Yue Yang faint was that for some reason, this egg that he had painstakingly obtained was actually broken. There was an extremely small crack on the eggshell. Although there was no egg white flowing out, this egg should not be able to hatch the 9-headed monster. Just like this, Yue Yang's dream of becoming rich was completely shattered with the appearance of this small crack. 2 hours of painstakingly and dangerously luring the enemy, causing the 9-headed monster's family to be exhausted. In the end, all they got in return was a broken egg. Yue Yang really wanted to smash this egg into the ground. Do you think that I have no other way? I will eat you. In the end, Yue Yang decided to turn his grief and indignation into food. Returning to the 10,000-year ancient oak tree, he started a fire and roasted this 9-headed monster's egg that could be worth thousands of gold coins. After eating until he was full, he burped and rubbed his belly. This was the first time in his life that Yue Yang felt so extravagant. If there was a second choice, Yue Yang would definitely not roast it and eat it. He really had no other way. In comparison, Grey Wolf, who had worked himself to death just now, was eating to his heart's content. He was beaming with joy. To him, this 9-headed monster's egg was super nutritious. After Yue Yang roasted and ate the 9-headed monster's egg, he waited for a long time, but Yu Bing still did not come. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were also nowhere to be seen. He simply climbed onto a large branch of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree and slept soundly. He really hoped that the heavenly sword goddess would come out to comfort his wounded heart, but she was still nowhere to be seen. When Yue Yang was cultivating in his dreams, because he was in a bad mood, his chi was suppressed in his chest. It was difficult for his mind to merge with the heaven and earth. The sword chi that he usually easily released was unable to smoothly break out of his body. Instead, it accumulated and gradually felt like it was going to explode. This was the first time that Yue Yang had encountered such a situation. If he did not release the chi that was surging back and forth in his chest, he might be in danger. What should he do? Should he immediately stop cultivating, or should he calm down and return to his previous cultivation state? Could this strange phenomenon be related to him eating the 9-headed monster's egg? Is this oppressive energy the energy stored within the 9-headed egg? But why didn't he notice it when he was eating? Yue Yang suddenly had an epiphany. Since this energy is affecting me, why don't I drive it out of my body and use the force of the explosion to force it out? Perhaps this was a checkpoint in cultivation, a test, and at the same time, an opportunity to break through. Thinking of this, Yue Yang was greatly energized. He raised his hand, put his fingers together, and formed a seal with his 10 fingers. His heart, form, and chi became one. He focused all of his attention and true energy on his hands. The energy in his chest had accumulated to the extreme and was on the verge of exploding. He let out a loud shout in his heart and roared to the sky. The entire spiritual world shook. It was as if the Milky Way had shattered, as if the universe had exploded. The sword chi formed by his hands instantly condensed into the strongest point. It was as if a bolt of lightning had broken through a prison, as if Vajra had shaken the earth, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the sky. In the end, it erupted and gushed out. This two-handed sword chi, which had been accumulating for a long time, was half a meter long, and it tore through the air. Its might was 10 times greater than the usual sword chi. For a long time, Yue Yang still couldn't believe this fact. Yue Yang discovered that after he released this sword, he felt as if his entire body's spiritual chi was being sucked dry. He felt his legs go weak and his head spin. The consumption was even more than when Queen Vivian Li sucked his chi last time. Heavens, I have unintentionally comprehended a new sword intent, a new sword technique, although the accumulation time is extremely long, and I can only release one sword technique. This is really something I comprehended on my own. I'm not dreaming, right? Yue Yang was so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. Although I can only release one sword technique with all my true energy, it's full of power. If I face a strong enemy in the future, I might be able to use it. Yue Yang was very happy that he had comprehended a new sword technique. Most importantly, this technique was created by himself after he had comprehended it, giving him a sense of success. After being excited for a long time, he still couldn't suppress the surging excitement from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know if it was because this sword chi had released the oppressive energy in his chest, or because his mood had improved, but in short, Yue Yang suddenly became happy. He felt that the sky was clear and his body was light, as if he was a tiger roaring in the forest, or a dragon dancing in the 9 heavens. If the heavenly sword goddess saw his improvement, she would definitely be happy for him. Yue Yang delightfully fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he didn't see it. The sword chi that he shot out with his fingers did not disappear, but formed a faint black ball of energy. The 10,000-year ancient oak tree shone brightly, and a faint green rain of light fell, bathing Yue Yang in the rain of light. As for the faint black ball of energy, it quickly melted. As if it had a life of its own, it quickly drilled into Wei Tailang's mouth. However, the 10,000-year ancient oak tree's green rain of light did not disperse even after a long time. Countless rays of light silently merged into Yue Yang and Wei Tailang's bodies. Yue Yang slept peacefully, as if nothing had happened. However, Wei Tailang's body quickly changed. His skin bulged, his muscles twisted, and his bones changed. In the end, a head actually grew out from his neck, turning him into a 2-headed wolf. Wei Tailang didn't wake up, but he seemed to feel an incomparable pain even in his sleep, as he continuously whimpered in a low voice. Under the cover of the faint green rain of light, Wei Tailang's body finally calmed down after a long time. He slowly returned to his original appearance, as if the 2-headed wolf had never appeared before. In his sleep, Wei Tailang comfortably yawned. An extremely faint black ball of energy floated out from his mouth like a bubble. That ball of black energy seemed to have exhausted all of its energy. Under the last drip of the green rain of light, it instantly disappeared, turning into nothingness. The light of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree's huge crown gradually dispersed, returning to silence. In the dark night, Yue Yang and Wei Tailang slept soundly. One master and one servant, they didn't even know what had happened. On the first day, when Yue Yang woke up, he saw that Yu Bing hadn't arrived yet. After eating breakfast, he prepared to bring Wei Tailang to the demon's blood swamp to steal the 9-headed monster's egg. However, when he unintentionally looked over, he realized that Wei Tailang seemed to be a little strange. He then circulated his innate chi in his eyes and focused his gaze. He was shocked when he saw that Wei Tailang was still an ironback demon wolf yesterday. How did it become a 2-headed demon wolf today? If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Tailang was still wagging its tail in a flattering manner, Yue Yang would have suspected that it was someone who changed his own Wei Tailang. Wei Tailang didn't level up. It was still bronze rank level 4, but it had strangely evolved. From an ironback demon wolf, it had become a 2-headed demon wolf, but it clearly only had one head, right? How could it become a 2-headed demon wolf? Could it be that it was because it ate the 9-headed monster's egg? Was it the nine-headed monster's egg's energy that caused it to mutate into a two-headed demon wolf? Yue Yang sweated profusely. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he, who also ate the nine-headed monster's egg, didn't become a two-headed monster with two heads. Otherwise, he would really want to cry but have no tears. He definitely wouldn't be able to get a girl, and he would probably be laughed at by the whole world. Looks like, not everything can be eaten randomly. Now that Wei Tai Lang had become a two-headed demon wolf, would it become a three-headed demon wolf in the future? Please don't become a nine-headed demon wolf. Otherwise, it would really make people sweat to death. How do you feel? Does your body feel uncomfortable? Yue Yang patted Wei Tai Lang's head. He felt that it only had one soul that he could sign a contract with. There wasn't any nine-headed monster's soul within it. However, the demonic energy in its body was extremely strange. The demon King Ha Xin's evil demonic energy was mixed with two new types of energy. One was strange and chaotic, while the other was natural and pure. The three types of energy formed an ingenious balance, each assimilating a type of attribute. Among them, the demon King Ha Xin's evil demonic energy was the strongest. It assimilated the strongest fire attribute in Wei Tai Lang's body. The natural and pure energy was second. It magically assimilated the dark attribute. Furthermore, the originally corrosive and destructive dark attribute was turned into an incomparably tranquil life energy. That kind of energy that was as calm as still water provided Wei Tai Lang's entire body with an indescribable vitality. Yue Yang couldn't understand it. The dark attribute could be transformed like this. Where did this natural and pure energy come from? Who bestowed it to Wei Tai Lang? Could it be that a passing deity saw that Wei Tai Lang was being bullied too pitifully by him, so he gave it a bit of energy? When Yue Yang thought about it this way, he was really speechless. However, Yue Yang could confirm that the third type of energy, the third type of strange chaotic energy, should belong to the nine-headed monster. This energy had assimilated the metal attribute in Wei Tai Lang's body. Although Wei Tai Lang didn't level up, Yue Yang felt that this fellow had become a lot stronger. Moreover, in the near future, when the three types of energy completely fused together and truly became one, Wei Tai Lang's strength would increase by a huge amount. Wei Tai Lang, show me two heads. Yue Yang wanted to see how Wei Tai Lang would look like when he turned into a two-headed wolf. Woof. Wei Tai Lang didn't know that he had this kind of ability. He lowered his head in inferiority. You're really a born idiot. You don't even know what abilities you have. Yue Yang was speechless towards Wei Tai Lang. As a wolf, Wei Tai Lang was probably the first one in the entire soaring dragon continent to be so muddle-headed. This fellow was really a case of, don't beat him up. Just as Yue Yang was about to ruthlessly kick him, he suddenly felt a bloody figure running towards them from afar. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was actually Yi Kong. Immediately, Yue Yang's heart sank. Yi Kong was covered in blood, and he came here alone. This meant that they and Yu Bing might have met with danger. Yue Yang flew towards Yi Kong and supported his body that was covered in cuts and bruises. He asked anxiously, how did you become like this? What actually happened? Chapter 59 inches. You guys, are you done yet? Yu Bing glared angrily at the people in front of her. They were all her teammates from the same team, her classmates from Shangjing Academy. But now, they had become her attackers. Actually, it wasn't the first time Yu Bing had been attacked by the enemy. Almost every 2 or 3 days, there would be hired mercenaries attacking her with the 3-on-3 battle. In Tong Tian Tower, as long as someone challenged and rejected more than 10 times, warriors had to promise to fight one battle every day. They couldn't reject, or else their battle points would be deducted. Once their battle points became negative, they would be expelled from Tong Tian Tower. The expelled person had to complete at least 10 bravery missions before they could return to Tong Tian Tower. What was more serious was that if a summoning grimoire contracted warriors' battle points were too low, their grimoire's level would be reduced. If they kept refusing to fight, their grimoire might even drop from gold or silver to bronze. 3-on-3 battle was originally a relatively fair method of fighting. In 2 small teams, each team would send out 3 people and take turns to fight one-on-one. Both sides could make adjustments to their opponent's beasts. There were many ways to fight, making it the fairest and most exciting battle in the world. Not mentioning the mercenaries, even the Academy's internal selections, the elite tournament between academies, and even the young hero tournament between countries used this relatively fair 3-on-3 battle. Of course, on the surface, 3-on-3 battle was very fair. But to Yu Bing, it was a disaster. Because she had no teammates and was alone. Others sent out 3 people, but she could only fight alone. Furthermore, the opponents kept using ice and fire-type beasts that could restrain her plant-type beasts. In this kind of difficult situation, it was almost impossible for Yu Bing to defeat all 3 enemies by herself in a battle. The enemies were even more despicable. They kept hiring mercenaries to harass and attack Yu Bing, exhausting her spiritual energy and summoning quota, causing her to be unable to summon more than 2 beasts. Every time, she could only summon 1 Treeman warrior. With such suppression, how could Yu Bing not lose if she fought again? Why, were you attacked in the Blackstone Labyrinth? Sorry, we didn't know about this. We just miss classmate Yu Bing and want to spar with you. A man with a long, thin face and white eyes stepped out from the group and laughed sinisterly. When Yu Bing was doing the trial mission in the Blackstone Labyrinth, she was 2 more stages away from reaching the 10,000-year ancient oak tree and completing the heart of the oak tree. 5 mercenary warriors chased after her from behind. They first cut the rope and destroyed her suspension bridge mission. Then, when she fell into the water, they despicably launched a sneak attack. They summoned a giant water python to attack Yu Bing, who fell into the water. In a moment of desperation, Yu Bing hatefully used the precious teleportation scroll and gave up on the Blackstone Labyrinth trial, returning to the warrior guild. She did not expect to see her former teammates waiting in front of her the moment she teleported back. Before she could even react, they had already used challenge cards on her. In order to ensure that her summoning grimoire would not drop in level, Yu Bing was forced to accept this shameless 3-on-3 battle. Those 5 mercenary warriors just now were definitely hired by them. Yu Bing did not know what she had done wrong to make them suppress her like this. Ever since she entered Tong Tian Tower, she had never stopped fighting. No matter what, they were her teammates and schoolmates of the same school. When her teacher was around, they were polite and courteous. She did not expect that once her teacher left, they would immediately reveal their hypocritical faces. Usually, during the trial, she had always made her tree ant warrior do the hard work, while they hid behind her and took advantage of her. Not only that, they were also constantly mocking and ridiculing her. Ever since that day, the mercenaries that were hired to attack him had never stopped. If she did not hide in the trial grounds, she would probably be challenged continuously every day. Shen Tu, I don't know why you are doing this, but since you want to fight, then let's fight. We might as well have a duel. Everyone wins or loses based on their own abilities. If you lose, don't ever come looking for me again. If I lose, I will also disappear from your sight. Black-clothed Yu Bing was extremely angry. She faintly felt that this endless harassment and attacks were related to her. They did not want her to improve, they did not want her to become stronger, they did not want her to succeed in the trial, so they used such despicable and shameless methods to exploit the loopholes in Tong Tian Tower's rules. They kept her in a state of defeat, unable to level up her summoning grimoire, unable to increase her guardian beast's ability and level. I'm sorry, the challenge was proposed by Xu Xian, it has nothing to do with me. The tall man in the team who spoke was the leader of the Rose team, the eldest grandson of the Shen Tu clan, Shen Tu Hao. Less nonsense, Yu Bing, you can reject the 3-on-3 battle. This young master has money, he has plenty of challenge cards. You don't have many points left, right? Haha, if Xu Xian does not kick you out of Tong Tian Tower, he would not be called Little Prince Ghost Eye. The long skinny face with a pair of white eyes laughed sinisterly. Everyone knew that although this guy called Shen Tu Hao a brother on the surface, he was actually just a dog under Shen Tu Hao. His entire family relied on the Shen Tu family to survive. Alright, let's fight. Yu Bing looked coldly at the 2 people standing at the back of the team. If Xu Xian was a member of the Shen Tu clan, then these 2 people should be considered as members of the Yu clan. They were the descendants of the Lin clan, and had always been a collateral family that depended on the Yu clan. However, they had never helped her before, and instead often hit her when she was down. Could it be that the 4th branch did not even have a place to stand in the Yu clan? Her own family had already moved out of the Yu clan castle, why were the 1st branch and the 2nd branch still suppressing them? Yu Bing suppressed the anger in her heart, summoned her grimoire, and summoned her guardian beast, the tree ant warrior. A pale golden light flashed, and a dark green tree ant warrior that was close to 4 meters tall was summoned. It had already leveled up to bronze rank level 3, and had always been Yu Bing's guardian. If it wasn't for such a strong guardian, Yue Bing would have been killed long ago, and not even her bones would have been left in Tong Tian Tower. Summon the Flame Guard. Xu Xian used the most despicable battle tactic, and the surrounding mercenary warriors were in an uproar. This kind of battle tactic could be said to be a taboo amongst the warriors of Tong Tian Tower. In Tong Tian Tower, there was a rescue rule. When a warrior was in danger in battle, his companions could go and rescue him, and quickly join the battle. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, they could still join in. This rule prevented a large number of deaths due to a mistake or severe injury of a martial artist during a battle. If there was no one to help, the martial artist could use the rescue card to allow his companions to quickly join in and deal with a powerful enemy together. After Xu Xian summoned the Flame Guard, he ordered it to throw fireballs at the tree ant warrior. The elemental type Flame Guard completely suppressed the tree ant warrior in terms of attributes. The fireballs it threw had a huge explosive power, and it also had a tracking effect, making it hard for normal beasts to dodge. The only weakness was that almost all elemental type beasts had a strict limit on the number of elemental type skills they could use. The Flame Guard could only throw a maximum of 5 fireballs at the target. Xu Xian controlled the Flame Guard and threw 5 fireballs at the tree ant warrior's body. Then, he controlled the Flame Guard to rush towards the tree ant warrior whose whole body was charred black and whose branches and leaves were on fire. Xu Xian let the tree ant warrior hit the tree ant warrior heavily. Then, he took out his emergency card and asked 2 of his companions to rescue him. After his 2 companions jumped into the battle light barrier, he laughed evilly and summoned his strongest beast, the evil ghost Tooth Eye. This kind of shameless action made the onlookers look down on him. If any mercenary did this, even if they won, they would be beaten to death. However, the group of people in front of them were wearing Shangjing Academy's neat uniforms. It was obvious that they were the elites of Shangjing Academy who had come to train. Although the mercenaries could not bear to see a private fight between students, no one was willing to lend a helping hand to Yue Bing. These elite students were usually the children of big clans or had the support of big clans. It was definitely not a good thing to fall out with them and become enemies. He, Yue Bing, aren't you arrogant? Why don't you try fighting against the 3 of us alone? Aren't you a child of the Yue clan, one of the 4 great clans? Why don't you bring out the prestige of a child of the Yue clan? Go ahead and shout, let's see who here can come and save you. Didn't you say that your good-for-nothing third brother is a genius? Didn't you fall out with us because of him? Go ahead and shout, ask him to come and help you. Ahahaha, Xu Xian laughed shamelessly. Yue Bing really wanted to punch that shameless face. But she did not refute. She gritted her teeth and silently commanded the tree ant warrior to fight. 5 minutes later, the tree ant warrior, whose whole body was on fire, fell to the ground. Although it was bronze rank level 3, under the combined attacks of the opponent's ice, fire and gold attributed beasts, it finally fell to the ground. The result of the battle was 1 against 6. The tree ant warrior defeated the 5 beasts that had the same attribute as it, and finally fell under the evil ghost Tooth Eye's white eye ray. Although it was defeated in this battle, it was still glorious. The surrounding mercenaries all wanted to applaud the little girl Yue Bing. Her strength and fighting spirit had greatly exceeded their expectations, causing them to feel deep respect for her. Challenge card, 3-3 tactic, the target is Yue Bing. A short man standing beside Shen Tuhao laughed evilly as he took out a challenge card. Wah wah, the surrounding mercenaries were all dumbfounded. Until today, they finally understood what was called shamelessness, what was called ruthlessness, and what was called leaving no room for negotiation. Yue Bing's face was deathly pale. She kept the tree ant warrior, whose whole body was on fire, and summoned a level 1 thorny flower. Even if the thorny flower did not have any battle power, as long as it still had a breath left, Yue Bing would fight till the end. She would never admit defeat, nor would she surrender. She could lose, she could die, but she would never let anyone humiliate her family. Protecting her family was her biggest wish. Don't kill that thorny flower so easily. You have to torture her ruthlessly, ravage her, exhaust her spirit, make her overdraft her spirit and spiritual energy to the limit. It's best if you make her overdraft until she becomes an idiot. Ahahaha, Xu Xian, this proud villain, shouted loudly, causing the mercenaries' hearts to burn with anger. A group of grown men bullying a little girl like this, what kind of hero were they? Shen Tuhao's expression did not change, but his lips revealed a cruel sneer. He summoned a bronze-ranked level 3 manticore, shocking everyone present. Although the mercenaries were furious, they were afraid of that terrifying manticore, so no one dared to move. No one even dared to open their mouths to support Yue Bing. Another 5 minutes passed. The shorty had toyed with his opponent enough. With another wave of his hand, he ordered his beast to tear the thorny flower into pieces. Ah! Yue Bing, whose beasts had died one after another, screamed in pain as she held her head. Her body went limp and she fell to the ground. We've won, we've finally defeated this slut. Ha ha ha, brothers, let's go and destroy her face. Let her become a widow that no one wants. Xu Xian was beside himself with joy as he waved his arms. Hearing this, the mercenaries felt a chill in their hearts. According to the rules of a duel, the victor had the right to leave a mark on the loser's body that would not harm the loser's life, but serve as a lesson. Normally, the loser would spit on the loser's body in disdain. The more arrogant ones would draw a turtle on the loser's face, or kick the loser a few times. The most excessive ones would pee on the loser's body. Who would have thought that these students would actually want to destroy someone's face? Could it be that this little girl had a blood feud with them? Bullying people like this, were they not afraid of retribution? The mercenaries were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. Suddenly, the crowd was pushed apart. 2 bloodied and wounded men rushed over crazily, holding machetes in their hands. Standing in front of Yue Bing, they shouted hoarsely, "Unless we die, don't even think of touching a single hair on her." Shen Tu's expression changed, and he secretly made a gesture. Xu Xian nodded his head and immediately rushed out, shouting loudly, "You 2 dogs of a slave dared to attempt to murder your master. We have no choice but to get rid of this evil for the people. Go." The mercenaries were completely convinced. These families' disciples were really scary. Not only were they toyed to death, they even had to bear the infamy of murdering their master. Even though the 2 brothers, Li Qi and Li Jie, had chased after Yue Bing to protect Yue Bing with their lives, they had already suffered heavy injuries in the battle with the 5 attackers in the Blackstone Labyrinth. Now that they were up against the elite students of Shangjing who were even stronger, in the blink of an eye, their bodies were bitten by the beasts until their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Just 2 lousy mercenaries and you want to ruin my plans. What a joke. Yue Bing, oh Yue Bing, now, let's see who can still protect you. Aren't you a genius? Aren't you arrogant? Why don't you show it to me? I will trample you, this genius, under my feet right now. What can you do? Let your trash 3rd brother come and save you. Let him come and take revenge for you. Little whore, I'll let you hit me, I'll let you be arrogant. After Xu Xian kicked the unconscious Li Qi and Li Jie away, he raised his right leg high, preparing to ruthlessly step on Yue Bing's chest. Suddenly, a figure flashed and appeared from afar. In an instant, the crowd was sent flying. When the crowd saw clearly, they realized that there was an additional young man who was as angry as a mad lion. He grabbed Xu Xian's throat and raised this arrogant fellow up high. Then, with the force of a thunderbolt, he ruthlessly smashed Xu Xian's entire body onto the ground. Rumble. The whole crowd was shocked. The stone slabs in the field shattered, Xu Xian's head split open, and the blood on his back exploded onto the ground. The person who rushed over like an angry lion was, of course, Yue Yang. He stared at the Rose team opposite him with a death-like gaze. Who dares to touch my sister? Chapter 60. With regards to Yue Yang's shocking entrance, everyone was shocked. Who was this? Shen Tu did not recognize Yue Yang at all, but was intimidated by his terrifying brute force that took down Shuzan the moment he appeared, and asked in a low and urgent voice, "Who is he?" The 2 Lin family disciples saw Shuzan's miserable state of having his brain burst open and blood splattered all over the ground, and were so scared that they trembled a little. One of them put his hand into his bosom, preparing to take out a teleportation scroll and escape at any time. The other revealed an expression of disbelief, and cried out repeatedly, "Impossible, no, this is impossible." Who is he? Shen Tu felt his heart beating faster, his palms sweating, and all the muscles in his body tensed up a little. He knew what level of strength Shuzan had. Although Shuzan's strongest beast was the Evil Eye Ghost Tooth, which belonged to the War-type Summon Beast and not the Strengthening-type Summon Beast, after contracting it, Shuzan's own body's quality would increase quite a bit. Moreover, Shuzan was a level 3 hero that had just been promoted, and already had very strong battle strength. He was definitely not a weakling that could be picked up like a chicken, and then easily smashed into pieces like an egg. The man in front of him that looked like an angry lion, his strength was at least 3 times stronger than Shuzan's, and his speed was at least 2 times that of Shuzan. Otherwise, he would definitely not have been able to smash Shuzan into a bloody mess without Shuzan even reacting. Wuxia, the evil-eye ghost tooth floating in the air, saw that its master was being attacked, and fiercely flew over. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and bit towards Yue Yang, who had just picked up Yue Bing. Yue Yang's leg flew up, and before the evil-eye ghost tooth could close its eyelids to defend itself, he directly exploded its huge eyeball. He then turned his body and slashed, and his right leg smashed into the evil-eye ghost tooth's round head like a windmill. The evil-eye ghost tooth fell onto the ground with a bang, and before it could even struggle, Yue Yang's leg once again heavily stomped down with the force of a thunderbolt. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The level 2 evil ghost tooth eye was stomped into a pile of minced meat by Yue Yang. In reality, Yue Yang had been suppressing his anger for the past few days. After entering the Star Field, no matter if it was the Ares Palace or the Blackstone Labyrinth, he did not have the chance to make a move. He could only watch as little Wen Li, Grey Wolf and the barbarian Cao Shadow fought. After returning to the warrior guild outside the Star Field, he saw Yue Bing being bullied. This completely ignited the anger in his heart. He hadn't been able to fight for the past few days, but now he could finally fight to his heart's content. When Yue Yang smashed Shuzan, no one saw it clearly. However, when Yue Yang brutally slaughtered the level 2 evil ghost tooth eye, everyone saw it clearly, but they were all dumbfounded. This was an instant kill. Carrying a person and using only his legs to kill a level 2 evil eye ghost teeth, just what level had this kid's strength reached? This kid's summoned beast, could it be the strongest among strengthening type beasts, the mammoth? Yue Yang used his innate chi to check and found that Yue Bing was fine. She had only fainted due to overexertion of her spirit and spiritual chi. However, Yue Yang's heart was still burning with anger. A few men ganged up on a little girl, and not only did they beat her until she fainted, they even arrogantly used their feet to stomp on her chest. If this kind of person was not killed, would there still be justice in the world? When Yue Yang was prepared to start a massacre, behind him, Wei Tailang and Yi Kong, who was drenched in blood, finally rushed over. Yi Kong saw Shuzan, who was covered in blood on the ground, and was first shocked. Then, he hurriedly pounced forward and hugged Yue Yang's legs, shouting anxiously, "Wait, don't be impulsive. You can't kill people in the first and second floors of Tong Tian Tower. If you kill one person, the rules will restrict the killer from entering Tong Tian Tower for 10 years. If you want to kill them, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When you reach the 3rd floor, you can kill them however you want, but you can't kill them now. Tong Tian Tower is a world where the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, you can do anything. When you reach the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower and obtain the Judgment Sword, you can eliminate them like trash and kill them, but now, you don't have to waste your future for these few villains." Yue Yang really didn't know that the bottom floor of Tong Tian Tower actually had such a rule that forbade humans from killing each other. You can't kill people. As long as you kill one person, you will immediately be expelled from Tong Tian Tower. As for the remaining people, you won't be able to take revenge even if you want to. Calm down, you have to calm down. They must have used the 3-on-3 battle method to defeat Yue Bing. So, we also have to use the 3-on-3 battle method to retaliate against them. They proposed it first, so we can't refuse. We'll use the 3-on-3 battle method to get back at them. Yi Kong was afraid that Yue Yang would flatten Shuzan's skull that was already on the verge of death, so he tightly hugged Yue Yang's legs and refused to let go. "Can't I kill them?" When Yue Yang heard this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If he couldn't kill them, couldn't he torture them? After knocking down these pieces of trash, he would crush their bones one by one, twist their tendons, and then cripple their progeny, turning them into eunuchs. They would never be able to live, never be able to die. Wouldn't this be more satisfying than killing them? There were many ways to kill people. There was always an extremely fast instant kill. One was to slowly torture them to death. Compared to torturing them to death, instant killing was a very happy release for these fellows. Not only did he want to kill them, he wanted them to die painfully, to die in an ugly manner. He wanted them to suffer all kinds of torture, lose all their face, and finally die with their reputation ruined. Even if they died, they had to die in an incomparably tragic manner. "What? He's that trash? Yue Yan didn't tell me that. Did you guys recognize the wrong person? When Shen Tuhao heard the two people from the Lin clan say that Yue Yang was the most useless and useless third young master of the Yue clan, his eyes widened even more than lanterns. He would never have dreamed that the Yue clan's third young master, who was famous for being trash in the Soaring Dragon continent, would actually be as brave as a lion, as powerful as a tiger. It really looks like him, but he wasn't this scary before. The two disciples from the Lin clan were trembling in fear, like typhoid patients soaking in ice water. So it's like that. Yue Yang's hearing was astonishing. Hearing Shen Tuhao's words, he immediately judged that Yue Yang wasn't here. Thinking calmly, now that Yu Bing was being bullied, if Yue Yang, her cousin, was here and didn't help her, then he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Yue Yang wasn't here, so Yue Yang didn't have to worry that someone would find out that he wasn't the real Yue clan's third young master. Yue Yang's lips curled into a devilish smile as he looked at the few youngsters in front of him whose faces had turned pale from fright. Who said I wanted to kill them? Yi Kong, don't you know that I'm a firm supporter of pacifism? How could I possibly kill people? My heart is too kind, even more benevolent than an old granny who hasn't killed for 60 years. A person who loves life like me, how could I possibly kill people? Misunderstanding, you've all misunderstood me. Remember, I'm an extremely kind person. As Yue Yang spoke, he used his feet to step heavily on Shu Xian's body, who was barely breathing. Once, twice, until blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Shu Xian's 4 limbs had been mercilessly stepped on by Yue Yang. When the surrounding mercenaries heard Yue Yang stomping on Shu Xian's bones, they all felt like peeing in their pants. How was this guy kind? He was simply a demon. No, he was even scarier than a demon. At least a demon wouldn't claim to be kind. Shen Tuhao didn't care about Shu Xian's life or death. In his eyes, Shu Xian was just a dog. It would be best if he was killed by that good-for-nothing from the Yue clan. That way, the ancient code would be able to expel that good-for-nothing from Tong Tian Tower. If he couldn't enter Tong Tian Tower to train for 10 years, no matter if he was good-for-nothing or a fake good-for-nothing, he would still become trash. What he paid attention to was that strange demon wolf. From the looks of it, it was at least bronze rank level 3, bronze rank level 3 ironback demon wolf. No, it was bronze rank level 4. However, the strange thing was that it wasn't a contracted beast, but a pet that hadn't been contracted before. Could it be that the good-for-nothing from the Yue clan had such a strong beast, but was unable to contract it? If he used a contract scroll to contract it, wouldn't his strength increase greatly, like adding wings to a tiger? Shen Tuhao was initially shocked by the appearance of Wei Tai Lang. After careful observation, he realized that Wei Tai Lang wasn't Yue Yang's contracted beast, and was secretly delighted. The good-for-nothing from the Yue clan was really good for nothing. They couldn't even contract a bronze rank level 4 ironback demon wolf, letting it go to waste. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Shen Tuhao laughed coldly in his heart, but pretended to be angry on his face. Who are you? Shu Xian was kind-hearted, helping Yu Bing to get rid of the slave who killed his master. Not only were you not grateful, you even wanted to kill him. So ungrateful, so bloodthirsty and cruel, who exactly are you? When the mercenaries heard this, they almost gave Shen Tuhao a thumbs up. Being shameless to this extent was also a kind of realm. They couldn't help but admire him. Which eye of yours saw that I was ungrateful? Which eye of yours saw that I was bloodthirsty and cruel? Am I being cruel? I only invited his good friend to eat Shu Soul bone-crushing noodles. Look at how happy he was eating it. Am I being cruel? Yue Yang's foot heavily stepped on the unconscious Shu Xian's chest, causing his sternum to creak. Shu Xian's mouth and nose were bleeding profusely, looking like he was going to die at any time. Gentler, gentler. Yi Kong took out the cheapest medical stone from his bosom and crushed it, letting the white light of the medical treatment sprinkle onto Shu Xian's body. He had bought this before he went to Yulong Valley, and he couldn't bear to use it when he was injured. He really didn't expect that the medical stone would be used on this guy who he really wanted to chop into 18 pieces and feed to the wild dogs. Yi Kong was really afraid that this Yue clan third young master would trample Shu Xian to death, because if Shu Xian died, he would be expelled from Tong Tian Tower. At that time, not only would he be restricted for 10 years, he would also leave behind the unconscious Yu Bing. With just himself and the heavily injured Li clan brothers, how would they be able to escort Yu Bing out safely? So, no matter what, this Shu Xian must not die. Actually, Yi Kong didn't know that Yue Yang's control of the strength under his feet was very ingenious. He could break Xu Xian's bones and meridians, but not really kill him. In other words, it was easy for Xu Xian to die, but without Yue Yang's consent, it would be hard for him to die. The mercenaries saw that the demon man with shocking brute force was also ruthless in his words and actions. Evil people needed evil people to deal with them. These arrogant students met this demon man. It could be said that they met their nemesis. Yi Kong, help me look after Yu Bing. I'm very happy to see these good friends. I'm going to invite them to dinner. Wei Tai Lang, wait here, I'll reward you with a few bones later. Yu Yang carefully put down Yu Bing and handed her over to Yi Kong and Wei Tai Lang to look after her, while he himself quickly walked forward. He didn't care who was in front of him. Since they provoked him, if he couldn't kill them instantly, then he would torture them to death. Otherwise, they would really think that he was trash that everyone could bully. Slurp slurp, Wei Tai Lang didn't wait for Yu Yang's orders, and directly licked the fresh blood on the ground. If it wasn't for Yi Kong stopping it for fear that it would blame Yu Yang for killing Xu Xian, it would have already started gnawing on Xu Xian's thigh. Prepare for battle, team battle, defend against the enemy together. If it was a one-on-one battle, Shen Tu Hao wasn't very confident. After all, this Yu clan trash's aura was too fierce. It was too different from the rumors. His murderous demonic appearance made people's hearts turn cold. However, if it was a team battle, with the remaining 7 people's strength, surrounding this Yu clan trash, it would be a different story. No matter how strong his brute force was, how could he fight against more than 10 beasts? The only thing that made people a little afraid was that level 4 ironback demonic wolf, but it wasn't a contracted beast. As long as it joined the battle, then he could take the opportunity to use a contract scroll to subdue it and make it his contracted beast. At that time, boom 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 boom. Just as Shen Tu Hao was secretly feeling pleased with himself, a deafening sound rang out. Raising his head to look, he discovered that all his companions didn't even have the time to summon their beasts before they were beaten to the ground by that Yu clan trash. Every one of them had their teeth broken, and blood splashed out from their mouths. Even the Lin brothers, who had the fastest summoning speed, had only just taken out their summoning crystals when they were already beaten down. Yu Yang raised his leg high, and under the Lin brothers' despairing gazes, he heavily stomped down, mercilessly breaking their arms while they were still alive. Look at how good I am to you guys. I was afraid that treating you guys to 5 fingers flat cake, and hard hammering cornbread, wasn't enough, so I even treated you guys to soul broken bone noodles. Tell me, where else can you find such a generous friend like me? I'll have to trouble you guys to wait for a while. I'll go and greet this, Shen Tu. Ah, so your brother Shen Tu. I've long heard of brother Shen Tu's great name. I really admire brother Shen Tu's behavior of calling prostitutes without paying. This is a heroic act, and also a role model for my generation to learn from. Brother Shen Tu, I've heard that there's a type of brain juice mixed with blood wine that is extremely nutritious. I don't know if you've tried it before. Come, I'll treat you to a drink immediately. Since we were fated to meet today, we'll drink until we're drunk. Yue Yang's face revealed an exceptionally sincere smile. If one only looked at his radiant smile, then everyone would feel that he was a heartwarming and worthy friend. However, if they looked at the ground that was splattered with fresh blood, and those elite students who were in so much pain that they wished they were dead, everyone would feel extremely cold. Of course, there was also a very refreshing excitement. Evil people needed evil people to deal with them. These arrogant and shameless elite students had finally met their nemesis. Chapter 61. Shen Tu Hao's forehead was covered in sweat. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and forced himself to calm down. You are indeed very strong, far different from the rumors. However, if you think that you can definitely win against me, you are wrong. I am different from them. I am the true elite of the academy. He first let the bronze-ranked level 3 Manticore guard in front of him, to prevent Yue Yang's sneak attack, and then summoned a black-armored warrior. A large amount of black light emerged from the feet of the black-armored warrior, and finally turned into black smoke. It floated lightly, and as if it had a life of its own, it enveloped Shen Tu Hao's body. The black-armored warrior also hugged Shen Tu Hao. Very quickly, within 3 seconds, the black-armored warrior disappeared, and the surface of Shen Tu Hao's body was covered with a thick layer of black battle armor. Even his face and eyes were protected behind the thick and heavy battle armor. Those who were familiar with Shen Tu Hao knew that this was one of the Shen Tu clan's world-famous beasts, the Black Armored Warrior. It belonged to the strengthening type beast, and when it was summoned, it could increase its master's attack power by 5 times and defense by 10 times for an hour. Its powerful defense was even stronger than the stone skin and iron skin type of beasts. This is Black Armored Warrior. A sharp-eyed warrior was the first to recognize it. Heavens, this battle looks like it's going to be tough. The surrounding warriors realized that the battle situation was out of their expectations. Strengthening type beasts like the Black Armored Warrior were very rare. To be able to summon an armor to protect its master, it had to be at least level 3, which was even rarer. In the eyes of the mercenaries, this arrogant party leader Shen Tu really did have the ability to be arrogant. This party leader Shen Tu not only had a bronze-ranked level 3 strong beast, Manticore, he also had a strengthening type beast, Black Armored Warrior, that was not inferior to the Manticore. With the two combined, the strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If that young man with astonishing brute force and outstanding battle skills also had a contracted beast, and let it restrain the Manticore, the pressure would be much lighter. Right now, just relying on battle skills to fight against two strong summoned beasts was really a bit strenuous. Be careful, the Black Warrior is a type of strengthened beast that can transform into armor. Not only can it increase the main body's battle strength, it can also evolve in battle, changing the shape of the armor, forming bone spikes that can counterattack. Yi Kong was afraid that Yue Yang did not understand beasts, and would be at a disadvantage when fighting with Shen Tu Hao, and hurriedly warned him loudly. Without a beast, just relying on battle skills is useless. No matter how strong your battle skills are, you can only be a coolie mercenary at most. Shen Tu Hao was most afraid that Yue Yang would launch a sneak attack on him during the summoning process. Just now, Yue Yang's super fast attack speed had given him a huge fright. However, he realized that Yue Yang did not step forward and was waiting quietly for him to complete the summoning. Instantly, he regained his confidence. He looked at Yue Yang standing there quietly and thought that he had calmed Yue Yang down. He couldn't help but let out an arrogant laugh. Do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. Shen Tu Hao proudly took out a jet black, shiny crystal from his bosom, and shook it in front of Yue Yang, his voice full of ridicule. Do you know what this is? Sharp-bladed puppet, a product of the Yu clan. Following Shen Tu Hao's summoning, the light from the crystal flashed, and a metal puppet that was more than 4 meters tall was summoned by him. The metal puppet's mechanical arms were abnormally thick, and on each arm's pulley, there were 3 sharp blades. Below it were barrel-type rollers, covered with spikes. When everyone saw this metal puppet appear, they all broke out in cold sweat for Yue Yang in their hearts. With the help of this sharp-bladed puppet with terrifying attack power, it would be hard for this young master Shen Tu to lose even if he wanted to. After that, although the battle did not start, everyone knew what kind of tactics Shen Tu Hao would use. The sharp-bladed puppet would be the main attack, the Manticore would be the sneak attack, and Shen Tu Hao, who had the Black Warrior's protection, would only need to continuously defend, and he would be able to tire his opponent to death, obtaining the final victory. Do you see that? This is the difference between me and you, it is also the difference between heaven and trash. Shen Tu Hao arrogantly waved his hand, and the rollers below the sharp-bladed puppet immediately rolled towards Yue Yang. The 6 blades on its wrist started to rotate at high speed, forming 2 terrifying, cutting blade circles on the left and right. As long as it lightly touched him, he believed that his limbs would be broken and his body crippled. Yi Kong's heart sank, he was very anxious. He had a body full of battle experience, but because he had lost his beast, he was of no help to the battle situation at all. It was not that there was no way to fight against the valiant sharp-bladed puppet. The best way was to destroy its wrist joints. As long as it lost the 6 blades that were rotating at high speed, this puppet would just be a decoration. However, Yi Kong did not have a beast, rushing forward would only be throwing his life away. He could only watch anxiously as Yue Yang fought. He did not know if Yue Yang had done any research on puppet techniques. If this Yu clan's 3rd young master had not done any research on puppet techniques at all, and had only focused on training his battle skills, then he would be in danger. A Yu clan disciple was defeated by a puppet beast made by the Yu clan. This was really a bitter irony. Yue Yang did not dodge, and stared blankly at the sharp-bladed puppet rolling towards him. Wah! The mercenaries all clenched their fists tightly. They really could not bear to see the tragic scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Why didn't he dodge? Everyone did not understand. Could it be that this brute force young man was scared silly? As a victorious smile appeared on Shen Tuhao's lips, Yue Yang suddenly leapt into the air lightly. His legs landed lightly on the sharp-bladed puppet's shoulders. The sharp-bladed puppet's reaction was extremely fast, and immediately twisted its arms unbelievably. One left and one right, the cutting blade circles sliced towards Yue Yang's legs at high speed. Yue Yang did not stop. He somersaulted agilely like a swallow, jumped up, and landed on the ground. Behind him, sparks from the cutting of metal shot out, after a series of ear-piercing cutting sounds that made people feel uncomfortable. A few broken blades bounced up one after another, flying high into the sky. The sharp-bladed puppet, which had suffered 2 deep wounds on its neck, suddenly fell a few times. Sparks of electricity crackled on its body, and then with a rumble, it fell in front of Yue Yang. A metal head broke off from its neck, rolling to Yue Yang's feet. As if he was playing with a toy, Yue Yang casually stepped on the sharp-bladed puppet's metal head that was severely deformed and crackling with sparks. He showed a disappointed expression. Is this what a genius looks like? Using the Yu clan's puppet to deal with a Yu clan disciple. The person who came up with this idea, is he really a genius? Is he really an elite from an academy? Alright, if this is considered a genius, then I'd rather be called trash by others. Yi Kong was so excited that he almost fainted. A sharp-bladed puppet that was impossible for a normal warrior to defeat, in front of this Yu clan's third young master who was called trash by the world, was simply a joke. Good. The mercenaries also excitedly waved their fists, cheering for Yue Yang. Although everyone knew that destroying the puppet's head and destroying the puppet's array was the smartest way to deal with puppet beasts, almost no one could do this. However, almost no one could do this. Everyone who encountered a puppet beast could only use the stupidest method, which was to continuously run away. No one dared to take the risk of approaching it. The puppet beast's attack power was extremely ferocious. As long as one was hit by it, one's life would be over. This was not the first time they saw a warrior destroying the puppet beast's head. On the contrary, they had seen all kinds of methods, but they had never seen a method that was simpler and more effective than the one just now. When they saw the mocking expression on Yue Yang's face, they couldn't help but feel a warmth in their hearts. They couldn't help but clap and cheer for this brat. He was really too arrogant and too cool. He could play with the enemy in the palm of his hand without using any strength at all. What was this? This brat wasn't playing with battle skills, but art. Cool. If there was a word to describe the unsuppressible excitement in everyone's hearts, it would be cool. Who knew how long it had been since they had seen such a cool battle? The ashen-faced Shen Tuhao stared dumbfoundedly for a long time before he recovered from his shocked state. He shouted in panic, "Do you think you can defeat me like this? I admit that summoning the sharp-bladed puppet in front of you was a small mistake, but let me tell you, my strength is definitely not just this." Yue Yang nodded, took out a copper coin and threw it in front of Shen Tuhao. "Clown, slowly perform. This young master is very happy watching. This is your reward." Chapter 62 Inches Yu. Shen Tuhao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His face contorted as he roared, "I will kill you. It's always nice to dream." Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. "Wei Tai Lang, play with this clown for a while." Although this clown is a bit weak, he still knows how to be funny. Wei Tai Lang heard this and immediately became spirited. He howled towards the sky and flew towards the manticore. Although the bronze rank level 3 manticore was one level lower than Wei Tai Lang, under Shen Tuhao's command, it roared fearlessly and charged towards Wei Tai Lang. Its bloody mouth fiercely bit towards Wei Tai Lang's hind legs. If it was not a contracted beast, it would definitely choose to attack Wei Tai Lang's throat. With its speed, biting the ironback demonic wolf that was one level higher than itself and was known for its agility, the difficulty was not small, but Shen Tuhao had fought for a long time and was very familiar with the weaknesses of various beasts. He had also learned techniques to deal with agile beasts like wolves, dogs and foxes. 1 throat, 2 spine, 3 hind legs. If he wanted to use a lion, tiger or leopard type beast that relied on explosive power to kill a wolf, dog or fox that was known for its agility and speed, he had to find its biggest weakness to launch a surprise attack, or destroy its specialty. If he could not bite the ironback demonic wolf's throat, its back was no longer a weakness, so he had to choose to destroy its specialty and cripple its claws. Otherwise, With Wei Tailang's agility, the manticore that was one level lower would only be exhausted to death. Shen Tuhao had confidence in the manticore, because Wei Tailang was not a contracted beast. No matter how smart it was, it only had its instincts. Without a master's command, even if it was one level higher than the manticore, it would not be able to defeat the manticore that had its own mental command. In Shangjing Academy, there was a famous saying, "Only contracted beasts can be called beasts, otherwise, they are called wild beasts." Wei Tailang twisted its body in midair, dodging the manticore's sharp teeth. The moment it landed, it quickly leapt back and clawed at the manticore's mouth that it could not retract in time. Blood splashed. When the manticore angrily chased after it, Wei Tailang had already leapt into the air and agilely dodged the manticore's attack. Just as the manticore turned around to attack, Wei Tailang's sharp claws scratched the manticore's buttocks, leaving behind several bloody marks. The mercenaries were drooling as they watched. As expected of a bronze-ranked level 4 ironback demonic wolf, although he was only one level higher, he was able to ignore the difference in size and beat the bronze-ranked level 3 manticore to the point where it couldn't even tell north from south. This was still relying on its instincts to fight. If it was contracted and had a master to command it, wouldn't its combat strength increase by several times? It would be great if he could contract an ironback demonic wolf. Unfortunately, bronze-ranked beasts couldn't be casually contracted. Let alone a level 2 braveman. Even a level 3 hero would have a hard time contracting one. Right now, this ironback demonic wolf was bronze rank level 4. It seemed that one would need at least a level 4 hero to be able to contract it. Grey Wolf, you idiot. What's the use of randomly grabbing at me? The manticore's skin was thick and its flesh was thick. How long would it take to fight like this? You should have bitten its balls and burst its chrysanthemum. Do you know what a vital point is? Yue Yang shouted loudly, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Biting the eggs and bursting the anus. As long as everyone thought of this kind of tactic, they would feel a chill in their pants. Although they didn't want to admit it, but if this kind of tactic succeeded, it would undoubtedly be the most painful and disastrous blow to the enemy. Yue Yang originally didn't want to let Grey Wolf fight. He wanted to rush up himself and beat Shen Tuhao to the ground with a few punches. He wanted to beat this bastard to the point where he had to look for his teeth all over the floor. Then, he would use his feet to fiercely step on him, turning all the bones in his body into a pile of dregs. Then, he would untie his belt and pee on him. Finally, he would make Shen Tuhao kneel in front of him like a dog, lick his shoes, and kowtow to him while crying and begging for mercy. However, he noticed that there was one more person at the side of the arena. It was the beautiful city mistress Fallen Flowers. She was secretly observing him, looking like a curious little baby. Other than her, there was another person. This person had an ordinary appearance. If he was thrown into a crowd, even if you walked in front of him 100 times, you wouldn't be able to recognize him. Under Yue Yang's divine vision, he discovered that this person was rather strong. Just based on energy alone, this guy could give him a feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens among a large group of mercenary warriors. He was only below the dangerous city mistress Fallen Flowers, the embroidered clothed beauty. On the surface, this person was dressed like a normal mercenary, with no special characteristics at all. Yue Yang didn't notice his existence at the start. It was only when he jumped lightly before destroying the sharp-bladed puppet's head that a ray of light flashed in this person's eyes, revealing his identity as a strong warrior. What made Yue Yang most vigilant was that this person was holding an extremely strange hexagonal crystal in his hand. He aimed it at the battlefield, as if he was recording the entire process. This person's actions made Yue Yang's heart calm down. Of course he had to teach Shen Tuhao a lesson, but he definitely couldn't expose the secret that he was a newly advanced innate ranker. Hence, Yue Yang thought of a poisonous plan. He wanted to give everyone here a misconception, and let those fellows who thought themselves to be smart follow the illusion that he had laid out, and never suspect that he was an innate ranker in the future. Hence, he sent Wei Tailang up first, to fight against Shen Tuhao's manticore. Be careful, Shen Tuhao might use the contract scroll when Wei Tailang is injured. A seriously injured beast spirit is dispirited, and its willpower is weak. It's very easy for the opponent to sign a contract with it. Yi Kong rushed to Yue Yang's side, and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. However, when he saw Yue Yang's faint smiling eyes, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. Pausing for a while, he continued, I'm thinking why Shen Tuhao is so against Yu Bing, maybe it's because of competition. The Shen Tu family also has a very talented little girl, who is about the same age as Yu Bing. She is also a target of the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion's evaluation, and is a candidate to become an honorary disciple. If Shen Tu Hao suppresses Yu Bing, then the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion will definitely choose his sister first. So it's like that. When Yue Yang heard this, he understood a little. Why would Shen Tu Hao invite Yu Bing to Tong Tian Tower so enthusiastically? So it was because he wanted to destroy Yu Bing with his own hands, so that she could not improve. After she entered Tong Tian Tower, not only did she fail in the trials, her strength had also greatly decreased. Shen Tu Hao dared to suppress Yu Bing so openly. He believed that it was related to the Yan clan, one of the 4 great clans, supporting him from behind, right? The Yan clan had always wanted to surpass the Yu clan. For a genius girl like Yu Bing, the Yan clan would not let go of the chance to suppress her. As for Yu Yan, Yue Yang did not rule out the possibility that this fellow was colluding with the enemy. Yue Yang's heart was burning with anger, but the smile on his lips became even wider. Wasn't it just playing a little bit of tricks? Who wouldn't? In this game of family competition, which was full of open and secret struggles, let's see who would destroy who. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Sweeping his gaze across the expert, hiding in the crowd, Yue Yang took off his shirt and tore it into strips of cloth. Then, he wrapped the unconscious Yu Bing up. This action made everyone, including Yi Kong, confused. Wrapping Yu Bing up with strips of cloth, what was the meaning of this? Yi Kong scratched his head in confusion. Everyone who was paying attention to Yue Yang also frowned. Normally, this brat would not do anything useless. Why did he not care about the battle between Wei Tai Lang and the Manticore, and did such a useless action? What was the use of tearing his clothes into strips and wrapping his sister up? Anyone with a bit of brains would not think that this was a casual action. This brute force brat must be plotting something. The problem was that no one could guess what his plot was. This was the most troublesome part. In the arena, the battle continued. On Wei Tai Lang's body, several bloody wounds appeared. These were caused by the Manticore's claws. No matter how fast it was, without the consciousness of its master, it could not dodge all the attacks by relying on its instincts. However, in comparison, the Manticore, which was 1 level lower, was in a much more sorry state. The Manticore was now covered in wounds, dripping with blood. Although there was not a single fatal wound, its battle strength had already begun to be affected and was gradually weakening. Even a blind person could see that the Manticore, which was 1 level lower, was not Wei Tai Lang's opponent. A normal level 1 lion might be able to defeat a level 2 wolf, but a level 3 lion would not be able to defeat a level 4 wolf. Among high-level beasts, even if there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference in strength would be at least a few times. Not to mention, the difference in strength between bronze-ranked elite beasts was even greater. Therefore, even if the bronze-ranked level 3 Manticore had a master to command it, it was not strange that it could not defeat the uncontracted and uncommanded Wei Tai Lang. Scorpion Tail Hook. Shen Tu Hao did not panic, as if he had already expected this result. He laughed coldly and commanded the Manticore to use its final move, Scorpion Tail. That Scorpion Tail had not attacked at all. After Shen Tu Hao gave the order to attack, the Manticore, which had already prepared for a long time, pounced. The Scorpion Tail streaked through the air as fast as lightning, accurately piercing into Wei Tai Lang's lower abdomen. Wei Tai Lang rolled over, dodging the Scorpion Tail hook. Instead, it allowed the Scorpion Tail to circle around its body. Taking advantage of the situation, its sharp teeth bit into the base of the Manticore's Scorpion Tail, biting it tightly and refusing to let go. With its weak point attacked, the Manticore immediately howled miserably. The long Scorpion Tail swung wildly, but Wei Tai Lang still refused to let go. Shen Tu Hao's face did not reveal any expression of pain, but instead had a strange fanaticism as he ordered the Manticore to escape. Wei Tai Lang used its mouth to tear the entire Scorpion Tail off. The Manticore painfully escaped back to Shen Tu Hao's side, wailing incessantly. However, Shen Tu Hao did not comfort it. Instead, he took out an exquisite rune scroll from his bosom and opened it. A bright white light shone and enveloped Wei Tai Lang. "Good child, now you are mine. Come, I'm not that trash, he can't contract such a good demon wolf like you. I'm different, I'm a high-level hero. Come, sign a contract with me." Yi Kong panicked, but he realized that Yue Yang did not move and only looked at him coldly. He almost fainted. He knew that Yue Yang did not like Wei Tai Lang, and had beaten and kicked it. However, he could not let Shen Tu Hao contract Wei Tai Lang now. Wei Tai Lang was not only a bronze rank level 4 iron-back demon wolf, it was also tamed. This was a 1 in a million good beast. However, what Yi Kong did not know was that the balance point and evolution point of Wei Tai Lang's demonic qi lay in Yue Yang's innate qi. Even if it died, it would not leave Yue Yang. Good child, my precious baby, come. Shen Tu Hao continued to tempt Wei Tai Lang. Wei Tai Lang's eyes seemed to be blurred as it staggered towards Shen Tu Hao. Yi Kong almost fainted as he watched. Yet, it was as if Yue Yang had been petrified. His body did not move at all. Just when everyone was feeling anxious for Yue Yang, Wei Tai Lang suddenly moved. Like a whirlwind, it had already pounced into Shen Tu Hao's embrace. Its dense and sharp teeth fiercely bit down, biting towards the contract scroll in Shen Tu Hao's hands. That contract scroll exploded with a boom. Shen Tu Hao's contract failed, the scroll was destroyed, and at the same time, Wei Tai Lang's mental attack caused him to immediately hold his head in pain, and could not help but scream. The armored black samurai on his body, because of its master's mental weakening, was cut off and immediately separated. It could no longer maintain its strengthened state with its master. Before the black samurai could return to the crystal, a long spear had already pierced through like a thunderbolt, piercing into the black hole in the black samurai's eye socket like a hot knife through butter. The black samurai did not have a physical body, it was only a spirit wearing an armor. After receiving such a fatal blow, it immediately became like a deflated balloon, countless black gas gushing out from its mouth and nose. In the end, its body exploded with a boom, the black samurai was killed on the spot. A few pieces of broken armor fell to the ground with a clang. There was only one moment when strengthening type beasts were at their weakest, and that was the moment when they were separated from their master. If they were to receive a heavy injury at that moment, they would definitely die. Although Yue Yang was not familiar with the basics of beasts, he had seen this kind of record more than once in the pitiful guy's parents' notebook. In fact, this kind of battle technique was also the pitiful guy's father's favorite technique to break the enemy. Shen Tu Hao's black samurai's body exploded on the spot, and its mind was heavily injured. With another miserable howl, its body swayed and almost fell to the ground. The 2 summoning crystals in his hands had shattered into pieces. When he once again looked at his manticore in despair, he discovered that Wei Tai Lang was currently biting the manticore's throat, and the long spear that had instantly killed the black samurai was now deeply stabbed into the manticore's anus, causing a super big anus explosion. Young Master Shen Tu, how does it feel to turn from a genius to a cripple in an instant? Isn't it great? I know you feel great. You who are born to be abused, there's no reason for you not to feel like dying right now. Young Master Shen Tu, don't you have a lot of beasts? Let me tell you, in the future, if you have a beast, I will instantly kill it. I believe that you will definitely be very satisfied with this kind of beautiful life that never sees the light of day. Yi Kong, Li Qi, Li Jie, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve young Master Shen Tu. Yue Yang retracted his spear, and the long spear that was stained with the manticore's blood and intestines swept across Shen Tu Hao's face. Immediately, Shen Tu Hao's teeth shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Shen Tu Hao did not even have the time to scream. On the other side, Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie, who were covered in wounds, pounced forward like mad dogs, beating and kicking Shen Tu Hao who was lying on the ground. When everyone recovered from their shock, Shen Tu Hao had already become a bloody man covered in cuts and bruises. The ordinary-looking expert finally moved. The first thing he did was not to save Shen Tu Hao, but to kidnap Yu Bing. As if he had been waiting for thousands of years, Yue Yang changed from motionlessness to extreme speed, flying across the vast sky. Using the extremely ordinary spear in his hands that had instantly killed the black samurai and the manticore, like thunder from the ninth heaven, it pierced upwards, piercing towards the area between the legs of the expert, who was about to kidnap Yu Bing. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Obediently offer up your anus. When Yue Yang said this, everyone fell to the ground. Chapter 63. In that instant, that extremely ordinary-looking expert with hidden strength realized that he had made a few mistakes. The first was that he had misjudged the situation. He thought that he had concealed himself well, but he did not expect that the opponent had already discovered him secretly. The second was that he had misjudged the opponent's reaction speed, or in other words, the opponent's target was him, and not Shen Tu Hao and the other students. This despicable and shameless young man with shocking brute force had already set up a trap, and was waiting for him to fall into it. The third was that he had misjudged the opponent's eyesight. His biggest weakness was his lower body, and the opponent's target was to attack his lower body. This was definitely not a coincidence, but the opponent had completely seen through his weakness. Summoning Grimoire. The danger of death exploded in the ordinary man's heart. He did not care about attacking Yu Bing in front of him, and shouted loudly. In an instant, a silver grimoire appeared out of thin air, and at the same time, an orange light shot out. A circular light barrier quickly spread out, protecting his body. The ordinary spear that had pierced into his lower body had turned into fine powder under the light barrier's spreading. Even so, this ordinary-looking expert, with hidden strength, still painfully knelt on the ground, clutching his lower body. He was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. Although Yue Yang's spear attack just now was not able to kill the opponent instantly, it had severely injured the opponent's lower body. With his divine eye, he could see that the greatest weakness of this ordinary-looking expert was his lower body. There was something strange about this person's body. Yue Yang's current divine vision inherent skill could not see what this strange thing was, but Yue Yang could see that the opponent's biggest weakness was his lower body. There seemed to be an energy core there, and with just a light attack, it could cause a huge damage. The facts also proved that Yue Yang's judgment was not wrong. If this guy was not an expert, with a summoning grimoire, and had a light barrier protecting his body, he would have fallen under Yue Yang's spear long ago. Yue Yang secretly sighed. He did not expect this guy to be a grimoire contractor, and his surprise attack was not 100% successful. Yue Yang was concerned about Yu Bing's safety. When the enemy was clutching his lower body and groaning in pain, he quickly flashed to the side of Yu Bing and bent down to carry her on his back. The shirt that had been torn into strips of cloth came in handy now. Yue Yang bent down and firmly tied Yu Bing's soft body to his back. The mercenaries were dazzled by his actions. They suddenly realized that this brat had a plan to carry his sister and escape from the beginning. No wonder he made such an unpredictable move. Yi Kong, Li Qi, Li Jie, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yue Yang shouted and rushed out of the crowd. He snatched a spear from a dumbfounded mercenary. Yi Kong and the others were stunned. At first, but they suddenly realized that the crotch-covering expert had pressed his hand on his grimoire and summoned a dark red teleportation door. They could not help but feel their scalps go numb, scared out of their wits. Heavens, this ordinary-looking crotch-covering expert was actually a demon worshipper. He was summoning the Demon's Gate. Don't panic, everyone retreat. The face of the embroidered clothed city mistress Fallen Flowers changed. Her pale golden eyebrows slightly furrowed. With a point of her jade-like hand, a gold grimoire that was twice the size of a bronze grimoire was summoned. A golden barrier surrounded her beautiful body like a golden vase, faintly seeming to have substance. At this moment, the three-tailed snow fox under her feet had expanded 10 times, turning into an extremely seductive six-tailed fox spirit. Its 6 tails moved even though there was no wind. It was incomparably beautiful, as if it was dancing gracefully, like a willow in the wind. Inside the dark red demon's gate, countless monsters ran out. There was an endless number of them. When the mercenaries saw this, other than a few skilled and courageous mercenaries who dared to stay, the others were so scared that they screamed and ran away. Inside the Devil's Gate, monsters surged out like a tidal wave. Some were big and some were small, some had yellow skin, some had green skin, some had sharp fangs, some had sharp claws, some had small bodies, some had fireballs in their hands, some had twisted horns and crimson eyes, some had huge bodies like mountains of flesh. At this time, Yue Yang was also dumbfounded. He did not think that there would be such consequences. Before Yue Yang attacked the crotch-covering expert, he instinctively felt that the ordinary-looking guy who had been secretly taking pictures of him had an indescribable danger. However, he really did not think that this guy could summon a demon's gate that could release evil spirits from hell. Now, if he did not quickly destroy the teleportation door and let Demon King Ha Xin escape, he would be finished. Of course, Yue Yang, who had just crossed over to the Soaring Dragon continent for a few months, did not know how strict the conditions to summon a Demon King of Hell were. That would require the sacrifice of 100 lives, in addition to the summoner's life. A normal demon's gate could only summon evil spirits whose battle power was below level 5, and could not summon a Demon King of Hell. That night, if Xie Huo had not been forced by Yue Yang to the point that he had no other choice, he would definitely not have sacrificed his own life to summon Demon King Ha Xin. What do we do now? Yi Kong, who had escaped to Yue Yang's side, was so scared that his teeth were chattering. Countless evil spirits surged out from the demon's gate, pouncing towards the mercenaries who were watching from the sidelines. A small number of mercenaries who could not escape in time were pounced on by the tide-like monsters and torn to pieces. Seeing that the situation was not good, the mercenaries who were running away all pulled out their weapons or summoned their beasts in order to protect themselves, fighting against the evil spirits that were chasing after them. However, other than an extremely small number of mercenary warriors who could barely hold on, the weaker mercenaries fell into a disadvantageous position in the blink of an eye. Especially those who were surrounded by evil spirits, they were on the verge of death. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was dressed in embroidered clothes, raised her lily-white hand and summoned a golden scepter. As soon as this golden scepter was inserted into the ground, a golden light wave spread from the scepter at an extremely fast speed, covering an area of 100 meters. The evil spirits that were within the range of the golden light wave all screamed in pain. The weakest yellow-skinned and green-skinned monsters fell to the ground in the golden light, unable to get up. However, the human warriors felt their whole bodies full of energy, as if there was a burst of power bursting out from the depths of their bodies. They could not help but shout excitedly, "Ha! King's order!" Yue Yang discovered that the embroidered clothed beauty, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, had taken out another golden badge and summoned a burst of white light. In an instant, a white halo appeared under everyone's feet. Although his estimation was not necessarily very accurate, Yue Yang felt that his body had at least doubled in strength. His physical strength and senses were all greatly enhanced under the blessing of the white halo. Once the king's order is out, everyone must fight the devil, or else they will be punished as deserters. The embroidered clothed beauty's delicate voice made the hearts of all the mercenaries tremble. She turned her face and said to Yue Yang, "Little thief, you hold that devil worshipper for only 2 minutes, I will destroy this devil's portal." Great Judgment Summon, Aurora. A small ball of light appeared in the hand of the embroidered clothed beauty, City Mistress Fallen Flowers. After it merged with her delicate body, it caused her whole body to surge with a burst of cold white light. Then, all the white light condensed in the palm of her right hand. If this energy burst out, Yue Yang believed that its power would be comparable to Demon King Ha Xin's green light. However, compared to Demon King Ha Xin, this embroidered clothed beauty called City Mistress Fallen Flowers took too long to condense. Moreover, it was rather strenuous for her to condense it, unlike Demon King Ha Xin who could release it at will. The long spear in Yue Yang's hand spun, killing a few evil spirits that pounced towards him. Carrying the unconscious Yu Bing on his back, he flew towards the crotch-covering expert who was enduring the pain and stood up. This ordinary-looking crotch-covering expert endured the pain and summoned a monster that was covered in thick smoke. When Yi Kong saw it, he immediately shouted, "He wants to use the smoke monster to spread smoke and cause a large number of human deaths. He is preparing to use human blood as a sacrifice. Quickly kill that smoke monster." The method, that's right, the method to deal with the smoke monster is to find the location of the smoke monster's crystal and destroy it. Yue Yang did not know what smoke monster was. To him, this thing was a relatively unfamiliar demon abyss creature. However, with his divine vision, the smoke monster's weakness could not be hidden. Actually, earlier, when he stabbed the crotch-covering expert's lower body, it was not because he liked to attack vulgarly, but to attack the monster's weakness. There was a summoned beast on the crotch-covering expert's body. Yue Yang judged that the summoned beast was a special type shapeshifting summoned beast based on the crotch-covering expert's appearance and body shape. It disguised the crotch-covering expert as an ordinary-looking mercenary, covering up the fact that he was a demon worshipper. However, when Yue Yang shot the special type shapeshifting beast's crystal core hidden in its owner's lower body, the crotch-covering expert misunderstood that Yue Yang had seen through his identity as a demon worshipper. Immediately, he desperately summoned the Devil's Gate. The six-tailed fox spirit was even faster than Yue Yang. With a wave of its 6 tails, it emitted a wonderful fragrance that seeped into one's lungs. The smoke monster, which was not afraid of physical attacks, screamed in pain and rolled around in the fragrance. Its body was extremely condensed, and in the end, only a cloud of smoke and a black pearl were left. Before Yue Yang could capture it, the greedy Wei Tai Lang had already opened its mouth and swallowed the smoke monster whole, then gulped it down as if it was eating a tonic. "FCK, you lowly dog, you eat everything. Do you know how much this magic crystal can be sold for?" Yue Yang was furious and kicked Wei Tai Lang a few meters away. "Awoo, Wei Tai Lang crawled up and ran back to Yue Yang's feet, wagging its tail fiercely. Scram further away, I get annoyed just by looking at you. Yue Yang did not fall for its trick. Little thief, as the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The demons from the abyss have invaded our human territory, so we have to retaliate. Do you dare to follow me and attack the abyss? Although your combat skills are not of much help at the moment, as an elite human, you should follow me to the abyss to gain experience and train your courage. Do you dare to attack the abyss with me? City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was dressed in embroidered clothes, had finally finished condensing her energy. There was a huge ball of light with terrifying power in her palm. As long as she shot it out, she believed that all the enemies in a straight line would be turned into ashes by her. Attack the abyss. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Yue Yang's forehead. Who said that demons were the crazy ones? Humans were even crazier than demons. How could they do something as dangerous as attacking the abyss? Let's not talk about whether they would meet the demon king of hell. What if the teleportation gate disappeared and they couldn't return? Chapter 64. In the Warriors Guild, the alarm rang loudly. Another deafening bell sound reverberated for a long time, spreading far and wide. Close to 100 small teleportation doors appeared in front of the Warriors Guild. Elite human guards wearing gold or silver armor rushed over with a rumbling sound. Yue Yang saw a man whose entire body was covered in flames riding on a blazing lion. He flew through the air, bringing with him a huge ball of flames, and exploded into a large group of small monsters from hell, burning the surrounding area into charred ground. Then, he majestically jumped down from the blazing lion and knelt on one knee in front of the beautiful city mistress Fallen Flowers. He raised his voice and shouted, "Yan clan of Da Sha, Yan Po Jun, is here to listen to your orders." When the evil spirits surrounded him, Yan Po Jun waved his hand in a flashy manner. Scorching flames exploded, burning all the evil spirits that surrounded him into charcoal. Yan Po Jun is here to kill the evil spirits. How can I, Feng Qi Sha, not be here? A weird person wearing a demon bone-piercing armor appeared on the battlefield, holding a strange blade that was filled with demonic qi. With a wave of that terrifying demonic blade, all the monsters that it slashed were actually corroded, their souls devoured by the demonic blade and died. HMPH, the Feng and Yan clan are so impressive. An extremely cold voice resounded through the skies. Then, a tornado spun in the middle of the battlefield, sweeping countless evil spirits into the sky, freezing them into ice sculptures before falling to the ground. In the tornado, there was a handsome man with hair that was as white as snow. His eyes were as cold as frost as he stared coldly at Yue Yang. He didn't look at the majestic-looking Yan Po Jun, nor did he look at the demonic Feng Qi Sha. Instead, he stared at Yue Yang, who was quietly hiding behind City Mistress Fallen Flowers, admiring the beautiful scenery. This really made Yue Yang want to faint. "You flaunt your power. I look at my scenery. No one is interfering with the other. Why are you staring at me as if I'm your father's murderer?" Normally, the pitiful guy was even more of an otaku than Yue Yang. He usually shut himself in his house and was a good boy who slept early and woke up early. He was not like Yue Yang, who would climb over the wall to flirt with girls in the middle of the night. What kind of deep hatred did the pitiful guy have with this Ice Cube guy? Could it be that the Ice Cube guy wanted to have sex with the pitiful guy, but was rejected by the pitiful guy, and his love turned into hatred? When Yue Yang thought of this, his heart turned cold. Three great killing stars. Yi Kong was so excited that his mouth was trembling. He looked like a little fan who had just seen a super idol appear, wishing that he could show his butt and let his idol sign his name on it. His eyes were burning with passion. Wah wah. Actually, it wasn't just Yi Kong. Even the mercenaries who were in the midst of a bitter battle and the elite guards who had just arrived all revealed incomparably excited expressions. Their battle power had increased greatly. What are the three great killing stars? The only person who didn't know about the three great killing gods was Yue Yang. You can't be right. Yi Kong's jaw dropped to the ground. He didn't even know about the humans' three great killing stars. Could it be that this Yu clan's third young master had lived in the deep mountains and forests all his life and had never seen anyone before? The three great killing stars were the names bestowed by the Warriors Guild to the most outstanding youths of the younger generation. They were respectively, Qi Sha, Po Jun and Tan Lang. These three great killing stars were obtained by the most outstanding youths of the four great clans, Feng clan, Yan clan and Shui clan. Hence, their names were changed to Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang. As for the Yu clan, although they were also one of the 4 great clans and had many geniuses, Yu Tian and Yu Yang were still lacking compared to Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang. If Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang were the strongest of the younger generation and the strongest of the younger generation, then Yu Tian and Yu Yan would be the strongest of the younger generation. Although Yu Tian and Yu Yan's innate beasts were outstanding, they still couldn't be compared to the abnormal strength of Feng Qixia and the other 2. Looking at Shen Tu Hao, an elite of the 4 great clans, he couldn't even be considered as one of the strongest among the younger generation. At most, he could be considered as the leader of the 2nd class. Feng Qixia was a proud disciple of the Southern Floating Mist sect, one of the 4 great clans. His strengthening type beast, demonic battle armor, had always been unrivaled among the younger generation. Yan Po Jun was a proud disciple of the Thunderous Lion Pagoda, one of the 4 great clans. His beast-type beast, Flaming Lion King, was extremely intelligent and had a variety of battle techniques. He was able to fight at close range and long range. Even Shui Tan Lang, who was publicly acknowledged as the strongest and most arrogant, felt that he was a formidable opponent. His evaluation of Yan Po Jun was even higher than Feng Qixia, who was the first to become famous. Shui Tan Lang was a proud disciple of the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, one of the 4 great clans. His element-type beast, Tornado Storm, was an abnormality that was publicly acknowledged. He had once defeated his clan's elder when he was 9 years old, shocking the entire Soaring Dragon continent. The sect leader of the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace loved his talent and personally accepted him as his last disciple. Even Feng Qixia and Yan Po Jun, who had been famous for a long time, looked at Shui Tan Lang, the youngest, Ice Cube guy, in a new light. Yan Po Jun and Feng Qixia did not know who Yue Yang was. They thought that he was just an ordinary thief, so they did not care about him. Who would have thought that Shui Tan Lang, the Ice Cube guy, did not care about anyone else? He directly walked in front of Yue Yang and snorted coldly, "I know you, Yu clan's 3rd young master. Although I don't know why you despise my sister, and I don't want to know, I am extremely angry at you for heartlessly abandoning my sister. Tell me a time and place, I want to fight you to the death." Yue Yang was dumbfounded. When did he abandon this Ice Cube guy's sister? Wait a minute, could it be that this Ice Cube guy was Miss Shui's brother? If that was the case, it would make sense. However, there was still something wrong. He did not, more accurately speaking, the pitiful guy before he transmigrated didn't. He did not abandon the Ice Cube guy's sister at all, and even jumped into the river to commit suicide for her. Wasn't this marriage annulled by Miss Shui? It was obviously her who annulled the marriage. Why was he still making the accusation? Could it be that this was the legendary, the guilty party sues first? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was still causing trouble at this time. She pointed at Yu Bing, who was behind Yue Yang, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Is it because this little girl interfered?" "No, Yu Bing is 3rd young master's sister. This is his sister." Seeing that Yue Yang was dumbfounded, Yi Kong hurriedly explained for him. "So you are a sister complex." City Mistress Fallen Flowers' words almost made Yue Yang vomit blood and die. Everyone looked at Yue Yang with disdain. This really made Yue Yang feel so wrong that he wanted to cry out loud. "What nonsense, I heard that Yu Bing was in danger, that's why I came out to pick her up. What annulment, I don't know anything." Yue Yang felt that compared to himself, Sister Doer was not wronged at all. At least she knew who caused her death, while he didn't even know how he died. Now, Yue Yang understood. It was a conspiracy, a conspiracy. This annulment was not only a tragedy, it was also a terrifying conspiracy. The whole Soaring Dragon continent knows that the annulment letter was written by you personally. You even announced it to the whole nation, ruining my sister's reputation. You still want to quibble? Shui Tan Lang's cold air exploded, almost turning the surroundings into an ice hell. If not for the fact that he was fighting against the demon army, he would have torn Yue Yang apart. Yue Yang was dumbfounded again. It seemed like this conspiracy was not simple. No wonder the pitiful guy couldn't take it anymore and jumped into the river to commit suicide. It seemed like the whole world knew that the Yu clan's useless 3rd young master had divorced the Shui clan's daughter. It was very likely that the pitiful guy accidentally found out the truth and couldn't take this shameless conspiracy anymore. He felt that his life was dark and in despair. He jumped into the river to commit suicide. Yi Kong looked at Yue Yang's astonished expression and felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Something good for Yue Yang, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed. Maybe it's just a couple quarreling. Why are you guys so nervous? Let's meet up when you have time and explain this matter clearly. She then changed her expression and shouted, now, it's time to slay the demons. Counterattack, use all your strength and kill your way into hell. Wait, after summoning the thick smoke monster, the expert who had been silent all this while suddenly opened his mouth. Right now, he had become a bloody man with broken skin and ruptured blood vessels. Under the anti-magic law of Tong Tian Tower, all the demon worshippers who summoned the demon's gate, no matter if they were a grimoire contractor or not, no matter what level of rancor they were, they would definitely die. Moreover, they would explode in extreme pain. The man who was about to explode smiled at Yue Yang. I've seen your father before. He is the only rancor in the whole soaring dragon continent who doesn't look down on me. He is also the only rancor I respect. After I die, I am willing to give you everything I have. Take it as repayment for Mr. Yu Chu saving my life when I was being chased by people. Don't go over, he's about to explode. He wants to blow you up as well. He wants to die with you. Yi Kong hurriedly stopped Yue Yang. It's okay, I'm trash anyway, it doesn't matter if I die. Yue Yang looked relaxed on the surface, looking as if he was going to die. However, he was secretly cursing in his heart. How could he not go over after bringing up the pitiful guy's father? Under everyone's gaze, he had to admit that Yu Chu was his father. He couldn't back down. Furthermore, if he saw that something was wrong, he could use the mysterious 3 styles to escape from this kind of explosion that he couldn't control himself. I found this when I entered the destroyed land. Although I know it's a good thing, no one knows what it is. I'll give it to you as well. You look like your father, but your character is different. He's a man who would rather die than be stubborn. In comparison, I like your shameless and despicable character more. In the future, when you pay your respects to your father, tell him that Ying Shiming has failed to live up to his kindness of saving his life and his painstaking advice. Goodbye, the soaring dragon continent that raised me but couldn't tolerate me. Goodbye, the Tong Tian Tower that is like a hell for weaklings. The man who called himself Ying Shiming stabbed his bloody hand into his heart and forcefully dug out his still beating heart. He then crushed it. With a loud bang, a pillar of blood spurted out from his chest. His entire body exploded towards the sky, scattering his flesh and bones all over the ground. Yue Yang held a mysterious black metal fragment in his left hand and a silver grimoire that was gradually dimming in his right hand. He was extremely shocked, because in his mind, there was a message that he couldn't even dream of, summoning grimoire that has been contracted. Do you want to set it as an instance dungeon grimoire? Do you want to contract? Instance dungeon grimoire. He could even contract a summoning grimoire. Yue Yang almost fainted. In the soaring dragon continent, no matter how powerful a person was, he could only contract one grimoire. What kind of problem was this? How could he contract 2 grimoires? Could it be that his luck was twice as good as others? Chapter 65. If he contracted it in front of everyone, he would be able to get a copy grimoire, but even a fool would suspect him. Especially since he had contracted a bronze grimoire before, and now he contracted a silver grimoire in front of everyone. How would he explain it to the beautiful woman in Yubing? If he contracted it in front of everyone, how would the Feng, Shui and Yan families react? What if there was another innate light pillar that appeared for everyone to see? Or perhaps, a grimoire could only be contracted with a bronze grimoire, and he had contracted with a silver grimoire in front of everyone. Would Luowa City Mistress and everyone else be suspicious? But if he didn't contract it and missed this opportunity, would he be able to contract it again in the future? If he couldn't, then he would be a tragedy. After struggling in his heart for a while, Yue Yang finally rejected the idea of contracting a copy grimoire immediately. It was good to be special, but it wouldn't be good if others found out. When Yue Yang refused to contract a silver grimoire, he was really afraid that he would never have the chance to do so in the future. Who would have thought that the message had always been there, as if a living spirit was silently calling out to him, causing him to be both surprised and happy. Awesome. If he didn't contract it now, it didn't mean that he would lose the chance forever. He would just have to find a place with no one and contract this silver grimoire later. By the way, what is this mysterious black metal fragment? Yue Yang was about to use his divine vision to take a look when City Mistress Fallen Flowers suddenly threw a small silver token to him. Little thief, I order you, Feng Qi Sha, Yanpo Jun and Shui Tan Lang to be the Demon Slayer squad leaders for the expedition to the Demon Abyss. Immediately pick 5 elites and follow me. Me. Yue Yang's face was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. He only wanted to carry Yu Bing and leave this messy battlefield, find a place with no one and contract the silver grimoire. As for the great matter of conquering hell and slaughtering demons, he could leave it to the capable youths Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang. If he were to carry his sister to the demon abyss, what would he do if he encountered a terrifying demon king-level expert? Even if they couldn't meet it, the demon abyss was not a fun place to be. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' order, to Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang, was an order that they could not disobey. While Yue Yang was hesitating, the 3 of them had already chosen the Golden Armored Guard or the best Silver Armored Guard, and went to attack the demon abyss with a murderous aura. Killing their way into the demon abyss to fight against the demons, this was the greatest glory of all the warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent. Yi Kong, Li Qi and Li Jie were so excited that their bodies were trembling. They saluted. Captain, we are ready. You want to conquer the demonic abyss. Do you think the 3 of you are strong enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the evil spirits? Yue Yang rolled his eyes as he listened. He had seen foolish people before, but he had never seen such a foolish person. If he wanted to die, he could have gone to Yulong Valley to feed the devil insects. Why did he have to go to the demon abyss? I don't ask for anything else, as long as you can bring me to the demon abyss, even if I have to perish together with the weakest green skin. Yi Kong was usually very rational, but when he heard about conquering the demon abyss, his intelligence immediately became negative. He hugged onto Yue Yang's thighs, insisting on pulling him to the teleportation gate. Actually, it was not only him, even the 2 brothers Li Qi and Li Jie had turned into bloodthirsty berserkers, staring at the teleportation gate with killing intent. If not for the fact that they needed Yue Yang to lead them in, they would have already rushed in to fight the demons with their lives. If you want to go, you can go, I'm not going. Yue Yang was probably the first warrior in the history of the Soaring Dragon continent who refused to enter the demon abyss to fight against the demons. You can put down the girl on your back. We swear that we will definitely guarantee her safety. One of the silver armored guards thought that Yue Yang was worried that Yue Bing would be in danger, so he volunteered to help Yue Yang look after Yue Bing. Nonsense, I'll be even more worried if I hand it over to you guys. Yue Yang had never heard that handing over a little lamb to a pack of wolves would have a good ending. I'm late, you demons, hand over your lives. Wait, don't kill first, let me have some fun. I've never killed a demon before. Let me do it. Damn, Taiyang, why are you snatching? Will you die if you kill one less? Do you know how much you hurt my, Master Hai's, heart by doing this? My heart was born to slay demons. Now that I've received such a heartless blow from you, what if I jump into the river and commit suicide? Can you guys compensate me with your life? Wait, paparazzi, be good and leave this green-skinned one to me. I'm an expert in killing green-skinned ones. I was born to kill green-skinned ones. Damn, you lowly dog. Ah, no, you're a strong and powerful dog. I didn't see clearly that you were a bronze-ranked level 4 ironback demonic wolf just now. I misunderstood. That's not right. Why haven't you contracted before? Oh my god, you're my brother's dog. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've actually leveled up. Where's my brother? A fatty that was 3 times the size of a normal person rode a white rhinoceros and slowly ran over. He also wanted to kill the demon, but with his speed, he couldn't even catch a single hair. After he recognized Wei Tai Lang, he looked around and finally found Yue Yang in the messy battlefield. He happily jumped down from the white rhinoceros's back. The heavy weight caused the ground to tremble. This was the Fatty Hai Da Fu who liked to pretend to be a boss. Fatty Hai, who was like a small mountain of meat, charged towards Yue Yang with a rumble. In the process, he knocked away 2 beasts and 3 mercenaries. Even the silver-armored guards were so scared that they hurriedly dodged to one side. However, Fatty Hai didn't have the self-awareness of a human tank at all. He even took small steps and ran to Yue Yang's side. He patted Yue Yang's shoulder hard, almost knocking Yue Yang to the ground. Brother, you're here. Why didn't you inform me, your boss? Why did you secretly come here to kill demons? Even though there are many demons here, you don't have to worry. I, your boss, will protect you. Look, this is my beast, a bronze-ranked level 2 ironback rhinoceros. As long as it stands on the battlefield, it's like an impenetrable wall. Who are these 3? Are they your friends? Have they joined any guilds? Call me boss, I'll protect you guys in the future. Who needs your protection? Yi Kong was about to go crazy. This fatty's survival rate on the battlefield was practically zero, yet he still dared to pretend to be an expert. Although you guys are very weak, I'll train you guys. In the future, I, your boss, will bring you guys through the trials. I'm the famous trial prince of Tong Tian Tower. Fatty Hai didn't even know Yi Kong, who had lived in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower for 2 years. Trial prince, how come I don't know you? Yi Kong strongly suspected that this fatty's brain was filled with tofu dregs. Moreover, it was the kind that had gone bad. That's because you're ignorant and inexperienced. Go to a place where there's no one around. Who doesn't know me? Master Hai. Don't call me master, that's too tacky. Just call me boss. Fatty Hai had a natural passion for the word, boss. Who would call you boss? Yi Kong and the Li brothers almost exploded when they heard this. When you guys see my strength, I guarantee that you'll wholeheartedly call me boss. Fatty Hai humphed confidently. Idiot, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Let's go to the abyss. Even if the teleportation gate is maintained by an array, I'm afraid it won't last for more than half an hour. We need to hurry and see the abyss. Yi Kong hadn't even finished speaking when Fatty Hai started screaming as if he was being raped. Go to the abyss. You have the leader's token. Wow, you really do. Brother, you're really worthy of being my, Master Hai's, little brother. You're really powerful. Come on, let's go. You don't know, but I was born into this world to conquer the demonic abyss. I beg you, bring me there. At most, I'll let you be the boss for a while. Fatty Hai patted his chest, causing his fat to ripple. Seeing that Yue Yang wasn't willing to go, he immediately used his brute force and pulled Yue Yang's arm with all his might, insisting on dragging Yue Yang into the teleportation gate. Yi Kong hated Fatty Hai, who didn't have any strength but liked to pretend to be a boss. However, seeing that he could use brute force to drag Yue Yang into the abyss, he hurriedly chased after him. Yue Yang and Yi Kong were pushing and shoving each other, forcefully dragging Yue Yang into the abyss. The fanaticism in their eyes towards conquering the abyss almost burnt Yue Yang to a crisp. To be honest, Yue Yang was also a little curious in his heart. It wouldn't be bad to go and see for himself. If he couldn't beat them, he could just run away. The abyss was so big, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to meet a Demon King level ranker the moment he went out, right? Carrying Yu Bing to the abyss was really dangerous, but he couldn't be at ease leaving her in this messy battlefield. Yu Yang turned around and looked at Yu Bing's pale face that was in deep sleep. A feeling of pity that he had never felt before emerged in his heart. If he brought her along, he would have her. She was his own sister. Since he could bring her to the abyss, he could also bring her safely back to Tong Tian Tower, back to that warm little home, back to Fourth Mother's side. You guys, if you don't want to die, don't move around after you go in. Observe the situation clearly first. Yu Yang felt that Yi Kong and the others, who were blinded by glory and hot-bloodedness, would start killing the moment they entered the teleportation gate. Even if there were 100 of them, they would still be food for the Demon Legion. Yi Kong and the others weren't fools. They naturally understood this logic. Looking at Yu Yang's serious expression again, there was a trace of care in his coldness. Although it wasn't a fraction of the gentleness in his eyes when he looked at Yu Bing just now, they couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in their hearts. In an instant, it flowed through their entire body, their blood boiling. They nodded their heads vigorously, stood at attention and replied loudly, yes. After Yu Yang stepped into the teleportation gate, he only felt his vision darken. After the slight dizziness passed, he discovered that he was in a purgatory filled with blood-red skies. A blood-red full moon strangely emitted a red light from the black clouds, dyeing the sky red like fresh blood. In front of him, on top of a black and red rock, stood an uncountable number of demon monsters. When Yu Yang saw this, his heart sucked in a breath of cold air. There were at least 100,000 monsters here, not to mention the fact that their reinforcements were endless. Even if these demon monsters in front of him all stopped and stretched out their necks to be slaughtered, they still wouldn't be able to kill them. This battle, it seemed like it was going to be tough. Everyone be careful, the demon generals have arrived. Demon generals usually have summoning grimoires, so it's not easy to kill them. We have to finish this battle quickly and focus on massacring the weaker demon generals. City Mistress Fallen Flowers released a white pillar of light that she had been accumulating for a long time. A pillar of light extended in front of her, and all the demon generals that came into contact with it were instantly vaporized, not even their ashes were left. The shooting of this pillar of light instantly killed hundreds of the demon army, directly opening up a large gap in the dense black encirclement. Fallen flowers, you're invincible. The human warriors all cheered, their morale greatly boosted. However, Yue Yang clearly realized that City Mistress Fallen Flowers definitely couldn't use this kind of white pillar of light more than a few times. She had been accumulating it for a long time, which was why she had this kind of power. Now that the enemies were surging towards them, she, who had already used up all her energy, simply didn't have the time to accumulate it again. Try to kill as many enemies as possible. Every team will kill 100 demons, and I will bestow upon you the honor of Demon Slayer. I will also allow you to return to Tong Tian Tower. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't set any extremely difficult conditions. Her main goal was to lead the young elites of the human race into the demon abyss to train. She didn't want these young elites, who had limitless futures, to die honorably in battle for the sake of slaying demons. Training these young people's courage, willpower and sense of honor was her ultimate goal. As for their strength and achievements, they could increase it during their usual training. Yi Kong, none of you are allowed to move. Wait until I see clearly. Yue Yang felt a sense of danger. If it was only 100,000 low-leveled monsters that were level 3 and below, then Yue Yang wouldn't have this kind of sense of danger. Even if there were a few more level 5 demon generals, Yue Yang wouldn't feel his blood run cold. In the darkness, there was definitely an even more terrifying demon lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Even if this demon wasn't a demon king ranker, it probably wasn't that far off. If the strongest person on his side, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, was attacked, with just Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun, Shui Tan Lang and himself, these 4 juniors, how long could they last? Moreover, he was carrying the unconscious Yu Bing on his back. What should he do? How could he get out of this dangerous situation?